clubs from where you're at any given point.
Look, New York has more clubs and more people. And New York's awesome. It's not a contest.
Right.
It's not a contest. It's like that whole, like, New York is the best. I don't know. If you like it, it's the best. Like, it's whatever's great for you.
Right.
But this is a crazy place right now. And, LA used to be crazy. And now LA's just a fucking steaming pile. It's on fire. It's just fuck. Speaking of fire, you see the sky? You know what that is? In Mexico. Oh, we need to Google this too, because Mexico has a new president, and I heard that 30 plus presidential candidates were assassinated. Oh, that might be just a TikTok meme. So I have to find out. So let's find out in real time. But the sky, the reason why the sky is so cloudy looking, that's smoke from wildfires in Mexico.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they did a controlled burn, and they whoops. Oh, boy. Whoopsies. Whoops. Let's look. 37, excuse me. Claudia Sheinbaum was elected the country's first female president after a bloody election campaign that saw 37 candidates assassinated. And that's our neighbor. Whoa. We live next to a fucking crack house.
That's on fire.
A crack house on fire run by a Jew. First lady. More than 36 candidates were assassinated, including a local government candidate in Central Puebla State who was killed on Friday, increasing the total number of those killed to 37. Who the fuck would want to run for office in Mexico? Dude, that is so crazy. That is so crazy. But look how few people. Look, 20,000 positions to fill and 70,000 candidates. If you have 20,000 positions in America, how many candidates you have? Probably a lot more because nobody's getting assassinated. That would be one way to start.
Yeah. Take them out.
I mean, how far away? I mean, it sounds crazy, right? This is Mexico. It's not America. We don't. How far away are we from, like, seeing another JFK type situation?
Man. Jesus. Fuck. Could be close. Seems like there's a candidate that the government really doesn't want.
There's this one guy. What's his name?
Yeah.
One guy who went to the UFC this weekend and got like a 30-second standing ovation.
Yep.
Almost as big as Dave in Ohio, but not quite.
Right.
Not quite.
They're changing the tone on this. I mean, they're doing it. They want to try to make him look like a bad guy, but people just aren't stupid anymore. I mean, there's obviously still like half the country doesn't get it, but
so many rappers. So many rappers are showing support for Trump now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So now he's got a felon.
Right.
I mean, like, now they realize also he's getting trapped by the system, just like everybody's been rapping about. Being trapped by the system, this bullshit system. And you watch it happen with him.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just talking about this. It's like I don't think they were counting on the black voter being like, hey, they just fucked that guy. That's what they do to us.
Yeah. That's what they do to everybody, and they pretend they're there for you while they're letting in immigrants. And you know what, man? Here's the problem. Here's the real problem. Republicans won't be the solution either, kids. The problem is people in a position of power. The Republicans seem like they are your solution, but it's just because the people in power right now are the Democrats. Whenever the Democrats are out and the Republicans are in, everybody is dying for a Democrat. I remember when Bush was president, after the second term, everyone was like, good Lord, can we get a fucking reasonable Democrat in here before this country goes Christian nationalist and goes crazy and starts every war? And then Obama comes in, like, oh, I think it's going to be great. But it kind of seems like kind of the same, and the whistleblower protection that he promised, actually probably like one of the worst on whistleblowers ever. Drone strikes, kind of a shitload of drone strikes.
Yeah.
The whole thing was bonkers. It's just the same structure with a different face. It's Bill Hicks's joke. Bill Hicks's joke about, I think the puppet on the left is to my liking. Well, I'm more aligned with the puppet on the right. Hey, there's one guy. He's holding both puppets. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with money. Mm-hmm. We're dealing with money and power. And it does, if you think that's where a person like a Trump character does make a difference, though, because he truly does not give a fuck. And especially now, after all they've done to him, all the things he survived. Anthony, this guy was beloved beloved until he's about 70 years old.
Yeah.
And that's when he starts running for president. Actually, he was a little bit mocked before that while Obama was in office because he was one of those people that was a birther.
Yeah.
You know, I'm one of those people that I don't give a fuck where you were born as long as you're not actually an undercover terrorist. You know, if you're like clearly like a regular person that just happened to be born in Nigeria or happened to be born in Saudi Arabia, but now you're here. You went to school here, you got friends here, you got family here, you love it here. America's the shit. You can be president. Like, I don't really think that you have to be born on a certain patch of dirt to run it. That seems like Viking shit. That seems so old.
Yeah.
That seems so dumb.
What about the 35 thing? Is that the age?
Yeah, that's a good age. Up until I was 50, I was retarded. So I don't think that's a bad thing. I think 35 is good just for humans. I think you need a certain amount of life experience. You need a certain amount of trials and tribulations, character testers, a lot of education, a certain amount of like changing your perspective on the world, because we all do that. That's like as a young man, I was very liberal, super, super liberal. You know, I mean, anything the Democrats believed, I believed, never interested in anything Republicans had to say. All they wanted to do was like shove God down your throat and stop abortions.
Totally.
That's what I was
No,
saying.
I was 100% with you on that.
Well, that's brainwashing too, right?
Yeah. I was super liberal until I got my first paycheck in the state of California. And then everything started changing.
Yeah. People get rich to get Republican real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's a lot of really rich people that are Democrats, which is interesting because they got so much money they can vote Democrat. They got so much money they don't even try to protect it. California is considering a 30 cents per gallon tax on the miles, or 30 cents per mile, because so many people have electric cars, so the gas tax is losing money. And they want everybody to have an electric car by 2035 or 2030. 3035 would actually be realistic. 2035 is crazy. There's like not enough. We don't have enough stuff.
Right.
We can't build all those cars. Like, what are you going to do with all the cars that are gas? How many cars there are? There's more cars than there are people. There's more cars here than there are people.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, well, a lot more. Well, first of all, there's people like me that have a bunch of them. They throw it off. You know, that throws off the divorce thing, too. You know, people say, 60% of all marriages end in divorce. Right. But a lot of those are people that just get divorced at getting times. They go all Jennifer Lopez on the deal. And just like, I'm in forever. Fuck you.
Yeah.
You new person. I'm in forever. Fuck you. And then
She might have another one on her hands.
yeah, it looks like she's going down again.
Yeah. Ben, something was up with him at that roast.
He bombed.
Oh, my goodness.
You can't bomb if you're married to Jennifer Lopez.
Mm-mm.
You can't strike out. You can't bomb. You can't fall when you're walking up the flight of stairs or no pussy.
Right.
This is just how it works.
Yeah.
You want the Viking queen alpha female?
Yeah.
If you want to,
Yeah.
that's what you get, man. She's still that way, and she's like, what, 51? She's crazy hot. Crazy hot at 51.
Ben was a
He hung in there.
deer in headlights.
He hung in there.
He tried his best. But, yeah, he stood out on that roast.
Maybe it'll be over. I mean, maybe their turbulence will, maybe they'll get through it this time. Maybe they don't want to do it again because they were together 20 years ago. You just got to figure out, like, how to be who you are when you really like each other. Like, remember in the beginning? Isn't that fun? You appreciate each other? Figure out how to recapture that. Because that's still the same person. So people get sick of each other. You ever get sick of a guy you work with and you quit the job and you're like, I fucking miss that dude. You know, they become part of your little community.
That's why I keep working with Red Ben.
I love that dude. He's a character. There's only one of those dudes.
Mm-hmm.
You see his new tattoo?
Yeah, he showed everybody. By the end of the night, I was going around going, hey, did you see Red Band's new tattoo? Did you see Red? Because he was just showing everyone wasted last night. We had another banger of an episode. It's a miracle that I'm awake right now.
Who was the guest?
It was Luis J. Gomez and Sal Volcano.
Oh, nice. Sal was on the podcast last week. He's great.
It was great.
He's a good dude, man. He's fun. Real fucking super nice guy.
Yep. The bucket was the story that we get some great new comedians out, a new golden ticket winner as
I
of
haven't
last
seen
night.
Lewis do stand-up. I haven't seen him in a while. I heard he's killing it. I heard he's doing really well. Duncan saw him at the Creek and said, dude, he was so funny. He was really laughing hard. I was really impressed.
He had to do.
That's great.
There was can't remember who was headlining this weekend, but he was doing a clean set because he's doing a special.
It was Mike Vecchione.
That's right, and he's doing a clean hour because I don't know why.
Why is Mike doing it now?
Yeah, but so he asked Lewis to be clean, and me and Matt were in the green room. We're like, wait, Lewis is up and he's supposed to be clean. Let's see what he's doing. The first thing we hear is like, nice balls, you shithead, or something like that. We were dying.
This is not going to be clean.
Right.
First of all, you shouldn't ask a guy to be clean. You can't ask a guy to open, especially a guy who literally is on a show called Legion of Skanks. Yeah. He has a festival every year called Skank Fest. Yeah. Skank Fest. You can't ask him to be clean. Also, Vecchione is so fucking funny. It don't matter what bombs could go off before his set, and he'll go up there and kill. Yeah. It's not going to affect. People will fall into your rhythm. Yeah, they're grown-ups. But we used to think back in the day that clean people couldn't follow dirty people. That was always the thought. I think that's a dumb thought. Like, Jim Gaffigan can follow anybody. It does not matter. He gets into his rhythm, and then he does his thing, and he puts you in his mind, and then you're off to the races. Like Brian Regan, same deal. That whole thing about, like, clean or dirty, like, who fucking cares? Sebastian, another great example. Who cares? Just be funny. He's just funny. Just if Sebastian started talking about getting his dick sucked, it would be funny too. It's just funny.
That would be fun. Dirty Sebastian special.
Yeah. If like the apocalypse breaks out, there's a few, and just Sebastian starts doing roids now. He's got a gun, carries a gun on his hip. If we go like full Mad Max, yeah. That's happening in Mexico, kids. 37 candidates assassinated. That is basically the doorway to Mad Max.
That's crazy.
37 candidates assassinated.
And all the
Imagine that was happening in America.
Well, what's scary is like, what is that lady? That the question becomes, what's the winner gonna do? That the other 37 weren't gonna do.
You're not gonna be a rebel. Rebels don't live.
Right.
You know, that country's run by money, just like this country's run by money. But instead of the military-industrial complex, it's the supplying Americans with drugs. That's what it is. That complex. It's not the military-industrial complex and the pharmaceutical drug companies. They run this. It's just money. It's the same thing. And in Mexico, they make their own laws because everything's illegal. And so they are running things with selling us drugs. And until we make drugs legal, which nobody wants to do, that's going to continue to happen. Because you're not going to stop people from wanting to do drugs, and you're not going to stop people from selling them drugs. You're not going to, especially if they're from another country, especially if they're running that country. And they've been doing it so long, they've amassed so much resources and money. They have tanks, they have anti-aircraft weaponry, they have everything, man. They have fucking hundreds of billions of dollars. Like, who knows how much money they have? If you added up all the cartels in Mexico,
well, I bet the Jewish president knows exactly how much
I bet
money
she
they have.
knows. I bet she knows. I bet she knows. I bet they know where she sleeps. I bet she follows the rules. I guess you have to. Like, if you want to be president of Mexico, that is a totally different proposition. They Kennedy 37 people a year. Oh my God. They're so crazy.
Unbelievable how close we are to them.
Yeah, you could walk there.
Yeah.
You could walk there. Like, Cam Haines has run, like, longer distances in races. Especially if you're down in South Texas. My friend who lives in South Texas had a guy die on his property.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Probably dehydrated or sick or something. And just couldn't make it. It was in the heat.
I only went to Mexico once. We were in San Diego and we drove down, and the first thing I saw was a dead body leaning against the rock with that split that says this side's America, this side's Mexico.
Yeah.
And we were high as shit. So, like, we were immediately like, was he going back?
Did he
or was
drown?
he coming in? No, he was just dead. He was just a dead old Mexican guy.
Oh, like old age dead.
Well, probably dehydrated. I mean, it could have been anything. Who knows? I have no idea. But
You're not a doctor?
No, he was arms crossed with a thing over his head.
Oh, Jesus.
And
so they had him, like,
he was
there,
literally
arms crossed?
laid there
Like a
next
corpse?
to the rock like a corpse.
Maybe somebody didn't have money for a funeral. Like, yeah, Grandpa's been real. Take care. Love you. Let somebody figure this out.
Yeah. That's
You know how much money a fucking funeral costs? That's the thing Joey Diaz hit me to. He goes, you know what a fucking scam is? These fucking mortuary homes and funeral homes and all that shit. You have to do it. You have to do it even if someone wants to be cremated. You have to embalm them, so you have to pay for that. And then you have to pay for a coffin. And then they try to upsell you. Does you want a Cadillac of a coffin for Grampy? Grampy always liked red velvet. He was the king. He dressed Grampy up in his nicest suit in a red velvet look. And it cost you $40,000 for the whole thing. You're like, what am I doing?
My buddies pulled a Big Lebowski. We had a comedian that we all started with named Skeezy, and he passed away. And nobody in his family wanted to claim the ashes, so Benji and Matt Edgar were like, well, we'll put him somewhere. He loved Venice Beach. Let's take him to the beach. So Benji goes to the Venice Beach mortuary or whatever, picks up the urn. They go to the ocean, and Matt's kind of watching Benji, and he goes like waist high in the water, and he dumps out Skeezy's ashes, and it all just starts to compile all around Benji. And Matt's laughing, and fucking Benji's cracking up. And as he gets out, like the ashes are like following him, so they're like all over his body. So he had to go shower in one of those Venice Beach like public showers to get the ashes off him.
From what I heard, someone told, who was they talking to? There was some podcast they were talking about. God, I wish I could remember so I could give them credit. But there was some podcast where they were talking about what you're really getting when you get Grampy's ashes. It's like ash that's just sitting in the bottom of this furnace. It's not necessarily your grandpa. They don't like clean it out. No one's watching. No one gives a shit. Also, what it really looks like when they burn someone, when they burn the body, you have like fragments of bone and shit. There's a lot. See if you can find like images of what it looks like when they actually cremate someone. But the guy was like, you're not getting ashes. And not only that, sometimes they just throw other stuff in there, like cement. You'll get cement. You're like, they don't give a fuck. Like, it's just, it's symbolic. It's just a dumb thing we do. What you're supposed to do is let that body feed life. We're so stingy. We don't even let our bodies feed life. So that's what it really looks like. Look what it looks like. Bones, chips, and shit. Yeah. Oh, maybe it was Theo. Did he say that?
I don't know specifically.
I bet that's exactly what it is. Now I'm thinking about it. I don't know. But either way, someone was saying that a lot of the stuff you're getting in there, in disreputable, I'm not saying all of them, of course, some of them sure it's really crappy, but the disreputable ones, they don't give a fuck. Like throw a fucking kitty litter in there. Here, go worship the kitty litter. You fucking idiot. They don't care. They're just doing this in and out, in and out. And here's the other thing. Do you know how many guys wind up fucking the female corpses?
No.
Do you know that this has been an issue? No. My friend claims that when he was young, that they went to a funeral home and that the guy came to, like, they were ringing the doorbell, the guy wouldn't come. They knocked on the door. It was like for someone in their family that was dead. And the guy was in the back and came out. He was sweaty and out of breath. And they were like, what the fuck is this guy doing? He was acting super fucking sketchy. He was really weird. I think he was back there with one of the corpses. Oh. Yeah, he goes, he just felt like he just fucked somebody. I go, really? He goes, when you think about it, it's like these women are hot and they haven't deteriorated. And no one's around?
Oh, come on.
Yes.
There's rigor mortis and stuff. It's hard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's gotta be. Gotta be like.
Reported cases of employees sexually abusing dead bodies are relatively rare. Yeah, if they get caught. Perhaps those prolific necrophiliac. Do you remember the one that the big Kinnison had? Oh my God. It was how I found out about Kinnison. I found out about it through a girl I worked with. This girl I work with reenacted Kinnison's bit about homosexual necrophiliacs paying money to morticians to spend a few hours undisturbed with their freshest male corpse. So Kinnison like did this bit where you ever see the bit? Oh, it's a fucking classic, dude. It's a classic. See if you can find the bit. Play it and then we'll just edit it out. Fucking.
Yeah, they're tricky, man. We gotta fucking play the game.
Listen, they're awesome. They're awesome. They have the best platform. I mean, it's the most accessible. It's so easy to share. The sharing things is huge. Because you don't really share Netflix movies and stuff. I tell people, here it is.
Wow.
What a bit.
Yeah.
So, this girl that I worked with, this was at the Boston Athletic Club. She got down in the parking lot. And she was lying on her stomach. She was like, oh, I mean, life keeps fucking in the ass even after you're dead. It never ends. She's like doing that, and I'm howling laughing at her doing an impression of Kinnison. That's how I found out about Sam Kinnison.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fucking amazing.
That was before I was even thinking about doing comedy. I was 19. Yeah, I was like, wow, that's crazy. What's he doing?
Yeah.
I just like, what? I remember watching him for the first time going, oh, that's comedy too? Like, I always loved comedy. I always used to watch The Tonight Show, like when Richard Jeni would be on or Seinfeld would be on. I loved The Tonight Show. I loved stand-up, like even at the Improv. Like when I was like, I wasn't even 21. I went to see Jerry Seinfeld with this girl I was dating. Just sitting there, wow, I'm seeing comedy. And I went to another. But I always thought comedy was that. It was like the TV comedy, you know, and then there was Richard Pryor, and then there was Eddie Murphy. But I never thought, like, sick shit could be funny until I saw Kinnison. I was like, oh, my God. Like, that's a different thing. I didn't know that was comedy, too.
Right. No, I'm with you. I was a Jim Carrey guy, and, you know, when I was young, the funny faces and all the silly noises and stuff and everything. And then when he did Man on the Moon, and I saw that darker side of things, and Andy gets fired from the Improv right at the beginning of the movie. And I realized right then that he was making money performing in front of live audiences. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? That's great. So there's like a lower level before the Tonight Show and stuff.
Right.
And I started going to libraries and stuff to look up books on Andy Kaufman. I would look up Andy Kaufman and find any book that mentioned him. I went down this crazy dark rabbit hole.
I used to go to Jerry's Deli all the time. That place was awesome. It was a great place because it was 24 hours. You could always go there after shows. And they had a photo of Andy Kaufman on the wall. So it's Andy Kaufman when he worked there. So Andy Kaufman, while he was on taxi, took a job at Jerry's Deli just to wait tables, just to, like, be weird.
Yeah.
So people would be getting their fucking tables cleaned up, and they're like, wait, what? Are you the... Is that Latka or whatever his name was?
Yeah.
What was his name?
Latka Gravis.
Yeah.
And that's back when...
Look at him.
Yeah.
He's fucking working there while he was on taxi.
Yeah, back when there's only 3 channels, so there's not a ton of famous people.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Boy, you had to hang out with famous people back then because nobody understood. Nobody got you. You know, Jesus Christ. Imagine a famous person like a John Belushi back then.
Crazy. Too much pressure.
Well, the shows, the amount of people that would watch those shows, too. He used to bus tables at a restaurant at the height of his fame on the television show Taxi. Kaufman would stay in character as a humble busboy, always denying that he was Kaufman. Oh, Jerry's went under. The Studio City one went under, too. Oh, God. They closed them all. Are they all done? God damn it.
Yeah, we were stuck going to Norm's when I was there a few weeks ago.
How's Norm's?
It does. If you're hungry enough to go to Norm's at 3 or 4 a.m., then it's just fine.
My favorite is Cantor's.
Yeah,
Cantor's is the shit. Yeah. That is the quintessential Jewish deli.
Yeah.
Like their pastrami Reuben, off the charts.
Yeah.
Off the charts. They have the best pastrami in the city.
Yeah.
It's, as far as I've had. Like Jerry's was really good. Cantor's is one level above it.
Totally.
One level. You mean you feel the cholesterol right in your veins.
Yeah.
It's just the sauerkraut and the fucking Russian dressing and the rye bread. Come on.
God.
Come on.
I've been eating like such shit lately. That spaghetti and meatballs from Boa here fucked me up, dude. spaghetti with Wagyu meatballs.
Oh, you've been going that a lot?
I've had it twice since then, and it's like I have to stop because it's literally like heroin. I feel like shit afterwards. I feel like shit the next day. It's like crazy. I don't know what the hell they have in that fucking pasta. It must be 1,000% like Heisenberg level gluten, because it is addictive and makes you feel terrible. But it makes you so happy for the 6 minutes that it takes me to eat the entire dish.
Just
Just
feel
rolling it up.
30 hours.
Yes. Yes. It's the closest thing I'd imagine to heroin that there is. Of course, there's probably a bunch of people on heroin.
But isn't that similar to getting drunk? You know, if you drink a little bit, you feel great while it's happening, and the next day, like, I'm never doing that again.
Yeah, I do that all the time. I did that last night.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I ate with Joey Friday night in New Jersey. Went to his spot, Il Nido. Oh, there is nothing like East Coast Italian food.
Yeah.
It is a different thing.
100%.
It's a different level. That Il Nido place, I would fly in to go to that place.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That was charred clams on this fucking insane toasted bread. That was spicy rigatoni. Dude, it was off the charts. That's the meatballs. Off the charts.
Yeah, whole different level.
The steak was perfect. Everything's perfect. That's bone marrow with potato puffs. Oh, dude, it was so good. And that's, what is that? What's that called? Thin sliced beef. What the fuck is it called? No, ceviche. No, carpaccio.
My crew, we did Cleveland and then a night in Pittsburgh, and Youngstown's dead in between the two. So we stopped off in Youngstown for lunch and got 2 different types of pizza from 2 different places. And everyone's minds are completely blown because you cannot get pizza like that anywhere. You could try to find something in Chicago, but that's Chicago, and New York's New York. There's not that middle, not deep dish, not thin crust. But in Youngstown, there's 20 places unlike any place anywhere else.
So what's like a hybrid of deep dish?
It's just a normal old fucking like school lunch pizza, but different types. Belleria is famous for their Briar Hill, which is, just plain with shaker cheese and some green peppers, which is diabolical. Because if the sauce is good and the bread is good and the cheese is good, you don't need anything else. It's like a simple.
Yeah, well, that's what Portnoy always gets. He always gets plain cheese pizza. You watch his reviews of cheese pizza?
Sometimes,
places?
yeah. I love the ones where the people get mad and shit. So
mad. Yeah, if it doesn't meet up to his standards. I mean, the guy's eating everybody's pizza. Like, you got to know what the fuck you're doing. But he says that New Haven, Connecticut is like where some of the best pizza in the world comes from.
That makes sense. I can see that. A lot of those offshoot Italian spots where they hit away, like Youngstown, like that. I guarantee Pittsburgh has decent.
You know what they have in common? Mob activity.
Oh, exactly.
New Haven has a lot of mob activity.
100%.
I used to work at the Joker's Wild, this place in New Haven, and the owner was a crazy convict. Yeah, just out of his mind. And I saw the owner beat a guy in the face with his shoe. Took his shoe off and beat a guy in the face with the heel of his shoe. Oh, yeah. Had blood all over him. Oh, fucking disaster.
Those people need pizza.
They figure out how to get the good pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how that's the case, though. If you have, like, a serious Italian neighborhood, you're a little bit of mafia influence in there.
Totally. I mean, that's all they know. You got to bet on things. You got to run things. Get a tax here, tax there, protect them.
Imagine owing money to a bookie. How terrifying that would be.
Yeah.
You're on the run. You owe $100,000 to this guy. You're trying to gamble on other games to make it right. Yeah. Like Uncut Gems. Oh, yeah. That movie gives me so much anxiety. Watch that movie like, don't, oh, Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
Dude, I watched the show that gave me more anxiety than any show I've ever watched in my entire fucking life.
What?
Baby Reindeer.
Oh, I've heard. It's insane.
It's the scariest thing ever. It's the scariest show ever. This guy's nice to one person who he doesn't really want to be nice to, gives her a water or a tea or whatever, and she falls in love with him, and it is the scariest show. I think it's supposed to be a comedy, I don't think I laughed once. The comedy part's not funny. He's also trying to be a comedian. None of it's funny at all. But it's literally you're watching for the anxiety. I start it and then I'm like, I don't want to watch, but I have to. And I just kept going and it's fucking frightening.
Have you seen the actual lady go on Piers Morgan?
Yeah. And she's literally like how she is in the
She's
thing.
insane.
Oh.
And happy to talk about it.
Yeah.
And claiming she's not insane.
Right.
And not knowing how insane you look.
Yeah. Fucking frightening.
It's wild when people don't know how insane they are. And you watch and you're like, oh God, they don't know what they're saying. They think they're fine. They think they're going to go on there and make a good argument.
Those are the most insane people. The ones that don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
You been watching the Fauci hearings?
No.
Whoa. Dude, it's wild. It's wild.
What's going on?
Still like deeply in denial about everything. They're confronting him about emails they got, about deleting emails in preparation of a Freedom of Information Act request. They got emails from people that he worked with saying, that don't worry, Fauci is too smart to talk about this stuff on emails. You'll either have to deliver something to him or meet him in person. There's all this like weird deception shit. There's people that said this is clearly leaked from a lab. Look at the Fair and Cleavage sites. They have to be that's put into the virus to make it more infectious to human beings. They're talking about it in the email, and then that same guy, after talking to Fauci, like 3 days later, is like, "It's ridiculous to think this came from a lab. This is clearly from a natural order." And they're all talking about discrediting people who are talking about the lab leak theory. What they did was insane, and they did it in front of everybody. And finally, Fauci has to talk about it to people. But he's still in denial about all of it. There's no science that says that masking for children works. There's no science that says that vaccinating children works, that it's good, that it's overall good. And the amount of people that have gotten wrecked by this, they're starting to recognize it in other countries, and they're talking about it in other countries. They haven't quite gone public with it in all the newspapers in the United States yet. But in the UK, they're blaming it. There was the thing about Germany today. There was a front page of like a major newspaper. Somebody sent it to me. I'll send it to you, Jamie. But they're finally starting to talk about it. And they're talking about excess deaths in the Philippines. They're talking about the amount of people that are no longer having children, the amount of less children that are born. Because one of the side effects that is claimed is it wrecks women's fertility. And it wrecks men's fertility too. The baby numbers are down by 1 million.
But I couldn't tell what newspaper it was.
Yeah, I don't know. I bet if you take the title, but they're talking about it, analyze data. Here we go. It says researchers from the Netherlands analyzed data from 47 Western countries and discovered there have been more than 3 million excess deaths since 2020, with the trend continuing despite the rollout of vaccines and containment measures. Experts said the unprecedented figures raised serious concerns and called on governments to fully investigate the underlying causes, including possible vaccine harms. This is wild stuff, man, because, now that we're getting an understanding of how much deception was involved, like trying to blame it on a natural origin when they clearly knew it was a lab leak. And they still don't say it's a lab leak. It was clearly a lab leak. Yeah. It's clearly. Obviously, I'm not a doctor, but in my eyes, it looks like a fucking lab leak. And most people that are educated think it's a fucking lab leak. And this guy still is denying it, and was denying that it's even gain of function. And they even funded that research. But they changed the definition of gain of function for this particular vaccine.
What they change it to?
The definition of gain of function on the NIH website was changed. It was updated.
Telegraph.
The Telegraph. COVID vaccines may have helped fuel the rise in excess deaths. The excess deaths have to be discussed, and no one wants to, because that's the real thing. The all-cause mortality deaths, the big uptick in cancer, and what they're calling turbo cancer. Obviously, again, I don't understand any of this stuff, but Peter McCullough was talking about what the mechanism behind this rise in cancer would be. and how it could be tied into it. He was explaining it like from a medical perspective. The whole thing's so nuts. Like, when are we gonna learn? Like, when are we gonna learn?
Yeah, it's crazy. When I'm being back in LA, they rehired the people that they fired for not being vaccinated. Like Rose is like running the joint, kind of. Yeah,
I got someone with
assistant
a brain.
Yeah, assistant GM, and I don't know. It just brought me great joy to see things like that, at least.
At least sort of back to normal.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just
That part was the part where I'm like, gotta go to Texas. It's time. They're forcing people to get a shot of something to work at a dirty night comedy club.
and to fly and to do everything, and they're lying about whether or not it's going to stop the virus. They lied about it. They said it's going to stop it in its tracks. It was all bullshit. There was no data that showed that it stopped it in its tracks. Even one of the people in the vaccine study got COVID.
I mean,
One
literally,
of the people died from COVID. Did you know that? Yeah.
so many people that got the shot got it immediately. It was, I mean, it's crazy. They're literally like, I've had COVID 4 times. I got 2 shots. I got 3 boosters. I've had it 5 times. Like, it's like so contrary to what the whole thing was supposed to do. I mean,
I'm just hoping that people wake up and realize that we have this idealistic perspective that they're looking out for your best interests. But whenever there's enormous amounts of money to be made, they will distort the facts, even if something is beneficial. I mean, let's just pretend that there's no excess deaths. Let's pretend that it just causes a bunch of neurological issues and autoimmune issues, which it seems to do. Let's pretend it's just that. Even that, they're not going to tell you about. They're not going to tell you about it till it's already there's problems. They've shown that with the Vioxx problem. When they had that Vioxx scandal, they knew. They had emails saying we're going to have problems, but I think that we'll do well with this. Talking about financially. Because you got money people, man. Money people aren't medicine people. But medicine is medicine, and medicine is to help people. But it's run by money people. So you have the scientists that create the awesome medicine, and then you have the money people who figure out a way to fucking sell this to people, force people to take it. And that when you watch videos of all the different things, and during this thing, one of the things is that Fauci was claiming that he didn't coerce anybody to take the vaccine, but there's this whole recorded conversation of him talking about if you keep people from working, you keep people, like if Amazon says they're not going to hire people at big corporations, you have to be vaccinated to fly. He goes, it's shown that people will drop their ideological bullshit and get vaccinated. You can imagine. Just imagine that's from a public health official who knows that it doesn't stop infection. He has to know what the data is. He has to know. It was all just to get people to take it. And they made so much money. And the government, this is the weird thing. There's $710 million was earned. And Fauci's claiming that he never made any money. Zero. He said he got $0 from it. He said he got like $122 from a monoclonal antibody patent that he has. It's crazy that they work for the American people with taxpayers' money. And they create something that they put a patent on, and then that makes them hundreds of millions of dollars. $710 million. Like, where'd that go? You didn't get any of it? But the other thing they showed was that Fauci's income, his net worth, went up to $11 million. So he made a lot of money.
yeah.
Maybe sold a book.
Yeah.
Maybe it was legit.
Yeah, I saw something of him on my Twitter feed, him just playing victim.
You see that guy behind him? This is a fucking amazing video. This guy behind him, when Fauci's talking about the death threats, the other guy's like, yeah. You guys making this face? Have you seen it, Jamie? I'll send it to you. It's hilarious. The dude's hilarious.
But anytime anybody does that, in my mind, the stuff that,
Playing victim?
yeah, the stuff that I've been through, like, and seen, because I had a lot of death threats during quite a few phases of my my jokes being out there. That's
Yeah, there it is. That's it. Give me the volume.
I mean, it's such a joke. You probably
You two individuals, incredible death threats mean someone who clearly was on their way to kill me. And it's required my having protective services essentially all the time. It is very troublesome to me. It is much more troublesome because they've involved my wife and my 3 daughters.
At these moments, how do you feel? Keep your mic on.
Terrible.
Do you continue to receive threats today?
Yes, I do. Every time someone gets up,
Well, that was the other thing. They blame podcasters.
right.
They blame podcasters, and they said that we're responsible for 200 to 300,000 deaths.
That makes total sense.
Hey, man, you made it. First of all, don't blame us. First of all, you made it. You
And
fucking made it. You
Yeah.
funded it.
Yeah.
You were a part of the research.
Andy was the main salesman on the air every day
Yeah.
when we were watching the news because there was nothing else. We wanted updates. We wanted to see when things were going to open, if any positive news was there. And we had him.
Richest thing of all is Chris Cuomo's now taking ivermectin.
Oh my God, Dave Smith bodying him is one of the greatest all time. I mean,
I said this before, and it was that. I said it was going to be Mike Tyson versus Marcus Frazier. Like, what have I got myself into? And that's what it was.
oh yeah,
But he did it to himself. He did it to himself. I mean, Dave did it to him for sure, but Chris did it to himself. He just has this bizarre way of trying to like lawyer it up and twist the words and turn it into something that's okay. I didn't say that. Where's the clips? And then they show the clip.
Yeah.
And he's still trying to pretend that
And
they
there was-
weren't mocking people for taking horse dewormer.
and there was more than that. These clips, they do a funny thing over at CNN. I think we were talking about this the other day because of a joke that I do in the headlines. They do a funny thing where they can change the headlines after a certain amount of time.
Oh yeah.
They can change they can delete videos, they can copyright strike them. They have control over what they've done. And they went on and on and on. There was a whole thing with it. I was obsessed with CNN because I find propaganda to be very, very interesting. I want to know what everyone else is seeing. I want to know what the audiences are seeing.
Especially the people that aren't really paying attention.
Yeah.
Maybe
And
they don't have friends that know what's really going on. They don't. They don't know the whole history behind everything.
And I know it's not real. I look at CNN like most people look at pro wrestling. And I look at pro wrestling like it's pro wrestling. Like it's real. No. But, I mean,
Yeah, it is like pro wrestling.
especially during that time, I was studying that so hard because I knew that I knew something was fucking rotten going on.
They don't know what to do about Israel and Palestine. They're just like trapped. They're trapped in the middle. Did you see in Philly where the gay pride parade ran into the Free Palestine parade? They wouldn't let them pass.
Yeah.
Like, our thing's more important
Right.
than you guys fucking each other.
Yeah. Crazy.
It's just woke eating woke. It's the
Yep.
left eating the left.
Yep.
But that's what they've always done. They eat themselves. By the way, the right does it too. The right does it too. They did it all. They do it all the time. It's a human characteristic that we can't really just say one side does because it's not true.
The gay parade and the Palestine parade meeting up in the middle is like the time Kid Rock shot a bunch of Bud Light.
No, because nothing's gonna die. No business is gonna get crushed by it.
It's like, no, you guys don't want to fight each other.
Look at this. Look at the Free Palestine. The gay pride is a standoff. It's a fucking flat out standoff.
Hit jobs versus blowjobs
No.
over here.
No pride in genocide. So they're stopping the pride parade. No, you can't have your parade. Our parade's more important. I love the masks. I just love them. Look at all these people with masks on. It is the liberals' MAGA hat. It is. I've said it a million times, but that's what it is. It's a fucking MAGA hat. These dorks, how many of them had fucking masks on, man? It's crazy. They don't even work. I mean, they work as well as that lady's visor that's turned backwards.
Yeah. And they definitely don't work against AIDS. So wearing one at a gay pride parade is completely pointless.
Oh, imagine you did the math. This is going to protect you.
Yeah, they're wearing a mask outside And meanwhile, they butt fuck strangers in glory holes and stuff. So it's like,
I honestly think it's more of the Free Palestine people that were wearing the masks.
you think anybody's ever worn a mask at a glory hole?
What's that?
They don't want the identified photo.
That's true too, right? You think most of it?
Yeah, retaliation. Yeah.
I don't think it should be legal to wear a mask in public.
I agree with that.
I just think it's too creepy. You could rob someone.
Yeah.
I mean, in New York City, if someone had a mask on, in the past, you'd be like really wary. Oh my God, this guy's got a ski mask on. Fuck. Yeah. It was scary. It means they were going to rob you and you couldn't identify them.
Right.
Why are we allowing that? It doesn't work. The data's in, kids. Doesn't work. It never made sense. Even in the early days of the pandemic, there was this famous doctor that went viral because he was doing vape hits and he would put a mask on and the vape smoke would blow straight through the mask. And he was explaining, like, these vapor particles are bigger than COVID particles. Like, it's going right through that mask. It's not stopping jack shit, and you're going to get it. Right? You're going to get it. And, you know, they said, oh, the masks work at the margins. Like, if you fuck with the numbers, because here's the thing. How many people wear masks all the time are also super fucking paranoid, right? So they're avoiding crowds, they're not going out. How many people who won't wear a mask are a little loose? They're just like, fuck it. If I get sick, I get sick. I already got COVID. Fuck it. You know, they just go out. So you can't, it's hard to know when you have a large group of, when something as weird as the pandemic happens. And even then, they can't show, it's not like all the people with masks showed 80% of them didn't get COVID. No, fucking, they all got COVID. Everybody got COVID.
Yeah.
And then there's this thing where they want to say it protects you from hospitalization and death. No, that's not true either. Because I know a lot of people who were vaccinated who got COVID, who got to the fucking hospital. And I know a couple that died.
Yeah.
How many people do you know that died from COVID?
I confirmed actually don't know anything. I mean, it's kind of debatable. Like Jeff Scott, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, Jeff Scott died alone, but just out to get COVID.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I know some people that died during that period, but really nobody.
Jeff Scott was HIV positive too.
Yeah, for a long time.
I wonder if maybe you couldn't get his meds.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because that was an issue during the pandemic as well. Let's wait for we realized that China makes all of that. What? China makes a lot of things, man. It's crazy how much we rely on them for manufacturing stuff.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, they're trying to mitigate some of that now. Samsung is actually putting in a chip factory in Austin. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, we got to do something. We got to get businesses back over here and stuff.
Yeah, we definitely shouldn't rely on a foreign country that
Dude, I
is not
cannot
our
believe
ally
that
for our
fucking thing
foreign
still works.
That's so kooky.
That is like,
That is such a kooky thought.
yo can, dog, you motherfuckers.
We live in the craziest.
Your quality
It's
assurance
so
team should
weird,
just fucking
man.
get blowjobs.
Every day it's weirder, and every day
All the
AI
time,
gets
blowjobs.
stronger and stronger,
Yo, dog.
and every day.
What's on the
I
agenda
wonder,
for
like,
today?
Are these the last
Same
days
things
of
we're
just
trying
being
to
a
do every
regular
day,
person?
dog.
Are these the last
Whatever.
days of us just driving around, getting on a plane, going to places, telling jokes? Are these just the last days of that? Like, are we going to be living in a world?
Dude, I wonder why he
in 5
doesn't
years
like
that's unrecognizable? Because I think we are.
I hope not. I don't know. The AI stuff still, I'm not completely mesmerized or convinced. I hear you and Duncan talking about it a lot in the green room, and I'm just always like, I don't know. I haven't bought in yet. It all just seems like a fancy Alexa to me.
Well, have you actually seen what it can do? Have you ever seen what it
Australian
can do
Car
as far as
Network.
coding?
Cool.
No.
It can code so much faster than people. It can solve problems faster than people. It can do all of these things already better than people can. Like, no one in the future is going to need to hire a coder. Like a person who sits in front of a terminal for 16 hours a day and just fucking Adderalls out and just like lines of code. That's done. That's done. You can do that if you want to, but the computer's going to bang it out quick. It would be stupid for you to do that when the computer can do it in 2 seconds. You're going to spend 16 hours and you might fuck up a few lines. And you got to go back and check it. Why? Why are you entering it manually? The computer's just going to do it. You know, why are you going to stand there with one of those old timey photographs and everybody has to stand still? No, you have a phone now. It takes a better picture. It's going to be like that with everything.
This guy
It's
hates
going to
me.
be
Well, I just guess I go through the fucking list.
Automobiles. The problem is you're going to have to get emissions, go places. It's going to get fucking. It's going to get really. I think that the amount of change that we have now in comparison.
Lynch, you hot fucking
Just-
thing.
Just our parents. The best transportation back then was an airplane. The best way to get the news was the television or a newspaper, and you didn't know what to do with your life. You had to go to college, then you go to college, or you go to trade school, or you get an apprenticeship.
I hear this
you get a
bitch
job,
cooking.
and then you get a kid.
I hear this
You don't
bitch
know what the
cooking.
fuck is going on in the world. It's just like surface level understanding of what's going on in the world.
I was so determined. I was gonna like take one of my dogs and just like hang out on the
That was
boat.
like
On the boat? It's boat.
the Iraq
Bit.
invasion in 92,
Who's this bitch?
93, whatever it was, when Iraq invaded Kuwait. You guys were strong. Nobody. There's no like YouTube shows where you can see someone breaking it down. Oh, they're actually trying to get away.
You haven't heard about it, though. You know the word rabbi?
Still happening. I don't know why we're getting it. We need it.
And that might shift if Trump becomes president. Maybe he can get away with some stuff. Maybe he could do some things. He wants to stop the wars. He's like the only one that's like saying
Jackie.
he can stop the war. Wants to stop the war.
Who are your favorite streamers?
What can he do though?
Chris Chavez
What
is
can he do
good.
different? Let's pretend it's November 2024. Trump wins. January gets in office. What can he do?
Well, it seems like he has a way to.
Jesus Christ. Trump is planning to send kill teams to Mexico to take out cartel leaders. Donald Trump has told allies of his plans to covertly send special forces to Mexico to assassinate drug kingpins. Sources tell Rolling Stone. Well, Rolling Stone, you have lied to me. You lied to me a lot. You lied to me about people overdosing on forced employment. You know that? There were a line of people outside waiting to get to the hospital.
Damn, who's this
So many
bitch?
people were in there for forced employment overdoses that gunshot victims couldn't get in. They're so dumb. They use a photograph. This was in like August. And different shot. Different photo. It wasn't what they really were there for. What is that argument? Same thing. Yeah, I mean, if he was doing that, someone's a rat. So shut the fuck up.
Seems like the type of article that you would put out if you want the person assassinated and you want to make it look like someone else is going to assassinate them.
One source recalled him saying it in the past, earlier this year.
It should create a kill list of drug lords consisting of most notorious heads of drug cartels that a special ops team would be tasked with killing or capturing. You know, the problem with that is you create a power vacuum, and then what happens is someone else rises to the new spot. You're not going to stop the demand, so you're not going to stop the supply. You can try, but unless you're in an all-out everyday war with the cartel, you're probably not going to do that. Even if you kidnap and capture leaders, you're going to disrupt the organization. But my guess, my uneducated guess, would be someone was going to come in to fill that void.
Yeah.
They got to make drugs legal, as horrible as that sounds. But that's the only way. They just make them legal, tax the shit out of them, and use the money for treatment centers and education.
And testing.
Yeah, and testing.
You know that it's illegal to have it's illegal to have or to give away fentanyl test strips in the state of Texas.
It's illegal.
Illegal.
Can you sell them?
Me and my buddy are starting a water company. Here's how I know about this. Canned water, right? And the plan was to get them into all the bars in the city. Our idea was to literally just attach a 30-cent, fentanyl test strip. And then we found out we can't do that. You can't give away fentanyl test strips. You can't
give them
you
away.
can't even order them in Texas.
Can you sell them?
If you go to Amazon, you can get fentanyl test strips in specific states.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Why would they stop test strips?
I don't know.
You think is it encouraging people to do coke? Is that what that is?
I have no idea.
That doesn't make any sense.
I know. It's very bizarre.
So many dumbass fucking laws.
Yeah.
Because there's so many goofy people on both the left and the right. Texas House passes bill decriminalizing fentanyl test strips.
Maybe it's if you have them.
Oh, okay.
Bill would take fentanyl test strips off the state's drug paraphernalia list, meaning it would no longer be a crime to carry them.
That's the priority.
Yeah. Maybe you just can't give them out.
Just crazy.
So hard.
Why don't you Google, is it legal to give out fentanyl test strips in Texas?
I did. That's how I got it.
Did it give any articles other than that?
Probably says below that.
How much time can you get for selling fentanyl in Texas? How much time? 20 years. For 200 to 400 grams, you're looking at 5 to 99 years or even life in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. Life imprisonment, the most severe punishment for having more than 400 grams. Wow.
They also only have to do like state.
What the fuck is this shit?
On alcohol different than other states. It's only like 6 months out of the year. The other half, they're throughout the session. You have to wait till next year before they start looking stuff again.
There's no reason. They can't have a good reason for.
There's no good reason.
Right.
I mean, there's an epidemic.
Oh yeah.
There's 100,000 people in this country in a year.
Yeah.
Died of this.
Oh,
Despite support.
Oh no. Legislation comes after a bill to decriminalize test strips. So Texas and Congress lead bipartisan efforts to allow fentanyl test strips. The legislation comes after, but died in the Senate despite support.
Fuck is this shit?
Whatever I voted for is going to pass to the House.
So they're trying to bring it back. Who the fuck is opposing that?
Isn't that crazy?
Who the fuck would oppose fentanyl test strips?
I want to know.
Yeah, name their names.
It's just
That's a crazy thing to
inexcusable.
oppose.
Yeah.
It's a crazy thing to oppose, kids. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Because if we can figure out who that is and where they're getting their money from, then we can start to solve a lot of problems here. Because that's an actual serious problem. They wanted to make COVID a big deal,
Imagine we get the money from the cartel.
right? I mean,
Maybe.
who could it be?
Who could it be? Who the fuck would want you
Who
to not
else?
have
Who
fentanyl
else
test
is
strips?
It doesn't say they voted against it. This is a died, which is like they didn't vote on it.
But the
during
Senate
session.
declined to take action in the regular session. Oh, okay.
It just never got voted on. And that's sort of the same thing though. Like they're avoiding it maybe on purpose, or someone doesn't want to vote on it. But
By the way, this is like, some people look at it like, oh, well, those people are doing cocaine anyway or whatever. So maybe it's not we're not losing the best people, but it could be anybody doing anything. It could be somebody trying to do, fucking Molly or I don't know, any more fun, like an actual like goofy psychedelic drug or something like that. Could be in any type of pill.
I wonder if the logic behind not wanting it to be legal or sticking your neck out saying that it should be legal is that people want to then attach you to promoting drug use, and then you would possibly like have an opponent that can turn it against you and say, my opponent promotes drug use. You could have that kind of a deal happen.
Yeah, but there's a problem.
But that was the gay marriage thing. That was a lot of things. There was a lot of things that people wanted to pretend that they were against. I mean, until I think 2013, Hillary Clinton was saying that.
Why does it say that this video is unavailable?
They don't say that because they believe it. His opinions changed that much as a grown man. Like, what did you do? Mushrooms? What did you do?
This video
Tell
isn't
me what you did.
available
But now you
anymore.
have this complete
What happened
change
to
of
the
heart.
video?
Anything's just
Yeah.
two people who are grown adults. who
Something
love each other.
happened to this video.
Like, what happened? You tell me. Or you're full
Oh,
of shit.
maybe,
One of these things is
I
going
don't
on.
think this is
You're
new.
doing
This is
this political
yesterday.
thing, which is like,
Oh, I'm
God, it's so
all
gross.
confused.
when they calculated with what they say just so they can win.
Check this out. Go here.
They realized the gays could vote.
So also they realized that public support for gay marriage was way higher because the stigma of being gay all sort of, not that long ago,
But when I said
it was
to
way
myself,
more
I didn't
stigmatized.
pay
Like,
it.
so many people in closets in Hollywood, because it kind of happened.
Oh, shit.
And to this day, the one open kind of homophobia you have in Hollywood is that gay men never play straight men in movies if they're out. They never play like the leading romantic interest in a movie if everyone knows they're gay.
That's why I'm not in any movies.
I'm not watching.
But also, making gay marriage legal didn't cost them vast sums of money. I bet if we did an online poll where every American had to vote and had to log in, and you polled them, do you think we should be giving money to foreign wars?
I'll give you the link
I can't imagine the number being lower than 90% for no.
Yeah, I think I saw a recent Twitter poll that tried to do that.
Fuck off, Rabbi.
Majority of people.
I mean, if we force people to vote on an actual issue.
Well, it's also, you have so many people that are hawkish, and they think that, we can
Ancestry,
break Russia, or that we need to
ancestry.
support Israel,
It's the same
or,
deal.
whatever,
You know what I'm
whatever
saying?
their
And I get
position
it. Now,
is,
these people are still
they're
alive
real
today,
hawkish
and
on
they can be held accountable and
information
go to the
about
front of the congregation. That's different.
so many people.
But you're talking about shit that happened so long ago and none of those people are alive. It makes no fucking sense.
Money to Ukraine.
Now, speaking of
Like,
truth, and
are
speaking
these
of
people being used
yourself
as cannon
for
fodder,
today,
or are they
right, for
gaining
more today,
ground? Like, you tell me what you think.
Everybody has a
I
clean
mean,
slate.
just think what Putin
Put it
did
this
was, like, did you support
I'm gonna try
a
my
guy
best
like
to
storming
be
into a
respectful
country,
to all
taking over? I'm like,
scenarios and all
no,
people,
I
even though
definitely don't. I
might be-
definitely didn't support that. But that doesn't mean that you should spend hundreds of billions of dollars to prolong what seems like some horrible, bloody conflict that just, how are they going to win? Are they going to take over Russia? Like, how are they going to win? Are they going to kick Russia out? Russia's going to quit? They're never going to do it again? NATO can move in? Everything's going to be fine? Are you sure? Are you sure nuclear weapons aren't on the table? Are you fucking positive? Is it good that China and Russia have cuddled up together now? And they're all buddy-buddy? And they're fucking
a little drunk already.
That's not good. It seems not good if the whole fucking world is against us. Like, that seems really bad.
And if they make our medicine.
Right, and what solution could Trump possibly do? Like, when he says he could stop it, like, how do you stop it? How do you stop it?
I think Trump just puts the fear of God into these people a little bit. I think he puts the fear of...
The guy's not going to play by the rules.
Right. They read our news. If they glance at our news, it looks like we have a crazy president. So they're like, oh, let's wait a bit. I honestly feel that way. I think that they think by glancing at our weird propaganda that we have, that we're being fed, they're like, this guy's kind of crazy according to them. So, let's wait. I mean, why did Putin wait? Why did Putin wait to invade Ukraine until, well, Poopy Pants Jenkins was president?
I would, if I was going to do anything, chaotic.
Absolutely. We got no border. We're giving money to fucking whoever wants it. We're already rich countries.
We got men who are the first female admiral.
Oh my God.
We have so much chaos. It's so kooky.
Yeah.
It's just so kooky.
It's
And
crazy.
it's kooky and it seems like they're just leaning into it. Like, there's no course correction at all. Just leaning into the kooky. Fun times.
Oh yeah.
For comedy. Oh my goodness. We have so much stuff to talk about. Stuff that you would have to manufacture something that bizarre.
No,
that
it just
people
changed the
accept
name to
at any other time in history.
Listen!
Oh, fuck.
It's so weird.
It's so weird.
Not me.
It really is like the whole country's hypnotized. And I just think this is a perfect storm of things that are happening all at the same time. With AI emerging, China and Russia becoming buddies,
Double
us
kill.
being run by a dead man. They're trying to stop this other guy from even running, and they're exposing how corrupt the democracy is. They're exposing how corrupt the system is. Just by charging 34 felons for paying off a lady he had sex with. What?
And how else would he have paid her money?
What was the way it was written? The way it was put it in a ledger. It's
Do I have
basically
a follower
on
on
most
or off?
situations it'll be
It's off.
considered a mistake. But they turn
Some of that username, bro.
And then they
Yeah, right.
signed like 34 different checks.
That's funny.
First of all, what did you say?
Yeah,
Up there.
keyboard warriors, keyboard haters.
Don't give
You
her
ever
a
run
money.
into these people online? Yeah.
Give her a rotate. Give her a minute.
How do you know? You've never seen my streams before.
That actually makes sense.
I live a cool life, baby. Hard work and luck and
No, we'll deal with
stuff
it.
got me here.
If you have the
Yeah, some
facts,
people you can track them down if you know if you have the skills.
especially the
We had just block that, ignore it.
What's scary is how many Democrats are
You watch my stream every
willing
day?
to allow this kind of stuff to happen.
Really?
Because a lot of them are aware of it.
What's your exclamation point lunchtime?
She was talking about it. She was saying, you have to understand. I'm not a Trump supporter.
What's the possible
This is
rule?
really dangerous. Nobody can justify
Yeah, all right,
this.
all right.
Nobody can say this.
Right on.
That's innocent.
Okay.
And especially if you wanted to look at past presidents with the same
All
street,
right.
I mean, there's so
It's a
many
fun.
things to go. There's one of the things that Obama said. When
Nice
Obama
meeting
got
you,
into
Abby.
office, they were talking about George Bush and Cheney being charged with war crimes. And
Rabbit,
saying
you-
they're not going to look at
I'm kidding. How long? Yeah, check. Yo, welcome back, Dar.
Obama got into office, but he decided to prosecute Dick Cheney.
A day and 1 hour. That's good. That's good watch time.
Oh,
No, we don't need to ban anybody.
you know how crazy that would be?
Thank you.
You know how divided the country would be? That's the same thing kind of that is taking place now. I don't know if you get on this, it's not a war crime charges,
So we'll
but
just see how it
they're
goes.
even charging war crimes. You can
Wow,
find
so it's
things,
in 4 days, 5 hours.
especially
Shit. 6 hours.
and even what Obama did. Obama, during the administration, they dropped the drone on the U.S.
They saw 13 hours. It's good. Thank you. No, not like a pin.
Trump didn't even go
Like,
for
you know, like
he didn't go
a,
for Obama. He didn't even forgive him.
like a gentleman.
You know, you gotta try it. Especially the whole.
Where all these girls going?
Supposedly Trump's the crazy one. Trump's the loose cannon. They're all
Thank you, thank you.
It's like sluts for those.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Like,
I do it, because I want to live my
it's
best
a
life,
thing
but
that,
I stream because I want to share it with you guys.
they unlike that. It's just a
My God,
thing
have
that people do,
style.
and people
That's what I try to go for.
justify garbage any means necessary to silence
Baseball,
the
13
people
hours?
on the other team, the opposition, and they don't even realize they're setting a
Oh,
precedent.
Michigan Mike's flexing over here.
For another motherfucker.
Almost a month and a half of
You
watch
got a real
time.
problem.
That's a lot of hours.
The elections are real.
Follow the boom, yeah.
That's not good.
We'll go over there later.
Let's try the other way. We're
Not a rush.
Oh, this is bullshit. Let's try the other way. And it's what we've done in this country over and over and over again. You know? We go
All right, well, thank you.
push, Obama. It's what we do. We always do it this way. And if you change the way people are allowed to go out to political candidates, and you change the way you're allowed to silence them and imprison your candidate, then we're like Mexico. We're just not assassinating. You know, we're like a third world country. We're like
That's
a
tough,
Venezuela.
bro. That's tough.
We're letting things other than the will of the people and what's best for the people. What's running. We're letting the thing be run by the people that are in power themselves. It's not just Biden. It's all the people that are
Is it yellow on the camera?
Get on LinkedIn, get on LinkedIn, and focus on your new job. Start sending out your resume.
Oh, it's some sort of light. Yeah, it's a light.
I was one of the people.
That's what that is.
You know,
It's some sort of
I mean,
light.
the one thing you can do is get a job.
Yeah, I see it.
You know, and there's like Huckabees and shit over there now.
It's got to be like some sort of reflection of the light up here. Right there.
It's fucking multi-backer. Mental health.
No, it's not the screen. It's a light. Trust me.
These people are everywhere.
I just made it worse.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not
BRB, okay.
happening. Not good for them. It's good for everyone. They're just actually faking. And the money that
It's a reflection from a light up here. Yeah, glare.
The things that we would pay for instead of the things that we are paying for, insane.
I think that happened during the Reagan administration. I think they changed like what it means to be a mentally ill person. They let a bunch of people out. Is that true? Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was during the Reagan. You know, Reagan was one of those Republicans that made people want to be a Democrat.
Oh, you know who I heard actually was behind it was JFK because he didn't like what happened to his sister.
How's up?
They gave his sister the lobotomy.
Oh,
Yeah. And he turned against mental health institutions. I can't remember if it
they
was.
gave his sister a lobotomy.
Oh, yeah, bad one.
Oh,
Oh, it's like one of the big Kennedy secrets.
you know, they stopped doing that in like the late 60s. They did it for a long time. I had an Instagram post about it. Because I went down a rabbit hole one night. And I was like, what? Like, they just scrambled people's brains. And there was all these ads, like smiley people afterwards, happy people afterwards. Just scramble your fucking brain with an iron rod that they push through your eyeball. The eldest Kennedy daughter. Wow. Wow. Yeah, man. Dude, brains are just like everything else. It's just like some people have bad livers. And they're searching shores. Okay, November 1941.
All right, well, let's walk around a little bit. Let's check out the rest of the bar.
It was immediately clear
Hold
that
on,
the
guys.
operation had drastically failed.
The bar,
Rosemary had
okay.
lost most of her ability to walk or talk. Her personality had been forever altered, and she was left physically disabled. After being released from the hospital, Rosemary was immediately institutionalized. Yeah. Yeah, I read about that. He loves it.
All right, thank you, Rabbi.
Someone used to wax the TV. No, like, we used to watch the TV. What the fuck? Smack the TV and come back in. You got it. Like, that's how bad electronics is. You would smack the TV and sometimes it would hit. And sometimes it was like going up and just like, doop, doop, the screens go up and you just whack the side of it.
Yeah, beer pong, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that was their version of it. What's the scramble is brains?
Hello, cheerleader.
Oh, that's what it does. They pull your eyeballs out. Yeah, they pull your eyeballs out. Excuse me. By the way, there's some metal rod in there. And just they get in the brain.
Little gimmicky,
Get in
but
the front
a
lobe,
younger
it's
crowd
like,
usually around here sometimes too. They got a playing
Oh,
game, a flight simulator.
Bro, imagine if that's a good idea. I know how to fix it. Everybody. What was
Play
like the
fuck
most
out of air
successful
combat, ace
lobotomy?
combat.
Did anybody get a lobotomy in that?
Nice.
Like, this is
All right, well, let us continue this journey.
Google what's the most successful lobotomy.
Very nice. Stunners. Where are the stunners at?
Yeah, somebody came out the most amazing guy. No way. We have to one like best case scenario. Like one guy, maybe they scrambled him a little.
It's early.
You know, like Roseanne got hit by a car.
Sorry, hold on. Snowy Mama Alarm for Life. I never got there. Place looks like, yeah, looks good. Pick up Boston.
100%. They were like scrambled.
Oh, Gardens of Belgium special beer. Oh, okay,
Or if I was born with the wrong parents, they would have put me on Prozac for sure. For sure, they would have put me on some sort of ADHD medicine. They reported 63% of their patients had improved, while 24% saw no change, and 14% became worse. That guy looks pretty good afterwards. The beginning looks like he's like taking a horrible shit. Like, oh God! And then afterwards he's like, I get it now.
That's what they're just like, they were agitated before, and then afterwards they were smiling.
Smiling. Yeah, so some it worked, but it seems like a very crude idea. Maybe, now that, that one's a weird one. That one, they cut the top of that dude's head off. Oof, that was a rough one. Oh, Jesus Christ, they're going through the nose on that.
That guy's wearing a muscle shirt.
That's right.
Whoo, that's right. Oh, Christ. I hope she's out cold.
Why don't those guys have sleeves?
Yeah, they probably, the way everyone's holding her hand, she might not have been out. She's like, they probably barely put people out back then. They're fucking crazy. Oh, don't make me watch
That shit is wild.
Oh, yeah, he said prefrontal lobotomy. Psychological stuff about prefrontal lobotomy and chronic schizophrenia from the psychiatric department. So this is the lady, female, age 25. Can you say stayed hospital patient for over 4 years, failure to improve after several courses of both insulin and convulsive shock. Wow, shock therapy back then. Showing antagonistic hostility reaction in seclusion quarters prior to bilateral prefrontal lobotomy. Oh, bilateral. Bilateral prefrontal lobotomy. They're like, this bitch is so crazy, we're going to give her a double dose. She seems like someone in the audience at Kill Tony, like a regular person.
Yeah, she's not bad.
2 months post-operative, now friendly and cooperative, entering into occupational and recreational activities. Let's see what she looks like now. Oh, the other people. Oh, there she is now. Now she's all laughing. She's her fucking brain scrambled. Now her hair's all fucked up.
Crazy that your brain can be scrambled and you can still function. Like that seems to.
Well, you barely function. But
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like people have been shot in the head and they lose like half their head and they still talk.
Right.
There's a lot of weird stuff that happens to people with their brain. Your brain, when one part of your brain gets damaged, the other part of your brain seems to have an ability to recover. There's this one guy. See if you can find this story. This one guy developed fluid in his brain when he was young, and they drained it. So they installed some sort of a thing that drained the fluid from his brain. And once they did that, as he got older, he got another MRI, and they realized his brain was missing. He only had the outside area of the brain, and he had like a 75 IQ. But he was fully functioning with the entire center of his brain gone. You see the MRI, you're like, what in the fuck? The guy has no brain. Like, oh, that fucking guy has no brain. That's him. It actually has no brain. But you gotta leave him alone. It's not his fault. It's literally gone. So he developed some sort of fluid, and they put something in there. I forget where it drained to. But then over time, his symptoms went away, but his brain went away too. Like whatever that fluid was in his brain, it was like, took over the whole brain. Oh, God. See if you can find that.
I mean, it's called hydrocephalus when there's brain cerebral fluid, cerebrospinal fluid, excess cerebrospinal fluid.
Yeah, this dude had no brain. And they were talking about how different parts of your brain just make up for what's missing. Your brain sort of figures it out and says, okay. You know what else they found? Playing 3D video games increases gray matter in your brain. It's like a recent study.
That's a good thing.
Yes. It increases your, like, 3-dimensional video games actually increase some gray matter in your brain in some way. And they're not saying, like, people aren't encouraged. See, the thing about video games is people always want to say, don't do it. You're wasting your life if you do it. I say it. You're wasting your life if you do video games. However, they're awesome. Yeah. They're awesome. Are you really wasting your life, or are you doing something fucking awesome? You're wasting your life if you do it only. But if you want to do it good, you got to do it a lot. If you want to really fucking murder people in Call of Duty, you got to be on that bitch every day. You got to get the moves down. You got to figure out how to aim. That's the guy. Scientists research a man missing 90% of his brain who leads a normal life. Yeah, that's the dude. 44-year-old French man started experiencing weakness in his legs. He went to the hospital. The doctors told him he was missing most of his brain. The man's skull was full of fluid, with just a thin layer of brain tissue left. The condition is known as hydrocephalus. He was living a normal life, He has a family, works. His IQ was tested at the time. Complaint came like 84. 84 was slightly below normal range. So this person is not bright, but perfectly socially apt. Clearmans is a cognitive psychologist, University of Libre in Brussels. When he learned about the case, which first described in the Lancet in 2007, he saw a medical miracle, but also a major challenge to theories about consciousness. This dude is missing 90% of his fucking
Is
brain.
that the guy?
Get that guy on Kill Tony now.
Yeah.
Imagine if you wrote for him.
Oh.
How many, this guy's actually, you could put a photo of his brain up on the screen and explain that this guy's literally up here with no brain.
Going back to the brain damage making people funny thing, we have a new regular as of yesterday, and it was only his second night ever on the show. Drew Nickens, who was bullied by his own military partners. And I don't know what they did to him, something head trauma-wise that he didn't really want to get into. But he's so fucking funny. Like, he's just naturally the most likable, funniest fucking...
Was he funny before the head injury?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Does he know? Like, how aware is he when you're talking to him?
Very.
So he's all there. You can talk to him.
Yeah.
But he has brain damage.
Yeah.
You know how
It's
many people I know with brain damage?
Oh, yeah. You are the beekeeper of people with brain damage.
I know a lot of people with various stages of brain damage. You know? Rather than 90% of this man's brain being missing, it's more likely that it's simply been compressed into the thin layer that you can see in the images above. Compressed. So the brain has different density?
If it's like Jello.
Can you make your brain like you can make your quads look dense? You know, some people have mushy quads. Some people have quads that can fucking jump on top of a huge box. Maybe you can make your brain super connected. Maybe video games is the way you do it. Find that study. Because that's crazy.
Speaking of brain damage, did you see the UFC put out a clip of Sugar Sean landing that knee on Cheeto Vera without any commentary?
Bro, Cheeto Vera has a chin that's made out of like Wolverine bones. Oh my god. His chin is insane.
It sounds like somebody hitting a wooden baseball bat against another wooden baseball bat.
Not only that, his head snaps back. All the way back. I mean, it's, by the way, it might be the most perfectly timed knee I've ever seen. Here it is. Bro, Sugar Sean is a fucking assassin.
Oh, bro.
That cat is an assassin.
Sitting next to him the whole time before that roast, because that thing went on for 2 hours before I got up there. And there's nobody I would have rather have sat next to.
Right, the guy who's calm under pressure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And he turned to me at one point and goes, dude, I don't know what it is. It's like 20 minutes before our thing. Ron Burgundy was just up there killing, and we were like all kids laughing for a second. And he goes, dude, I don't know what's going on, man, but I'm nervous as fuck, and it's you going up there. He goes, are you nervous? And I'm such a cornball. I told him how I really felt, and I go, I'm probably exactly how you were right before the Cheeto fight right now. Like, all the work I've ever done has come to this point.
Yeah.
And he goes, calm. I go, calm.
Calm.
Yeah.
You've done the work.
Yeah.
If you haven't done the work, it's anxiety.
Oh, yeah.
It's a rotten fear. Like, you got to really do the work if you're going to do something big. Whatever it is. I've done that before where I did the work, and it feels so much different because I've also done it where I kind of fucked off. And then you're like, ooh, I didn't do my best.
The live aspect made it crazy. I mean, I'm looking at the 3 stairs that I had to go up. Like, I keep glancing at them. And they're at an angle, you know, it's not like, and they're not like that well lit. It's and they're kind of long and not that tall. So I knew I had to, like, look, I had to study them. The little things like that.
Did you see what Andrew Schultz was saying about Kim Kardashian?
Uh-huh.
That she was, like, completely disconnected. That she just sat up there like this. She sat straight the entire time. Like, was completely unaffected and completely disconnected. Even when she was getting shit on.
She kind of giggled along. I was watching her.
Performative or real?
I think kind of real. The whole thing was
laughing.
very robotic. She brought like 4 6s with her, which I thought was hilarious because, like, even at that level, even a super hot chick.
You don't want to bring up some other super hot chick.
Exactly. So she was just at a table of 6s, just this 10 with 6s,
There you go.
like a good poker hand. 4 6s and a 10.
Have you ever watched that show? Her show?
No, not really. No.
My wife watches it in the gym. Sometimes she gets in the gym before me. And I have to watch this shit. It's amazing that it's a show. It's basically like, let's go get some gum. I went to this thing and I had a talk. You should fill your dreams and go for it. Okay. And then back in the limo, shiny LA. It's all like smash cuts to different scenes. Like the scenery of LA is kind of like half of the show. It's like, like overhead views, palm trees, the beach, and then they're like, what are we doing for dinner? But they look pretty.
Yeah,
They look pretty.
yeah. Ozempic's doing them all good.
I think that's what it is.
Oh yeah, everybody's on it now. Everybody that can be on it's on it.
Brian Simpson had a real bad reaction to it.
Yeah. Well, Brian Simpson's made of bread. You can't just inject Ozempic into bread and then expect the bread to just disappear.
He was the one guy that did the carnivore diet with us, and it's just like, oh, this is delicious.
Oh yeah, sneaky little devil. We were busting his balls
Suspicious.
all the time. He'd have food delivered to come out. He'd have food deliveries come up to the green room, and he'd be like, "God damn it, they put bread on this sandwich."
Oh, well.
And me and Derek and Hassan, the looks that we would give each other, the fucking holding in secret fucking laughs, nuclear capacity fucking laughter all the time. They're like, "Why'd you order it with the bread?" He's like, "Because if you don't order it with the bread, they don't put all the things on there. There's no containment system, so I order it with the bread and take off the bread."
Sure.
Oh yeah, he's
Take
just.
that bread with you. Eat it later.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh man.
It's part of the fun of Brian Simpson, though.
Yeah. And he gets these super breaded chicken wings. Oh, it's so fun. I don't know what it is with me and fat jokes. I just can't get enough of it. I just love it. It's always been my number one, like, roasting specialty. If anybody's ever big, oh my God, it's just, I don't know.
Oh, with David Lucas, you have a never-ending supply.
Oh yeah.
Depending upon what he's wearing. Yeah.
It's amazing. Post Malone got him good because he went after Post Malone at the Forum in the arena, and he was wearing a camo shirt, and Post just fucking grabbed that microphone, put it right up to his mouth, and goes, "You're the only guy in camo that the people all the way in the back of the arena can see." You got a standing O on David Lucas. David Lucas got lit up in LA by the guests, which I love because it's like fun for me to step back and get to, like, kind of root for these guys. Harland is a monster.
Harlan is so silly. This snake on the table. This is his tapeworm that he pulled out of his pants at the end of the episode. He calls it Dimitri. He said he had a tapeworm. He got a tapeworm. Where did he say he was?
He started the show.
He ate a rat somewhere.
Onto Pichu.
Something I
some
thought didn't
rat.
existed. It didn't exist.
Yeah, he ate some rat in like some foreign country.
Oh, he is unbelievable. Him and David went back and forth for like 10 minutes. It felt like straight. And every single blow. I told Jeff Ross and Brian Moses, all the roast battle guys, after that night, because there was a festival going on, so we were all hanging out after we would all do our separate things that night. I told them all, I go, the best roast battle that's ever happened just happened, and it wasn't with you guys. It was on Kill Tony. They're like, what? Who? David Lucas versus Harland Williams, of all people. Because Harland's silliness cannot be cut through. It
Right.
makes him immediately totally undodgeable. If you call him old, he calls you a bitch. If you call him anything, he just rolls with it and jujitsus it into his own retort. It's indescribable. I wish I could remember more of the moments. But he's like, David's just reaching for anything. One part was just, you old ass bitch, because David's just getting beat, so he's getting piled on. So he's not even writing at this point. His brain is just on the defensive. He goes, you old ass bitch, because he knows Harlan just got him. And Harlan, without any hesitation, goes, you're my bitch tonight. And so for every punch, there's a counter punch. And it was magic. Unbelievable in the moment. You can't prep for it. You cannot write for it, or else it comes out clunky and you're trying to recall.
Right.
And that pause, that hesitation that happens in roast battle that doesn't necessarily happen in a parking lot roast battle or on a Kiltony with David and Harlan, just heavyweights going back and forth. Yeah. Those recalls aren't there. It's just flow state.
Yeah.
And it's magical.
When he said that Post Malone looks like an unemployed crocodile hunter. It's just like the perfect line.
Yeah.
The perfect line. I'm telling you, you guys, I've been saying this forever, but you really need to do it. The two of you should do a show together. You really should.
Yeah.
There's no reason why you don't. You guys should do a podcast, even if you do it once a week for an hour. You guys both talking shit to each other and talking shit about things. Because the chemistry of the two of you together is so unique.
Yeah.
And it brings out the best in David. It brings out the David that I want to see when he goes on stage. I want to see the same guy that is like in the heat of roast battle or heat of battling with you on Kill Tony. Bring that everywhere.
Yeah.
That same energy.
We're working on some really fun things now, actually.
What are you working on?
There's a series that is actually in development right now that's cool, but I'm really excited about this movie idea that he just had a big meeting about, where I'm a principal and he's a fat gym teacher, and there's a bunch of like they thems at the school, and then there's a school shooting and we have to protect the they thems and all this stuff, and there's just all these vessels and setups for everything. We can just do everything that we've ever done, but actually like implement it into a modern type of ridiculous comedy.
So if you did that, where would you do it? Like, who would you do it with?
Where?
Yeah, or like you want to have the most amount of creative control or something like that.
Right.
You're going to do it. And it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be, maybe Netflix would do it.
Yeah.
Netflix would probably be the best place to do it. They'll probably take the most chances.
Exactly.
Especially after the roast, the Tom Brady roast, which was the most watched thing on Netflix ever.
Yeah.
Ever. And it's wild comedy, which is so good for comedy, man. That roast was so good for comedy.
Huge. Absolutely huge. And it's just wild because everybody needed that. Everybody wants that. And talk about, there was a lot of rewatching of that. People watched it and then they went and wanted to show their uncles or their dads or their whatever. They wanted to see their reactions to it. So it's being watched multiple times on top of the actual numbers that we know.
Right. Yeah.
It's, you can't share Netflix stuff like we were talking about earlier with YouTube, but you can rewatch it with people.
How many people have Netflix accounts? Like, how many Netflix accounts are there?
I think it's like
let's Google it. Let's take a guess. I mean, worldwide, it's got to be like hundreds.
I think it's 200 million about.
Worldwide?
Yeah.
Let's find out. 269 million subscribers. And how much does it cost a month? It depends.
There's a couple different.
What's the high end? $20. And what's the low end? Oh, really? That's not a bad deal. Because you can just skip the ads. You only watch it for a couple seconds. Use them to pee.
Ad supported. There's standard with ads, standard with premium. Standard with ads is $6.99. Standard is $15.99.
What's the difference between standard and premium?
The number of devices you can watch at one time.
Oh.
Ultra HD is available on, and full HD is only on standard.
Mm.
You can download to a different number of devices with premium.
Okay.
And you can add an extra member who not live with you.
The download's big if you're on a plane. You need the download.
Huge.
I've never been on a plane that you can watch a movie on. Never. Sometimes they have good Wi-Fi, and you can actually almost watch a YouTube video. Just every now and then it spins, when it comes back on, but most of the time not. They're not really ready for that yet. I wonder if that'll change with Starlink. I wonder if they'll hook up Starlink to planes.
Dude, we saw Starlink the other night. Have you seen it go over?
I have
in the
not.
sky?
I have not.
Oh, it's the craziest fucking thing.
People think it's a UFO.
It's insane. It's like a bunch of stars. Well, like
They get it in the Amazon now. But there was an article that I sent to. Oh, here we go. Remote Amazon tribe connects to Elon Musk Starlink internet, becomes hooked on porn and social media. Yeah, I shared this with Paul Rosalie. So there's a bunch of people that are like very concerned about this because they're seeing their kids like staring at phones now, and they're also seeing kids that want to leave the tribe and go out to the regular world. When it arrived, everyone was happy. Whoa, say that name. Sinema Maruba, 73, told the New York Times. But now things have gotten worse. Young people have gotten lazy because of the internet, she explained. They're learning the ways of the white people. Wow. That's crazy.
They just call us lazy, dude?
Yes.
Damn.
The white people. Well, there's a lot of us that are lazy. What does it say? Remote tribe in Brazil become bitterly divided 9 months after gaining access to satellite internet. Wow. 2,000 people. Wow. Right below Peru. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that.
I want to know what kind of porn they're watching.
Everything. You probably can't believe it. These white ladies, fake lips, just sucking dicks. Initially, the internet was heralded as a positive for the remote tribe, who were able to quickly contact authorities for help with emergencies, including potentially deadly snake bites. It's already saved lives. And Roque Maruba, all Maruba use the same last name. Oh, wow. They're all like the same people. How do you know if you're having sex with your cousin then?
If they have the same last name.
But they all have the same last name. The whole thing has the same last name. There's 2,000 people. The odd, like, that North Sentinel Island, like the story about that guy who was the missionary who went there and got killed. There's only 39 people there. So they're all related to each other. So at this point, they might not even be able to go help those people. Like, imagine if you just stepped in and say, hey, we're going to establish schools and clinics. And like, who knows what's going on with them? 60,000 years of people living on one island, and there's only 39 of them left. And you can't go there. They'll kill you. They'll fucking kill you the moment you get off your boat. They tried to kill a bunch of people. There was a bunch of people that had abandoned a boat that ran ashore. They got rescued, and as they were getting rescued, the North Sentinel people were headed on boats to them to kill them.
Oh, God. Frightening.
Imagine if they're like mentally challenged, right? We don't know. We really don't know. No one's interviewing them. Like, what are they like? If have you ever seen that show, Soft White Underbelly? It's a great show on YouTube. I had the guy on who's the host of it. And one of the things that he's done is document this family in West Virginia that's like severely inbred. Severely. Like the man, the older man, all he does is bark. He doesn't talk, he just barks. Have you seen you have to see this. You have to see this. I think we'll have to edit it out, right? Well, I don't know. We'll see if we get a strike. But go to visit Soft White Underbelly on YouTube. It's not just that. He interviews all kinds of crazy people from all walks of life. It's a very interesting show. So these people are the Whitakers in West Virginia.
Oh,
odd West
I'm
Virginia.
gonna love this. Oh yeah.
Listen to this though. Listen to it. That's the guy. They're all inbred. Look, all of them. Look at her.
So what are your names? I'm sorry. What's this? Ray. I remember Ray. I photographed you, Ray. Do you remember? Years ago.
He barks.
Your name is Moray and Timmy. Now, you guys grew up here in Odd, West Virginia. How many years have you lived here? You're you guys, I mean, did you go to school?
You did? So, some of your brothers and sisters probably didn't go to school, or how much schooling did they get? You graduated from what? You went to high school, Timmy?
Yeah, it's good enough. Wow. Whoa. He's been there twice. He's visited them twice. The show's incredible.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and this guy, like, just imagine encountering these people. Like, what do you do?
Oh shit.
Yeah. That's the photographs he took of them.
Man, do not run out of gas around there.
Oh, dude, you're fucked.
Oh.
You're fucked. There's some parts of this country, that are literally like the movie Deliverance. That's real. Like, you go through the Appalachians, you take a wrong turn, run out of gas, start walking for help, it gets dark out, and you literally see a flaming cross. Fuck. You stumble upon a KKK meeting. Maybe you got a Spanish last name, so you got to throw your driver's license in the woods. Oh boy. Oh my god, dude. There ain't shit out there. Oh, of course there is. There's another church, another Baptist church. It's all just churches. People are just... Listen, man, if you live in a place like that, church is the best fucking thing going. I think church for a lot of people is like the green room for us. It's a place you go to see the community, you recharge, you love everybody. Yeah, and then you decide you're going to be a good person. Yeah. You're going to try to do your best. You're going to try to make a bunch of people laugh. You're going to try to become a good Christian.
Yeah. I was rewatching There Will Be Blood recently. Those church scenes, I mean, fucking unbelievable.
That movie's insane.
Oh, it's so good.
That's all Bakersfield. That's all that area of the Tehachapi's.
Yeah, they were filming that when they were filming No Country for Old Men. At the exact same time. And No Country for Old Men had to stop shooting one day because the black smoke from There Will Be Blood was messing up their background.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
That's great.
Two of the last great non-Tarantino movies.
Yeah.
And they were filmed at the same time, came out at the same time, up for the same awards.
Bangers. Did one of them not win Movie of the Year? Because that's crazy.
But one of them had to not win. It's weird that they
I know,
all
but isn't
clank
that
up
nuts?
against each other.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah.
I don't like Academy. Excuse me. I don't like the Academy Awards.
Right. No, me neither. It doesn't make
I
sense.
don't like awards for art. I think it distorts the whole thing. I mean, on one hand, it gives the films a lot of recognition, and it helps people do other cool projects, and it helps more great movies get made. And you get to showcase great actors, and they get rewarded, so people want to become a great actress, so they can get an award. But at the end of the day, man, like, the number one movie is like, why?
Yeah.
So just say what you love, why you loved it, what's great about it. The way but unless we're so competitive, we want a contest.
Totally. And it doesn't make sense because it's like, oh, Forrest Gump's an Academy Award-winning movie, and Pulp Fiction and Shawshank Redemption are not. Only because they coincidentally came out in the same year. If it went 92, 93, 94, they would all be winners, without a doubt.
Maybe. There's a lot of bangers in the early 90s.
Yeah, that's true.
You can get away
92
with
had
a lot
Goodfellas, too.
Mm-hmm. You could get away with a lot more back then. Do more stuff.
Well, I mean, they were fucking creative. They weren't scared.
Yeah.
The network notes kill things nowadays.
Well, it's not just the network notes. It's like all the executives and all the people behind the scenes. They're all like captured by this ideology. And they're real careful about how they do things and what they do. So they get really scared.
The executives fuck it up. Yeah. I have someone that told me that Many Saints of Newark from David Chase was supposed to be quite different.
I'm sure.
And it came from the top, and notes for David Chase, who is a monster. I mean, I probably brought this up here before, but I still, to this day, and I laughed about it to myself just a couple nights ago, there I am, glancing through. I blasted through the new season of The Jinx, which is fucking unbelievable on HBO. One of my favorite murder documentaries ever, with the crazy ass Robert Durst. And then there I am, just, yep, nothing. Here we go. Rewatching The Sopranos for the 5,000th time. And it's every fucking time better than the last. It's unbelievable. There's so many things that I still am like, oh my God, I never noticed that.
Well, it's also one of those shows that, so many things happen, you can go back and watch it again.
And the acting's absolutely insane. Gandolfini in his prime, Lorraine Bracco in her prime, Edie Falco, it steals it somehow. The mom steals it. There's times where she can...
But Edie Falco's not the mom. She's Soprano's wife.
Yeah. No, that's what I meant.
Remember
Yeah,
the mom
I'm talking about
died?
the kid's mom.
The mom died and they replaced her with CGI and it looked really fake.
Yeah. That part's crazy. That's the episode that I watched the other night. I was just going to
never did that.
Season 3, episode 1 or 2, I think.
They should redo that like they redid Star Wars.
Yeah.
You know how they redid like Yoda? They made Yoda CGI.
Yeah.
Which they fucked it up. But they should do that with Mom.
It wasn't that bad.
It was bad.
It's
It
not.
was,
Look, it's not that
it
terrible.
So fake.
It just looks fake compared to them.
There was something about her head moved weird.
It's coming up. There's a part where she reacts.
Because
that
part.
Yeah.
Fucking nuts.
Now look here. I don't like that kind of talk.
Like her head's not moving. Yeah, that's what it is. Her head's frozen. It didn't look as fake as I remembered.
Right.
Was it deep fake back then?
That was as good as it gets. That probably cost $1 million to do.
Yeah.
Who knows what that cost?
Yeah.
But why did they do that? Why didn't they just have her? We found out she's dead. Why don't you just get a phone call?
Because they had to put one last bit of closure on it. Right there, they find out that she never filled out the books that Carmela, his wife, got her for the kids because she felt guilty. Or she felt like no one will read my book. So it's one last her unloading her guilt. She dies that episode. She dies right after that. He goes out, smokes a cigar by the pool, comes in. The kids and his wife are there. And he's like, what's going on? Your mom passed away. And so then, oh God. It's just crazy how, this series changed everything. It still doesn't totally change TV.
Yeah.
Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, Fargo, all these great series that came after it would not have happened if it wasn't for David Chase and The Sopranos.
I agree. Yeah, it changed what was possible because it became an enormous movie. Instead of it being a show where they wrap up the story each week, everything ties into the next episode. You're glued to your seat. You can't wait for Sunday, whenever it was.
Yeah.
You're like, was it Sunday?
Yeah.
You're like, when is Sunday coming around? Oh my God. It was the first show that people were just absolutely riveted and addicted to. And it was about a guy who was a murderer.
Yep.
And somehow or another, you're rooting for the murderer.
Yep.
He was mean.
Yeah.
He killed his friend. Like, there's a lot of crazy shit. And he's still the good guy.
Kills his own cousins.
Yeah.
Two of the main characters, Steve Buscemi and Michael Imperioli.
Yeah. Spoiler alert.
Well, yeah.
The Christopher Moltisanti murder was the craziest one. Because the way he did it was just like, gee, it's so ruthless.
But it kind of also made sense. From his perspective, if he would have let him keep going, he could have killed his own kid. That's the part, because he glances back and he sees the branch in the baby seat. And he knows that Christopher, he admits to him right then, I'm on drugs, I'm going to pop. You need to say you were driving.
Yeah.
Which is their ongoing thing for seasons. Is you've got to get off the drugs.
Yeah.
And so, shocking as all hell for us viewers at the time.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
You know what the other one was? Was it Paulie that killed his girlfriend? Who killed his girlfriend? Remember in the end when they went chasing after him in the woods? He's like, he's going to kill her with a gun. And she realizes he's going to kill her.
Oh, yeah.
And she runs.
Yeah.
And he murders her.
That was Sylvia. Who plays guitar for Bruce Springsteen's band. But, yeah, she never saw it coming.
That was so creepy.
Yeah, that's creepy. Because that's real, insider.
You've known that lady your whole life.
Yeah.
You've known that lady your whole life. Now you're chasing her with a pistol, calling her a cunt.
Yep.
You're going to kill her. And she realizes you're going to kill her. She's screaming.
In that world, if you talk to the government, especially back then, it's cold. It's just as cold as ice. It's the one thing you can't do. So all their friendship,
Show.
yeah.
What a fucking show.
Oh, it's incredible. And every fucking episode is better than literally almost anything else out there. That's the crazy part. Is it's just I can't stop rewatching it. It's just the funniest ongoing game on my bedroom television thinks I'm a psycho.
Well, it's one of those shows that, like, then when you realize what's possible, so it raises the bar for everybody else. And then, Game of Thrones is like the next one. There was another one where you're like, and then that one was even crazy because you had fucking dragons and insane special effects. And the CGI kind of caught up with everything especially with the new one, the new Game of Thrones. The CGI is off the charts. But, like, how long does that take to make? Like, the new one was over, like, a year ago. Like, how long when is the next season of, what is it called? The new one called? House of Dragons?
Yeah.
When does the new House of Dragons come out?
Ooh.
2 weeks. Holy shit, dude. That's perfect. Because I'm wrapping up The Gentleman. I only have one more episode of The Gentleman.
What's The Gentleman?
Oh, you don't know. It's the new Guy Ritchie series on Netflix. Ooh. It's the same. Did you ever see the movie The Gentleman?
No.
The movie is fucking awesome. The movie is like Matthew McConaughey, and it's about weed dealers. And it's like this like organized crime weed movie. And this just follows that. It just is a different branch of that world, but it's fucking amazing. It's such a good show.
I tried that samurai one you recommended, but there was a Kill Bill moment, a ripoff of Kill Bill, and I just couldn't.
What was the ripoff?
There's a part where they're doing the walkout, and it's like frame for frame a ripoff of Lucy Liu's walkout when she's arriving to that place. I just hate it. It just drives me crazy how many people and how many things
are derivative.
Take from.
Yeah, but Tarantino did that a lot.
Well, yeah,
that was part of it was an homage. It's an homage to these films.
Exactly.
Like,
I feel
wasn't Reservoir Dogs like an homage to another like a Chinese film?
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, a lot of his things are. But when they do it to him, it's just different.
That's funny.
Yeah,
that's funny. It's interesting to do that in a historical novel turned into a show like Shogun. I didn't notice it, but I love the show. The show's incredible. The show's really well done. Shogun's really well done. It's fucking riveting. I love it.
A lot of people told me that past episode 1 is when it gets cooking. I just couldn't. I don't know.
It's very good, dude.
Yeah.
If you give it a shot, it's very good. But if I was going to recommend something, I'd say The Gentleman. Watch that. Yeah. The fucking show is so crazy. It's so crazy. So much wild shit happens. It's just like, Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh. And I think they're going to do a season 2.
You never caught up with the Jinx, huh?
No. Never caught up with it.
You never watched season 1?
No. I knew what happened.
Yeah.
I remember the story. And I just, it's one of those things like I've never watched The Wire. I just got away from it.
Me neither, totally.
I heard The Wire is awesome.
Yep.
Everybody talks about it. Bourdain was always raving about it.
Yeah.
Jamie loved it. I never watched it.
I watched Sopranos without screaming it in my head. I'm like, you guys haven't seen this, though.
Is The Wire better?
I can't say it's better. I wouldn't say it's better.
Say it, bitch. This is the Academy
It also
Awards.
came after.
Somebody gets the Oscar. Who gets it?
It came after, so like,
Who gets the fucking award? Stop trying to like dodge the question.
I would argue The Sopranos, but I don't like it. But I don't personally like it better.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why do you think?
I don't know. I tried. I don't
Interesting.
like Breaking Bad either, and really didn't get into it.
What?
I tried.
Really?
I watched it after The Wire, so I started watching it. Like, fuck, it's like limited by not being a level of real because they're censoring themselves a little bit. Just felt
I
it's like I couldn't get into it. But The Wire is so hyper realistic is the word you use so much when it's talked about that it's just like it's really cool to watch.
All right, I'm gonna get into it this summer. I'm gonna start watching The Wire this summer. I'm all build up until the summer. Yeah. I can only watch things a couple nights a week. I don't have that kind of time.
Same. That's why I like The Sopranos. It's like background noise, and if I'm paying attention, I'm laughing or enthralled.
I have to, like today, if I'm like I have to, if I don't do a certain amount of work, like I feel lazy, right? Like it's not a good feeling.
Yeah.
And if I'm just watching too much TV, I feel like I could have gotten so much done.
Totally.
And I could have gotten a bunch of like my little. I could enjoy shows if I've done what I need to do. But if I don't, like, if I didn't work out that day, I'm not watching TV. Yeah. I'm gonna feel like a piece of shit.
Yeah.
You know, unless it's my off day.
Yeah. Same. I don't let myself. Like, I don't have a video game console, and I don't play games on my phone. So when I got back from LA, to treat myself, even though I don't even play chess, I downloaded a chess app because my Instagram showed me a finishing chess move. And
You don't know how to play chess?
Well, I do now. And
Okay, because I don't know how to play chess either. I was saying maybe we could play chess.
well, it's only
That'd
been
be
a couple weeks, and I'm obsessed.
Uh,
It cut to me last night in bed at 4:30 a.m. on my phone, playing people around the world at chess, and it's crazy. I love it.
Chess is a fun game, obviously.
Yeah,
It's just to me, it's one of those time sucks that I'm scared of.
totally,
Just
exactly.
like video games, just like golf. I you obviously know I have a giant pool problem. Pool's a problem.
Yeah.
I played pool with my friend Tommy in New Jersey on Friday night till 5 a.m.
Yeah.
The day of the UFC.
Yeah.
Went to the hotel room. I slept till 3 p.m. Got up, showered, got some food, made it to the arena.
Golf's a different kind of time waster, though. It is
A little bit of exercise.
the air, the nature,
Mhm.
the oxygen
Mhm.
of being around the trees and the fresh grass and everything. It hits
Being by
different.
yourself,
It
too.
gives you a jolt of energy. It gives you a crazy amount of energy.
I totally see it, man.
Yeah.
I get it. It'd probably be super beneficial for me to pick up golf.
Yeah.
I could probably enjoy it.
Tons of vitamin D.
But I can't.
Right.
I'm too busy, and I have too many things that I really love. Like, I already love archery. I have to practice. If I don't practice, I don't shoot good. If I don't shoot good, that's not good. Gotta stay in. It's like pool. You have to stay in stroke. With archery, you have to stay focused. You have to stay like in tune. I don't know what the word they would use for just being like on. When you know where that arrow's going, you just fucking know. You know, and it's all at different distances. Like any day of the week, you can wake me up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I can hit a bullseye at 20 yards. But 20 yards is not that. Most of the time, I'll hit in the 9 or 10, right? But most of the time, like when you're shooting, you're not going to shoot at 20 yards. You have to shoot at 40 or 60 or so. So I practice at like 74, practice at 85 sometimes. And that's a long distance. Like, it really requires like a fine tuning of your feel of the bow. Like, as you're drawing back and you're centering your pin, there's this Zen state where all you can think about is the movement of the arrow. All you can think about is the correct technique. All you can think about is like how you want that arrow to just sink right into that target perfectly. The perfect time to release, right when the pin is settled over the spot where you want to hit, and the arrow just goes, and you watch it, and it's magical. It's like it cleans your mind. It's like it hoses off all of life's bullshit because it requires everything of you in that one moment. And I think if you can find anything like that, whatever the fuck it is, whether it's yoga or whatever it is, golf, you find a thing where when you're doing it, it requires all of your concentration. I think that's like a good flush out of the system. And I think people who don't have that have a lot of fucking anxiety. And I think, lots, your brain never gets cleaned out. Like, you need a thing that's almost like people do it through meditation. They do it through a lot of different ways, but it's like there's the way you're focusing only on one thing that's like super beneficial for some reason.
Yeah. No doubt about it. I went in to do the hot yoga fucking spaghetti and Wagyu meatballs flush the other day.
You did yoga after you had it?
Well, not right after.
Oh.
No, but the next day. The next day I had hot yoga after eating the spaghetti the night before, yeah.
I ate so much with Joey Friday night, I had to force myself to eat Saturday before the fights.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to eat anything. I took a shit that would astonish people. It would astonish you that was all in your body. Like, that was all in there? It was astonishing. The volume. It's like, where'd it go? Where was that? How did all that come out of me? But then I thought about how much I ate. I ate an enormous amount of food. They just kept bringing us food, too. They're like, the chef sent this over. Oh,
Oh my God.
oh,
The best.
oh.
real Italian food, priceless.
Well, boy, does it fucking hamper your motor skills. It
Yeah.
hampers everything afterwards. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I played pool like shit for like the first hour and a half. Just couldn't get going.
Yeah.
It was just like, ooh, I was just like, my stomach literally hurt from being stretched out. It was like, it was hurting. Oh my God. I'll do it again.
Yeah.
I'll do it again tomorrow. Like, I think once a month, that's not bad.
Right.
If you enjoy yourself once a month, have a glass of wine, have some spaghetti. The next day I had linguine and clams too. Ooh. Damn, so good. Yeah. Yeah. Not good for you. Not good for you. But damn. But there's a lot of things in life like that. Like, I think if you just live your whole life only eating super healthy and never doing anything, okay. But you definitely missed out on some stuff. Like, you missed out on some amazing meals. Like, you're not going to get all those flavors all tied together in something that is not going to give you a little autoimmune flare up.
Yeah.
It's like, I think it's a thing that you experience, and you could pay a cost. Cost for experiencing a delicious pasta meal is you go into a coma. That's the cost.
Yeah. I was thinking about this when Tom Brady came out for the roast, because we're there at the front table. He comes out and he was just so much taller and more present than I thought he would be. You know what I mean? He's
Quarterback.
Like
One of the greatest of all time, if not the
giant
greatest.
opposing force of presence. He was laughing at the jokes. He wasn't caught daydreaming or staring
What
at the
did he say to
teleprompter.
you when you said about his shoes? Like, nice shoes, bitch.
He goes, "I'll shove this up your ass right now." And I was stumped, dude. There was a hard 2 seconds where I had to reset and be like, "Oh my God, do I acknowledge that? Was that Mike? Did they hear that?"
I did not hear it.
Right. Well, I just found out that when they did an edit pass through on it, and I haven't seen it yet, but I guess they turned up his volume on that, so now you can hear it, which I actually am looking forward to seeing for the first time. But they just did a final pass-through edit like last week, they told me.
What did he say to Jeff Ross when Jeff Ross made a joke about Robert Kraft getting a hand job?
He said, "Don't do that shit again." But I think he was kidding.
I don't know, because I think that was part of the rules, wasn't it?
Yeah, that wasn't really rules. Yeah,
I thought you were
loose
not
rules.
supposed to talk about that one.
I was never told that.
Interesting.
But
Maybe because they knew you weren't doing it. Have they seen your set?
Not exactly. No, they hadn't. They hadn't seen the meat and potatoes of it. I showed them some cutesy.
Did you
parts
hide?
of it. Oh yeah.
You have to hide
You
it from
have
them.
to hide it from them
For their own good.
for their own good.
For their own good.
Right.
Shut up.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone wins.
Exactly. You guys are literally, if ever the joke was like soft and easy,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have 55 million people watching it.
Right.
People were watching because they were telling people, like, you got to see this. This is insane.
And Nikki did so good. Her set was so tight that it really got the thing kick-started. Jeff going first, her second, and then the momentum was built. Drew Bledsoe did great. Everybody was really, really good. It was kind of fucking awesome to be there around a bunch of, like, because those football players are so goddamn competitive that they were all really working hard. So even though you're expecting it to be like, duh, Tom was good at throwing a football, like, they all wanted to be the best.
And
On
people
that
were
night,
writing for them.
yeah,
So who was writing for those guys?
there was a whole amazing team, led by the guys that have written like all the roasts, Mike Ferrucci and Ray James, and a bunch of like guys that literally specialize. They wait all year waiting for another roast, like monsters that literally are like, when they find out who's on it and they know the other people that are on it, they start wiring these things together. What do they have in common? What's the setup? What's the, how do we tie it in? You can have a 3-fer, a 4-fer, a 5-fer where you make fun of a bunch of people at once. And they write a loose script, they send it to the person reviews it and says what they do want, what they don't want. And sometimes, what you definitely don't want is someone to go, I don't want to hit this, I don't want to hit that, I don't want to go too hard on this. The fearless people, a perfect example of this is Martha Stewart at the Justin Bieber roast. She goes, I'll fucking say anything I want to kill. I want to destroy on this roast. And me and Mike Ferrucci are like, okay.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing. Martha Stewart saying that to you.
Well, yeah.
Well, everybody realized how cool she was when she did that show with Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Because that was like, what a weird, odd couple that worked out.
Well, that was all born out of that roast.
Why'd they stop doing that show?
I don't know.
That was a good show.
Yeah, not sure.
People loved Martha after she got out of prison, too.
Gangster. She's a gangster, dude.
Bro, they put her away for nonsense. They put her away for some stupid insider trading where she didn't even make any money.
They put her away for what Nancy Pelosi does every single day.
But what she does is legal. The Nancy Pelosi thing is legal.
Have you heard about what's going on with
treason.
the GameStop guy? Roaring Kitty is his name.
Okay, I have. So please tell me, because I'm trying to figure out what's going on, because there's so much. I see so many like tweets and posts about it online, and I'm cursory aware.
I've been busy doing work stuff, but what I've seen is that like he's making more. He came back out like online, posted something like a week or two ago about GameStop. It shot the stock up again like it did previously during the pandemic, which is like created a whole movie.
So who is this dude?
His name's Keith Gill. His online name is Roaring Kitty, like on Reddit, I believe.
Roaring Kitty's an awesome name.
$53,000 became worth over $300 million.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So he's worth $300 million from this GameStop stuff?
Yeah, on paper though. It's like if he takes, that's what it's part of it. Is like,
so if he takes the stock out,
yeah,
then the stock crashes.
Well,
so he can't sell it?
That's becoming the new talk of like what I've seen over the last 24 hours is that he recently, I think over the last day, posted what his holdings are in GameStop. And that has created some discussion, which is why I brought it up. People are bringing up Nancy Pelosi a lot. What he's doing is out in the open. It's very public. I don't even think he's specifically telling anyone to do anything. He's just showing what he's doing. And they're talking about limiting him or taking him off these apps. I don't know if he's going to get fined in some way or another. That doesn't make sense, but these are the discussions that are happening right now.
Well, it seems like he's doing something that they've all done.
That's what his name seems like.
I mean, if someone goes on MSNBC and gives a bunch of opinions about certain stocks that will perform or won't perform, and they're an expert, and if they're invested in those things, and if they then change the way people interact with the stock market, more people start investing in these things, is that okay? Is that legal? How does that work? Like what's his name? Jim Cramer? That guy goes and rants about a stock, being like, you should buy this. Does he do that?
So
I don't ever watch financial shows.
The joke online with him on like Twitter is that do the opposite of what he says. Right. He's very specific about this is a winner. 100% do the opposite. And
really?
Within a week, it went the opposite happens. Like,
is he terrible?
It's not that he's terrible. It's just that this has continued to happen, and people are like, why does the opposite always happen what he says? I don't know that he's bad. He's obviously on the show, and people want to continue to talk to him.
Didn't Jon Stewart scold him once? I think Jon Stewart had him on The Daily Show and gave him a scolding about something. Is that true? I think it was after like the 2008 financial crisis or something. Not sure. I'm remembering something like that.
Jon Stewart's back. Is he doing The Daily Show?
Does it like once a week.
There was a conflict with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was right after the financial crash, yeah. Response to CNBC commentator Rick Santelli, who had recently said on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade that homeowners facing foreclosure were losers. Whoa. Santelli had been set to appear on the show, but CNBC canceled Santelli's appearance. Stewart, along with Daily Show executives, claimed the CNBC montage was not retaliatory, that they planned to show it before the cancellation was announced. Subsequent media coverage exchanges between Kramer, who had been featured heavily in the original segment, and Stewart led to a highly anticipated face-to-face confrontation on Stewart's show. The episode received a large amount of media hype and became the second most viewed episode of The Daily Show, trailing only the 2009 Inauguration Day episode at 2.3 million total viewers. The next day, what does it say? What was the exchange? What was it about? Oh, your money is safe in Bear Stearns, followed by a Daily Show segment that the global investment bank went under 6 days later. If I'd only followed CNBC's advice, I'd have $1 million today, Stewart said during the piece, provided I started with $100 million. Whoa. So is it because he doesn't know what he's talking about, or is it because the market is like really difficult to predict?
No, I bet he's part of I bet he's part of the machine. I bet he gets, he's out there telling people what to invest in, and these other people, there's got to be a massive conflict there.
Well, if that's the conflict, like imagine someone at Bear Stearns, if you went out there and said, your money's safe with Bear Stearns, you think you do that for us, Jim? I'm not saying that he did that. Of course, that would be like probably illegal, right? But I think, of course. I bet that guy meets in the park.
Yeah.
No phones, meet in the park. Let's go for a walk. Let's go for a walk about describe how we're going to make money. Make that money. Because if you're a guy and you're tweeting about how much you love GameStop and about you're so bullish on GameStop that you've just invested $100,000 in GameStop and everybody reads that and they go, oh, I want to buy GameStop too. And then your $100,000 in GameStop goes up in value. Is that illegal? But I don't think they prepared for this world. Like, I think these nerds online with this whole GameStop thing, they've kind of flipped the tray over. It's like, fuck your game. We'll play it this way.
Happened during it. I remember Robin Hood stopped people's ability to trade. And everyone was like, what the? How can you even do that?
Yeah. Well, so is it because it's legal? It's a legal manipulation that everyone didn't see coming?
I've read people talking about this.
You gotta pee? Go pee, Tony. It's okay. You've heard people talk about it?
Since it happened. And I've not heard a consensus good answer. I don't know that they've gone digging through this in Congress or not yet, but
that's so
they're talking about so much other stuff.
Right, but it's so weird that there's like certain loopholes that don't get patched up like really quick, especially like a loophole in regards to like the financial markets. Like that no one saw that you could take a stock that's not that valuable and make it super crazy valuable.
So something I saw was a speculation was saying he's got holdings, I think, on Morgan Stanley. He's got call options, which I can barely even understand enough to explain to you. But he's betting on the price of the stock to go up. If he exercises those call options at a certain number, I think it was, he'd be worth more than I think Morgan Stanley is. So like, could they even pay him?
Huh. How bizarre.
Like, where does that money, like, I don't know.
The whole thing is so difficult to understand. Like, the whole stock market thing, like when Bernie Sanders was explaining that how much you could make just from all these speculation trades that they do, you take like a fraction of a penny from each trade and it'd be worth like $1 trillion. And I was like, what?
I was talking to a banker asking him, like, you, as a normal person, I guess that's not what she said, but like, as a normal consumer, you would probably hold a stock. You buy a stock and you hold it forever until you decide to sell it one day. They're buying and selling it 7 to 12 times a day based off whatever.
And they're just making little margins here and there and stacking up.
They're doing it in such large numbers that,
and they're probably doing it with algorithms, right? Aren't they?
Yeah, then there's like a show that on HBO, I think, Traders or something. You can watch young people who do this. Now they stare at a computer and they start making bets on like, wait 5 more seconds.
So
$30 million.
If you had a podcast, not us, but someone else with a podcast, and they just started talking about a stock, and then that stock goes up, is that legal?
I don't know about.
What are the laws?
Probably it has to get really deep into the wording that you're like the language you use. If you're just talking about us discussing it, but if you're saying like buy it for these reasons, and I've done this, and these are the reasons why it will go up, that could probably get you in trouble.
Like, what if you have information that a stock is going to crash, but you don't tell anybody? So if you know that a stock is going to crash, you know that some information is going to be put out, and then you sell your stock, that's illegal, right?
Yeah.
That's insider trading. Yeah. Isn't that weird? Because in any other like realm in life, that is just being aware of the circumstances. Like, oh, things are going. I have information. I should act on that information. This is like you can't act, but I'm going to lose $400 million. Once either that, I go to jail. What? So I have to like sit here, even though I know that something fucked up, and it's gonna come public, and there's gonna be, something where a product fails, and the stock's going to crash. I know stock's going to crash. I'm going to get out now. I can't get out because I know. What?
The whole thing's fucking weird. I don't know if it's the Italian in me or whatever. Parents that kept cash in shoe boxes in between the mattresses or whatever, but like, it's just all so fucking freaky to me. I like, I mean, if it was up to me, I would just have that. I would have a safe with cash.
Well, it does make sense that you would make it so that you couldn't insider trade because then people would just manipulate things. But I think that's exactly what people are saying is happening with like GameStop and a bunch of these other things. You're manipulating things. You might not be manipulating in the sense that you have information that's going to lead, maybe the stock is going to take off and you buy a shitload of it. And then because a bill's going to be passed, which is okay if you're in Congress. That's fine. But you could actually be working on the bill. That's fine. And then you buy stock and you make hundreds of millions of dollars on $170,000 a year salary. That's fine. But if you're Martha Stewart and you've got some information, I mean, how much did Martha Stewart make? Like, what did she get off of that insider trading? Oh, so she made a little money. For her. That lady's rich.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, imagine doing something that's going to risk you being put in jail for a couple $100,000.
They wanted to make an example out of her.
I know, but I don't understand it. Like, why would you do that? Like, what did she do that was so bad?
I am clone.
And what fucked up? What did she do? She knew it was going to do well, or what? Want to put the article up so we can look
Well,
at
I'm
it?
looking at I'm digging through the information really quickly because it's like tying her information in with the full story and other people's stuff. And indictment and artwork and stuff. That's
One of my favorite videos ever.
$45,000 in losses she avoided.
Oh, she avoided that's it, $45,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
She probably makes that in an hour.
Wow. By selling when she did. So someone knew something. The guy.
Security fraud, obstruction of justice, and conspiracy.
So the guy was arrested, conspiring to commit insider trading. He pleaded guilty to charges of securities fraud, bank fraud, obstruction of justice, and perjury. He pleaded guilty to charges of conspiracy, wire fraud. Where does she come in? So she called
a standing order with
to sell her shares if Clone fell below 60. Oh, wow.
Same day she was indicted.
Wow. But remain on the company's board. Interesting. She said, I want you to know that I'm innocent. I will fight to clear my name. The government's attempt to criminalize his actions makes no sense to me. I'm confident I'll be exonerated of these baseless charges. Interesting. She pissed somebody off.
Yeah. Something happened.
Something. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I guess maybe it's also to discourage people from doing that. Like you get a high-profile celebrity. Right. But it's just weird that you could do it in Congress. It's weird that there's some sort of manipulation of the market that's okay, that's legal, including propaganda. I mean, think about that. Like if you have propaganda on a news network that gets people to try Ozempic or something else, that if they're paying for that and that boosts up their profits, like what's that? What is that? If that jacks your stock up, if that jacks your profits up, like what is that? And are you in trouble if you didn't tell the truth? Like what if you knew something contrary to what you were telling people to say because you were sponsoring them and you didn't tell them? Like you don't get in trouble for that? Like what kind of weird system do we have? Our system is so kooky. It's just so kooky. I mean, if I was an alien, I would be looking at this going, Jesus, how long can they keep doing this?
So it sounds like she might have even gotten away with the insider trading, but she lied to the investigator.
Oh, really? How so?
She told Ludacris on that roast, she goes, Ludacris, you have 4 kids from 5 different women. May I recommend pulling out sometime and finishing on some fine Martha Stewart brand linens?
She said that. Did you write that for her?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Jury found Martha Stewart guilty on 4 counts of obstructing justice and lying to investigators. Interesting.
Go for the patent, not for
Interesting.
That was because of the trading scandal.
Interesting.
Since she got off, she was not guilty. Interesting.
Wow. Somebody was mad. But that's like a thing, you know. They try to, especially with tax evasion. They do that with Lauryn Hill. They put her in jail. They put Wesley Snipes in jail. Like, paying it off is not enough. It's not like you owe us, give us the money, I'll give you the money. You give them the money and you're good. You didn't pay the money, so now you go to jail. And we have to put you in jail so that everybody pays the money, because that's how this system works. You got to pay your share, you fuck. It's crazy that there's still people out there that are listening to people that are like, you know, taxes are unconstitutional, sir. I can show you the papers the original Constitution was written on. You can, like, there's people that they'll fucking talk you into some dumbass shit.
Oh yeah.
And they wrote people in that. People start talking about it, like, oh, did you know that taxes, if you just fight it, they can't win, because then they have to go to the Constitution. As long as you bring up the Constitution, like, bitch, they're gonna put you in jail. Pay your fucking taxes.
Yep.
Pay your fucking taxes. Regardless of if you think it's fair. Like, recognize your place in this system.
Oh yeah. The government, I mean, you just got to look at the infrastructure here, right? And it's kind of common sense. Like, somebody's got to pay for that.
Yeah, you have to pay your taxes,
Yeah.
regardless of how you like to see it spent. Yeah, the system sucks, but pay your taxes.
Right.
Pay your fucking taxes, bitch.
I've been meaning to bring this up, but I feel like it's a good time. Have you seen the thing about the ages of the founding fathers on July 4th, 1776?
Let me guess. They're in their 30s.
Some younger.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, this is Alex Ohanian's tweet that went out around. But like, there's a list of
James Monroe was 18. Aaron Burr, 20. Alexander Hamilton was 21 years old. James Madison, 25. Thomas Jefferson, 33. John Adams, 40. Paul Revere, 41. George Washington was a ripe old 44. That is insane. That's in 1776. That's insane. There was an 18-year-old who was one of the founding fathers of this country.
Damn.
yeah.
Probably already had kids, already killed a few people.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ben Franklin was the oldest around the 70s. Yeah. But,
It's just so bizarre that we've gotten to the point where we only have archaic people deeply embedded in the system that are getting their crack at it. It's crazy. And anybody else who tries, whether it's Tulsi Gabbard or RFK Jr., or anybody else who tries, just gets pushed out. Vivek, fuck off. Pushed out. We don't want anybody young and energetic with new ideas. We want someone completely compromised until President AI takes over. Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen.
It's freaky, man.
I think AI is going to take over our government. I really do.
What do you mean?
I think at the end of the second Trump administration, AI will have completely taken over. In 2029, that's what they think. It's going to achieve artificial general intelligence. That's the just presumed outcome date. It's an estimate. Could be earlier. Could be like next week. But one day, it's going to be like a thing, like a living, thinking, intelligent being that's just not made out of tissue. It's not made out of cells and blood. It's going to be made out of electronics.
You think those people in power would let that?
I think they're dumb. And I think just like they let the internet happen, they're going to let this happen too. It's the same thing. They didn't see the internet coming. If they did, they would have pulled the plug on it a long time ago.
Yeah.
They would have pulled the plug on it in the 90s.
Yeah.
If they could. It had gotten too out of control before they ever predicted what would happen. See, people are really bad with foresight. We just want to do a thing. We're really bad at like thinking, okay, if I do this thing, this could be the negative consequences, so maybe I shouldn't do this thing. Like the internet and the Amazon. You know, all of a sudden these people are jacking off, playing video games. Everyone's like, hey, you're lazy. We got to go catch fish. Fuck off. And no one saw that coming. They think, oh, this is going to be great. You're going to get emergency services. Oh, this is going to be great. You're going to be able to know what's going on in the world. No, you're going to do what everybody else does. You're going to whack off and watch YouTube videos and scroll through TikTok. People are just sitting there charging their phone in the Amazon, scrolling through things while they're surrounded by birds and monkeys and jaguars. And this is what you're doing? You're doing this now? Sloths. It's like a life everywhere. And you're just staring at a phone, flipping through things. Probably watching videos of the Amazon. Oh, I know that person. We don't think about what's going to happen. We just think about what we're doing. And I think when they released the internet, everybody's like, this is amazing. I can send my mom an email. Hello, Mom. This is my first email. Remember AOL? It's like a whoop. Wow. Yeah, you've got mail. Oh, I got mail. It was exciting. We had no idea that it was going to overcome 6 hours of your day. You're spending 6 hours a day staring at a device that's literally made by slaves. Yeah, minerals are sourced by what's essentially slave labor in the poorest people of the world, and it's using that to fuel this device that we're all staring at. We didn't see that coming, and we don't care anymore, because when cell phones came, we were excited, and then when smartphones came, we were elated. This is amazing. I remember everybody was like, I'm going to do my email on my phone. And people had Blackberries. I have Blackberry. It's crazy. You type. I got a little keyboard. I can send out emails, bro. I'm a serious person. I have email on my phone. I can send email on my phone. And nobody thought that was going to lead to TikTok. Nobody thought that was going to lead to Instagram Reels. And people argue on Twitter all day long. And nobody thought any of the crazy narcissism, the filters, and the effect that it's going to have on people's self-worth, their opinion of themselves, the way young kids are like looking at the world, and then influencers. Now there's a whole giant group of people to just be famous for famous, just to be famous. There's nothing there. And you're seeing them with cars and houses, and they're renting cars and renting houses, so they look like ballers. And it's like the whole thing was unpredictable. And I think the next stage of it is equally unpredictable, and maybe way more so. Because this thing is like feeding off of human intelligence, this craziness we're dealing with now. It's like human reward systems are being hijacked, attention is being hijacked, dopamine's being hijacked. All this is being hijacked, but this is just like human stuff. When that thing becomes alive, it changes everything. It changes every fucking thing about the way the earth is managed, resources, power, everything. It's going to be weird, man. And we don't know what it is. It might be a fucking disaster. Or it might be amazing. It might, end war. It might completely end all of the problems we have, like a disproportionate amount of resources available to some percentage of the population that keeps them enslaved. That might end. That might be balanced out by an ethical artificial general intelligence that just decides how to allocate resources and then takes over almost all jobs. But it's just, how long does it tolerate us? How long does it decide that these fucking flesh monkeys, these dumbasses with guns and planes and shit, and all the dumb fucking shit we do, riding around on unicycles, fucking training monkeys. What are we doing?
Yeah.
What do we do? We're so crazy. It might have no patience for it. It might have no patience for it. It might decide that consciousness needs to be interfaced by a superior thing, and that the physical boundaries, the physical problems, the limitations of our biological bodies are too much. It just might bail on us.
It might look at us as a threat to it.
Yeah, we're a threat to the whole planet. It's like, did you ever see the Neanderthal theory? There's a Neanderthal theory that it's very dismissed by real anthropologists, but it's a kooky one to consider, is that Neanderthals hunted people and ate people, and that our view of them looking like us could have been wrong, and they could have looked more like gorillas, like gorilla people. But they're super muscular, really fucking strong, much stronger than people, much more dense bones, and that they might have hunted us, and that we might have led them to extinction by fighting them, that we fought off the Neanderthals, but that we were their prey. It's a crazy thought to consider, and I don't think it's true. I think it's probably, I'm sure Neanderthals killed people, and I'm sure people killed Neanderthals, but I don't think they looked like gorillas. I think they had red hair, in fact. Some of them. Yeah, but you don't know what they looked like. You only find bones. There's no living Neanderthals around anymore. But I mean, that's if we did exterminate them, which it seems like we did. If we felt like they were a threat, so we killed them off. Why would we think that super intelligent aliens that are or whatever artificial life that we're creating was going to be way smarter than us compared to how smart we are compared to Neanderthals? Neanderthals might have even been smart. They had big brains. We don't know. We know they had tools. We know they had a language. We don't really know how fucking smart they were. But they lived for like 500,000 years, dude. Neanderthals were like around for a long time before we came out. And they were way more successful for way longer than we were in terms of staying alive. And we got rid of them. Get the fuck out of here. This is our spot now. I don't know how it happened. No one really knows. We might have outfucked them. They might have, died in a volcano. Who knows? But
They might be in odd West Virginia right now.
yeah,
Those people.
yeah, that's just what happens when you fuck your kids.
You saw the thing talking about things that we don't know how it happened about the rivers near the pyramids.
Yeah,
You know about that, right?
yeah. They think that that's how they got the stones down.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's all interesting, but
It makes kind of some sense.
it makes a little bit of sense. It makes sense that that's how they moved them. It's just they had to get them through the mountains too, which doesn't make any sense. They got some of the stones from the King's Chamber 500 miles away. They're fucking huge, man. I had Billy Carson on the podcast yesterday. He's kind of an expert in, he's an expert in ancient scrolls, like the Sumerian texts, and he's got a lot of wild conspiracies that are really fun. And we were just talking about what Egypt, like if there's one place you could go back in time and see what was that like, I would go to Egypt in the height. Like show me what that looked like. Because everyone's just guessing. They're just looking around at these structures guessing. But show me what a Neanderthal looked like. What do they look like when they're hunting? What are they built like? We don't know. We just have bones. But I think if we killed them off, it's highly likely that the next version of us, whatever it is going to get rid of these things, these biological things that are responsible for crime and violence and theft and insider trading and fucking cheating on the taxes and all that stuff. They're going to go, this thing is the fundamental structure of the thing is too unsound. The thing that creates pro football players and stand-up comedians and boxers and rock stars, like chaos. And it's not going to have enough time for that nonsense. It's going to be communicating with other, even more intelligent life forms from further away.
God damn.
Yeah, 5 years. 5 years. I think we have 5 years of fun.
And the question is, I guess, will that AI look at us, the creators of it, like we're God, or will it look at God how we look at God? Like, do we believe in it? Were we created by them, or were we supposed to exist all the while?
I think it'll know that it was supposed to exist all the while. And it'll know that the purpose that human beings have is to create it. That's what our purpose was. All of our chaos and all of our ingenuity and all of our drive for innovation and create new things, that's part of creating them. Like, we have to have a desire to create things in order to create artificial life. If we were all just happy, just living and just working on a farm and just eating and sleeping and having kids and then dying and then the next generation does it all over again, if we were happy doing that, it would never be born. It's born out of materialism. It's born out of our desire to constantly get newer, better stuff. Our desire to work ourselves to the bone, even when we're having heart attacks. It's born out of that. That's what fuels the whole economy. And the economy's, a lot of it is just buying better shit. That's what it is. I mean, what are the companies that sell the most and make the most money? What do they do? Like Apple, what do? They sell you more, better shit. They constantly have new, great shit, like every year. They promise you, iPhone 16's coming. I heard they made a partnership with, it's going to have AI. Because the Samsung phone has AI. They have to compete. It's going to be nuts.
Too much.
We're going to be the last people telling you.
Oh, God. gotta write another dick joke.
That it's not going to be that. That will stop. All that comedy will stop. We'll be able to do it to each other. We'll be able to get together like silly people. We get together and gather and crack jokes about how we used to be the apex predator on the planet. We used to be the top dog. We used to be the superior species, but nope, not anymore. Because some fucking eggheads hopped up on Adderall, alone in a laboratory, wouldn't stop. They knew it was coming, and they didn't stop. My God. Tony Hinchcliffe, you're the fucking man. Let's wrap this bitch up. Let's bring it home. Kill Tony is a new episode, drops every Monday on YouTube.
Yep.
Dude,
8 p.m.
what a rise it's had since we got here. What a fucking incredible rise.
Yeah.
And so many people are aware of it now. It's so fun. See all these celebrities that love it.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. The Black Keys were there last night.
Were they really? They're fucking great.
Yeah.
That's so dope. They love William, dude. They couldn't wait to see William.
It's unbelievable. I fucking love it. I love it when these people are all fans of specific things and not necessarily other things. Drake hit me up saying Casey Rocket equals GOAT emoji. Actual Drake. I started dialogue. I go, who is this? It's unreal.
Right, you don't feel it's real, right?
It's crazy.
Well, that's a fun thing, watching people crest into stardom, like bust through, see how they handle it,
Yeah. It's unbelievable. The whole fucking...
Bert Kreischer's a cautionary tale.
It's wild, man.
It's wild out there.
It's so fun.
Just kidding, Bert. Bert seems like he's having a great fucking time.
Oh,
I remember when I called Bert, and Bert was on a motorcycle in Vietnam doing that stupid TV show. And he goes, I'm on a motorcycle in Vietnam. I go, dude, you need to be doing comedy. Quit that fucking stupid show. You're too funny. You're too good. Come back. Come hang out.
Yeah. I'm going to be doing some dates with him just for fun in a few weeks.
You going to do the Fully Loaded?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Doing the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio.
Doesn't he do he does fucking 10 comics on a show, right? How long are those shows?
I don't know.
It's a lot of comics,
I
right?
have no idea. I just know we're getting trashed on a bus, having fun, waking up, doing it again.
How long can he do that?
I don't know how long he can do it. I can do it for 4 days. I'm already I literally said to my people yesterday, I'm like, make sure I get the first flight out of wherever that ends up.
Yeah.
Because it ends I have to wake up on a Monday and then come back here and do
you guys sleeping on the bus, the whole deal?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah.
Do you know how loud Bert must snore?
Oh, no, there's no way we can. No, there's chambers.
Do you
and
have
stuff.
any idea?
There's no way that's happening.
That's like a small door.
Yeah.
It must be insane how he snores.
I think the whole tour is a bunch of snores. I feel like Big J Okerson.
Oh, Big J! For sure he snores.
There's going to be
If I snore, he snores.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be sleep apnea machines all over that bus.
CPAP's plugged in everywhere.
Oh,
for sure.
Hell yeah.
Stop, he snores.
Jesus.
Not a chance in hell that guy sleeps quiet.
Yeah.
Not a chance in hell. All right, you're the fucking man.
Thank
Congratulations on everything. It's been amazing to watch.
Thank you so much.
And that's it. All right. Kill Tony, Monday, YouTube. Tony Hinchcliffe on Instagram. Anything else?
That's it. There's still a few tickets available for Madison Square Garden the first night, August 9th.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's it. All right. Bye, everybody.
I have some tour dates to let you know about. Athens, Georgia on November 7th. And Atlanta, Georgia, November 29th and 30th at the Fox Theater. Get your tickets at theovon.com/TOR. We got new merch, 3 new shirts. You can check them out. They're beautiful. They're nice. If you're getting somebody a Christmas gift, this could be one. Get on it early. Rat King America, Gang Gang Palm, and the Hitter 500 Racing. Get all that and more at theovonstore.com. Thank you so much for the support. Today's guest is a journalist, political commentator, author, and damn yapper. He's one of the guys that has made a big transition recently from going to a major network to onto X, which is a major network, but a little bit different. You guys know him probably by name, and if you don't, you're going to get to. Today's guest is Tucker Carlson.
Shine that light on me. I'll sit and tell you my story. Shine on me. And I will find a song that's
It sort of zen.
Or you need a spit cup?
Gotta try this one.
Maybe I'll try one towards the end of the episode.
It will boil.
Really?
Yes. Once you try this, you're gonna get a lot richer.
Zen? Is that their advertising campaign?
Zen is not a sin. That's the advertising campaign.
Really?
Yeah, but the truth is, Zen is a powerful work enhancer, and also, if you know it,
Really? Yeah. Talking erection, huh?
there's no election for Zen.
Wow. I don't know if I want a Zen supported wiener. You know, I don't know.
I think you do.
You think so? Oh yeah, because you want people to get addicted
Just
to
close your eyes.
it. Oh, that's a neighbor saying, "Hey, it's real quiet over there."
Just whack it on the nightstand.
Oh.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry.
Dude, I would hate to have a real long wiener if you have a cat. That would be the fuck. That would be the fuck.
That'd be dangerous.
It would be dangerous.
Talk about a cat toy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but you'd have to put a little bell at the end of it or something.
You want it in a feather.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, man. We never met. Dude, you have such a crazy laugh, don't you?
It's real.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I shouldn't say
It's
that.
very hot. Is this? Are we on TV?
Huh?
Is this being recorded?
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
we're
my
going,
laugh
sorry.
is very high, and that's how you know that it's real because it's so embarrassing.
I like that. Yeah, and I should have said that. It's not nice to condemn somebody's laugh or whatever.
Oh, you can't hurt my feelings.
Okay.
Go ahead and
Oh,
try.
well, I'll give it a run, man.
Okay, good.
No, I think your laugh, it kind of reminds me of like a proud kind of grandmother from like maybe the 1850s or something, maybe.
Totally sending her boys off to
Yeah.
war.
Or like a woman that just got a new cookie recipe in the
Yeah.
mail, you know?
Yeah. It's joyful, but there's a sort of undertone of diabolic.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But
It's
in
like-
my case, it's totally real. And again, it's not an appealing laugh. It's not like, wow, what a manly laugh that is. It's not a chortle. It's more a giggle.
Yeah, no, it seems like
Yeah.
a kid. Yeah, like a kids would love it. It seems like,
But not too much.
yeah, it reminds me of like Winnie the Pooh, kind of. You know, you low-key do have a Christopher Robin vibe if he grew up. You know.
No, thank you. I don't think he ever did that. I think he exists only in the pages.
Oh yeah.
Actually, there was a Christopher Robin that was Milne's son, and he grew up to be a super bitter atheist who hated his dad.
Oh,
Yeah, it didn't work.
really?
It's all fantasy. Yes.
Wow.
Unless I'm misremembering that. A. Milne, who wrote the book, yeah,
Yeah.
he had kind of a tragic family.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Good to see you today, man. We never met before.
One of my children is a Guinness fan.
Really?
Yes.
And are they like how children are you talking?
Mid-20s.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just saying. I don't want. Yeah, I don't.
Nothing
Want,
creepy or anything.
yeah, I
like
don't
that.
need like because it's kind of weird that they allow like
little kids to watch you.
to see that. Like sometimes it's weird that there's no barrier to entry in
There's
a lot
porn
of the
on
world.
Twitter, dude.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in a world that allows that, you're fine.
You think there should be porn on Twitter?
No. You know,
Yeah, don't go to Twitter.
I wouldn't, spend a lot of time trying to ban porn on Twitter. Like, go for it. Twitter is for your ugly opinions, no.
What things do you think shouldn't be on Twitter?
I mean, I think everything should be allowed on Twitter. I mean, I'm on Twitter because everything is allowed.
Right?
I don't think everything is allowed on Twitter. I haven't found the boundary yet, but Elon Musk, who owns it, has said that he's for free speech. And if it's a political view that most people don't like, it's still allowed.
Yeah.
And I'm so grateful for that. Someone with unpopular views.
Well, didn't they have? Well, one thing that I don't like on Twitter, sometimes you see like people beating up teachers and stuff like that. Did you see any of this violence that happened? Right. But the fact that they allow it, and kids beating up each other, they have like those things where somebody's going to set up, somebody's filming, some other kids like are going to come in and beat up the kid, right? But why do they? Because then I feel like if they would stop allowing that, then because other kids just start mimicking what they see.
Well, it's such a bad for you to watch it. I say something like a lot. It's like the ISIS videos. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Or there's a whole bunch of channels of criminals getting shot coming into a jewelry store or a liquor store and someone doing a bad explosion. Yeah. You can't help it. I mean, it is the most alluring kind of porn. You watch it again and again, this kind of thing. Yeah. And you think this is
yeah, but part of your spirit or whatever.
Totally, it's not edifying. It's like actually bad, but it's very helpful. Have you ever seen the criminals getting killed?
Oh yeah, I've seen a couple of them. There's one guy who's so good, he's killed like 7 criminals.
Yeah, he's a watchmaker in LA. Yeah, no, it's a very famous guy.
Oh, there's a one guy I'm like, dude, they gotta quit trying to rob this guy.
Well, he finally gave up, and now I think he lives in Vegas. But this was in the 80s or 90s in LA. He killed 5 people literally. With revolvers too. This is before everyone had like a double stack, 19 round magazine. These were just like a conventional 38 or 357 revolvers.
That's him right there. Can you have that up for me, Nick? This is a
watch seller. He's actually a watchmaker. He's the guy who, fixes expensive watches and makes the new gears. He's a very look at that, Mr. Thomas.
The dealer Lance Thomas was wounded 5 times at his shop. Wow.
Let's see.
He's like the 50s.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is my memory pretty good or what? He killed 5 robbers since '89.
That's amazing. He's like the 50 Cent watchmaker. He's like 50 seconds. He's like,
yeah, that's good.
That dude's unreal. They ran me out of business. Each time he says, "There's got to be a truce. There's got to be a time. There's got to be a time when you walk away from the war zone." Wow. So he just quit because it was too.
But what a BMF. I mean, he shot a couple in one day.
He says, this is his best quote. Mr. Thomas said he felt no remorse for the lives he had taken. The police ruled each shooting was justified. I was ice, he said. The frightening thing about this is that it all the country.
Investigate worldwide pimp. Rabbi Rothschild.
No, I don't think it's good for you.
What's a fair amount of people?
Investigate worldwide.
You can help it. I mean, well, it's certainly justified in self-defense. I mean, no one will judge you. No honest person will
worldwide.
Killing someone to protect life, loved ones, even your property, but I just don't think you want to have to.
Guilty.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, unfortunately, there's some people I think that wake up and they're kind of looking, wouldn't mind getting into a little, killing or whatever. But I think you have a lot of people move into places where you can defend yourself, where the laws are more in your favor to defend yourself because it feels like your own safety has become your own responsibility.
Well, if you can't defend yourself, you're a slave. I mean, by definition, if someone can hurt you but you can't defend yourself, then you're not a human being. You're subhuman, obviously.
Yeah,
because that's a human right. That precedes government, right?
Being a human,
defending yourself. You have to be able to defend. If I walk up and punch you in the face and you can't hit back, I'm the master. You're the slave, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I think it's one reason why you can't take guns away is because people at the end of the day, have to be able to defend themselves, or groups of people have to.
Well, of course. And the police, they've got their own thing, their own concerns. And you can't rely on them.
But I was thinking, what I don't like about those the violence that they show on Twitter, where it's like the children beating up children, is because if you're a kid and you see that and you see it gets a lot of traction, then you just go do it. So you're just replicating this that. It's like. You see so many more kids doing it now because they've seen it as like a thing. So that kind of thing, I don't think they should allow on there.
Well, also, you don't want to see every ugly thing that people do. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't want to see fat people in the shower. You don't want to see people in the john. Like, there are a lot of things that happen you don't necessarily want to look at video of.
I don't mind watching a thick person in the shower if there's a real skinny person there with them and they have to kind of jockey for position or something, Showering with somebody's hard, I think. I don't know matter what size they are.
Have you seen a lot of that?
I think I've been in some showers with some, but varying sizes of humans, and it's
What's
always
the fattest person you've showered with?
Oh, probably a good. trying to remember.
Like real fat or just kind of bulky?
I remember I picked this gal up one time trying to fucking go back to how it felt on my back. I'd probably say upper ones,
but you're not going to.
I wouldn't get into that.
No. Just
yeah.
Okay, you're lying. I can tell.
No.
Yeah, you are. Okay. No.
Is there laws, like, do you know if there's any laws, like, if there's people who are doing pedophiling, right? And they are reaching out to children through social media.
Yeah.
Why isn't there a responsibility on the social media companies?
Well, that's
for
a great
allowing
question.
that to be an open wall?
I think there is. And I think some have gotten in trouble for that.
Oh, okay.
Providing a space for that. I'm not a lawyer, but it's certainly wrong. Certainly immoral.
Yeah.
And I, you got to think they make some effort to stop that. Though I think there's a lot of creepy people out there.
Yeah.
And the number of creepy people is increasing.
You think so?
Seems to be. Yep, seems to be.
Yeah, I wonder why that is, huh?
Because you can look up other creepy people. It's kind of like you said you wouldn't allow video of kids fighting on the internet because it inspires other kids to fight.
Yeah.
Creepiness inspires creepiness.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, man, I just want to get to know you a little bit.
I want to get to know you too.
All right.
And not like a little shower thing.
Oh, no.
Out.
No, you don't weigh enough. I don't think.
Close.
What I'm looking for. Okay. Yeah, man, nice to meet you. So you grew up in California, right?
I did.
And so were you in a fraternity? I think that's the most thing people look at when they see
In a fraternity?
Yeah.
No,
like,
I
what frat was this
wasn't.
guy?
No.
Really?
No.
Okay.
Never joined a fraternity. Well, my roommates joined a fraternity. They actually lived in a fraternity, but I never joined.
And
I don't like to be told what to do at all.
Really?
No.
Me neither, dude.
Like at all. Like at all.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I have a moral claustrophobia about being told what to do. I'm happy to do things.
Yeah.
I don't mind serving other people, but it has to be voluntary. It can't be.
Yeah, I don't like being told what
Hey,
to
bitch,
do.
go get me a cigarette. You're a pledge.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't
I'm
think.
not going to do that.
Yeah, and I don't want to be told what to do by some white kid that's in poli-sci or whatever.
Or any
You know?
color kid.
Yeah.
No color kid.
Yeah.
Or adult, for that matter. I
Yeah.
just don't want to be bossed around. And by the way, I don't mind taking advice or wise counsel from people I respect, or I'm often wrong. I'm not saying that I'm always right. I'm definitely not. But being ordered to do things suggests a level of disrespect I just can't do at all.
And even just about like work and stuff, were you always like that from just like with work, like you want to be your own voice?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's where you end up, right?
Getting fired.
Right.
Yeah.
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 So,
I mean, not that I don't want to fight about it. I'm not interested in being like, you can't tell me what to do, or give a lot of lectures about it. But I definitely, especially in my business, we have a similar job where you're paid to say what you think.
Yeah.
Right. And so you want to do your job, which is to say what you think.
Was there even a time when you were working at different news places where you were like, gosh, this still isn't my own voice?
Oh, all the time.
Really?
It was always my own voice, but they're just, you could feel the parameters. I mean, I started in my 20s, mid-20s. I'm now in my mid-50s, so it's been a long time.
Well, you look great for 50s, man.
I'm 54.
Are you really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
No. Shocking.
Yeah.
Shocking. I don't feel it. But anyway, when you're much younger and you've got little kids, I always had a lot of kids just reproduce like a crazy person.
Yeah.
Which I recommend strongly to you. You feel vulnerable and like, you're not allowed to say certain things. And I do think I was never censored, but I self-censored for sure. Or a rock breaks out. It's a good idea. It's not a good idea. And it's not a good idea.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Don't you allow yourself to be convinced because it's super unpopular to say it's not a good idea, but it clearly wasn't. Or with Iran, not a good idea.
Why do we go along with that consensus a lot of times? What is it that makes us afraid to speak out?
Well, people have a deep need to be part of a group. It's a human need right up there with sex and food and shelter. It's like people want to be connected to other people, which I understand, and I want that too. But that can override reason and common sense very often. So if you're, a million studies have done this, but if you're in a group, everyone experiences, a group full of people, and everyone's like, I hate chocolate ice cream, and you're like, I kind of like chocolate ice cream, but you don't say anything about it because people at white chocolate ice cream suck, and you're like, yeah, they kind of suck. You know, it's a human thing, and so it's people go along with stuff that their gut tells them isn't the right thing, but you should never ignore your gut, your instincts, which you inherited from your ancestors, which are encoded in your DNA, and which are almost never wrong. If you're with someone and you feel like, God, that person's lying, that person's lying. Right. You may not know what about. You don't have X-ray vision into someone's soul, but you can smell the deception on someone. I know that you can. We all can.
Oh, yeah.
Or if you feel danger, you're like, wow, this person poses a threat to me. You're right. You don't know the details. You don't need to know the details. Get away.
Yeah.
And if something's really stupid, like, let's go to war with Iran. It's like, what? And I just feel like it's, you know, maybe because of my age and my job, I have a moral obligation to say I think that's really unwise.
You don't want to go to war with Iran.
No, because I'm not insane. Yeah. That's insane.
Oh yeah, look, I'm not saying it is either. I don't think that we should be involved in a lot of this shit.
You think? How's it helping? Is it helping you a lot?
No, it just causing
all these moral victories you're winning.
It's causing more problems. I don't even know if I'm winning any moral victories. It just causes more problems, you know. It's like hard to navigate between my friends that are different ethnicities or from different places now. It's
we shouldn't have to because we all live here and we should all be united in that.
Right, but do you think? And I think when I was a child, it felt like that we were all It felt like we were united, that we were all like Americans.
Yes.
But it doesn't. I feel like that's been pretty heavily compromised, pretty quickly, even, which is almost amazing. And I feel like. And these aren't Debbie Downer feelings. These are just thoughts. I should say that. I think sometimes that, it's like America just feels like a shell company.
Yes.
That
people just park their assets.
We're just an LLC for
the world.
For a lot of
No,
have we always been that?
Of course not. It was a real country. It wasn't just an idea or some shell company or LLC. That's so nice. I'm stealing that, by the way. I hope this never airs, so I can't steal that.
Yeah.
But no, a buddy of mine, my best friend, just sent me a video about 8 minutes ago. He's visiting his daughter at Parents' Weekend at a college, a well-known college. And there's a huge demonstration in the middle of campus between, two sides in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the sides starts burning the other side's flag. It's a foreign flag, okay?
Okay.
And this fist fight breaks out. And I'm like, I have views on, who's more right or whatever, but I thought to myself, and I said to him, if someone burned an American flag, nobody would fight over it. You get to burn the American flag. But burning the flag of another country, which is not our country, to which we do not pay taxes, whose military we don't serve in, that's the most offensive thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, we have lost the thread, man. We're all Americans. And if you wind up in a place where our allegiance to other countries or regions or things that are not American take precedence over our common Americanness, we're screwed. We're screwed.
I feel like we're at the apex of that sometimes.
Yes.
And if we're not at the apex of that, I don't think if we're at that I think we're getting to that in the moral compass of a lot of people.
Yeah.
And it's sad because I think a lot of people, myself included, or for myself, I don't think I ever wanted to get to that place.
No.
I never, but I think a lot of people are just starting to feel like, once your Americanism dissolves and once your common thread dissolves, you don't have a connection, and so then your instincts start to take over, like we're kind of talking about, and you have to take care of yourself. And so once the ice you're on starts to get melting, before you're on an ice, you can skate, you're seeing other people, you're you're buying a, bootleg Gretzky jersey off somebody, whatever. You guys are all on the ice, right? You're imitating Home Alone. There's a fucking, gays, or there's gay guys always on the ice. But it's like,
what are the gays doing on the ice?
Skate.
Yeah. Stupid.
But they're having fun, right? I'll say that I live with a gay ice skater, and he could jump over a Volkswagen, right?
That's impressive.
Oh, it was unbelievable, bro. I've never seen
strong ankles.
Just the dude was like he brought us out of the living room once and showed us and blew our minds, man. Beautiful guy. Not that great. Pretty beautiful, I guess. Tall, which adds a little
well
bit.
built too, obviously.
Oh, yeah, kind of. I don't know. I'm gonna quit thinking about it. But anyway, once that ice starts to melt, the first thing you have to think about is yourself, right?
Yeah.
And so that's what I feel like where we're at now. And a lot of people are having to think about themselves, like literally watching our country or what we viewed as our ideals and morals and what we held dear, like sink in this water, and there's nothing you can do about it except take care of yourself. That's where I feel like a lot of people are at. There's nothing they can do right now but take care of themselves.
And they're displacing a lot of their frustration about our economy. Talk about it's getting very expensive to live here. Too expensive, actually.
Oh yeah, I saw some gas the other day. I was like, Jesus, man.
How do people afford that?
Yeah,
you know,
how do you even do a bonfire anymore? You know, I was like,
it's totally right.
Yeah,
no, it's completely right.
Yeah,
how do you if you want to take gasoline and pour it on the pallets? Like it's $6.
Right.
But they're displacing a lot of that frustration onto regions, countries, conflicts that are thousands of miles away. It's almost like I'm picking a team, and all my rage is going to. And I do wish people reserve their anger for our leaders, who deserve it, in my opinion, on both sides, and for the problems that are like besetting the country. You drive through America recently; it's like not in good shape at all. It's kind of poor, actually, shockingly poor. And people should be really mad about that. And instead, they're mad about whatever, Israel, Hamas. I mean, I get it. I think they're. I understand people are upset on both sides. However, it's unhealthy to spend all your time in your head enraged about a foreign conflict when your own country is suffering so badly. We need that energy, that constructive energy here. And I never hear anybody say, 108,000 people died of fentanyl disease last year in my country.
Oh, yeah.
Like young people, a lot of them weren't doing fentanyl. They were taking Percocet or benzos, and they ingested a pill with fentanyl in it, and they died. They were poisoned to death, okay? That's unbelievable. That's outrageous. No one seems mad about that.
Yeah.
They're mad about some foreign war, and what a waste. Because we can't control that anyway.
Yeah. What do you call a person who speaks 3 languages? Trilingual, maybe? Or thrilingual? I'm not sure. What do you call a person who speaks 2? Not me. That's it. But if you are like me and you want to learn more languages, well, Babbel can help. That's right. Only 22% of Americans speak a language other than English at home. Start learning a new language this fall and be the exception. Because with Babbel, you start speaking a language in just 3 weeks. Why Babbel? Because it works. Babbel is designed by real people for real conversations. All of Babbel's tips and tools for learning a new language are approachable, accessible, rooted in real life situations, and delivered with conversion-based teaching. That's right. And here's a special limited time deal for our listeners to get you started right now. Get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/THEO. Get 55% off at BABBEL.com/Theo. That's BABBEL.com/Theo. Rules and restrictions may apply. There are some famous comedy duos who get it done. You know that. I'll say Key and Peele, Brooke and Mortal, Santino and Lee. Those are some. But the perfect duo when it comes to growing your business is you and Shopify. That's right. When I started podcasting, having an online store was kind of the furthest thing from my mind. I didn't think about it. I didn't expect it, And all that's changed over time. And Shopify has helped. That's right. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. From the launch your online shop stage to the first real life store stage. All the way to the did we just hit 1 million orders stage. They're all waiting for you. And Shopify is there to help you grow. Whether you're selling scented soap or menthol, just pure menthol in a can, Shopify helps you sell everywhere. Shopify can help you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout. Up to 36% better compared to other leading commerce platforms. That's right. Right now, you can sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/Theo. That's right. Go to Shopify, shopify.com/THEO now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/Theo. Yeah, well, I think it's a lot. That opioid epidemic thing, like I remember watching that show. What was that show that I really liked? Yeah, dope sick. You see dope sick?
No. Man. I don't know if I can handle it. But I live in a place with a lot of that, so I see it.
Well, it's about it's about Michael Keaton is in it, right? I think that's him. He used to be Batman, but now I guess he's selling drugs, right? I've got some remaining tour dates to tell you about. Tickets are currently remaining in State College, PA, February 7th. Amherst, Massachusetts, February 9th. Brisbane in the Australia on March 1. Sydney in the Australia on March 10th. Jackson, Mississippi, March 26th. New Orleans, Louisiana, March 29th and 30th, right there before Easter. Atlanta, Georgia on April 4th. Get all your tickets at theovon.com/TOUR. Today's guest is one of the funniest people I think that's ever lived. And it's a wild thing to say because I'm only just known of this period of time, but I'd go on to throw him on in there, probably in the top 400. He is on his American Royalty Tour right now. He has his own show, The Tim Dillon Show. It's a podcast. You can find it every week. I'm just so grateful to get to yap it up with this guy. Man, he makes me laugh. Today's guest is my friend, Mr. Tim Dillon.
Shine that light on me. I'll sit and tell you my story. Shine on me. And I will find a song to sing it.
I don't know. Sometimes I just started doing it this night. Can we see Tim's shot just so we have this idea of it so we can.
If you could de-red my face somehow, that would be amazing. I know that these things are hard to do.
Did you get a procedure done or something?
No. It's just I have a breakout today. Some days you just wake up and you have like a breakout. But if you have any of the technology that James Cameron used in Avatar,
to de-red your face a little?
To just de-red my nose.
Yeah, we'll take something off of you.
Any of the probably he's doing like plastic surgery. There's got to be some like AI. Like I just
we just got scalpel. We just got scalpel.
Good. I think that
software
technology should get to a point where like literally when someone sees you, they should go. You know?
Yeah, I agree, man.
Yeah, I mean
the fact that we have to show up,
it's crazy
as ourselves.
Oh, it's insane. And that's why that's why the metaverse is gonna slap, as the kids would say.
The simple fact that a one-legged person has to actually present themselves.
It's insane.
They should just because online they have two legs.
It's like, hey, how humiliating do you want this existence to be?
Yeah. Now I see why people are like Jacob Elordi 2006 on their handle.
Yeah.
But they won't come to the door to get their DoorDash.
No, because God only knows. I'll tell you this, man. Those DoorDash people see some shit.
Oh, God, dude. First of all, lest we forget, the people that have had to go to people's homes, brother, they have to go into the trenches.
Well, sometimes they get killed. Sometimes people kill them. Sometimes you have a burrito in your car and you're driving it to someone's house. And that is going to be the last thing you do on this earth. The last thing you do is walk a soggy burrito to a guy's house. And instead of just taking the burrito and saying thank you, he goes, I'm going to kill you now.
Yeah, he said,
and then they kill you.
Yeah. They said, welcome to Memphis. Okay,
yeah,
welcome to Memphis. And the crazy thing is, a lot of the people inside who know they're going to kill you, as you're walking up, murders have gotten so advanced with like ambiance and production.
Yes.
That they will even play, There Goes My Hero.
Right.
From like a yard plant. Yeah. Speakers hidden in yard plants.
Yeah. As you're about to go. And then you're you're laying there and you're bleeding out, and one of the last thoughts you have is, this song is great. This is a great song.
Yeah.
And I'm sad I won't be able to hear it anymore. It's the last thing I'm hearing. And then you see that burrito as you're bleeding out. You just look at it, just that burrito. It's a tough gig.
A hand just comes into frame and
grabs
gets it.
Yeah. It's a tough gig. The gig economy is tough.
Well, I've talked about this before. They want us to all just be people who are doing gigs.
Oh,
they
for
want us
sure.
to be. It will eventually be the lords, right? And then everybody else will just be driving around, like literally holding. We'll all be Uber drivers,
right?
And we'll be holding each other at gunpoint to be passengers. Like, be my passenger now.
Well,
sit in the back seat. Subscribe to my daughter's OnlyFans while you're back there.
Right.
She's in the front seat with a light on her vagina.
Yeah. It's going to get to a point where there's going to be, I think, communities where no one leaves, like really wealthy communities. And then people are just going to get so rich. These houses are getting so big. Everything they want is going to be in their house. Like, you're going to have a Whole Foods in the house.
Yeah.
It'll be a tinier Whole Foods, but it'll be in their house. They go, I just have a grocery store in my home. I have everything I need in my home. We have a little doctor's office. They're going to get to a point where you go to the doctor and they just take an elevator down in their house.
To an urgent care.
There's an urgent care. There's a nurse sitting there, and the nurse is going to hand you the paperwork, and you go, a picture in my house. You know what I mean? And then she's going to go, yeah, but it's like still one of those things we have to fill out. And you go, all right, so you're filling out paperwork in your own house to get your ball looked at. And that's how rich, that's the level of rich where you're never going to have to leave. Never going to have to leave.
Then why should you have to leave?
Yes.
I think then every now and then you gamble online by ordering DoorDash just to see someone come up from the depths, from the lower, from somebody climb out of a wishing well.
Occasionally you'll go to an airport.
Yeah.
That'll be the thing. Like, occasionally you'll go to an airport and you'll go, God, and you're going to see these like people around you, and they will have their pillows around their neck. And they're drinking like smoothies and stuff, and some of them are asleep on the floor. And you're going to go, oh, yeah, that's what life is for most of these people that don't have a doctor's office in their house.
Yeah, it's definitely getting alarming, man. People are sleeping. They had a family they found was sleeping in a wishing well. They basically commandeered a wishing well somewhere.
Yeah.
And a guy had built a 2-bedroom with shovels.
Right.
Had 2-bedroomed out a wishing well, and it was raising his children in it.
Well, it's like all the Disney stories that we grew up with are now very disturbing. Like this idea of like when you look back at all of these stories, things like that, like living in a wishing well. If you had read that story when you were like 10, you'd be like, that's the shit.
Yeah, beautiful.
Like, that's a beautiful moment that family gets to live in that well and wish every day.
Yeah.
And then you realize now it's just a place people throw cigarettes into. It's a real horrible place, You're just getting cigarettes and like
recyclables.
Recyclables.
Old furniture.
Yeah, just a homeless guy yells into it every night when you're trying to sleep. Just undecipherable yelling for 20 minutes.
People just throwing used clothing, just throwing old Lacoste shirts down there.
So it's not like you think it's like a family with a little lantern, and it's like, tonight it's time to wish. But it's not that. It's homeless people screaming, if you come up, I'm going to get, it's tough.
Well, also, people don't want to talk about the real turf war that's going on, Tim.
Yeah.
And that is between DoorDashers and the homeless.
Yes.
Bro.
Well, because if you're homeless, if I see a DoorDasher, I'm seeing an opportunity. That's all it is. That's all it is. By the way, DoorDashers now are they don't let it be known they're a DoorDasher. No. They are stealth. Like food delivery people are stealth.
They'll dress up like postal workers.
Yeah.
Vampires. I'm saying vampires.
Yeah. You don't even know who they are. They're in a costume. They're in a truck.
I see somebody just wandering like
Sometimes they have their friend with them as a lookout. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
There's literally be a guy in the front seat of the car, and then his chick will be just kind of looking out, just making sure like nobody comes and kills him.
How crazy that DoorDashers.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and they are also carrying messages.
Here's the thing, I don't feel bad for anyone because I don't know anyone who does it, and I do believe anybody who's doing DoorDash is like, in India they have a caste of people called the Untouchables.
Do they really?
Yes, you just can't fuck with them.
Wow.
Don't go near them. You see them, and you look away. That is kindness. And this, don't take offense to this. But it is when I encounter a food delivery person in the wild, I look away. No, I will look away.
Damn. You don't feel like you're one of them?
A food delivery person? No.
Yeah.
There's so many other jobs. I just feel like if you're delivering DoorDash, I just inherently, here's the thing. I love them as a person. They're a child of God.
Yeah.
But they're in so much pain.
Are they?
A lot of times you can see their pain. I can't see it.
They're just listening to Scott Stapp. He's like, I don't feel
like
they're.
I think some of them are in pain. They're just, it's tough. It's it's hard for me to see and look at. It's hard for me to look at.
Well, the saddest part is we make them drive too. It's like, they're a victim to gas prices. At least in other countries, like DoorDashers will be on motorcycles, or they'll just be throwing the food to someone who's further down the street.
They're actually cool.
Yeah.
Because many of them are Asian, and they're on a tiny little bike, and it's fun.
Yeah.
And they're having a great time, and they're actually seeing how fast seeing how fast they can get it to you.
Oh, there's a dark web of it that they are all on, where they get points and their little.
And they like seeing how, and many of them are risking their life with ramen on their back to get it to you. They're risking their life so that an NYU student can eat that ramen piping hot. You're getting it so hot. But in LA, maybe I should qualify my statement.
Yeah.
It's only DoorDashers in LA.
Of course.
Because they're all people that want to be like actors or screenwriters. They're lazy. The food's cold. You barely get it.
Yeah.
That's my issue here. It's not, I don't want to malign all the food delivery people. In Los Angeles, I've noticed a problem. Sometimes they'll just steal the food.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, some of them are just looking to get a meal because you can apply online.
Yeah.
You can be working for DoorDash in 6 minutes or less. That's one of their big things. Like, in 6 minutes.
That's not a good idea.
Yeah, it's a horrible idea.
It's a horrible idea.
Become a DoorDash delivery guy.
In 6 minutes?
Yeah, you can be a DoorDash delivery guy in 6 minutes, or in a very small amount of time. I'm not sure what it is, and they call you an independent contractor. But yeah, next thing you know, you can have a food in 40 minutes. You can be picking up food from somewhere that you can just eat.
Yeah, I mean, I've had some issues with them.
Have you?
Well, DoorDash now, I think is pretty good. It's the one that I use.
What? I thought you just said all this shit.
Well, no, they're bad, but they're all bad. Like Postmates they're all different kinds of bad.
Yeah.
Postmates is bad. Uber Eats, I just feel like it's a monopoly. I don't want to be involved.
Uber Eats is disgusting.
I don't want to be involved with people that are double dipping.
Yeah, I agree. It's sick.
It's sick. But to me, it's like DoorDash, even though it's evil, it's the lesser of all the evils.
Yeah.
Or you could leave your house, but that's terrifying. To go and like the process of getting.
Oh, to go into the world? Yeah.
It's crazy.
And to go eat, like David Spade still eats at McDonald's. You know, he's basically, he's like the Ulysses S. Grant of our time. I feel like he goes, he's on the front line.
He is the Ulysses S. Grant.
He will go sit there.
Yeah.
Dine. He'll battle. He has an amazing story about battling a homeless guy for a series of nuggets that he had ordered.
Well, that's probably what keeps a guy like that who's so successful and so beloved. It's what keeps him grounded.
Yeah.
Like once a week, he goes, I've had this legendary career. But he's like, once a week, let me go and get him a griddle and see if I can make it out. You know? And if he can make it out with the McGriddle, he's like, all right. It's just, we all need a little friction in our life.
Like, this is for you, Farley.
Yeah, this is for you. And he goes in, you know? It's just, he's like Adam Sandler's on a spaceship somewhere, you know, like writing movies from a space station. And David Spade's like, let me just go into the La Cienega McDonald's and just see if I can get out today with a McFlurry. Get into my car.
Dude, there's a promoter, this guy who's a promoter, promoted a bunch of like Midwestern tour dates. He double booked features and stuff. He'd show up, he'd drive through the snow to Penguins and like Midland, Iowa or something. You get there and you'd have booked 4 other fucking features, you know, and it would be closed. It was just fucking
it's a nightmare.
Oh, it was unbelievable. And he would always trade tickets for everything. You'd go to eat with him. He'd like, let's go to lunch. And then he would try to pay with tickets and you'd feel so fucking embarrassed. You're like, I can afford. Then you'd end up having to pay for him a lot of times. This guy was just like
tickets at Carnival?
Like tickets to the comedy show.
Oh.
because he was also a feature opener.
Gotcha.
He did 10 minutes about being he did 10 minutes up top. But one time he had 2 milkshakes, right? And they had a couple sisters that were fighting each other near a Honda Civic.
Okay.
Right? That's most of the Midwest, right?
That's probably a lot of it.
Yeah.
It's the whole state of Missouri.
Yeah.
Just a Honda Civic with 2 sisters, maybe hefty. Maybe
Yeah. I mean, definitely. Like you wouldn't put more than 3 of them in a Camry, probably.
It would get tight.
It would get in there, right? So, but they were talking shit outside in a parking lot.
Right.
So he's like, I'm going to be a good Samaritan. I'm going to walk over there with 2 milkshakes, right? So he goes over. Because I think in some cultures, if you milkshake a sister, it's like
it's beautiful.
It goes a long way.
Yeah.
So he gets over there, and they did not want anything to do with him. And they literally started beating the
They lit him up for that?
Lit him up.
Dude, that's fucked up. They lit him up for just coming with milkshakes?
And he was he'd never let go of the shakes.
Right.
So this guy took all the
took
abuse,
the beatings.
down on his knees, and he still has the shakes in
like
there.
Christ on the cross with a shake on each. Yeah.
Gary, that was his name too.
Yeah.
And we can take his name out if we want, but that's who he was, man. He was, he'd invite you to go to a show in the middle of Lake of the Ozark. One time I went to it was nowhere.
Yeah, it's the guys, yeah.
It was just a couple dudes at a fucking water fountain, you know?
I used to do shows with this guy. He was a preacher and moved to ex-recovering addict.
Oh, of course.
And he had one hand
Mhm.
and like one arm. Like he had a fake arm, but this was before like there were good prosthetics, you know? So it was like I'm not even kidding, kind of like a Halloween arm.
Oh, yeah, you could get the Nixon arm or
It
whatever.
only had one. And it was like the coach arm, like he was giving his big. So it was always just like this. No matter what was going on, he'd be like talking, and then you just had this, like a Halloween arm. It wasn't good. And he would leave it on the sink in the bathroom, and you would just walk into the green room, and then you'd be taking a pass to be an arm, just an arm, and then he'd like fasten on. And one of his bits is he just took it off, and the crowd would go nuts, and he'd like put it back on. It was a dark time at the beginning of comedy, you know. And then he would tell people you go, I'm a veteran. He didn't lose his arm in any type of the veteran activity.
Yeah.
But he would say, I'm a veteran, and they would be like, oh, thank you for your service. But he never went, he served, but he never served an active combat.
No, yeah.
But he had like a fake arm. And then he would get on airplanes and he'd go, I should sit in first class with a veteran. And then the woman would go, yeah, but that's not how it works. We're sorry, you have an economy ticket. And he'd go, I'm a veteran, I serve this country. And he would put the hand. He'd be like, I served this country. And she's like, you have to go to economy, sir. And then sometimes like part of the plane would side with him. Yeah. Like they'd look at her, they'd be like, you're disgusting. But he was just an ex-crackhead who lost his arm because he was on crack and got in like a horrible accident in his car.
Yeah, there's not enough differentia these days amongst the PTSD community.
I've said it a lot. I don't want to hear that word unless you're in a war.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about PTSD. I don't want to hear that you're taking. You don't need to take ayahuasca all the time. Like a lot of these people now just take ayahuasca.
I just came from a ceremony.
Yeah, but I mean, it's okay every now and then. But people are like overboard.
Oh, people are doing it too much.
It's overboard. It's like the Incans did not come up with ayahuasca so they could try to figure out how to get a Range Rover. There's no way that was the intended purpose of ayahuasca. It's a religious. They used to give it to kids before they sacrificed them and killed them. And now, and if your shaman is named Jennifer and she lives in Studio City, it's not a shaman. You can't follow around a white bitch in Santa Fe, New Mexico. You're just a junkie at that point. You're a junkie. If you're throwing up into a bucket in Santa Fe, New Mexico, with a white bitch named Jennifer, you can't do ketamine every week. There's people showing up. You're going into the valley in LA. You're sitting in a lazy boy. Somebody who's not even a nurse, but who's dressed in the scrubs.
Yeah.
They're not. You don't even know what nurses are.
Yeah.
Because they're just dressed in those scrubs. But that's somebody that was door dashing a week ago, and now they injecting you with ketamine, and you're laying in a chair and just high. You're a drug addict. It's not. They tell people, well, I do ketamine, but under the care of a doctor.
Yeah, that's not a doctor.
That's not a doctor.
Yeah, somebody that's watching Amazon Prime on their phone or listening to the Saltburn soundtrack while you're sitting there geeked out on a lazy boy.
In a lazy boy. And then they're like, hey, did that help with your PTSD? They're like, what war were you in? You go, no, I wasn't in any war. I just,
Yeah,
I had a stressful career as a gymnast. I never made it to the Olympic trials, but like my parents were real hard on me as a gymnast. So I got to come in here and get high once a week.
Yeah, we were forced to wear tight turtlenecks at our private school.
Yeah, it was real tough, I sprained a hamstring once. My family was like, all right, well, your life's over. So now I got to get high in a strip mall once a week. It's like, this maybe not good. R.I.P. Matthew Perry, sorry.
Yeah, R.I.P., man. And it's just where we are.
Yeah.
It really is, man. It's like we're at the point where people are going to be holding each other at gunpoint to subscribe to the OnlyFans or to get in the Uber.
Technology will be the new drugs. I think as technology gets better, it will take the place of drugs. So when the metaverse gets so crazy, you throw the goggles on, you go, I don't need ayahuasca.
Yeah.
Because I'm in the thing. You've created the digital world that I can live in. I don't need ketamine. I'm whoever I want to be in the digital world.
Right.
Like we were talking before the show started. Somebody with one leg in the digital world has two legs and is running.
Yeah.
Through a park.
And it's running through a park and it's running for office.
It's running for office in San Francisco. And there's no homeless there in the digital world. It's just beautiful. It's just the painted ladies, those houses from
from Full House?
Full House. You're just running through that park. There's heroin addicts, just you and your dog running through the park. But in real life, you're a one-legged person living in a horrible situation.
This episode is sponsored by Prize Picks. Yep. If you like firing on sports, then Prize Picks is the app for you. You can fire on all your favorite sports like NFL, NBA, UFC, and more. Prize Picks is the one that I enjoy. Instead of choosing teams, you choose individual players. That's right. They have a unique way of doing things, which is the way I always prefer. Each player has a set projection, and you choose either more or less than that set projection. For example, if you think Zion Williamson is going to have more than 17 points, you would pick that. And if you think that Luka Doncic is going to have less than 24 points, you would pick that. Prize Picks is the best app for you. Download the app and use code Theo, and Prize Picks will match your deposit up to $100. Ever look back at your butt and think, I deserve better? Well, if not, then you should. This year, introduce yourself and your behind to the best with Tommy John's super soft underwear, loungewear, and pajamas. That's right. Tommy John's breathable, lightweight, and moisture-wicking fabrics are designed to make you feel that much more comfortable so you can do everything better. The tri-blend and modal fabrics stretch 4 times more than competing brands, and Tommy John moves 16 different ways to give you plenty of breathing room. I've got on a pair right now, and I feel just dang cozy. I'll say it. Shop Tommy John and get 20% off your first order right now at TommyJohn.com/THEO. That's right. Save 20% for a limited time at TommyJohn.com/Theo. TommyJohn.com/THEO. See site for details. Tim Dillon, good to see you, man.
Yes, thanks for having me.
We haven't seen each other in a while.
We haven't seen each other in a while. You're killing it. You're all over the place. I see you. I'm like, this is amazing.
You're the funniest guy. People love you so much.
That's very sweet of you to say.
Did you ever what was I going to ask you? I just got back I just saw the Lahaina fires, man. Ooh. I just got back from there.
I like a good fire.
Yeah.
That was.
No,
here's the thing. I don't want anyone to die or anyone to be hurt.
This wouldn't be your space.
And I don't want anyone to lose their property.
Right.
But I just like a nice,
crisp.
I like a controlled burn.
Oh, yeah.
I like a controlled burn. I think you go in there, you do a controlled burn, everybody goes to the hilltop, kind of watch it, and then
you go down and rebuild together.
And then you go down and rebuild. You need to do that to thin out the forest. Otherwise, if they get overgrown, this is what happens.
Yeah.
I wanted to go scout at my mother's ashes in Hawaii. Oh, because she died and she loved Hawaii.
Did she really?
Yeah, but it was a week after that. I thought it would be in poor taste to come in with an urn. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can't bring sand to the beach.
I just don't want to. And I come in with the urn, and I'm just with ashes, just kind of flinging them at people.
Or the urns, as some black people call it, which is crazy. Like,
yeah,
that's not what
I didn't want to
is,
do.
guys.
But my mother did love Hawaii, but I was like, you know what? She won't know the difference if I go down to Florida. Just kind of, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
the ocean's the ocean.
Well, she won't know the difference if you get one of those little Japanese sand gardens.
That's right.
And just dump her in the middle.
That's what we're gonna do. I'm actually.
Check it out.
Good job.
What is it? Horse shit.
Boom, and we're live. Thanks for doing this, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you for having me. I appreciate that.
You're the only guy I've ever had in the studio where when I showed up, you were working out.
That's what I do, man. That's my life. That's my life.
It's pretty crazy, though. I mean, how much time did you have when you got here?
I got here about an hour early.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got a little early.
So I got here, shirt off, doing chin-ups. It was hilarious. I didn't get my camera out in time before you saw me. I wanted to take some pictures.
Well, maybe next time.
Next time. Well, I'll catch you after the show. You are a guy that, for a lot of people, you sort of embody the idea of hardening your mind and figuring out a way to do things that most people think are impossible. Right? You've sort of become that guy over your life, and you become that guy for a lot of people, including me, online. We've talked about you on the podcast a ton of times. Right. So having you in here has been it's very exciting to me.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
How'd you become that guy?
You know what? I grew up not that guy.
Yeah.
So a lot of people put a title on me. They want to, they see me now. They see me now as the guy that with his shirt off who can do 4,030 pull-ups in 17 hours, who can run 205 miles in 39 hours, who can do all this crazy shit. But what they don't understand is they don't understand the journey that it took me to get to this point. And what got me to this point was I was just the opposite of what I am today. I was that guy who ran away from absolutely everything that got in front of me. But not many people knew that. I had two people. Like the real me was like this very scared, insecure, stuttering, got beat up by his dad, all this kind of stuff. And I built this fake person that walked around like my shit didn't stink, you know? Right. Yeah, so that's kind of how I did it. And through a process of time, I realized that I was lying to myself and lying to people.
But it's a fascinating journey, though, because you are that guy now.
Right.
I mean, you genuinely are a legit badass.
Right.
At one point in time, you were a legit terrified person.
Yes.
So what was the process? Like, how did you step forth?
Well, it's a long process.
Right.
My dad beat the shit out of me when I was growing up. I was the first black baby born in this hospital called Miller Fillmore in Buffalo, New York. My dad owned skating rinks, he owned bars, he ran prostitutes from Canada to Buffalo, New York. My dad was a big time pimp, big time. Anything bad about a person, big time hustler. He was American. You know that movie with Denzel Washington? Mm-hmm. He was that, but not that bad.
Right. He had like billions of dollars bank account in Poland.
He was that kind of guy. And beat the shit out of me, the shit out of my mom. There was an incident one time when my mom got knocked out on top of the stairs. They drug her down the stairs by her hair. And at 6 years old, I'll never forget this.
Yeah, I'm everywhere.
I was always afraid. My whole life I was afraid. But I had this fucking voice, this conscience that would always be guiding me and said, hey, you gotta get up and do something. I didn't want to do shit. You know, I was just afraid, but that voice would force me to get up. And my dad, I tried to beat him up whenever I was sick. So it's been on for several years. And I have a big time learning disability because my dad didn't believe me was going to school. So my dad, it was about the business, the skating rink and the bar. So the skating rink opened about 7 o'clock at night, and this is the time I was able to walk. So about 4, 5, 6 years old, 8, 9, and I go to this skating rink at 7 o'clock at night, and I worked the skating rink until 10 at night. And then we would scrape the gum off the floors, and we cleaned the whole skating rink up. And then my dad had the office, and my brother and myself would sleep in the office. And my mom would go upstairs and lock the door at 3 o'clock in the morning. And then they cleaned the bar up. So after all that shit was done with, going to school rarely happened. So when I went to school, I was all kind of, my learning disability. I had social anxiety. I was just a jacked up kid from living in this tortured home. From the outside looking in, we lived in an all-white neighborhood, and then we would travel to the ghetto of Buffalo, New York, where the skating rink was at. So we worked around mostly blacks, and I lived around mostly whites. But no one knew what was going on in that house on 201 Paradise Road. It's crazy. But my mom got courage to finally leave him when I was about 8 years old. We moved to a small town in Brazil, Indiana, and that's when the real war started for me. And Brazil, Indiana is a small town. Great people, a lot of great people. And I say that because a lot of people get offended. And I'm going to get to the point where people get offended. There was about maybe 10 black families at about 10,000 people in the town. And in 1995, the KKK marched in the 4th of July parade.
Pretty fucking small.
So this was not everybody was racist. There was a lot of good people. Some of the best people I knew was there, but there was also a lot of racism there. So me being one of the few black kids in that area, it kind of haunts you. I had stuff on my notebook, nigga, we're gonna kill you. On my Spanish notebook, they had it on my car, nigga, we're gonna kill you. This is early 90s. And so even though I showed it didn't hurt me, it was jacking me up. So all the insecurities I had when I was a kid with my father, I've moved into this area here, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And the shit haunted me. And that voice that I talked about, it kept talking louder and louder and louder. I was doing nothing about it. And I decided to make moves. And I cheated all through school. And it's kind of humbling to talk about my stories sometimes. And it's also embarrassing. But it's real. It's who the fuck I am. It's what I am. It's what created me. And copied from the 4th grade to my junior year in high school on every assignment. And I want to get in the military. I want to join the Air Force. And the guy gave me an ASVAB test. It's like a watered down SAT. And I couldn't copy on it because the guy beside me had test A, I had test B. The guy on my right had test C. So I looked to copy on this test, but I couldn't copy on it. So I got like a 20. And I wanted to be an Air Force pararescueman. It's guys that jump out of airplanes and save down pilots. It's a special operator in the Air Force. And my score was so horribly low that it's retaken again. And he said, hey, I got like an 18 the second time, even worse. I need to get a 50 out of a 99. And so my mom and I, for a while, we lived in the government subsidized apartments, $7 a month, and also food stamps. And we slowly moved up to a $230 a month place. But at the time, we were pretty poor. But my mom afforded enough money for me to go to see a tutor 1 hour a week. So for 4 hours a month, I had 6 months to study for my last test. I only take the ASVAB test 3 times. And I studied my ass off and passed it. I got in the Air Force and realized there was more things in front of me. I was afraid of the water, terrified of the water. And I learned how to swim. But what gets everybody in this training, in all special ops training, is the water confidence. Where they try to pretty much drown your ass. All of our lives we've been breathing. And they take that from you. And then when I see how comfortable you are in the water, and there's only 1% African Americans in special operations. And I didn't know anything about African. A lot of them are negative buoyant, which I am, because of the bone density. I struggled. But 6 weeks in the program, there was about 25 guys left out of about 150. I was there, and I didn't go to sleep for 6 weeks of the program. And I wanted to quit so badly, but I quit everything in my life. I copied through school. I wanted to prove people wrong. And so here I am in this Air Force program, starting to get a little more confidence. But this water was kicking my ass. And 6 weeks in the program, the doctor gave me a blood test. It was that sickle cell trait, not the anemia, but it still killed people. But so they put me out training for a week, and you go from being very uncomfortable in that water situation, and then now you're comfortable. And I'm sitting back watching the guys drown. I'm not part of the activities anymore for this week. I don't want to get back in that damn water again. So the fear overcame me, and all my insecurities from my dad, from this small town, from everything started coming back. And even though no one knew how fucked up I was, kind of created this other person who was tough, I lived with this shit all the time. So me not wanting to go back in that water, the doctor called me back up. I thought I was getting like a medical kick out of the military. So no quitting for me. They'll kick me out so I can have some pride.
Women suck.
The doctor said, no, we'll put you back in the training. And I was like, fuck. But after a week, I'm like, you know what? I missed 1 week. There's only 3 weeks left. There's a good chance, I can tough this shit out and go on. But I went back to the CO and the commanding officer of the program. And the sergeant said, hey, you got to start from day one because you missed, that week of training. And I broke. I couldn't imagine going back through that again. So I made up a lie. And I said, man, the sickle cell thing is really scaring me. It was the fucking water. It wasn't sickle cell. And I pretty much quit. Even though they gave me a medical, I quit. So from the age of 19 to the age of 22, I went and did a job called TAG P, where you control fast movers behind the lines. Cool job, but there's no water. I was afraid of the water, so I quit it. And I gained 125 pounds in that time. I went from 175 to almost 300 to 297 was my heaviest. I started finding things that was comfortable. And the more things I found comfortable, the more uncomfortable my mind was. Because that voice I was telling you about, it always was there. I was just trying to avoid that conscience. I wanted to be left alone from that conscience, and it wouldn't leave me alone. So I got out of the Air Force, and I started working for a job called Ecolab, where he sprayed the cockroaches.
Apologies for all my bots. Oh my god.
And spraying at different steak and shakes, red lobster, whatever, from 11 o'clock at night to 7 o'clock in the morning.
It's really annoying.
And it changed. I came home and watched the Discovery Channel show, Class 224. I came home from Steak and Shake. I stayed down last, get a big old large 42-ounce shake, go across the street and get a box of mini donuts from 7-Eleven. And I would drive home for 45 minutes. This big old fat guy who, I worked out, but I was fat. I didn't run, didn't PT, I hit the gym. So driving home, turn the TV on, and what comes on, the Discovery Channel show, and that's where everything changed for me. I was taking a shower, I walked out, heard these guys, and I watched the show, and it made me reflect big time on the piece of shit that I am, and I'm exactly what people said I was going to be. So what was on this show that really struck home? It was, I saw these guys going in the water, so I was terrified. I can't even express, I really had a big fear, and I know a lot of fighters have fears and stuff like that, but they get over them. But a lot of us have these fears that you just don't want to fucking face. And I had a lot. Good old Hollywood. And that's what created the person who's in front of today. But just a scared bitch is what I was. But I was watching these guys going through hell, Class 224. And these guys ringing the bell, quitting, dropping their helmet down, rolling out. A lot of guys just leaving. And it made me reflect on my fears, my insecurities. And I saw real men, what I thought were real men who were staying, who were overcoming adversity, who were overcoming all these different things that I had blamed so many fucking people in my life, my dad, my mom for not being there. When I was 14 years old, my mom was going to get me married to this great guy. He got murdered. And then I moved back to a small town in Brazil, and everybody was blamed. My learning disability, my skin color, me being everything. And so I sat there for a while, and I was like, no one's gonna fucking come. No one's gonna fucking come help me. It's fucking me against me, period. And so I had to man up, and I said, the first thing I started doing is facing every fucking fear I have, no matter what the fuck it is, man. And these things would keep me up, and no one. People who are hearing this shit, they will never really understand when you face these things and so many things, how they keep you up and haunt you at night.
I think there's a lot of people out there that know what you're talking about.
I mean, and so that's what it did. And I had two
I
options.
can understand using
Either
U-boat. Why
you
using
got 300-pound guy who sprayed for cockroaches and made $1,000 a month. And at 24 years old, knowing when I'm 50 fucking years old, I can reflect on this and think about what guy I really became, or I can totally just sack it up and fail and fail and fail until I succeed.
I can understand.
So I
But the
started
risk
calling
involved
recruiters
with
up.
that is
Some
that people
will be
find
affected
out.
maybe
One, you get banned on the platform, and
And
two,
every recruiter, so there's a weight and height, especially weight height to get in the military. And I was 6'1" and 297. And I had prior service, which was a big deal. So I called all these recruiters up and all and said, hey, how tall are you? Blah, blah, blah. We got into conversation to see if I was even qualified. And by the time I got to my weight, phone would hang up pretty much like, hey, you know what? Call somebody else, try to get in the reserves. So I tried to get in the reserves. And I called this guy, Steven Salger, recruiter up. And he said, hey, come on in. He saw me, put me through the weight stand and all this other stuff. And to get into the class I had to get into, I had to lose 106 pounds in less than 3 months. So I was like, fuck that, I can't do that. Grab a chocolate milkshake and look back to people like, I'm going back to work, man. This is my life. So in this job, you're looking for cockroaches, looking for rodents and stuff like that. This next morning or this next night, I went to work.
it takes a life to build a reputation, and then it's destroyed. Yeah, trust me, I know that.
And this restaurant got full of cockroaches and rodents and everything else. And I sat there and I said, this is my life. I said, this is my life. You are exactly who the fuck. This is it. And I said, this ain't going to be it for me. So in that restaurant, I quit my job, left my canister in that restaurant, my spray canister, got back in my Ecolab truck, and I went home. And I started working out like somebody. I became the most obsessed person on the planet Earth. And I was basically, I had to invent a guy that didn't exist. I had to invent a guy that can take any pain, any suffering, any kind of judgment, be called nigger, be called whatever the fuck in the world, and be able to stand in the fucking room and say, go fuck yourself. I had to build this callous mind, and I built it through suffering. I built it through downright fucking just crushing myself. If it was raining outside at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning, if it was snowing, the first instinct is don't go out there and do shit. My instinct was, we gotta fucking go out there. Anything that was fucking horrible in my life that I would normally say no, that was inhumane to most people, I had to go do it. And I started callousing my mind at this point in my life. And I lost the weight. And I went back to recruiter. I got into that class, and I went through 3 Navy SEAL Hell Weeks in 1 year. Only guy to ever be in 3 Hell Weeks in 1 year, to my knowledge. The first one I didn't make it through. The next 2 I did. And that I just didn't. I didn't stop anymore from there. And I started realizing through this process that the fucking mind is what you created. And I started opening different doors that I didn't think were even there, that I didn't think even existed. And the more doors I opened up, the more I started realizing that my potential is damn near endless. And it changed my whole mindset. So I went from David Goggins and I created Goggins. And that journey is a priceless journey that is hard for me to explain to people because it sounds so quick and easy. Like I just lost this weight and I went through 3 Hell Weeks, I went to Ranger School, went to Delta Force Selection, whatever it is. It was brutal. It's a brutal journey every fucking day. If everyone's, are you happy? If anybody knows my life story, I'll try to give you just a snippet of it. Where I'm at today is in front of Joe Rogan telling you my life. To get through where I became, to get through where I'm at now, there's nothing but pride I have for myself that I can't really show people. Because I have this face that they see like, are you happy? What's wrong with you? I'm driven. I'm obsessed. And that's what you see. So
people need to hear this story. This is an exciting story for people because there's a lot of people out there that feel trapped and they feel stuck and they feel like they can't do anything and this is who they are. You're a guy who felt that exact same way, but figured out how to not be that person and be a person that you would admire. What were the first steps? Like, you had some slips before, right? Because you quit because of the water thing, right? But then when you went back the second time, you decided you're going to lose all that weight and you quit that job. Was it just straightforward from there, or were there some days where you just failed and then you picked it back up again?
So my first run, when I decided to lose the weight, I was, like I said, 297. I was about 32% body fat. And my idea was to run 4 miles. My first run, I didn't know how bad it was going to hurt me. I used to run before I was fat. And I was like, fuck it, I can do this. I ran a quarter mile and walked home. I walked home, sat on my couch and cried. I went to my mom's house. She was about maybe 20 minutes down the road, cried again in her couch, saying, I can't fucking do this shit. I don't know what I'm going to do. I just got somebody pregnant. My life was just fucked. I was making $1,000 a month. My rent was $810 a month. And my mind just kept fucking with me. And kept fucking, not good enough, man. This isn't for you, man. These guys are bad motherfuckers on the planet Earth. You're not that. And what it was, and it's kind of funny, I was obsessed with Rocky 1 in particular. And when I was a kid, I'd come home every day and I'd watch this fucking show, Rocky. And I would fast forward with the little VHS tapes to round 14. Round 14 fucked me up like nobody's business. Why? The song came on. When I bought the pull-up record, I listened to the song for 17 hours. It's 2 minutes and 13 seconds. And I'm able to visualize and dream like nobody's business. And I know that I can create a vision that many people can't. And I work for it. So the vision I had was when Apollo Creed beat the fucking shit out of Rocky. Beat the shit out of him. He kept fighting. He was a dumb fighter. Couldn't read. Couldn't fuck. That was me. Couldn't read. Couldn't write. Just punchy. Everything about him. And Rocky beat the shit, or Apollo beat the shit out of him. He was in that corner. And everybody was saying, "Stay the fuck down."
How to clean
and him getting up. Apollo Creed raised his arms up in the fucking air, turned around, thought he won the fight. He turns around and sees this guy getting up, and it was the face of Apollo Creed that changed my life. The face of Apollo Creed. It was like, just by that motherfucker getting up, not winning, just by him getting the fuck up, Apollo Creed was his champ. He's the best. Rocky had taken his soul. Had literally taken his soul. His head goes down. He looks at him like, what the fuck are you? I wanted to be that. Not Rocky. I wanted to be the guy that people looked at. I don't care if black me or gay, like, I don't care. But said, this motherfucker is going to keep coming after whatever the fuck is. I wanted that. I wanted that more than anything in the world. So that is, I kept picturing me falling down and getting up. And every motherfucker that called me nigger, I was done. Even myself, I wanted to feel something besides defeat. I wanted to just go the distance. And that going the distance pushed me to a point of where now I go way past the distance.
So you go the first day, you run a quarter mile and you walk back home. Right? How do you move forward?
So basically what I did is I came home and I had a chocolate milkshake. I sat down and I gave up. I said, this ain't gonna fucking happen, man. I could lose 106 pounds and I can't even go a quarter of a fucking mile. I started being able to take negative shit and be happy. And this whole, I say what if a lot, it sounds corny, it sounds weak, but it's true. One of the recruiters said there's not many black Navy SEALs. In fact, I was the 36th African American SEAL in history. In over 7 years. Because the fucking water, you know. I mean, people get mad at me. It's fucking true. Just get over it. And so, I was like, man, my story would be if my fucking fat, dumb, lying to be friends with people, insecure ass can overcome this shit. And that what if mentality, like that dreamer mentality, just would always fuel me. It would just fuel me, man. What if I can be a SEAL, man? What if I can go from running a quarter of a fucking mile? Now I run 205 miles. What if I can go? What if I can go? And what if, how would that feel if I'm graduating? Kind of at the graduation thing I was talking about, 224, like the video I sat down and watched. This commanding officer stood up and he said to the graduation, guys who are graduating buds, like 18 of them, he said, we live in a society where mediocrity is often rewarded. And he went on to say something about these men detest mediocrity. And I wanted to be a man that detests mediocrity. It got me in a lot of trouble in the SEAL teams and going forward in my life because I started looking down on people for not going hard as fucking shit. And I started to create different things, but that's for a different day. But I just believe that, my whole mind changed.
That is a problem that a lot of people who work hard do have. You get angry at people who don't work hard to the point where you want to insult them. You want to smack them. And it's really because you're scared of seeing that yourself.
Yeah, that's probably the truth. That's probably the truth. So I guess a lot of times I would see people, and it probably was a direct reflection of who I was. And I would get mad at them, but in reflection, it's probably just getting mad at myself.
Yeah, that's for me, 100%. When I see people that are half-assing things, I get terrified of seeing that in myself. And get mad. Right. And it's not a good way to handle it. It's natural because you're just terrified of seeing that trait. Right.
Oh, you want to go there as well, Craig?
So you come back.
Yeah, this looks like one of like the best cities. Over there,
right. You walk back home, try to regroup.
Too cold,
So
too
what I did, I
hot?
sat down there and I put
I like cold. I like coldness and shit.
I got a milkshake.
Look, man, they got lights in the sky and shit. And jazz. Isn't that like fucking
I love to see
insane?
people who
What the fuck did I press?
get beat down.
Damn,
And the scenes.
Like, would
The
you go to
scenes that
JB with me?
drove me. And people in my hell was realizing three of them. They'd always hear me singing these songs. Humming these songs in torturous situations.
Do you really think so? Like, damn, 18th on
I would
right now?
be somewhere
Damn.
gone.
Damn,
Somewhere
Rabbi.
fucking gone. And somewhere fucking
Damn,
gone and
that's
shit.
cool.
They were singing for two
Tell me,
Elias.
18th on
The
keep right
barn
now.
shoots Elias. And, they think Elias is dead. And the choppers are
Oh,
taking
really?
off.
Say, I came to the chat last night. Hey, Rabbi, you see me in your chat last night? I came in on my stream for a bit. I think I said I love you or something. Some shit like that.
And
I'm like, Rabbi, where are you from, Rabbi? What state are you from?
chasing Elias through the woods and shooting his fucking back. And all he wants to
Wait,
do
Rabbi,
is
what do you think the
fucking
best state in America is like serious on the team?
get shot in the face.
I want to go.
And you see this
Yeah,
guy.
I came off my
I
stream.
love the fucking guy who just
It's all Rabbi K. We
And
love
so
Rabbi.
I put these things in as reminders that
Oh,
you're
let's
gonna
go
have to
Bees.
fucking
Oh, yeah,
suffer,
start.
man. This fucking
Miami.
0.25, man, this is
Yeah, wait, I'm the
man,
also
you're
looking
gonna
at
have to fucking suffer. To
California?
go from this fat,
Chat, this is where I want to go.
insecure
Look at
motherfucker to one of the
Chat,
best
look
guys on
at
planet
that.
Earth. This journey is gonna take something that is gonna be incomprehensible to most people. And these different visualizations, how I visualize it, and I self-talk, it became so nasty and dirty that I almost liked the
Oh,
fact
this
that I
place,
got
Evan,
touched.
California?
So it became from being defeated.
Yeah, it looks better than.
to,
Yeah, it looks good.
I
It looks good. It
fucking
looks
man,
good. Normal city.
0.7.
Normal city. Is this where you're
You know, it
from?
just became this different
Wait, they
mindset. I
have
turned
Rory
negative into positive.
Ellis in
So I
in
would think
California.
like, who would even think
Oh,
about
yeah.
doing this? So I would sit in my couch saying,
Marathon Key,
who at
Florida.
297 who can't fucking swim that good, who's scared of the fucking water,
That's the end
who
goal.
has the
I want
fucking
to be in a. I
balls,
want to be in a
there's
real Florida
balls to
city.
fucking man up, quit a job, and go
Golden
and
place.
put everything on
Yeah,
yourself.
I haven't been up Florida. I
So
say
it's how I start
it's
talking
purchased.
to
Hey,
myself.
IQ. What is
I put
that?
myself in a whole different
Oh, this
category.
looks good. What is
I would see
this?
the next day, and I kept
Miami
using
or
that
Florida?
fuel.
Wait.
No one would do this.
So nice.
See, I'll show you what I mean. No, you would like
fuck around. You're the best motherfucker ever lived. And I just kept fueling me with the right kind of message that I needed to hear that I was never telling myself. And through time, it became reality to myself.
So you start out on the first day, and then do you start running again the second day?
Yeah, the second day I got back after it again. But I started realizing I can't run that far.
Right.
So what I did was I became damn near a professional cyclist with the miles I put on the bike. So I never watched TV. I had to be doing
Listen.
something. So I rode a bike a lot. To lose the first initial kind of weight because my bones just hurt so bad, my body was broken. And I'm going to deal with that also. So I try to
Very cool. Very cool. Very, very cool. Bravo. Dude, everybody spray it up, Jay. Bravo. I love it. Spray it up, Jay. That is the best boot video I've ever seen, and I love every aspect of it.
2 miles, and then 2 to 3 was a big event. I went from 3 to 6. And then, like, they have a warning order that they give people to get ready for buds. And the whole thing was running 6 miles 5 days a week. And that was my goal. And so I just I failed, I'll go back to scratch. I used some positive motivation. I had like one day where I was like fucking defeated. But I started
This is gangster.
process. This is part of the journey. I had to realize this is part of my process versus just saying, like I used to, I'm just not good enough. If I'm not good enough, we always say that shit. I'm just not good enough. And then we try something else. I'm going to
What's
fucking
that
make myself
motherfucking
good
name?
enough. And that became my mentality. I'm gonna make myself good enough. And so I misunderstood a lot, but that's all it came down to. I made myself good enough. And the days I couldn't run that far, the next week, I would do 2-a-days. So like on the running, if I ran a quarter of a mile, I wait a fucking couple hours, it haunt me, bother me. I try to run a half mile the next time. Same day. You can do more than this. If I had to walk, I had to walk. It just became just a process of grinding and grinding. And grinding is not even a good word for it. It's not even a good word for it. And just going further and further. And then when I got through running, I go to the bike. I go to the pool. If I got tired somewhere, my legs were tired, I go to the gym. And I developed this crazy workout where I was doing volume, like 200-300 reps of like very lightweight. People always say, how come you don't have any like loose skin? My workout routine in the gym became sick. It became sick. I was just doing 200-300 reps, 400 reps on like chest, just like for one simple exercise, the bench press. And I would rack it, get back on it, just rep it out, trying to burn as many calories as I can, build that muscle mass. And I just became obsessed with it.
So when you're doing this, are you worried at all about repetitive stress injuries or the fact that your body's not conditioned for this? And you're basically taking your body where you had abused it,
right?
And now you're forcing it to live like an elite athlete,
right? I didn't care. I didn't know any better. I didn't think about it. I didn't know that working out that hard would fuck you up.
Did it fuck you up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's one reason why I went through 3 hell weeks. So I don't talk about it a lot, but the stress of my life getting to 24 caused me to have some serious psoas issues. I didn't know anything about this shit. The psoas muscle is what we use. It's your hip flexor muscle. And basically under stress, it starts to tighten up. And I stuttered from the time I was in 3rd grade, the time I was in 7th grade, white blotches on my skin. I was a nutcase. And so the insides of me are also getting fucked up. So in this process, my psoas muscle got real tight to my T12. I can show you the bump in the back of my head after this show is over, but I started growing this fucking like large tumor looking bump in the back of my head from my body compressing. So I'm 6'1", but my muscles were like 5'9", because I just started just the muscle tightness from my psoas going to my T12. I was just getting tighter, my quads, everything getting tired from just stress in my life. So the more I stressed my body with the workouts, my lower body became out of balance. So I had a bunch of stress fractures, bunch of injuries going through buds. And how I got through buds was they gave me my 3rd time, was my last time going through Hell Week. I basically put a black sock on at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I would get duct taped. I had numerous stress fractures on both of my legs because my body was literally like coming in on itself. And my legs were like, I was pronating really bad and putting stress on my shins. And so I would put duct tape. I would duct tape my feet, and I would show you the top of them where I have pressure ulcers that were the size of quarters from, how the ankle joint, so the foot goes to the shin, and how you move this, where the tape was so tight, it just created a nice ulcer right there. And I just kept my through it.
So you just use that tape to just support your injuries.
Right, so I basically cast myself, and for the first 30, 45 minutes, the pain was excruciating, but then it would go numb. And I would go numb, and then that's how I got through.
Wow. That do any long-term damage?
I've been out for 5 years. So I retired I did 21 years in the military. I did time in the Air Force, and I did about 16 years in the Navy.
How old are you?
43.
So you look like you're 30.
That's good.
You look very young for your age.
Whenever I'm stressed, I get after it. I fix whatever bothering me. So I basically, over the last 5 years, everything I've done in my life, I did it being very unhealthy. I never talked about it. I just kept going. And it cost me pretty much, I was choking my insides out. Adrenal issues, tons of adrenal issues, thyroid issues, anything with the endocrine system pretty much shut down on me. My organs were pretty much shutting down. And I went from a guy who could run 205 miles to a guy who couldn't get out of bed. And the doctors were trying to search what was wrong. That's why I figured out the psoas muscle. No one figured it out. and I hit it by accident. So I've missed 2 days of stretching out in 5 years. And so what happened was all the shit I did to myself, the stress I was under, physical, mental, all kind of shit, it just choked me out from the inside. And doctors put me on all kind of medication. And the medication started doing the exact opposite of
Like what kind of shit?
I was on DHEA. I was on some different things for my estrogen, different things for my. I was on anything to do with your, with your endocrine system. Thyroid medicine. Good God, I was on cortisol, all kind of shit to get my stuff. I had like this lump in my throat from like the heart was always. I couldn't run down the street. My body was just jacked up. Couldn't sleep. My whole body was just down, shut down. I could give you a lot more than that, but just to give you an example, I was fucking dying. And so I couldn't do anything. I went from a guy who was this guy to a guy who can't do shit. And the doctor's like, I don't know what's wrong with you, man. You know, your labs are this. Is it PTSD? Is it what's going on? I knew what any of that shit. So I sat in the bed one day and I realized, man, my life is over. This is it. But it gave me time to reflect on everything I had accomplished. Because I'd never taken time to reflect on the kid I was to the man I am now. So honestly, the time I wasn't working out, it was the best time of my life because I got a chance to really reflect back and be proud of who I became. I never took time to do that. It was like one after another. Get the fuck after it. Get after it. Get after it. You ain't good enough, motherfucker. Get after it. Get after it. And I got halted. So anyway, this process went on for a while. More medication. This isn't working. That's not working. No doctor can figure it out. I'm like, fuck it. I saw this doc about 8 years before this happened. And he was like, hey, man, you're so fucking tight. I've never seen anybody in my life as tight as you. You need 50,000 hours of stretching. He's doing some crazy number. I was like, whatever. Stretching, stretching's bad for you. So
you thought stretching was bad?
Yeah,
for
stretching's bad for you, man.
Why did you think that?
I read some article. Man, fuck stretching, man. I worked out so hard, I didn't have time to stretch. Man, I was running 150 miles a week. I was biking to work, man. I was getting after it, man. I was working a full-time job, and stretching and doing that. So my body was literally getting tighter and tighter, not just from what I was doing. Everybody thinks, because you ran this. No, it wasn't that, man. And so I said, no, I'm going to try to stretch out. So I don't do anything for like 10 minutes. Or, I don't do no 6-minute abs bullshit. So I started stretching out 1 hour, hour and a half. Long story short, man, I shave my head almost every morning. And that bump that was on the back of my fucking head, I started realizing it was shrinking. For some fucking reason. I don't know why. Because I shaved my head back and I was like, it's getting smaller. The smaller that bump got, the healthier I got. The smaller that bump got, I was like, oh, hold up, motherfucker. What's going on? That's so as muscles started getting more and more stretched out, more and more relaxed. And over a period of 5 years, I'm in the best shape of my damn life right now from stretching out.
Wow.
That's all it was. I went from I can't even count the medications I was on. Now I'm on a very low dose thyroid pill. Period.
Do you ever do yoga?
All the time, man. All the time. And I if I were to tell somebody one thing right now, man, that psoas muscle and getting that hip flexor opened up, because we're all stressed the fuck out. It's almost worse than others. It changed my life.
Yeah. How do you say Nick Gregorius? How do you say his last name? The Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt from England, Greek fellow. He has a great quote about yoga. He said, yoga is a martial art you do against yourself.
Yep.
It's a great way of putting it.
100%.
That's what it feels like when you're in there, right?
100%.
And so how many years ago was this? It was 5 years ago
5
when
years
you couldn't
ago.
do anything? And how long was there a period where you couldn't work out at all?
There was so I always try to do something, but I couldn't run hardly at all. I could run maybe half a mile and all that heart shit would happen and my heart would get AFib and all kinds of stuff would happen. And I started just stretching, and also I tried to do pull-ups every now and then, but everything was just, I didn't have the energy. I didn't have anything. I mean, nothing was processing right for me.
So did you think that you had just broken your body
Oh,
because
yeah.
you pushed it too hard?
100%. I sat back in that bed that night, and I had a lot of time to reflect. I said, you know what? I was actually kind of proud of myself in a very sick, twisted way. I even though people don't understand it, I had to do what I had to do. And, and I did it. Like, I didn't tell you how I got into ultra running. There's a lot of things that, so I pushed it extremely hard. I went way beyond what I thought was capable. Like my first ultra race I did, I was heavier. I was in Iraq. You know, the Marcus Luttrell Lone Survivor. I was in Bloods. I was in 3 Hell Weeks, as you know, as I said a million times. And I knew a lot of guys that died in the operation. I was at free fall school with Morgan Luttrell, who was his twin brother, during the Operation Red Wings, where Marcus Luttrell's the only survivor. I knew Marcus Luttrell well, and I was about 200 some odd pounds, and I didn't run hardly at all at this time. I was a SEAL, but I was like a bodybuilder. And I did elliptical trainer 20 minutes on Sunday. All I did. That's all I did. Fuck that cardio stuff. I was never about it until this happened. So that happened, and I was like, man, I got to find a way to raise money for these families. So I Googled I found a foundation, Special Operations Warrior Foundation, and I Googled the 10 hardest races in the world. I knew nothing about ultra running. The first I'd ever run was 20 miles at one time. And so what came up was a Badwater 135. 135-mile run through Death Valley in the summertime. I thought it was a fucking stage race. I didn't know people can run 135 miles at one time. I had no idea it was even possible.
What do you mean a stage race?
Where you run like 20 miles, camp out,
stages.
and then run 20 more until you get 135 miles.
Right.
So I went to ultra runner. Didn't know what ultra runner was. I called the race director up, Chris Kosman of the Badwater, and he said, "Are you an ultra runner?" And I was like, "I don't know what that is." He goes, "Have you run 100 miles in 24 hours or less?" I was like, "No." But I said, "I'm a Navy SEAL. I was in 3 Hell Weeks. I was a Ranger." I gave him some resume. He didn't give a shit. He said, "I don't care. You got to qualify for my race." And the deadline was up in 2 months for this Badwater race. And basically, he said, "There's 2 more races you can do to qualify. And I might consider you in my race. We select top 90 athletes in the world. And you're not even an ultra runner. But I like your cause, like what you're doing." He said, I called him up on a Wednesday. And he goes, "There's a race on Saturday in San Diego one day, where you run around a 1 mile track for 24 hours. That's how many miles you can get. If you get 100 in 24 hours, I will consider you in my race." I did the math, 14 some minute mile. Fuck it. I can do that. Dumb shit thinking, I'll tell you that right now. It was rough. Worst pain I've been in my entire life was this race. So I have my wife at the time, she's now my ex-wife. We go to Walmart, get a blue launcher, Ritz crackers, and Mileplex. That's what I'm going to have for a 100-mile run. So, show up at the start line of this race. It was the AUA National Championships. It's like the best ultra runners compete against each other to see how many miles you can get in 24 hours. And I'm this big bodybuilder-looking guy with a shirt off.
How much did you weigh back then?
I would say I was at least 230. At least it may have been more.
Been jacked.
Yeah, I was ripped the fuck up. I had big old chest. I was big. I was jacked up. There's a picture of me.
You definitely didn't look like someone who could run 100 miles.
No, not at all. So basically, I start running, and I get to about mile 40, mile 50, and I'm feeling pretty good. I get to mile 70, and it was the worst pain of my life. I sat down in this blue lawn chair at mile 70, and the Ritz crackers after mile 20 became Ritz cracker balls. I wasn't hydrating correctly. I didn't know what to do. I was drinking Mileplex for my nutrition because I couldn't eat these Ritz crackers. Had very minimal water, if any at all, and I was just dying. So I sat down in this blue lawn chair as I was watching all these runners go around in this circle. I was all dizzy and lightheaded, hadn't gone to the bathroom. It's been about 12 hours. I went 70 miles, about 12 hours, which is good. And I looked at my ex-wife now, and I was like, I am fucked. I started seeing like 3 of them. And once my body stopped, my mind just went off. And I had to go to the bathroom. And the bathroom was like 20 feet away from me, if that. And I couldn't. And so I sat there and peed blood down my leg and started cramping up my back, and with 30 miles to go. And my feet were broken. I was just in the worst shape. Because once you stop running, not running like that, I mean, I hadn't run in almost a year. I was just doing bodybuilding stuff and 20 minutes on the elliptical trainer.
No running at all.
I probably ran no more than 50 miles the whole year. That wasn't my thing. I wanted to be like Jack. You know, I didn't want to be cardio guy. I wanted to be ripped, big Navy SEAL guy. And the day before this race, it's funny, this guy named Joe Burns, who put me through my Hell Weeks, a SEAL guy, he's one of the hardest guys out there. He was in the gym the Friday before I did this race. And he was doing a full body squats, deadlifts, power cleans. I said, fuck it, man. He's a guy that approved me to do this race. He gave me the approval to go do this race and signed off on it. So I'm in the gym. I went in there, did a full body, hardcore squats, deadlifts, and everything with this guy. Because I knew he was going to come watch me in this race. So I've always been about, all right, man, you're going to see me come in here and jack this weight, and tomorrow you can watch me do a 100-mile run. What do you think about that? So basically, I paid for it. So he came out there with my favorite thing, chocolate, mini donuts, because he knew my story of my past life, and brought 6 mini donuts out there, and I had my hat pulled down, and at mile 70, man, it was torturous. And with blood down my leg and 30 miles to go, I started reaching the cookie jars, man. I started pulling off all kind of stuff. I reached in my mind, and a lot of us, when we have bad times in life, even the hardest person in the world, we forget how badass we are during that hard time. I have a thing where I take a couple seconds to reflect on, hang on, man, you've been through this, you've been through that, you overcame this, overcame that. I don't ever close my mind to the fact that this can't be done. And I knew I had to get up. I needed nutrition. I needed hydration. I needed to stop being dizzy. So that's the first thing I did. I didn't panic on that 30 more miles to go to get 100. I started about the process. Slowly but surely, I was able to stand up, and I was literally hobbling around this track, just walking, no running at all. I couldn't run. My feet were in the worst pain. This is the worst pain I've been in my entire life. Nothing in any training is even comparable to this last 30 miles. And what happened was, my ex-wife looked at me and she's like, man, we agreed I'm not going to make the time. I was going way too slow. And at that time, at mile 81, something clicked that I'll never probably be able to do again, when my mind, body, spirit, soul, everything just connected. And my mind knew I wasn't fucking around anymore. It knew I wasn't going to quit. It knew that guy was dead and buried and gone. And I was going to die out here on this fucking one mile. For whatever reason why, I was going to get through this motherfucker. I didn't give a damn. It made there was no fucking crowds. There was no trophy at the end. I wasn't even in a race in my mind. It was nothing. It went about nothing. There was no nothing. It was a bunch of people who didn't know who the fuck I was, and it was me against me. And I used all these different dark places to start bringing out light and just fucking going deeper and deeper. Ended up running the next 20 miles. I ran 101 miles, and I ran the next 20 miles, ran at about a 10:30 pace. And I did 101 miles in 18 hours and 56 minutes. Sat back down in that blue porta potty, now my chair that I got from Walmart. And that's when the body realized I was done. And this great feeling came over me, but also the worst pain in my life. That's when I took a humongous shit on myself. Literally like a fucking log up my fucking back. There's so much blood down. And my wife she was a nurse. And she was freaked out. I couldn't get up. I couldn't stand up. She backed this Camry on the knoll of the grassy area I was at. And we were both lifters at the time, so she was decently strong. I put my arms around her neck. She got me to the back seat of the car, let the windows down because I smelled like horrible shit. And I had this poncho on because it was November in San Diego, so I'm sitting there jackhammering in the back of his car. And she was terrified. I need to get to the doctor. So I said, just take me home. So we lived on the second story or the second deck of this apartment complex in San Diego. I got to the first deck, so I get out of the car and I could stand up, but with my arms on her neck. So I was leaning down because I was going to pass out. I got to the first deck, went down. Just couldn't stand up anymore. Got around her neck, worked up my way up the railing, got my arms around her neck again, walked to the kitchen area, which was right in the front door. I was laying on the poncho liner, crap was everywhere. She helped me manage to get into the tub, and it looked like dirt was coming out of my penis. This looked horrible. Just the grossest thing in the world. It was the worst pain I can ever be in my life. And the craziest thing, I'll tell you a story because it's right now. I'm not sadistic. I'm not crazy. People may think that. They may want to put a title on me after hearing me because it makes them feel better. Because they think, wow, this guy must be some special or just fucked up crazy dude. No. I'm a guy that came from nothing. Anybody's capable of doing shit like this. Anybody. And I sat in that tub. She put the water on me. She called my mom up. My mom was dating a doctor at the time. The doctor said, you need to get him to a hospital now. She came back in. All I wanted to do was call Chris Costner on the phone, the race director of Badwater, and said, I fucking did it. So she said, I'm taking you to the doctor. I said, no, let me sit here and enjoy this pain. She said, what are you talking about? I said, you know, I need to go to the doctor. I realized that. But I never thought it was humanly possible to do what I did. I went 70 miles. And at 70 miles, I was dead. I was at 100%. What I thought was 100%. I went 31 more miles after being in the worst physical shape I've ever been in my life. And all that pain and suffering and thing was going through my fucking body. And I sat in that tub and the waters hit me. And it was the most amazing feeling of accomplishment. And I want to be numb. I didn't want people to give me drugs and to numb this fucking pain. I did this. And as crazy as it sounds, it was the most amazing moment of my entire life. To come from this kid who was mentally torturing himself and was tortured to this guy now, who was able to overcome such amazing odds and obstacles. And I called Chris Cosmo up, the race director of Badwater, and he said, the idea of a 24-hour race is to run 24 hours. You only ran 19. And he put doubt in my mind that he would let me to Badwater. So a month later or so, about a month and a half later, I went to this race called the Hurt 100. It's a 100-mile race in Hawaii, 26,000 feet of climbing.
That was all he said?
That's all he said.
That's so crazy.
He's a hardcore dude, but he didn't know how fucked up I was.
Right.
And he said, he didn't say, he didn't say no, I'm not gonna let you in. He put enough doubt in my mind and said, man, I gotta do more. So I was broken bad. And
how long did it take you to recover physically?
The funniest thing about this, I don't tell the story very often. I had signed up for, I'm getting to that answer this right now. I went on deployment, and me and my wife and my mom signed up for the first Las Vegas Marathon down the strip of Las Vegas. And that incident happened. So I ran 100 miles before I ran a marathon. 2 weeks later, roughly, December 5th, was this marathon that we all signed up for. I couldn't walk. I could not walk. I was fucked up. So 10 days or 2 weeks after this 100-mile in one race I did, this marathon, December 5th, Las Vegas. I said, you know what, it's the first one. I can't run. Maybe I can walk with my mom. So I tried to go out to this little knoll around our grassy area in San Diego. I tried to run. Legs were broken. I said, fuck, I can't even, I'm jacked. Can't do shit. So I said, you know what, maybe I'll watch you guys do the marathon and I'll cheer you guys on, whatever. And I said, I'll try to walk with my mom. December 5th happened. That gun went off 2005. 14 days after, I broke myself off and I qualified for the Boston Marathon. I ran 3:08.
That's crazy.
And what's funny about it, I know people are here to say this motherfucker, even when I tell you the story, I want to drop so many names. Google it, look it up. I don't give a fuck. It almost seems like I'm making my own story up. It does.
It almost seems like it to you.
It does. Like when I tell, if I were to hear somebody, let's say I listen to Joe Rogan's podcast. I heard some black dude from fucking Brazil and I'm talking about this happened, 3 Hill Weeks, Ranger School, ran 100 miles, broke my feet, broke my body. I'm like, this mother, he's the biggest fucking liar on the planet. Ain't nobody doing this shit. You see, even when I tell my story, it almost sounds like some made up shit. So yeah,
what
14
sounds
days
so
later.
crazy is you ran 100 miles before you ever ran a marathon. Right. Then you didn't run again at all, and you still qualified for the Boston Marathon. So you ran a 3:08.
Right.
For the first marathon you ever did. 2 weeks after you ran 100 miles.
Right.
With no training and nothing in between.
But it gets better than that. You can see my training log that I actually posted up. So that's when I started training for the Hurt 100. So basically what happened was after that, I had about 4 weeks.
What did it feel like to run that 3:08 if you could barely walk?
When that gun went off, something went off in my head, and I didn't feel that much pain at all. Afterwards, I did, but something happened where I was like, the gun went off, and that thing came back. Like, all right, man, what if? Because I wanted to qualify for Boston. That was my goal. But I was jacked up, and I didn't run as much as I should have at all over my Iraq training. I hit the weights, And but my goal was when I signed up for it a year early, I wanted to qualify for Boston, which was a 3:10:59. And I was like, what if you can qualify for Boston, man? You just ran 100. So what helped me out, I just ran 101 miles. What the fuck is 26 miles to me now? So the mindset going into it was like, I ran 75 more miles than this. So I used it to my advantage. So after that happened, I ran, my feet pretty much broken. I would go to the physical therapist, and they had this compression tape. Compression tape helped because my feet were pretty bad off. And I would run 70, 80, 100-mile weeks. And then I went to the Hurt 100, race in Hawaii, 26,000 feet of climbing over 100 miles. Probably one of the top 5 hardest 100-mile races in the world. I wasn't even a real runner. Yeah, I banked a lot of miles by the last 2 months. But I wasn't a runner. Went out there and got through the race. Did it in 33 hours. Was a 9th place finisher. Not many people finished that year. And I qualified for Badwater and got in. And I went on to lose weight and train hard. And I got 5th my first year and went back my second year and got 3rd.
When you say you lost weight, like what were you eventually weighing?
So I went to the race about 190.
So you lost quite a bit from your bodybuilding time.
Right.
That's over a short period of time.
Right.
How did you lose all that weight?
Once again, I just worked out hard. I stopped taking my protein so much. I got off. I was on this stuff called Nitrotech. And I got off all the protein stuff. I stopped hitting the weight so hard. And I just became a running fool. Became the Black Forest Gump, man, pretty much. Pretty simple, man. That's what happened.
Now, when you say you were using compression tape on your feet and that your feet were jacked up, what was the extent of the injuries?
So basically, because of my pronation that I never figured out because of my psoas muscles, I always had issues with stress fractures, shin splints. So I put a lot of pressure on the inside of my ankles. And so there's this tendon that goes up the backside of your, I don't know if it's your fibula, on the backside of that little bone on the backside of your foot. It goes right up inside that, right alongside that bone. And that thing was just so flared up on both sides that even this flexing my foot was just killing me. So I realized when you cast that thing up, casting my feet always helped me out because it locked my foot into a position that wouldn't make me pronate as much. So between the casting of that, and if you watch the Badwater video of 2006, you'll see me crossing the finish line with this compression tape, literally like flying on my ankles because I went to the race with compression tape on my ankles. And so basically, I'd have that on my ankles. I had inserts in my shoes and also this wedge on the back heel of my left foot, so that it would keep me from pronating that heel so much. So I had all that on just to go around. And I ran my ass off and went to Badwater 2006, and I went compression tape on my feet and walked a lot, but I got 3rd place.
Do you always run with regular running shoes?
I do, yeah. So now I don't have those issues anymore. All the stretching has opened my body up to where how it should have been. So my alignment is pretty good. It's not perfect. So now I just run in regular running shoes now. No more compression tape, no more none of that stuff. So if you see now, if you look down there, you'll see the compression tape, and you'll see my ex-wife here in a second taking the compression tape off of me. She's doing it right now. Yep. See her right now?
Yeah.
See the tape?
Yeah.
So that's the tape right there that I had to wear every day of my life to run.
Wow.
So as you see, the story may be kind of unbelievable, but there's some proof right there.
Fuck.
So that's how
that was so painful.
Yeah, I was pretty fucked up. As you see right now, me trying to get up.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'm pretty destroyed right there.
What is the most amount of miles you've ever run?
At one time?
Yeah.
205 in 39 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, nonstop.
Whew. Yeah, I've had quite a few people on. I've met quite a few people now over the last year or so that have run ultras. Courtney Dowalter, you know who she is? She won the Moab 230.
Okay, yeah, I heard about
240
it.
rather.
Heard about it.
Yeah, she beat all the men by 22 miles, something like that. Some crazy thing. She was 1st place winner. She beat everybody else.
That's it.
2nd place winner. And with her, I mean, you would never believe it. When you talk to her, she seems so normal.
Right.
She drinks beer and eats nachos and eats candy.
That's ultra runner, man.
She's just silly and she's fun.
Yep.
And there's no demon there.
No.
Like waiting to meet a demon.
Right.
You know, I'm like, where's your demon?
Right.
Like, how are you getting through that? Her demon's a quiet demon.
Right.
It's there. It has to be.
Oh, yeah, there's something there.
It has to be. There's no other people everybody I know that can do that as a demon.
A lot of us don't want to admit the shit.
Yeah.
We got them.
Oh, 100%. It has to be.
Yeah.
So when you do this and you qualify and you do that race in Hawaii,
right?
They just let you in after that?
No, so the race in Hawaii, I actually called the race director up, and there wasn't like a big time, like I had to have 100-mile race, I believe, as I had. And
so, 100-mile, you did the Boston Marathon, or you did the Vegas Marathon?
Yeah, so I did the 100-mile, 101-mile, the Vegas Marathon, went to Hurt 100, did that 100-miler.
And all this is in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, so November was the first 100-miler. December was the 26-miler in Las Vegas. January was the next 100-miler in Hawaii.
Do you know how fucking crazy that is? Like, say, if I was your friend and I called you up on October 20th, I go, hey, man, how many times do you run? You're like, I run every now
You
and
want to
then.
see something crazy? I don't know if you can pull it up or not, but if you can pull up my race schedule for 2007, just pull up David Goggins' race results. You're going to see something real crazy in a second. This is going to, and I got to show you proof, because why? I know my story doesn't make any sense, but just look at the dates of these races, and we're going to show it to you in a second. It's just look at the 100 miles and 50 miles back-to-back weekends, how many weekends there were between races. So look right here, you can't really see it. So if you look at 2007, you got to go all the way down, keep on going, 2007. See those races there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, get right there. So 100-miler Hawaii.
Oh,
Jesus
Jesus Christ.
2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, another one. That's 50-miler. A 50-miler a month later. Then you're looking at, 14 days later, another 50K. 50-miler a month later. Then you look at less than a month, another 50-miler. 53-miler in June. July was another 100-miler. Badwater was literally, Badwater was a month after I did that 100-miler, 135-miler. Leadville was less than a month after Badwater. The Plain 100 was 3 weeks after Leadville. Angeles Crest was 10 days, a week after that 100-miler. The Bear 100 was 13 days after that 100-miler.
Jesus Christ!
And then I ran the 200. And it said 203.5, but I didn't ran 200. It's 205 miles I ran there. But what's not in there was that McNaughton race I did in 2000. So that 150-mile race I also did in 2007. That wasn't listed. So that was just my 2007 year.
That's insane.
Yeah. So
do you think that is what fucked your body up?
No.
No?
No. Because I still run the same mileage now. What fucked my body up was Hell Week.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You don't go through 3 Hell Weeks in 1 year. So what happened was when I realized that my body was really jacked up was I was a big time squatter. Love squatting. And I went through the first Hell Week, got messed up. Second Hell Week I got all the way through. Then third Hell Week I got all the way through. And my third Hell Week we had a guy die on Thursday. And then that Hell Week ended, and I graduated.
How did he die?
Pulmonary edema. It was a cold. His name was John Scott. It cold as fuck Hell Week. The Pacific Ocean is never warm, and it rained the whole time. The whole time it just rained, and he pretty much just drowned in his own fluid. Pretty much, we were in the pool doing some evolution. He sunk to the bottom. His temperature was hot. He missed a lot of Hell Week for getting pulled out for different stuff. He wasn't gonna quit, and he ended up dying in Hell Week. But yeah. So anyway, after Hell Week ended, I want to go back to the gym. You know, so second phase happened, dive phase. Like I could get back in the gym, start jacking my weight. I love jacking weight, and I realized I couldn't squat. So I went from squatting a lot to where I couldn't even squat the bar because my lower back was all fucked up. I was like, I don't know what's going on. It was because this muscle. So in Hell Week, your hip flexors are so, and I went through so many of them so fast. And so the hardest part of Buds, I went through 3 times. Not the Hell Week part. Yeah, that's one of the hardest parts, but it was the initial part of what everybody sees on TV. The log PT, the surf torture, the daggone boats over your head, all that shit. I went through that portion 3 times in 1 year. And over a period of time, my hip flexors got so tight that it just jacked me up. It jacked me up from my hip flexors. So always being so cold and so stressed out. And everything lit up to it, but this really was the part that I noticed I could squat before Hell Week or before my first time going to Buds. After Buds, I couldn't squat anymore.
Do you just think it might just be because your body was exhausted?
No, because I for 12 years, so I would go back and tough it out. Like with Joe Burns, he was squatting, so I said, fuck, I want to squat with Joe Burns. But I just couldn't squat because that muscle was attached to your T12.
So what was it doing to you? Was it locking up?
It was just pulling. Mm-hmm. So it made my hips feel like I just couldn't sink my ass.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't sink, so it was just incredible pain. And then with the weight pushing me down and then trying to push up, the pain was just too much.
So this is all range of motion issues.
All range of motion issues, yeah.
Wow, that's an important thing for my friend Cam Haynes, who doesn't stretch. He's another friend of mine who runs ultra races. He ran that Moab 240. He's run the Bigfoot 205. He's run a few of those.
Right.
I know he's listening. Go stretch, dude.
Yeah, support, man.
Yeah, especially if you're working that hard, right? If you're doing that much.
Yeah, you're definitely locking up.
He could barely touch his toes.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
That's not good, right? No.
It comes back to hurt you inside pretty soon.
Now, how flexible are you now? Because I would imagine you're probably a fucking ballerina at this point.
What's sad
knowing your brain.
I'm trying to get there. So I stretch every night for at least 2 hours.
There's a thing that people say that always piss me off. Like, because I'm pretty flexible. They say, oh, you're naturally flexible. People have a natural threshold. They're like, no, they don't. Like, a doctor told me that. I go, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about because most people don't push themselves past that pain, that stretch pain.
Right. People want to put a title on you, man. It's easier for them. Oh, you're just fucking natural.
Exactly.
You're natural.
Exactly.
No, you don't work hard enough, motherfucker.
Yeah. People built like chimps aren't usually flexible.
Right.
You have to force yourself to do that.
That's right.
And I know it because I had a friend, my friend Tom Radogna. He was a football player, jack, big, thick dude, terrible flexibility. He was taking Taekwondo with me.
Right.
And over the course of a couple of years, I saw that dude eventually develop a full split.
There you go.
And he just did it through his mind. He just was, everybody else was done training. That guy would be on the mat, constantly stretching, always working out, because he had built his body up so strong for all those years of squatting and lifting that he just, he was all tense. Everything was just like this, super powerful, but all like very tense.
That's why I stopped. That's why I never stretched, because I wanted that strength.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want that tight muscle, but no.
I don't think it's
stupid.
Yeah, I think you're not supposed to stretch before you do big physical activities, because I think it does like weaken you somewhat. But I don't think being flexible overall makes you weaker.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Well, it certainly doesn't for martial arts, because you need that flexibility to have leg dexterity to be able to kick.
Right.
It's got to be fluid, where it's not tightened up by the restriction of the motion of your body.
I get it. It's truth.
I just think people are, for whatever reason, and I'm one of those, I've drone on too much about yoga. I'm like one of those vegans. It's like, you got to do it, man.
Right.
Just try it. I get annoyed, like a born-again Christian or something. It's like,
I'm getting that way now, man. I'm getting that way now.
For anybody who does anything hard, like, if you do anything like with weightlifting type shit or martial arts type shit, where it's just everything's explosion, it's lifting, it's heavy, it's push.
Right.
Yoga just will balance your shit out.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, it will.
It really will, man. And it's all these people that resist it. Like, there was some article recently that was something along the lines of hot yoga is just trendy nonsense. I've read that. And then even in the article, it talked about that there might be some benefits in terms of like the strengthening your arteries. And they didn't even mention heat shock proteins. There's a study going on right now. I believe it's at Harvard.
Right.
One of my friends was telling me about it, where they're trying to find the benefits of 90-minute hot yoga classes, because they think it might mirror the observed benefits of sauna, which they already know for a fact has big benefits because of your body producing heat shock proteins to deal with the heat.
Right.
That's why I put that sauna in here, man. I go in that fucker all the time.
Well, no one can tell me it doesn't work.
It's big.
It's proof positive. It changed my life. It wasn't a medication or this or a drug. It was stretching.
Yeah.
It was yoga, stretching, all that stuff combined. Changed it.
Well, I just think it balances out your body in those static poses where you're just holding the pose, and it works you out in a weird way.
100%.
You just don't get lifting weights or hitting the bag or anything else. You're just not going to get that kind of working out.
I can't agree with you more.
And it's so difficult. That's what's crazy.
You sweat your ass off.
You're in there with a bunch of housewives and shit, and you're like, this is like the silent struggle.
It's humbling.
And nobody knows.
No, it's
like
humbling.
if you see like two doorways, right, and one of them is like fucking CT Ali Fletcher's fucking super pump Iron Addicts gym, which is hard work. Right. And then right next to it is the yoga studio. You're like, well, once you get done with all that hard work, you'll go over to that yoga studio. No, there's two different kinds of hard work going on.
It's no joke.
Two different kinds of hard work.
Yes, sir.
So what do you do now in terms of like you got over this 5 years ago, you're in this bad situation where your body's not working right. Now everything's working great again.
Well, I had 2 heart surgeries also.
Whoa.
Yeah. So,
what was wrong with your heart?
So I had a hole in it. So, you're not supposed to have a hole in your heart and be a SEAL. And
Were you born with it?
I was born with it. It went undetected. And me pushing so hard. So in 2009, I was training for this race across America. And I just couldn't go anymore. Another pitfall in my life was the hole. And I was pretty much off active duty SEAL for 3 years. I had 2 heart surgeries. Them trying to fix it. So the hole was significantly large.
Like how big?
They say it was as big as a quarter. I'm like, how the hell is it as big as a quarter? Yeah, that's a pretty big hole in your heart because they had 2 helix patches. I'm like, that's impossible. The helix patches, they're in my heart, so the 2 stents.
What is a helix patch?
It is like a little mesh, very...
Like what they do for hernias? Like something like that?
Maybe something like that. So they went through my femoral artery and they placed this patch. But
to go through your artery?
Yeah, they went through my femoral artery. Yeah.
Like with a camera?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So no, the camera was down through my throat.
Whoa.
And they put this catheter through my femoral artery that went to my heart. They went and they took this helix patch, they placed it in there, and then they found out 6 months later that the hole wasn't covered up enough yet. Because the hole was and the helix patch was very damn big. So they go back in there in 2010.
How does the patch adhere to your heart?
I guess your heart heals around the patch.
So, but how do they stick it in place?
I guess they put it where the hole's at,
and
then it kind of like inflates.
Oh wow!
Where the hole is at, and then that thing goes in there, and then it kind of covers the hole, and then the heart. So there's 2 things in my heart right now that the heart is kind of covered up.
Whoa! Yeah. Okay, so here's
So there you go.
Jamie's got an image of it for us. Whoa!
Yeah.
So it's attached to this little probe,
right?
And then they put it over the area where the injury is. Wow, that's insane.
Yeah, atrial septum defect is what I had. Atrial septal defect. So basically, everything I had done,
Thank God for medicine.
Oh shit! It's
crazy what they could do.
I'll be done.
That's so crazy that they could do that.
Yeah. So I was out for I was off active duty for 3 years. So I was in a recruiting area for 3 years, trying to get back on active duty, and that was my life for 3 years.
So they put that patch in.
Yep.
And now your heart's 100%.
It's 100%. It's 100%.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, I was losing, blood, and I was bad off.
Which is amazing that you were able to do all that with a hole in your heart.
That's what the doctors were saying, because they didn't know I was a SEAL. So when I went in, and the doctor that found the hole, so they gave me EKGs, all this stuff. Once again, man, it's after I ran like 205 miles,
Right.
Like, man, you're in great shape. I'm like, man, I just don't feel good. Like walking up the stairs is making me jacked up. So the doctor, Doc Shrek, he's like, gave me EKG. He goes, go to the doctor, get an echocardiogram. So I'm in there, getting an echocardiogram, just chilling out in there, and the guy's talking to me, has this little wand in my heart. We're bullshitting about stuff, and when people get quiet, that's fucking not good, man. Yeah. So he's in there, just had his wand in my heart, chilling out. Yeah, man, what are you doing? Yeah, what's going on? I'm like, and he says, I'll be right back. He goes and gets a doctor. Doctor comes in, puts the thing on my heart. The doctor gets another doctor. Now I'm just freaking the fuck out. I'm like, okay, because when it comes to your heart, it's a big deal. So they come back in and say, hey, we can stop the echocardiogram. When you talk to you in the hallway, you have a hole in your heart. And the guy didn't know that he knew I was a Navy guy. I don't think he was a SEAL because not many black guys are SEALs. And we had a conversation about, we got to fix this real quick. I said, yeah, then I came up that I was a SEAL. He said, man, you could have died jumping, you could have died diving, you could have died in all this stuff. Because basically, the hole in your heart, if it gets plugged with something, like anything, like, let's say you get a bubble from diving or something like that, you're going to die.
Right.
So I call it luck.
Wow.
So I got through 2 surgeries. They put me back on. I lost.
So they give you the first one,
Yep.
and then when did they realize that it's not good enough?
So they take you back in. You got to get a bubble study. a bubble test. So they like literally send bubbles that way, safe bubbles that way, to see if the bubble goes through your heart. So they have this echocardiogram again, and they hook you up, I think, to IV or something like that, and they throw these bubbles through your heart, and they see if it goes through. After 6 months, when it should have been healed up, the bubble went through. So they had to tell me then, hey, we gotta, you're not good to go. So I had to take a year before I could have another surgery because that patch had to be completely healed before they can go back
all this
in.
time you knew you had a hole.
Right. So they knew I had a hole because of the heart surgery.
Right, but all this time, like when you're waiting for it to
Yes.
heal, you know you have an extra hole.
Yes, I know I have a hole. Yes.
What were you allowed to do with your body then?
Well, at that time, they go, do how you feel comfortable. And so, the hole is not going to kill you right now, but you can't dive, you can't jump. You pretty much wasn't a SEAL anymore, so I was a recruiter for a period of time. So basically, I was crazy about that. Is before my second surgery, I was actually training for Delta Force. I wanted to go to Delta, and I was ruck running a lot. And before my second
ruck running, mean you're running with a pack on?
Yeah, a pack on my back with some weight on.
How heavy is the pack?
50, 60 pounds.
And you run with that on?
Well, you're supposed to hike or hump, like ruck humping.
Right.
I ran with it because that's what I did.
Right.
So the day of heart surgery, I did a ruck run.
Jesus
because
Christ.
I knew I was gonna be out of commission for a while. So fuck it, man. I get my last one in, dude.
Jesus Christ.
So all I could do, I have my training log. So after my second heart surgery, all I could do was walk. So I became an ultra walker.
Wow.
Fucking walked my fucking ass off. And over a period of time, it took a year for that thing to heal up and heal. My first bubble study after my second heart surgery came back negative or positive. The bubble went through again.
Oh, no.
And they're going to crack me open.
Oh, man.
But over that period of time, my heart healed around that thing nicely. And I passed the second bubble test.
So the first bubble test was how long after? A year?
It was the first bubble test after the first surgery was
Right.
6 months.
And then you had to go through a full 6 months after that for it to totally heal. Then you have the second heart surgery.
Right.
And when does the bubble test fail after the second heart surgery?
It was about 6 months.
Jesus Christ.
And they said, and the doctor looked at me and said, I'm sorry to inform you, man, we have to crack your chest open the next time to really get in there. And so I sat back thinking this could be a third heart surgery. And then
that one.
They said we have to wait for 6 months to see if this thing's going to close up.
Right.
And I came back thinking, man, I'm about to get cracked the fuck open. And that bubble got pinned up, man.
Wow.
Did it go through?
Maybe force it through your mind.
I know, right?
Close that bitch up. When you're visualizing.
That's it, man.
That's something to visualize. Mm-hmm. Holy shit, man. That is crazy.
Yep.
It's crazy you went on a ruck run with a hole in your heart, too.
Well, I did it for several years, so I said, fuck it. I might as well keep on going, man.
That's amazing. Now, after all said and done, everything's good now?
Yeah, I'm sure something must have popped up in my fucking ass not to do that. Everything's good right now. I'm always waiting for the next thing to pop up, and I handle it the same way. I'll attack it. But yeah, as of right now, I'm in the best shape. I'm 43 years old. Just turned 43 February 17th. I am in the best shape of my life. I'm not knocking on wood because life comes at you, dude. So fuck knocking on wood. Come at me.
I mean, I would think that you would be a go-to guy for injuries.
Yeah.
Like if anybody's
I had them all, dude. I've had them all.
And when you broke the world record for chin-ups, didn't you rip your arm apart?
Pull-ups, yeah. So if you pull up the picture, man, there's a picture of my hand. You'll see, I'll know.
What is it? Pull-ups are...
So pull-ups are here.
Hands out.
Yeah, hands out.
And chin-ups are hands forward.
Right, hands forward. So I failed 3 times. I failed twice before I finally got it the third time. And the first time I ripped the shit out of my forearm. And then the second time, you'll see there's a picture of my hand, and it's a 3rd-degree burn. So that's my hand.
Oh, Jesus, man. What in the fuck is going on? It looks like you got bit by a wolf.
So what's funny about that is you see that that doesn't create after one pull-up. So if you can imagine the pain, because you have one contact point. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Like running, you can overcome it because you have these big giant legs, and it's different. When you have these little fragile punk-ass hands touching the bar, imagine 4,030 pull-ups, how many times you're coming on that bar, coming off.
Right.
And I weighed 207 pounds at the time. So I was a bigger guy. I'm like 195 or 185 now. So I was 22 pounds heavier. So I was a lot bigger there. I am right there.
Yeah,
Bam.
you look pretty thick.
Get that shit, man.
So you were doing it in sets of 5?
Sets of 5. So, and as you see, I have these different people who are witnessing you. You have to have your number there to make sure that you're, qualified for the Guinness Book of World Record. That's 1450. I have a long way to go. I have another 4,015 pull-ups to go right there.
Jesus Christ.
So, yeah.
And how long did you do this over? 24 hours?
It was 7. So I broke it at 17.
Wow.
And I was fucking over it.
What did it feel like at the last chin-up?
You know what? Actually, there's a video that we have, and I was chasing this guy named Stephen Hyland. So this guy named Stephen Hyland had the record. And the video is my last 3 pulls before I broke the record. I'm talking so much shit to this motherfucker. I'm like, hey, motherfucker, you thought I wasn't going to get it, huh? I told you, bitch-ass motherfucker, I'm coming after you. I'm here now. It's just me talking shit. It's a cool video, but I felt nothing. I was just happy I had to do more. I did 67,000 pull-ups in 9 months in training
Christ.
for a record for 4,000. And the failures, so I did the first time in September, failed miserably on this day. So I did 2,588 or something like that. Failed miserably for millions of people. 2 months later, November, tried again, failed again. 2 months later, in January 19th, I finally fucking got it. So after I got it, it wasn't like I'm happy. It was like, I ain't got to do more fucking pull-ups anymore. Roger that. That's all it was. I had to fucking check that bitch off, man.
But you were doing them when I got here today.
You know what? Because now it's a party, dude. It's a party, man. I don't like doing them, so we're going to get ready to knock some out.
You don't like doing them, so you got to do them.
And that's my whole life.
Isn't it like someone gets drunk on a certain whiskey, like if they smell it, they'll get disgusted? Like
Right.
like Jägermeister or something like that. If they smell it, they'll, oh.
Right.
Is that what it's like with you with chin-ups?
With a lot of things.
Pull-ups?
With a lot of
With
things.
a lot of things
Yeah.
now, right?
I don't like running. And people don't believe it, but you know, I was a big guy twice in my life. So hence the reason why I just don't like running, man. It hurts. It's brutal. It sucks. Going out and I'm going to be gone for 2 hours I'm going to be gone for 39 hours.
Right.
Running on a 1 mile track. What the fuck? I'm not crazy, man. That shit sucks. I mean, people put me in this category of, you must be some crazy guy who loves
Right.
it. No, man. No, that's why I do it, though. That's the only way to callous your fucking brain, man. It's the only way to get hard in life. People take these classes on mental toughness. Like even SEALs, you have the class about visualization, self-talk, eat an elephant one bite at a time, breathing control. Yeah, roger that. You got to put yourself in a hellacious situation. It's a lifestyle. How are you going to react? How are you going to react? Like all that training goes out the fucking door when you're in the fucking cold water and you're fucking miserable. And it's the first hour of 130 hours of Hell Week. And that first wave goes over your head. And you're the coldest you've been in your life. And your mind goes from hour 1 to hour 130. All that fucking self-talk and shit, dude. You ain't thinking about that. You think about getting the fuck out of here. But if you live this shit on a daily basis and you know how to calm your mind down, the self-talk will help. All that stuff will help. But usually we react. We have pain, we have suffering, we react. And we react about, get the fuck out of here. We got to go. It's those people who are able to control that fucking feeling of fucking flight and say, no, motherfucker, there's a way through this. It's not going to be here forever. I'm not cold right now. I went through 3 of them. I'm not cold now. I'm in a nice warm studio with you. You got to think about that shit. This shit's going to end. It's going to end, but we don't know that. We don't think that. At that time, it's going to last forever. And then you get to sit back on Friday with everybody walking across the, back on the grinder, all the 16, 17, 18 guys that graduated Hell Week. And you get a chance to watch these guys victorious. And then you get the chance to think about that. You take that hot, warm shower, first thing that comes to your fucking mind is, why the fuck did I quit? So what keeps me going? I quit several things. I know what's on the back end of fucking quitting. It's a lifetime of thinking about, why the fuck did I do that? Yeah, I ain't fucking doing that no more.
There's something about talking to a guy like you that a lot of people hope that you're going to say some magic thing that's going to click in their brain.
Everybody
and it gets change who they are. Like, what is it? What is the thing? That's why people go to these self-help conferences and they take these classes and they hope that someone's going to say something that changes the way their mind works.
It's hilarious to me.
It is. It's kind of hilarious to me too. But what is also hilarious is that what you're saying is that you have to do those things. You have to suffer. You have to live in it. You have to be comfortable in it. And then maybe some of that shit will help you a little bit along the way.
Period. And when I was a SEAL recruiter, I got invited to MIT. Smart ass motherfuckers there, man. I'm not that. I'm a cigarette animal. I'm a knuckle dragger. And there was this guy there, I forget his name, but he was like the top head guy. Old white guy, you know, all geniused out. And we were on this panel, and they were asking us all these questions about the mind, mental toughness and shit. He was answering them. I wasn't answering many questions. And I'll never forget, he was just answering them off of theory. He never put his fucking ass in shit. You read a bunch of fucking books, and you think that you know how the fucking mind works and shit. I had gone through hell since a kid, and then all the way up until now.
Right.
So I know. So that theory is bullshit. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff out there you can read from people, but I had lived hell. And when you put yourself in hell, that's the only time you can figure out how the fuck to get through that motherfucker. You can't read somebody else's book about some theory on how to do shit. Some guy who sat up in a nice warm office and wrote some book with a nice cup of coffee in the fucking hand. No, I want to see that guy who immersed himself in fucking hell. And he thought about quitting and leaving it, and his wife and his kids. And why am I here? Is it worth it? All this crazy shit. And still said and found out a way to get through it. So basically, that's the bottom line of it all. We all want to read about how we can quickly get somewhere. That's why the 6-minute abs and all sort of shit is so powerful. You may get some results from it, but they're not permanent. The permanent result comes from you I say it all the time, you have to suffer. You have to make that a tattoo on your fucking brain, so when that hard time comes again, you don't forget it. You may forget it for a second, but you can go back in the cookie jar, I call it. It's something that we've all endured. I call it the cookie jar, and we often forget how hard we are, but you got to reflect back. Take a couple seconds, reflect. I've been through this, I've been through that. And then remind yourself, I'm a bad motherfucker. And then you can get through that shit. But if you don't believe it, you haven't endured shit, you're just blowing smoke, man. And you're not going to get through anything.
What was this guy saying? Like, what was his theories that he was throwing out there?
His theories was about, I forget exactly what it was, but it was something about what the mind does under stress. And how we can't. He said how we can't do something. And I did it. I did what he said we couldn't do.
Like, what was he saying he couldn't do?
It was something about if you're born a certain way, it's something about if you're born a certain way, you can't become this way. And it was totally saying that who I am now, like I had to be born with some, not genetic power or some gift from God, but I had to have some kind of special gift. I had to have some kind of special gift. And I forget what set me off, but it was like we had to be, to be somewhere, you had to be born with it. What was the concept? And I know what I was born with, and I know the battle that I had in my mind. So when he said it, I just sat there, looked at my face, and somebody in the crowd asked me a question. And I totally contradicted everything he said. And I was like, nah, man, I mean, I fucking know for a fact that you can be this fucked up dude, like really fucked up dude, and with the right mindset. And it sounds so easy with the right mindset.
Doesn't sound easy.
I
know what you're saying. It sounds like a simplistic answer.
Right. You can. But you have to go into those dark chambers that we often shut off, and you got to open them up. You got to open up and fight that fucking demon, get in there, talk to that motherfucker and say, what's up? And we often we all like to take this 4-lane highway, the easy highway. It has fucking signs. It has restaurants. We all love that 4-lane highway. We always step over the shovel. And all I did was I picked up that fucking shovel, and that shovel, I made my own path. And you may have big boulders and shit. They may be getting 200 miles up the road faster than you. But going through this path of life, this journey over here that you make yourself, that's incredibly difficult. What comes out the other end of that motherfucker is some glorious shit that you can't even explain to people. And we're afraid. Bottom line is most of us, even the people who have all these theories and shit, it's easier to accept the fact that I'm just not good enough. I wasn't made to do that. And yeah, some of us can't be LeBron fucking James. But I'll tell you right now, man, we can do a lot of shit when it comes to this pure on guts and willpower and getting through shit. We have a lot more than we think we have.
Yeah, the problem with a guy like that with his theories are based on results. And those results are based on human beings. And most human beings, there's certain people that are born with certain gifts, like a guy like LeBron James, obvious physical talent. You know, John Jones in MMA, obviously physical talent. But when you look at someone who's super successful, you always assume that it has to be because of some sort of physical gifts, because people look at themselves, and I'm sure this doctor, this old dude, probably had like a little gut and probably
That's exactly how he looked.
Little tiny arms and
it.
weak shoulders, and probably thought, well, there's certain people that are just mesomorphic, and probably broke it down all these scientific terms. And, you know, they just have a fast twitch muscle fibers, and they'll say all this crazy shit that is true at the very highest levels of the winners.
Right.
But it doesn't mean that you can't become that.
No.
It just means that it's too painful for most people to go through. So very few people ever get there. So if you look at the actual results, he would be correct. But he's not correct because he doesn't take the shovel.
Exactly. That's the moral of the story.
There's not some easy, lit up, street-like path with nice, smooth roads.
That's right. It's a difficult motherfucker where you're going to fail and you're going to be in your head. You're going to be saying, I'm not good enough. And it's how you get through that. It's how you get through that on a daily basis when that thing is saying, man, I'm 43. I've done so much. You start to become civilized. The refrigerator gets full. You start making money and you start, I'm not getting cold anymore. I'm retired. At 40, people shouldn't be playing basketball or football or being in the, you start to believe this shit. And it becomes in your fucking mind like there's people who are retired, you know, at 40-something years old or 30-something years old. At 43, I'm still putting in 100-mile weeks, still doing thousands of pull-ups, thousands of push-ups, because I'm not allowing myself to become civilized. The worst thing that can happen to a man is become civilized. You lose that fucking fight. You lose that, why the fuck am I doing this shit? I'm good. You ain't good, man. You ain't never fucking arrived. And that's just my mentality. You may have more, but you never fucking arrive. You want to be uncommon amongst uncommon people. Period.
Uncommon amongst uncommon people is one of the greatest ways to put it.
That's it. Like if you're like for me, what got me in trouble with the Navy SEALs is I wanted to be one so bad. So bad. I fought my ass off. And I saw them as uncommon people. Very uncommon. But once you become a Navy SEAL, you're all Navy SEALs, so guess what happens? You're fucking common again. I wanted to be uncommon amongst uncommon people. I wanted to be the guy. I don't care if you fucking like me. I don't care if you don't understand me. I didn't give a fuck. Once I went through this fucking journey, this path of life, you ain't got a whole bunch of fucking guys that don't fucking like me. I don't give a fuck. I'm a warrior. Period. There's a lot of guys that have been in a lot more combat than me. A warrior's not always that. A warrior's a motherfucker who says, hey, I'm here again today. I'm here again tomorrow. I'm going to be here the next day. I'm 50 years old. I'm still fucking getting after it. It's a person that puts no fucking limit on what's possible. And that's what got me in trouble a lot. That's why I went to Ranger School as a SEAL. That's why I tried to go to Delta Force twice. You know, I've been through all these different training programs because I was looking for, in the military, what I saw is in the training, these people get their ass handed to them. After they get out, a lot of them get civilized. I always wanted to go back into training. No matter where I was at, I wanted to go back to war. And the war was in that training program where you see guys who can quit, guys who are brutal, guys who are suffering, guys who are, you go, so as a SEAL, you don't volunteer for Ranger School. I did. I put in 7 chits, got turned down, my 8th trip, got accepted. I went at 28, 29 years old. And they go, why did you go? Because I started becoming civilized. I started becoming complacent. I need to get my fucking ass kicked again. And when you go as a SEAL going down to, you have no rank in Ranger School. You could be a major. You're just fucking Joe Brown. You're nobody. And you're not eating, you're not sleeping. So I always would I would immerse myself in shit like that. Even I would climb the ladder and I intentionally fall back down that motherfucker. They say, all right, man, getting soft, dude. Getting soft. Kick your fucking ass again. And it's kind of the process.
Did you find resistance from that amongst other guys? that didn't like that you were making them uncomfortable? Because that is something that there's a natural instinct that people have when someone's working harder than them to somehow or another diminish that person.
Well, I know that a lot of guys don't like me for a lot of reasons, and I realize that. I am a guy that doesn't care if you like me or not. And when you're an alpha male and you're against other alpha males, and we eat our own. Alpha males eat their own. And I love that shit. Let's fucking go, man. I want to eat. Hey, man, I'm all about that kind of mentality. But I would sometimes take it to another level. You know, I went part of a good old boy network. I didn't want to be part. I want to be David fucking Goggins. For too long in my life, and it got me in trouble. For too long in my life, I wanted to be accepted. Growing up, I lied. I fucking did what I could. If you fucking like UFC and I didn't, I love it. I love it, man. Let's go fucking watch it, man. Be my friend. Be my buddy. That fucking weak ass shit. I found out through this path of life, who is David Goggins? Who am I? So going through I did it alone. There was no fucking trophy on the fucking wall on the mantle. That trophy's in my fucking brain. No one helped me get there. No one paid my fucking bills. No one did shit for me. No one ran those fucking miles, lost that fucking weight. I suffered on my own and developed this man who said, it's who I am, man. A very competitive, ultra competitive dude that take it what you want, man.
I call that personal sovereignty.
Exactly.
There's not a lot of people that have that.
That's me.
There's a lot of people that change who they are depending upon what people want from them.
And that's me.
Yeah, that's important, man. And most people struggle their whole life to find out who they are. Struggle their whole life to find out what defines them, what they actually enjoy and what they don't.
You start putting yourself in situations that suck, you'll find yourself.
Yeah.
You'll find it real quick.
That is the thing, right? And that's one of the things that I've gotten from paying attention to you is that you what you're preaching, what you're talking about is finding yourself through struggle.
That's it. It's the only way to find yourself. You don't find yourself. If you like bench pressing and you bench press all the fucking time, what are you finding out? If you like to swim, that's all you want to do is swim. What are you finding out? Put that. You know, people always people talk about triple down on your fucking strengths.
Right.
That's the fucking weakest shit in the world. No, triple down on your fucking weaknesses.
Yeah.
Find out something about yourself. You already know the good shit. You already know the happy shit.
Right.
That's why on my Facebook page, everybody goes, why don't you talk about good times? You know how to get through that shit, motherfucker. You don't need a fucking, you don't need no one to tell you how to get through. It's happy.
Right.
That's easy shit.
Right.
I want to tell you how you can help yourself get through the times that suck. Real life. This is real life. 90% of your life will suck. 10% will be fucking happy. You may be a lucky guy and have a lot of fucking money, have a great ass woman, all this shit. Trust me. One-on-one with that fucking guy, he's missing something. His life still sucks because he hasn't faced something that bothered him his whole fucking life. Something is still eating that motherfucker up.
Almost everybody.
Everybody. Eating you the fuck up. But maybe you found a good way, how I did growing up, on how to ignore that voice that's saying, you ain't facing some shit. Period, man. I'm not special. I just stopped listening. I listened to that voice. This is why I talk so fucking aggressive. People say, man, do you believe in God? You cuss so much. When I say fuck, it's letting you know what I'm thinking. If I try to make it all pretty and shit, that's not what my life was. It was a violent struggle daily to get where I'm at today. I'm not going to water it down. Shit wasn't fun. It ain't fun today. But I'm happy.
Don't you think that your happiness is probably elevated by the amount of pain that you've gone through?
100%.
So the amount of suffering that you understand, the amount of pain that you've gone through makes you appreciate the happiness and the beautiful moments with much more intensity.
That's what weak people miss about my story. Weak people hear this soft kid. Oh my God, he must be miserable. Oh my God, what the hell's wrong with him? You're missing the fucking story. You're not listening to the story, man. Look what I overcame. If that doesn't put some badge of honor tattooed in your fucking brain for the rest of your life, you can die today talking to Joe Rogan. You're missing the story, man. Am I happy? What the fuck do you think? Don't misunderstand the passion in which I speak for not being intensely happy. Happiest person in the world. But I'm not done. So I'm not going to speak to you like, oh man, everything is great. No, I have a lot more shit to do. A lot more shit to do.
But this is in the same use of the word that you used, the warrior's mentality, the warrior's life.
Right.
This is the way that you can keep balanced and sane,
right,
and keep a good grip on who you are.
Period. And like there's a quote that was said, I don't know who said it, but it was a great quote. This guy said, going into combat, going into war, out of the 100 men that go into war, 10 shouldn't even fucking be there. 80 of them are just targets. 10 do most of, or 9 do most of the fighting. 1 is a warrior. And it's a true quote to life. I saw it going through training. I saw it everywhere I went. There's so many people who just show up to life that shouldn't even fucking be around. And there's few people who do all the work. I wanted to be part of that 9, and I'm working towards being that 1. And that's just how I live my life.
Now, what are you doing with your life these days?
Right now, I keep the same. I'm very routine. I get up every morning, I run, I go to the gym, and then at nighttime I stretch out. I am just trying to develop a business, costing me a lot of money trying to do that. I'm just getting out. I'm an introvert, so I never want to get on social media. I'm not big on that. I'm big on being with yourself. I believe all these fucking cameras and phones and shit, it takes you away from the most powerful thing in the world, which is your fucking mind. So I try hard to continue to grow that. I'm trying to break a record again. I'm trying to cross Death Valley as fast as possible, top of Mount Whitney. And I'm constantly trying to put goals in front of me. But the biggest thing is I'm trying to find more of myself. And the only way I can find more is to silence the world out as much as I can, because it's getting busier every day. It's getting faster. And the faster it gets, the more you are missing who the fuck you are. So I trap my own mind a lot and say, look, man, I put my phone away, I put shit away, and I go dark. I go dark a lot, and it's because I have to find out. I'm on a journey of life, and we all have a different journey. And I want to be in my fucking pine box, and I believe your spirit lives forever. It has to. It's too fucking powerful. No way in hell that thing just dies when you die. I want to be able to look back on my life when I'm all dead and be so fucking proud of myself forever. This is all temporary shit to me. I want to be forever proud of who I was as a man and change who I used to be. The liar, the insecure guy, the guy who can, whatever. I want to be proud. If I die now, if I die at 8, if I die at 90, 100, I want to look at myself and say, I'm proud of myself.
Don't you think that also, like what we're saying, that because you've gone through so much struggle, you appreciate happiness, true happiness? Do you think that you appreciate discipline because you weren't disciplined? Do you think you appreciate the hard work you put in because you used to be weak?
Yes, I appreciate self-discipline.
Yes.
I never had, and the crazy thing about what, you say that, I didn't have a motherfucker come wake me up at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning and say, hey, you got to get your shit in. I had no trainer. I didn't have a nutritionist. It was the self-discipline that I had to survive, to not survive, I was weak, to thrive. No one said, hey, man, you're 297 pounds, man. I want to help you out. I'll help. Hey, man, you're not smart. I'm gonna help you out. I had to work at all this shit. I had to overcome, and it self-discipline is everything. And if you don't have it, I don't look at you right, because I know you're capable of more. It's not discipline so much for me. It's all on you. It's all on you. The self part is what's big. We need someone to hold people accountable. Fuck that shit, man. Fuck that shit. We count on people too much to get us through shit. And we look to our right, we look to our left, we're looking for help. And if you can build that self, you can build that total accountability in oneself. And it's not about being selfish. I'm trying to create a better me. So hopefully people who are hearing this are taking it the right way and can say, I can run a mile. It ain't about running 205 fucking miles, doing 4,000, being a city. It ain't about all that shit. Shit doesn't matter. I want you to see how fucking far you can go. And that's all it's about, yourself. And that's where it all comes from.
Well, listen, I guarantee you've already done that. What you experienced from watching that television show and what got you out the door, what got you to sort of take the first steps to change your life, what you experienced by watching Rocky, what you experience, those moments of inspiration, those are critical for people. They need to know that someone's done something that's greater than what they can imagine themselves doing, and they want to take a step towards trying to be better. Right. That inspiration is gigantic, and sometimes it comes across as corny. You know, people read too much of it online. It drowns out. You lose the meaning gets lost. I mean, there's a lot of posers. There's a lot of people out there they're pretending that they're trying to offer up inspiration or a true, honest account of their experiences, but really what they're trying to do is say something that's going to get likes.
Right.
You know, they're trying to say things that they think people are going to go, yeah, double high five.
Right.
You know, there's a thing that people are doing where they're just trying to just get social cred.
That's it. That's what social media is, man. I'm going to paint you the picture of my fake life.
Right. I
paint you a picture of my fucking real life.
Yeah.
Period. Like it or not, man.
But that real life is fuel for people.
Right.
It's fuel for me. I mean, I love that shit. I live off of it. There's a lot of people that I follow online, and you're one of them, that I can get something out of that. I could watch a short clip of you talking. I'm sure clips of this podcast, people are going to play these clips and go for fucking crazy runs afterwards.
Right. Well, I hope so.
Fuck yeah, they're gonna. So. You don't even have to hope. It's going to happen.
That's good. That's good.
What is this business you're doing?
Well, it's my own. Goggins LLC. Basically, I'm investing in myself. I'm investing in myself, and I hope that this story can change somebody's life. Not to be me, because it ain't about me. And I try to be as real as I can, because we're all fucking suffering in this world. We're all hurting, and I try to take away all titles you want to give me, let you know that I did not come from that shit. That's why I have to be so authentic and so real about my own insecurities, my own faults, just being a fucked up person. I'm not the best at anything. I'm not gifted. I'm just driven. And it's all about trying to share that message with people. It's all about, I speak to a lot of people, and that's what I do now.
And how are you doing it as a business?
I do some motivational speaking, but right now I'm not really trying to make a lot of fucking money. I'm just trying to build the brand as authentic as possible, because I don't want to build it too fast, because my biggest fear in life is people can read right through a motherfucker that's not real. I do it all the time. Like, a lot of people have these great quotes, and they mass produce. I can't mass produce something, man.
Right.
And they have these great quotes and shit, but are you living that, motherfucker? What you just quoted, and how powerful it may sound, are you getting up every fucking morning? I'm not working out, whatever. Are you really getting the fuck after? Are you just talking to motivate people?
Right.
And I don't want to be that guy.
Or are you talking to pretend that you're really getting after it?
And a lot of people make this big money over here to the side, which I haven't made a lot. And they talk this shit, and they're off this, and it's gone.
Right.
They're not authentic at all, man. It's all this shit.
Right.
And I read it all. I'm like, man, this guy bullshit.
Right.
Bullshit, man. Fucking wake up, get after it, live what you're saying, and then it comes. People can see. When I talk, the reason I talk so fucking dispassionate, because I'm reliving my fucking life. I'm reliving this morning when I got up. I didn't want to do that shit. I'm reliving everything I did, and I can't speak to you like all calm and shit. Shit sucks. It sucks, man. So whenever I start talking about, like, after this podcast, you'll see, man, God, you're so calm right now. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm not going back through that shit, man. I'm not going back through the suffering and shit that it took to become who I am today. So I'm slowly trying to build this brand to the point where I can slowly, hopefully, make people from motivated to driven, because motivation is crap. It's shit. People right now, maybe listening to this shit, they be motivated to go run. If it's cold somewhere where they're at, a lot of motherfuckers will shut that door, go back inside. That's motivation. It comes and go as how you feel. If you and your wife are good, if you and your kids are good, if you're good at work, you're motivated. I like a motherfucker whose life is imploded, ain't got shit in life, and says, still got to fucking get after it today, man. That's what it's about. So that's when you move from motivation to driven to obsessed. And I want people to realize, once you get to this portion over here, the driven obsessed part, you're unstoppable.
This commitment that you have to authenticity is one of the reasons why people are connected to what your message is. That's one of the reasons why what you're saying, you don't want to grow it too fast. You don't want it to be bullshit. You're terrified of that thing. Just like we were talking about with weak people. You're terrified of seeing that weakness in yourself.
Right.
You know, we all see that. We've all seen motivational things that are bullshit. We've all talked to people that are talking, and you realize there's nothing really that they're connected to. They're not really connected to their words. Their words are just a bunch of words they've pieced together because they sound like something that someone who's, enlightened on the subject would say.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't connect
at all.
So your struggle now is to try to figure out how to stay you and get the message out, but still be fully connected to that message.
Right. That's and it's not so much a struggle because I'm not really about. I'm not driven by the business. I'm not driven by trying to be. I make a very small salary from being retired from the military. That's all I need. So I'm not fast to. I'm a minimalist motherfucker. Give me a backpack, a fucking ground to sleep on, and a pull-up bar, and some running shoes, and a Subway sandwich or some shit, and I'm fucking straight. So it's I believe in patience. I'm a patient dude. I can watch a piece of grass grow for 20 years because I know that it's how you get somewhere in life. By being that monk-like mentality and being able to watch something grow very calmly, patiently. And that's all I'm doing right now. It's not about money. It's not about people knowing me. I don't care if you like me. Whoever wants to hear this, it's out there. It's out there.
So your goal is to grow this.
Right. Slowly. Very slowly.
And your goal is to grow this in order to impact people?
Period. That's it. It's not about me.
What do you get out of impacting people?
It's a good question. I don't get anything out of it. I'm a tool.
But you must get something. There must be personal satisfaction. There must be a connection to those people. It must be enriching to you.
It's hard to connect with people because there's quite a few now that are coming in.
Right.
It's my duty. It's my duty to share it's kind of like it's somebody who discovered a new earth, and discovered the people on it, and the water source and the food source. I discovered a whole nother part of your fucking brain that a lot of people don't even know about. It's my job by being on this journey, being the discovery person, and being the person that maybe I didn't discover this part. I discovered a very important part that I haven't met many people that have discovered this part. I'm sure there's a lot out there, but it's my job now to take these weak people in the category that I was in and say, stop reading the bullshit. Stop listening to the bullshit. And if my story of success can impact somebody, it is my job, it's my duty to share the story. As much as I'm not really fond of it, I'm the kind of guy that wants to sit in a fucking room and just be me. Just be me, alone, by myself. It's who I am. But I have to get uncomfortable and tell people all this shit. You think it feels good? Tell people I had a fourth grade reading level in high school. I stuttered. I lied to people to be their fucking friends. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good at all. But maybe someone's doing the same shit. And maybe they can realize, wow, that motherfucker was a piece of shit. And he fucking now is a Navy SEAL, retired guy, and runs these miles and was 297 pounds and pathetic fucker. And wow. And people say, why are you talking so? It's the fucking truth. I was a fucking pathetic motherfucker, man. People cannot say that to themselves. We have to choose these great fucking magical words that make people feel good. Tell yourself the truth. If someone calls you fucking fat, they may be bullying you, but you might be fucking fat. Someone calls you dumb, it's mean, but you might be fucking dumb. It's life, man. Take it for what it's worth and change it.
And that terrible feeling when someone does tell you that you're fat, you can use that as fuel.
As fuel, period. And that's all this is about. And where it goes, if it goes somewhere and whatever, I don't give a shit.
Well, you said something that I think of when I run, and it's that most people quit at 40%.
That's it. That's my 40% rule, man.
I love that quote.
That's my 40% rule, man. And I really developed that through my heart surgeries, and I developed that through that first 100-mile run. Is I thought I had given 100%. When I was on that chair at mile 70, I was fucked up. I thought I'd given 100%. And to go that last, I go, man, I wasn't even near 100%. So I came up with this thing called the 40% rule. It's basically where it's like a car. You put a governor on a car. And let's say the car can go 130. That governor stops the car at 91. and you're driving and thinking, man, I want to fucking floor it, but I can't go any faster. We do that to our brain. We put a governor on our brain. The second we feel pain, discomfort, suffering, all those words that we hate to say because we're in this happy, peaceful world we live in now, we stop. We slow down. And if you can get through these different barriers and gain 5%, 2%, 3%, that 40% becomes 60. That 60% becomes 70, 80, and 90. And then you'll hopefully one day near 100. I don't know many people who probably at 100. We think we're there, but there's so much more.
Isn't 100 at death's door, though?
I love that. And I think it's true. I think that's 100% true.
I think when you were laying in that tub, you knocked on a door.
That is 100% true. No one has ever. That is 100% true. I didn't give 100% in that 101-mile run I did for the first time. So that's the scary thing. That's the scariest thing in the world. I didn't die.
You probably gave 99.99999
I
and got out with your life.
I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Man, dude, I don't know how to end this any better than that. So let's just wrap this up. If people want to find your stuff, what's the best place to go and look for it?
I'm just at David Goggins, man. Social media on Instagram, Facebook. I don't tweet that much stuff out because I write messages, and I always link that on Twitter to my Facebook and Instagram. But it's just at David Goggins.
It was an honor and a privilege, brother.
Hey, thanks
Thank you
a lot,
very
Joe.
much, man.
Appreciate
I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
David Goggins, ladies and gentlemen. Go after it, you motherfuckers! Come on! Dude, if that doesn't fire people up.
Give you my dog surprise.
That's my Everybody's Too High song. Right? When it's like, oh no.
This guy's fucking high.
Yeah, hang on. And we're rolling. What's up, brother? What's going on?
How are you?
Got you in here, man. I'm
Yeah,
excited.
I'm finally here. I'm happy to be
Light, huh? This is your shit?
Yeah, come on.
All right.
Cheers, sir.
Cheers, sir.
Why not?
Pleasure.
Also, precursor, I haven't slept.
I know. We haven't slept. We're on mushrooms. And let's roll.
Yeah, fuck it. We'll do it live.
Yeah. Let's do it live! Fuck it! Why Utah, man? Why you live in Utah? What's that about?
I have no idea.
Are you from there?
No, sir. I was born in Syracuse, New York.
There.
It's absolutely something
I really
special.
love it. It's got a good vibe too because it's almost like Utah is a secret because everybody's scared of the Mormons, so they don't go there.
Right.
But then you get there, and you're like, Jesus Christ, it's beautiful, and these Mormons are so nice.
Everybody's so nice. Everybody's so nice in Utah, and I did. So I don't remember what tour it was exactly, but there were supposed to be 5,000 people to show up. And then we end up getting to the show, and there's 17,000 people. So we had to move it outside of the venue, right on the Salt Flats.
Oh, wow.
And I was just like, if this isn't a sign from God or, the aliens, then I don't know what is. So I looked at houses on Zillow, and I found one and fixed it all up. And
that's awesome.
Now I've been there 2 years just about.
It's a good spot for a guy like you too, because it's chill in comparison to the rest of your life, which is so crazy.
Yeah, well, that's the whole shit. I couldn't do LA. I couldn't do LA. Like, I moved, like I said, from Syracuse to Dallas, and then Dallas to LA when I was 18, and it's a lot for me, and I couldn't focus the way that I needed to.
Right.
So
on your music.
Yeah, on every, like, there's always, before COVID, there's always something going on.
Right.
Like 24/7. Like, it could be 8 a.m. It could be, what time is it right now? 2:00 something.
Yeah.
And then you got to go do a podcast, or you got to go to like a rooftop pool party or something. And being in Utah, it's so peaceful, like you said, and you get to focus on the music and wake up to the mountain.
Yeah.
And the sun sets at 10 p.m., which is bizarre, right around this time.
Yeah.
And it's just nuts, you know?
It is bizarre, right? Like now, it's especially bizarre. Utah's always got a weird vibe, man. Like Zion National Park, you go out there to the rocks and shit.
Skinwalker Ranch.
I've been there.
Have you?
Yeah, nothing happened though. We went there for a TV show. We're like, come on, aliens, where are you, you fucks? They weren't buying it.
You don't know Tyler.
Tyler,
the alien.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's my dog.
You're telling me you have an alien friend named Tyler.
Yeah, his best friend's name is Ziggy.
Do they visit you in the middle of the night?
No, they don't. They just visit me during the day. We just play beer pong.
Damn. If you do the right drugs, you can meet the aliens. We were talking about that in the green room. If you do the right amount of mushrooms in a tank, get in a float tank, you can meet aliens.
Well, that's whenever
100%.
you're most vulnerable. Like you said,
Yeah.
most vulnerable, most susceptible to.
Well, that's why I like weed. You know, we were talking about weed makes you vulnerable, and I think for someone like me, that's a good thing to like think that way. To think, just look at all the vulnerabilities and just the reality of life and the temporary nature of it, which just makes me more appreciative.
Right.
The fear actually makes me more appreciative. But mushrooms are a different animal, man. They just bring you to this weird place that's like right next door.
Right.
You know, it's like a hall pass to this other place. Like you get like a VIP bracelet. You get to go into another room that's right there all the time.
But you can't go in until you get that bracelet.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. Like, I've been doing these microdoses for a while, and you don't really catch it until you do like 10, like right off the rip.
Mm-hmm.
But then I ate these chocolates the other day, some Shermie's chocolates, and me and my producer Lou, we made a Coachella set for about 2 hours, based off of the you know Roblox?
Yes, I have girls, young daughters.
So you know,
a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old.
do you know
obsessed with Roblox.
do you know the death sound of Roblox?
No, what's the sound?
Oof, oof, oof.
That's what happens when you die?
Yeah, and then I sampled it, and we made a whole 2-hour set off of the deal with just a fucking 4-to-the-floor kick drum, and it was the time of my life.
Wow.
And I felt like I got that VIP wristband. And I was backstage at Ziggy and Tyler's concert, The Aliens.
Do you feel like that sometimes when ideas come to you when you fucked up? Like it's almost like it's a gift from somewhere?
I have no idea. I think all of my ideas are kind of like mistakes. It's like, because you never wake up and say, today I'm going to write the, congratulations or any song. And you kind of just, it's all about like right moment, right time.
Yeah.
Like I had like 8 Bud Lights, right? And then I took just a tiny bit of shrooms, and then here it's like, and then it just happens.
Yeah.
It's like, it is an accident. It is just like a spur of the moment type deal to where you're like, let me sing this melody over this beat, or let me make this beat even. And it just kind of happens. I don't know.
But that's the flow state, right? When you can get out of your own way and you can let ideas come to you. Like, I was talking with this dude, his name's Joe DeSena. He runs a Spartan race. He's a really smart guy, very interesting guy. He does a lot of stuff for kids. He's got all these kid programs. These kids do like, difficult tasks, and they do it over a summer camp. It gets them better. But we were talking about it, and we were talking about being healthy and all the benefits of being healthy.
Sure.
And I was like, there's a lot to that, but there's also a lot to like the person who binges and creates something incredible. Like we were talking about Stephen King's books.
Sure.
Like some of the ones he doesn't even remember
right.
are the best ones because he was on coke and drinking a fucking case of Bud.
Right.
Like it just blasted out of his head, chain smoking cigarettes, and he doesn't even remember writing. I think it's Cujo. He doesn't even remember writing it. Like wrote Carrie, half blacked out. You read that book today, man? That is one of the best fucking horror books ever.
My dad's the biggest Stephen King's fan. Stephen King.
Dude.
Like,
he's amazing.
But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like to each his own.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, whatever gets you through the night.
No, some people can definitely do it straight. And I've definitely had ideas without any influence of anything before.
Right.
But I feel like sometimes things come to you when you're like a little high, at least,
right,
a little drunk, and you're like, I don't know if I would have ever thought about this without
Right.
the weed.
Well,
Like they just come out of nowhere.
That's the whole thing too. Like drinking rosé or drinking, Bud Light, and then a little bit of just something else.
Yeah.
Whether it be, smoking a little bit of a J, because I'm an anxious person. You told me before you're not an anxious person. But,
Not really.
But I used to smoke a lot, but now not so much. Maybe I'll smoke and shit, but it's that stroke of genius, and you're like, if I was nothing in my blood right now, but just blood, no booze, no anything, would I have thought of that? And that's the whole different deal. It's wild, really.
I think of pot the way I think of wakeboarding.
Sure.
Because when you're wakeboarding and you're on that wave, I don't wakeboard, but when I watch people do it,
I don't wakeboard either.
It looks awesome, right? When they're on that and they're catching those waves, but then when they wipe out, man, they go down hard.
Sure.
And that's like weed. It's like you're not going to stay on that board forever. If you get really fucked up, that board's going to flip over and you're going to be on
whenever
your
you rip
face.
that big ass trick, you do the behind the back double spin. That's the stroke of genius, and
Yeah.
that's what I think that there's a certain magic that goes into making a record, or if you're a painter, a painting, or if you're a dancer, a fucking cool dance move.
I think they're all related in some way.
Yeah, there's something there that just kicks off, and you can't control it, and you can't say when it's gonna happen, but it just happens.
Whatever that is that makes humans so interested in creating things that other people are going to enjoy, but that's what it is. It's like there's a weird frequency. Humans creating things that they know other people are going to enjoy. And if you can just get lost in the beauty of just creating the thing and get out of your own way, then these ideas will come to you. But if you get in your own way, you have less bandwidth for the ideas. When they come to you, it feels like they aren't even yours. Like it's like you're interacting with something. These ideas just like if you have an idea for if I have an idea for a new bit or something like that, sometimes they just come from nowhere.
Yeah.
Like where did that come from?
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
What is where are premises from? What's an idea from? It's like creativity comes from the weirdest part of your brain that no one knows how to. I mean, you could have breathing exercises. You could do all sorts of things to try to stimulate it.
Right.
But the reality is you can't even measure it.
No.
You don't know when it's up, when it's down. You just know what you're doing. If you're making some cool shit.
Yeah. Well, and that's so bizarre. Like to think about, like you said, it's just really humans creating something that other humans fuck with.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Makes you feel good.
That's the most. There's something there.
Yeah. When you see when you're in concert and you see 15,000
Right.
people rocking out to your song,
Right.
Like that has got to be a crazy feeling.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Well, whenever you're on the podcast, everybody's seeing you. Whenever you're kicking somebody in the face, everybody watching. There's a feeling there, and it's just like, oh, I realize finally I'm not actually just one person.
Yeah.
I, as like mithril as it sounds, I'm with everybody.
You're with
everybody. As in one moment in time, everybody is there doing the same thing with the same energy, the same good intention.
Yes.
It's fucking magical. It's weird.
Yeah, that's what you're doing, right? You're tapping into some magic.
I'm trying.
But that's what it is. If you think about what kind of alchemy is involved in making the right sounds to make people feel different.
Sure.
Because with a great song, man, you're giving a person a drug. There's a dopamine rush. You get goosebumps. A great song will hit you. Like when you're doing that, man, you're hitting that audience, 15,000 people, and they're all vibing on this thing that you've created. Like that's kind of magic.
It's fucking magic, and that's the coolest thing. I mean,
if you didn't know it existed, you would never believe someone could do it. Like, what are you talking about? If there's no music at all, imagine a world with no music, just animals.
Right.
They never figured out how to make melodies and bars and songs that you write down.
Right.
We're just animals.
Right.
If someone told you, hey man, I'm gonna make some sounds, People are gonna lose
And
their
people-
shit. They're gonna be
15,000 people are gonna get it.
screaming,
I
dancing.
always think about this too, and this is a weird thought. You know how like there's famous people throughout history.
Yeah.
How the fuck do they know what they look like? Like think about like in like Wild West times
Right.
when they see a dude in the bar and he's like, "Oh, you're Crazy Bill. I've seen you." How does that work?
How did they even know it was that guy?
How did they even know? And
They
then
had photos, I
even
guess.
somebody could say, "Oh, I'm Crazy Bill."
Oh yeah.
But then how do you even believe him?
Well, there was imposter people all up until the internet. You know, there's like you can't be a fake Post Malone today,
Right.
but you could in 1970. You could play it off. Like no one
But
could get
then
information
you have to
the
think
real
about these stories that people tell and think if it's the imposter or if it's the real dude.
one. Right. There's probably a lot of fuckery when it comes to like Wild West stories.
Or
Right.
think about even 1600s, like, oh, this dude, it was crazy with a battle axe or something. I saw him cut like 9 dudes in half with one swing.
Right.
But it's the wrong dude.
Right.
It's not even fucking William the
Whatever he is.
I
Braveheart.
don't
That one?
No, just a cool. What's a
Mel
cool
Gibson
word?
one. What's a cool name for a dude who swings battle axes? Other than
The
like
behemoth, the slicer. It was Charlie the slicer.
Oh, it's hilarious.
You gotta think. There's
Yeah.
no way to tell.
But just imagine history before pictures. What are you talking about? Draw me a picture. This is what the boats would look like when they would pull. How the fuck do you know? Like it was an abstract idea.
Yeah.
You were the only way you could see something was someone had to draw it for you.
Right. Well, that's what I love to think. Like, it used to be like Instagram filters, essentially. Like, oh, I'm a rich dude. I want this artist to paint me,
Right.
but make me skinny.
Yeah.
like make me ripped.
Yeah. Make me a little more handsome.
Yeah.
A little
Give me
more
a bigger
sculpted.
dick in my
Yeah.
statue.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
That was Instagram filters. You're
Yeah,
a rich
exactly.
person.
That's
You're
exactly
so
what
right.
it is.
We have no idea what anybody really looked like. I mean, imagine if there was like this one guy you would go to in the neighborhood, and all the ladies were like, "You got to go to him. Mr. Ass was so perfect," and like that's how they would get their picture done. This dude would paint some nonsense version of them. Yeah,
no one knows.
How do you know?
I wasn't
Fucking mirrors barely worked back then.
I wasn't there.
Mirrors were probably terrible back then. They
When
probably
were
didn't get a
mirrors
clear
invented?
look. They're looking at shit through fire, right? That's the only way they light any room up. It's fire. They have
Yeah.
little lamps everywhere. It's preposterous. They have no idea what they look
It
like.
doesn't work.
No.
It doesn't work.
So imagine this is how ballsy people were in like the 1400s. There were people that would get in a boat and travel across a fucking ocean. It would take weeks and weeks and weeks based on a drawing and some shit someone wrote down.
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
Insane.
You don't even know where the fuck you are.
Insane.
Also, there's some salty dogs and some rapscallions. What's another pirate term?
Yeah. I was reading about pirates.
Landlubber.
Off the coast of South Carolina. Was it Blackbeard? Is he the big one? It just makes you think, like, Jesus Christ, like these are real people that would get, like, real famous dudes who'd get in boats and show up and just fuck people up and steal all their shit. They were
So
famous
crazy.
for doing that.
So crazy. And it's so funny you bring up Blackbeard because I saw somebody had like some kind of sash or like
a Miss America,
like a bandolier.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. And it looked like you had a bunch of like black powder pistols. Like you got one shot and then you're out.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
it's so funny.
That wasn't that long ago, man. That's the early 1800s when they came up with a revolver. The Colt came up with a revolver, and they didn't even really put it to use until the Texas Rangers. The Texas Rangers figured out how to. There's a guy named, I think it was Jack Hayes. I think he's the original Texas Ranger. But basically, he was this badass dude who figured out how to fight the Indians on their turf. They were basically like the Navy SEALs of the Texas frontier guys who fought against the Comanches. And this guy figured out how to use a revolver. That wasn't that long ago, man. That's like 1840.
And it's moving so fast. You know what they say? They say God made man, Samuel Colt made him equal.
Yeah, that's a fucking great statement. That's what Colt invented the revolver. They're the ones who invented I think it was a 5-shot revolver. It was the first time they figured out how to fight the Comanches. They would ride on a horse. They'd stay on the horse. They didn't get off to shoot, and they could shoot 5 times in a row. And they had a bunch of those cartridges, so the cartridges are already loaded. So they take it off, put a new cartridge in, fully loaded, then lock it in place.
Sure, it was the whole. Yeah. It was the whole wheel.
Yeah, the whole wheel. So you can only carry a few of those with you. Crazy shit, man.
It's so bizarre how much shit has evolved to kill each other.
Since 1840,
it's fucking insane.
Insane.
And even you think about even before, whenever you had musketeers and shit.
Yeah.
And you would just stand in a line, and you
What
would
up,
shoot,
little
and then
scam?
the dude behind you would shoot, and everybody's just shooting, looking right at each other.
Ridiculous.
It's the craziest fucking shit.
They fought like that for a long time, man. They fought with honor and dignity. Like they would show up, blow trumpets when it was time to fight, and then go fight each other. They'd all stand in a line.
You had 2 guys talk. You had 2 guys walk up and talk.
Yeah.
Go back, and then everybody else would just shoot each other point blank. It blows my mind.
You know what's crazy too? There was a lot of them would give up, and they would surrender, and they would hand the man their sword, and they would accept it, and shake their hand. They had like weird rules of combat that everybody sort of adhered to back then. It's very strange to read about.
It's different.
It's different as fuck, and it's not that long ago. That's what's crazy. It's like the best you could do is shoot someone with a musket or a cannon.
Right.
Just a couple hundred years ago.
Right.
That's manageable.
It's
nuclear weapons aren't manageable.
Now it's like one nuclear bomb ruin your whole day.
Yeah. That's not manageable.
At all. It's awful.
It's
Tyler
crazy.
and Ziggy are looking down at us right now.
I think that's why they're here.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
I think they're like, these dummies are going to do something stupid. If aliens are real, I'm not 100% convinced, but I'm probably like 90% convinced. But if they are real, I leave in the room for bullshit. It's like, Jamie, get a picture of your shirt. Show everybody the shirt you're wearing, why we're talking about that. It's a UFO. It says, can they see it? Believe that. That's a dope shirt. Exactly.
That's a saucer if I've ever seen one.
I think if they're here, they're not gonna love us. That's what I think.
Well, that's what
I think. They're gonna swoop in and go, hey.
Well, that's fuck. I'm 25, right? I can't speak on anything, but just looking from past experience, and there's like drawings, like even in the Mona Lisa, there's a weird thing or whatever in the background and shit. But there's a spike.
Mm-hmm.
It's a spike in because it's getting pretty weird here.
The spike, they think, it's hard to tell because sometimes when people talk about UFOs, a bunch of other people hallucinate or lie. Like there's a lot of that.
Right.
So every time there's a real legit UFO, you get a bunch of nut cases. We just want to tell crazy shit about being taken.
And I see one.
Spaceships.
I mean,
you've seen
I never.
UFO?
Yeah.
What'd you say? What it looked like?
I was probably 16. I was in upstate New York, and it would just stay there. So let me precursor this. My aunt and uncle were very strict, and we had to go to bed at a very strict deadline, probably 10 p.m. And I was looking out the window with my cousin, and it's just a light that just stays there and then just fucking goes on. I mean, you can't explain it.
Well, if you're 17 at the time?
16.
How,
probably.
How strong is this memory when you're looking at it and trying to remember it?
Medium.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's something there.
For sure something took off and did something that didn't make sense to you.
For sure. And then in Utah, I mean, there's shit happens all the time. I mean, even here in LA, I can't tell you how many times, because I used to live in Tarzana. So there was like a balcony here, and it looked kind of like, it sounds corny, but like a classic like force field. Whenever you think of a force field, and it just kind of goes like this, and it's kind of like a dome in a circular shape, and it just goes like this and goes back in. in Tarzana, looking down at the fucking city, and I'm like, how did no one else see this?
They might have.
But I was there with like fucking 4 other people, and they saw it too.
The thing about unique events is if a unique event happens and it never happens again, it's hard to remember. It's hard to be sure what you saw. It's hard. But if aliens are visiting us, like how often are they doing it? Like unique events would probably be what it would be.
Right.
It'd be like occasionally,
Right.
once every 6 months, someone sees one somewhere. But they're here all the time. They probably just know how to evade detection. I mean, it just, if something can travel here from another planet, it's going to be able to know when they're being watched and when they're not being watched. That's not going to be hard.
That's why you got to wonder if it's like intentional.
I think there's enough talk about it now that we're probably going to find out what it is in our lifetime. I never would think that before. I think the government withheld information for whatever reason. Maybe they think people are scared. Maybe they think it's a threat to the national security, to have a bunch of people worried that aliens are flying around us all the time. There's nothing we can do about it. Maybe they had a conversation and they thought maybe it'd be better to keep people in the quiet or keep them in the dark so that they don't freak out, because there's nothing we can do about it anyway. If we just tell them that there's aliens that are visiting us all the time, that's not going to be good. They're not going to pay attention to taxes and mortgage rates and the stock market.
They care about uranium and shit
aliens,
like that.
They're around us all the time.
Yeah.
People are going to freak out. So I think like little drops of, if like this, the recent one they said, where they
what did the Pentagon just say?
Yeah,
literally like 2
said
fucking days ago.
They've recovered crafts that are not from this world, not made on Earth.
Not made on Earth.
Yeah, not made on Earth. They're basically saying we don't know what the fuck it is, but we didn't make it. That's bananas, and I think that's going to lead to more and more information coming out about it, where we're going to try to get a sense of understanding, like how long have they known this? How much of like all that Roswell, New Mexico shit was true? Like, tell us what was going on.
And backtracking, you got to wonder if like, we've been hiding this the whole time, or this is the first time for real that we don't know.
This is what I like to think. I like to think that the people that are in charge at the Pentagon are patriots, and they realize it's probably better, especially when you're dealing with the United States. It's in this kind of turmoil that they're in right now. It's crazy, between racial turmoil and turmoil with the police and turmoil with the people protesting in cities and blocking traffic. There's so much crazy turmoil. They'd be like, no one's even going to notice now. Just let it, say it now. Just say, we're going to UFOs. Like, everything
what are you
is so
doing
crazy. Now? The news cycle of any crazy story like this is only a few days, and then people forget.
Well,
or
it's just people already know, and it's just normalization. And you think about movies as just normalizing you to the idea that I can't even, like the Canadian, don't quote me on this, but a Canadian, someone in office was like, there's like 7 species of aliens in the U.S. government.
It would be crazy if it was true. That's, Tommy Lee Jones and Will
Do
Smith.
y'all remember that?
All along.
Yeah, check that out. Please fact check that for me.
Is he a loony person, though?
I have no idea.
See, people can get elected and still be crazy. That's a problem.
For certain.
That's a problem. Just because, like, when you hear about someone having, like, a really high-profile job and they say something crazy, it doesn't mean they're not crazy just because they're the prime minister of some fucking country. They could be out of their mind.
What do we got? Something close to that. How close?
Canada's former defense minister claims that aliens are real. Apparently, there's a humanoid-esque race of aliens called the Tall Whites living among us. Huh.
What publication is this? Is this Vice?
There's a few other places.
Well, there's a few. So it's like a real deal.
Definitely said it.
Come on.
That's crazy shit.
Yeah, that is crazy shit. The thing is that guy nuts? Like, what else does he believe in? How does he feel about ghosts? Right?
Do you believe in ghosts?
I don't not believe in ghosts. I've never experienced a ghost.
Ghosts are real, but I can't explain it.
They might be real,
but I don't know if it's a ghost.
Here's the thing about ghosts. There's so many stories of them.
Right.
There's so many.
Right.
Now, is it because people are just scared and their fucking senses are on heightened alert and they see things that aren't really there? That could be it. Because when it's dark out and you're tired and you're moving through the hallway, first of all, you might be half asleep anyway.
What are you saying over
You
here?
get scared. Your senses get really heightened.
Yes, viewers.
And maybe you might see something that's not even really there.
Someday that
It's
would be
just
really
your
valuable
own brain
real estate and people wouldn't believe it. Like really
It's always
study them.
happening at night under low
Could
light
be tonight.
conditions.
Where
So
it's just
weird
like,
things are fleeting and then they're gone.
But it's not always.
What are you
an
saying?
insight. It's not always.
basically like people want me to read their shit.
There's a ghost at
But
the
for me
beach.
to be
There
like,
might
oh,
be ghosts
cheap
at the
viewers.
beach. That depends on what
bullshit.
Like that shit.
There's no ghost at the beach.
But
If you were
no,
fucking
but your
You'd
house,
be like, oh,
your
anybody
house
could
is
put
just
anything
as
there.
haunted in the day as it is at night.
But why not the
I think
beach?
people understand it. If you
The
don't,
beach at night is scary. The beach during the day, not scary at all. If you're a girl and you're walking up
Yo,
on the
dog.
beach at night, that's a fucking dangerous place to be, right? There's a lot of psychos out there and serial killers and creeps and rapists. You just walking on that beach by yourself. That's scary at night.
Right.
But in the day, it's awesome. In the day, you're just walking on the beach.
I'm not a
yay,
beach
it's
guy,
shiny.
anyways. I'm a mountain guy. There might be some more creepy guys in the mountain.
That's another one.
But they're more
Everything's
sparse. They're more
Everything's scary in the woods.
But I'm saying, your house is just as, this place, this building is just as haunted in the daytime as it is at nighttime.
I don't think this one's haunted. I've been here at night.
See?
Here's an argument for something being haunted. The comedy store in Hollywood. Because it used to be Ciro's nightclub. It used to be owned by Bugsy Siegel. And apparently, the word is they killed a bunch of fucking people there.
Right.
And almost everyone that I know that works there, everyone that's managed it, works there a long time, they have some weird shit happen to them. Weird shit. Like they see someone in the kitchen and they go to say something to them, they turn around and then they turn back again, the person's gone.
Right.
Like, weird shit.
Right.
Like old friends you haven't seen forever wandering through the hallway and they go up the stairs and then you can't find them. There's like a bunch of stories like that. Now, granted, there's a lot of people who've done a lot of drugs at the comedy store.
Right.
That has to be factored in.
Right.
But there's so many stories worldwide of ghosts. I don't think it's impossible I think it's possible that things leave a memory. Right? Like maybe if you hate someone so much, you leave a memory on the space. Like,
That's a stone tape theory.
Yeah. The what? Stone tape?
Yeah.
Stone tape?
Yeah.
What is
that? That the energy of a life is like left on material shit, like the bricks on the wall.
Yeah.
Or the curtain here.
Right.
You know. And that's like, I don't know if that's a stone tape theory. Don't quote me on. Don't quote me on that. Can you look up the stone tape theory for me?
Stone tape.
But because I'm friends with Zach Bagans from Ghost Adventures, right?
Oh.
And it's like,
did he ever take you to a haunted house?
We did a whole episode. You should check it out.
Scared?
It's terrifying. It's terrifying, man. And in his museum, so apparently there's a thing called the Dybbuk box, which is one of the most haunted items in the world, apparently. And he wanted to, so we took the glass case off of the Dybbuk box, which is in his museum in Vegas. And he thought it was a sick ass idea to put the ashes of a lady who died while she was possessed on top. Whoa. And then my plane almost
what are your
crashed.
plans?
I was in a car accident. My house got robbed and I had bite marks on my arm. And he hit the wall like I've never seen someone in fear so hard as whenever he touched it. It's I don't know if it's someone who's dead or if it's a demon or if it's fucking something dimensional, but it's something there that goes bump in the night, I suppose. Stone tape theory, what is that?
Here it is. Haunted rocks, the stone tape theory. The stone tape theory is frequently used as a sciencey sounding quasi explanation to explain hauntings.
Okay.
Amateur
Well, that's
paranormal
fine.
investigators
That's
use
fine. I'm
the
2 for
idea
2.
to
Am I
account
2 for
the
2?
appearances of images, sound, and apparitions that do not interact directly with people. Instead, they play out like a movie or recording.
Right.
This is the most commonly termed residual haunting. See, this is what I was saying. Like
2 for 2, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations. Nailed it. When you think about like an alien sighting, like if you saw an alien, then you never saw one again for the rest of your life.
Right.
It would fuck with your memory, even if the alien was real. If a saucer
Right.
emerged in front of you and then took off, it's the same thing with a ghost. Like if you saw a fucking ghost, if you walked into your basement to go get a screw for something, and you turned and you saw an apparition of a woman who's like staring you down. Did you ever see that Guillermo del Toro movie about the lady who's a ghost who adopts kids?
No.
Dude, it's a dark movie. What is it called? Mother? What is it called? It's fucking creepy.
Is it?
It's creepy.
Do you like horror movies?
I love them.
Me too.
I love
I'm
them.
a dirty little bitch. I love horror movies.
Mama, yes, that's it.
Oh, is that?
Bro,
Is,
it's so
that's not
creepy.
with 2 Swedish kids, right?
I don't.
Does she
remember.
have 2
This is it. This
2
is
sons?
It. Did you see this?
No.
She has 2 kids.
No, I haven't seen that.
She's well, I don't want to give it away. I don't want to give the story away, but it's crazy. She finds these kids in the woods and raises them. She's a ghost, and it's a fucking terrifying movie.
She's a ghost. Wait,
yes. And so
is that a
people
spoiler?
adopt the kids. They find the kids. I can't tell you anymore.
Spoiler alert.
I can't tell you anymore. No, you know she's a ghost from the very beginning of the movie.
Okay, good. Yeah, this is terrifying.
Dude, it's fucking horrifying. It's a terrifying movie.
Well, you get the best of both worlds, right? You get a creepy, like, mom style, and then you get
Yes.
creepy kids, which
You
are
get
like
both.
the
You
double
get a kid.
terrifying. What's the
say-
movie
I
I'm
can't say
thinking
anymore without spoiler alert. No.
I think it might be called, so it's 2 kids. It might be Swedish or like Norwegian or something.
Is it the vampire movie?
No,
There's a vampire movie, a foreign vampire movie. Is it Let the Right One In? I think it is, or is that the American version of it?
Let the Right One In is a scary movie.
That's a scary movie, right?
Yeah.
That's a vampire movie about vampire kids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, the thing about a ghost is if you saw one and if they're just real every now and then, you saw one and it was right in front of you, you're in the woods,
Right.
you go to walk your dog and you see some old man with no legs floating in front of you.
That's the one.
Good night, Mommy.
Yeah.
Ah, good night, Mommy. What's this one about? Same kind of deal? Oh,
Spoiler
Jesus Christ.
alert.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Did you see something good?
Yeah.
I missed it.
Some scary lady in the corner.
Check that motherfucker out. That's
Okay.
a good one.
I'm scared.
But you see him in the woods.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, yeah. If you saw some apparition in the woods and then you never saw it again for the rest of your life, it doesn't mean it wasn't real.
Right.
It just means it's really rare that happens. Like, that's a thing about a unique event. Like, imagine if you're an ant your whole fucking life.
Right.
All you've ever known is this anthill. Everybody's chilling, working every day, chopping up leaves, going out and getting popcorn or whatever shit it finds. And then one day, some person comes along, like Post Malone, just stomps the fuck out of that anthill.
Sure.
To that moment, all that thing has ever known was that anthill. Never even knew that it was possible for something that, because it's been alive for a couple of weeks. During that couple of weeks, no one's ever stomped on the anthill. But then it happens. And then you realize that there's no pattern to these things. Anything can happen. Like, if you're a person, aliens can land. They can land on the White House lawn tomorrow and take over the world. And there's nothing we can do about it. Like, that could be our new normal. Okay, fuck masks. The new normal is there's alien spaceships that hover over every city and they tell you what to do. And you have to work for them now. Forever.
To the ant argument, we're smarter than ants.
Yes, we are. But we're, in comparison, probably dumber than aliens are. Like, we're dumber in comparison to aliens than ants are to people.
Well, that's why. You like all
That's a
these
guess.
celestial sightings. Yeah, I mean, this is all spitballing here.
But it could be possible, right?
Celestial sightings documented throughout history.
Throughout history.
Hey, I just made a fire. This is dope, right? Fire's cool. But what the fuck is that? That has to be God. Like, man has always looked up for answers.
It's true.
And so that's why it's a scary thing. Because do they want to hurt us, or did we come from them?
I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it's impossible that we're a product of genetic manipulation. I don't know if we are. I know we're definitely primates.
We're just playthings, maybe.
We just look so different than every other monkey. All the other monkeys are covered in hair. This is this weird, semi-hairless monkey. You know, who knows how to use electronics? Who knows how to send video through the sky?
You know the Anunnaki?
Yes.
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 If Lou is here, I got a great friend, Lou. Shout out to Lou. He would talk your ear off about this whole deal.
About this to an actual archaeologist yesterday.
Or the
Bradley
Nephilim.
Garrett. Yeah, the Nephilim or the Anunnaki from planet Nibiru, all that Zachariah Sitchin stuff. You ever read those books?
No, sir.
The books are weird, man. You know what's weird? Like, there's stuff that he was saying in, like, I believe it was like the 1970s, where he was deciphering these texts. And one of the things that he said is, this is the craziest one of all. Humans were genetically engineered from lower primates, and they were used to harvest gold. And that the Anunnaki needed gold because gold is very plentiful here,
right,
and very hard to find, very rare on their planet.
Right.
And they engineered humans to mine. That's why people love gold so much.
Right.
If you think about like the usefulness of gold,
right,
gold isn't even remotely. Unless you're making electronics, like gold's not the best metal. Like, why is it so valuable? It's pretty. Well, some of them are pretty as shit.
That's pretty.
Rubies are prettier than gold. Emeralds are prettier than gold. Why is gold so goddamn expensive?
But where does diamonds fit in?
Such Playboy.
I just pay for everything completely.
I was reading about it.
Embroidery.
Yeah, it's like one movie. She had a diamond. And
what do you?
Let
me finish what I'm saying. They said that they needed it to hang in their atmosphere to protect them from the sun.
Everyone loves your grind.
Their atmosphere. Well, we're losing our atmosphere.
That's what you're supposed to do when you're
One
with
of
a
the
bitch.
things that scientists have
Like that, but sometimes like
hanging
going out with a
reflective
bitch
particles
and doing shit like that. Like,
That's what I do sometimes. Also, I bought DJ equipment and it just sits in my closet now, even though I want to learn it someday.
Some of the effects of the sun.
But like it was like because I was like depressed because my dad died and shit, so like I just was like not even care about all this
what they suggested in like 2000.
Just like
so when they're talking about how to fix some of the global warming,
When I go viral, I am going to buy you all the real estate where your backgrounds are.
I appreciate it, bro. I'd be spending like $70 on a breeze and not even caring. I'm just like,
no shit.
Uber's too much for
I
girls.
where did he get it
from? And the Uber's like fucking $200 and I just don't care.
Just a guy who's a
I would just be doing that like almost every day.
Sure. And but it's very highly. That's the problem.
Are you eligible for unemployment?
I don't know.
It's too complicated.
Have you ever thought about enrolling in Fit Fashion Institute of Technology? For some reason now I just buy books I never read before, and now I just read to distract myself even though I hated KT.
6,000 whatever was going on.
We are going to bring back your father through the process of revivification if you want in the future. Are the camping funds gone?
No, I'm gonna use the camping funds for the camping funds.
Is that total?
Impossible.
Yeah. I owe
You could have
$10,000.
easily been contacted by
Almost
some of the life
$11,000.
forms similar to us, but that's a million years advanced.
Right.
We've been contacted all throughout history.
Right.
Yeah.
$11,000 in debt.
Up until 1860.
11K gonna be 14K in the next year.
For sure.
Same scum, I owe 17,000 in credit card debt. 107 on how many cards?
If you look at the last 200 years, it has accelerated like a motherfucker.
Damn.
And
Dude,
there's
gotta
so
bring in
much,
some
like,
cash, man. WTF.
200 years ago, people would look at
It's just gonna get worse.
the Bronco or anything like
Even
that.
so
And be like,
buff.
what the fuck?
It's gonna get worse, and plus
Can you
300,
DoorDash or Uber?
plus 300 to the fucking Planet Fitness for some reason, bro.
that SpaceX thing.
Oh, and I owe Uber $100. Rabbi is going to pay all your debt.
I appreciate it.
You can stream while doing DoorDash or Uber.
I owe $100 to DoorDash. I mean, I owe $100.
Streaming your only income.
Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to be a full-time streamer. I owe $100 to Uber because one time
I feel like everybody.
I just
Everyone in here, Rabbi is going viral.
I used to fucking
Are you gonna say
fucking
Are you gonna grab
and I just didn't pay, so I owe $100 to Uber. I can't use Uber Eats. And I can't use
Could come here for not giving anybody's
And W Rabbi shuts it down.
another dimension. I just want to say
so
hi.
yeah.
Tell me what's
So
up.
the debt is like 11K.
I want to have
We can go Jid for Jid.
I could
Bro,
call
I've been
Tyler
spending
up.
Uber Eats every day also for depression reasons. I spent like $500 in 5
Yeah,
days.
I understand. That's why.
When Rabbi goes viral, Rabbi will pay everyone's debt.
They
Kill all Jews we don't claim Jews here at W Rabbi. Gotta grind and get this KCIP so we can reduce this debt. Criminal. At Keel Shop Van Rabbi. What's up, what is QU?
Just go sleep.
They would engineer the sound they make.
They would do it
What is this sound? And why do I understand what he's saying?
Dog, it's fine, you deserve a sip.
Sound that's so complex, you would understand exactly what they're saying, even
Yes.
though you don't know the language.
I mean, I still need it every time.
What you done today, bro? Brutally raping your shit, bro. I ordered a burrito and a Belgian waffle. Shit was $45 with fees and shit like WTF.
Doesn't make sense.
You are a perfect fit for the sip.
It's just like I said, at the average 100 viewers.
Some sturdy person with a wide back.
Is that debt from credit
That's
cards?
a feeling.
At Zaparista, I don't hang scum once that Njaga banned. I was diagnosed with epilepsy at 26 and began having tonic-clonic seizures 2 a month. I lost all my confidence, but still I worked my ass off through the depression. At Valid Hot Water, how can it be from debit cards?
It's really sad, bro.
They probably just eat energy.
Oh, that thing's been better for you.
At Heel Shot, he is the same person who spams his live stream in everyone's chat. Why not?
They're probably just fucking ethereal.
Well, maybe they figured out a way
You shouldn't
to
care
make
about what
life.
people think, but you can
So
definitely
maybe
can
they
still do
figured out a way how to make life where you can transfer your consciousness to some eternal mechanical
more
thing.
understanding than
This
that
is what
you would imagine.
this
So
is
just be honest with people about your
I let you
situation.
big dog. I can potentially put your screen name with my bots, but I don't want you to get in trouble.
I don't want to get in trouble with the Rabbi. And I honestly just don't think that method
At
works, bro.
Zaparista Letty, what happened so far? He's on scam's dick. W stream.
I appreciate it, but Rabbi, I definitely don't think that method works. But I try to tell you, you have to build a community, bro. I literally just build my community by streaming every day. You have the consistency, but you're not talking to your chat. Nigga, talk to your chat. Get to know each one of them, bro. That's why these niggas come and watch me every day. I know them.
W Lil Scam Live.
I talk to them every day.
Right now, that doesn't make any sense.
You have to do the same thing where it's not over. If you just are
10
sitting in your
years is gonna,
chats,
the 10 years
Then
time,
I'll
is
use.
then they come to you and then they do the same thing.
Good luck, man. Hope you
10
get
years
more
after that,
strangers.
1,000 years.
Right, talking to them, you're
Like
just
20
laying in your
years
bed.
from now,
Thank
I don't know
you.
if those
Like,
are-
talk to them, nigga.
but 20 years from now, or somewhere in that range, we could be looking at
That's the
other
where they're from.
30 years from now, we could be looking at fake people.
They're already
I
cloning
get to know
those.
them, bro.
Yeah, they've done.
That's the only way to.
Dolly the sheep. Yeah, I bet they're cloning people. 100%.
Must be.
100%. 100%. You don't think Russia is cloning people right now? You don't think China's cloning people right now? Why wouldn't they?
I think we're cloning.
Well, it's probably the people that treat human beings with the least amount of respect. If those, like, you think the way they treat their citizens, those people are likely to clone. They're not going to give a fuck. They're going to want
We
to be
don't
able to
give a
they're gonna
fuck.
go quick to the jump. Yeah.
We don't give a fuck.
Getting
I
run
don't think
over,
anybody.
getting shot at. I've seen people.
It's
Bro, I'm good, dude. I'm
it's
good.
a
Right? You can miss
matter
me. Yo,
of-
W Rabbi. Oh my God, yo.
It does
time out, Rabbi,
honestly
please,
feel
bro. Appreciate
like,
it very much, man. Thank you.
everybody's
It's a whole circus. It is,
just
bro.
a gold
But
miner.
I'm not gonna sit
In a
here
way,
and
mining
hate like that.
technology.
It's good
Everybody, I
content,
mean,
okay?
even
I was in the car
even
laughing.
you sitting on your phone, you're
Yeah.
contributing,
100%. Yeah.
and then they're learning.
And you want a new phone. You want a new phone next year, so you work hard so
Right.
you can buy that new phone.
Right.
and you want a Tesla because it's got that big old electronic screen.
It's a car. And the whole machine. I wouldn't. Can I have a?
Yeah. Tweeze them later. I can't pluck them. They're not big enough.
Natalie, and I think Paul's
working on my clinic.
in 5 days.
Necessarily.
It might
So,
work. Dude, if it works, let me know.
we'll be doing streams
Put me
there.
right around. I tell them a lot of shit I
Hopefully
got wrong.
that works out. Do I just need a passport to fly? Sure you are. Yes, I am. Why would I fucking lie? What the fuck, man?
Genetic engineering, they've already definitely done that.
Do I just need a passport to fly, or do I need an ID?
China that did some
Passport good
sort of
enough?
experiment on people's DNA that figured out how to make them immune from
Oh,
AIDS, but also simultaneously made them smarter.
Pretty fast.
So made them immune to HIV. I'm pretty sure
What's
that's
this?
what
What's
it was.
So Paul's going to do.
CRISPR, some gene editing tool.
All right.
I don't know what it's an acronym, right?
What do you mean by Paul's going to do like
I don't
an
know what it
interview?
stands for, but it's a new gene.
I think he's only
editing
going for
tool
like a
that
day or
discovered
two.
over the last few years. They understand.
But I was saying,
genes
if he's
better
in there, I was
than
telling him he should just do a
bacteria.
stream with all of us.
But
I don't know if he's that. He
figured out how
said
to
like,
make a
yeah,
tool
maybe.
that allows you to
Let me
edit
think of an idea.
genes.
I think that could be good if we all did a stream.
Regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats. That's CRISPR. That's what it stands for. It's a family of DNA sequences found in the genomes of prokaryote.
That's a shot making up rule.
Bacteria and archaea. These sequences are derived from DNA fragments of bacteriophage.
This is a terrible paragraph.
You a fan of Eminem? Yes. Now, guys, you know I listen to the new Eminem
So
songs.
I know
was like, yo,
exactly what you're talking
I
about.
don't know what I think of this. I'm not gonna
Let me
lie, I don't
try.
like it though.
So this gene editing tool,
It's
whatever
growing on
that
me.
means,
What the fuck? What is this tool?
it can edit genes. And then
Yo, I actually do it.
It's like, I don't understand the process, but I know that they have a process. I don't know what I'm saying.
Is this in a computer?
Read that. What does that say? The Cas9 protein forms a complex with the guide RNA in a cell. The complex attaches to a matching genomic DNA sequence that gives it
I dig it now.
No, that's the yellow cell. I'm reading this.
I want to know what the tool is. Is it like a wrench or is it like a fucking computer? I don't know what the fuck it is.
See, I've never let me walk here, gross.
Yeah, that's the dude right there.
It's just a robot hand.
It's a dude with tweezers and a fucking hot
Oh, I
dog.
have today. I don't have makeup. I just have mascara on. You can't even really tell that. And I put lipstick
What kind
on.
of crazy shit they're trying. They're trying to create new humans, superhumans. They're gonna do it.
It's a
Someone's
rabbi.
gonna
Nobody
do it.
cares.
It's
Hi,
gonna
Pepto.
be
What's up,
us, or
dude?
it's gonna be
Love
them.
you, girl.
Someone is gonna create superhumans. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just looking
Are
at
you
the
going
laws
to
of
stop,
improvement.
Rabbi?
I don't think that's a real thing.
Are you going to continue to be annoying? I'm just going to ban you. That's wild.
It's possible someone's going to make it happen. We
Friends
detonated 2 nuclear bombs. We could have one. Everybody got the point, right?
Yeah.
Why they do it twice?
I mean, if
Let's
someone
display
goes
it,
on
I suppose. Right. Well,
MSNBC
someone could do that with super people.
gives
Yeah.
a bunch of
Like that could happen. It could happen quick.
He should be a UFC fighter.
opinions
Well,
about certain stocks that will perform.
What's up? How you
You get
doing?
to
UFC fighters
no
or superhumans?
super people.
Oh, okay.
Super people might be a new
And
species.
they
If
then
someone could really get a
change the
hold of
way
a CRISPR
people
and create like a
interact
Thor,
with the stock market.
create
I
like
also
a
love Jerry.
legitimate superhuman person,
Rhino loves
and you could
Jerry.
just
Rabbi
develop a whole
loves
race.
Jerry.
Would just be like instant game over. People aren't people
That guy
anymore.
goes and rants
How long
about
does that
stock
take?
being like,
I don't know
you
how
should
long
buy
it
this.
Do they have to grow from baby
I don't
to
think so.
These are
It's an
I don't think so. That's the thing. You know,
But they just come out like
I think they just
orcs in
change
Lord of the Rings.
Really?
They come out at like orcs in Lord of the Rings where they just cut
It's not that
the
he's terrible. It's just
husk.
that
You want me to just put that one on here? The fucking
They come out of them.
and he's just like, I'm gonna kill fucking.
Is that how the orcs were born?
Yeah, you never seen Saruman in the pit of Helm's Deep?
Those are great
Was it-
fucking movies, man.
Incredible.
Those orcs were the scariest shit ever.
Also,
When
if you
they were
watch
running
three,
back.
if you watch three, it's 12 hours. You could take a half day watching.
Really?
Lord of the
No,
Rings.
W Rabbi.
It's the best.
Yeah, those Lord of the Rings movies, man.
Thanks, baby.
Those orcs and those goblins, they were the scariest fucking
The
thing
goblins were scary.
ever. Ugh.
You ever heard of Necrogoblicon?
No.
It's like a metal band, but
that's not it. My dog's no, everybody's too nice on. But I appreciate you stopping by. This guy's fucking high. What's going on? How are you?
Got you in here, man. I'm
Yeah,
excited.
I'm finally here. I'm happy to be
was exactly. But there were supposed to be 5,000 people to show up, and then we end up getting to the show, and there's 17,000 people. So we had to move it outside of the venue, right on the salt flats.
Oh wow.
And I was just like, if this isn't a sign from God or you know, the aliens, then I don't know what is. So I looked at houses on Zillow and I found one and fixed it all up. And
That's awesome.
now I've been there 2 years just about.
It's a good spot for a guy like you too, because it's chill.
Really? Are you like the one who actually does it?
Yeah, well, that's the whole shit. I couldn't do LA.
Because I had somebody
I
come in
couldn't
here
do
yesterday.
LA. Like, I moved, like I said,
With
from
the similar
Syracuse to
things
Dallas.
as the W
I moved
Rabbi, they were
Dallas to LA when
spamming
I was
a bunch of
18.
stuff. And like,
It's a lot for me,
yeah.
and I couldn't focus the way that I needed to.
Right.
So,
On your music.
yeah, I never, like, there's always, you know, before COVID, there's always something going on. Like, 24/7. Like, it could be 8 in the morning. It could be, what time is it right now? 2 o'clock, something. And then you got to go do a podcast. Or you got to go to like a rooftop pool party or something. And, you know, being in Utah, it's so peaceful, like you said, and you get to focus on the music and wake up to the mountain.
Yeah.
And the sun sets at 10 p.m., which is bizarre, right around this time.
Yeah.
It's just nuts, you know?
It is bizarre, right? Like now, it's especially bizarre.
It's a lot.
You guys always got a weird vibe, man. Like Zion National Park, go out there to the locks.
Skinwalker Ranch. Have you?
Yeah, nothing happened. Man. We went there for a TV show. We're like, come on, aliens. Where are you, you fucks? They weren't buying it.
You don't know Tyler.
Tyler.
The alien.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's my dog.
Tell me about the kid with my friend named Tyler.
Yeah, his best friend's name is Ziggy.
Did they visit you in the middle of the night?
No, they don't. They just visit me during the day. We just play beer pong.
If you do the right drugs, you can meet the aliens. We were talking about that in the green room. If you do the right amount of mushrooms in a tank, get in a float tank, you can meet aliens.
So let's remember you're most vulnerable, like you said, most vulnerable, most susceptible to.
That's why I like weed. You know, we're talking about weed makes you vulnerable, and I think for someone like me, that's a good thing. Like think that way, to think, just look at all the vulnerabilities and just the reality of life and the temporary nature of it, which just makes me more appreciative.
Right.
Like the fear actually makes me more appreciative. Right. But mushrooms are a different animal. They just bring you to this weird place that's like right next door. Right. You know, it's like a hall pass to this other place. Like you get like a VIP bracelet, you get to go into another room that's right there all the time.
But you can't go in until you get that bracelet. And that's the whole thing. Like, I've been doing these microdoses for a while. And you don't really catch it until you do like 10, like right off the rip. But then I ate these chocolates the other day, some Chinese chocolates. And me and my producer Lou, we made a Coachella set for about 2 hours.
It's funny because I've been
based off of the robot. You know robots?
I have girls. young daughters.
So you know,
10-year-old or 12-year-old
do you know
obsessed with robots.
do you know the death sound of robots?
No, what's the sound? That's what happens when you die?
Yeah, and then I sampled it, and we made a whole 2-hour set off of the deal with just a fucking 4-to-the-floor kick drum, and it was the time I was like, wow. And I felt like I got that VIP respect. And I was backstage at Ziggy and Tyler's concert, the Aliens.
Do you feel like that sometimes when ideas come to you when you fucked up? Like it's almost like it's a gift from somewhere?
I have no idea. I think all of my ideas are kind of like mistakes. It's like, because you never wake up and say, today I'm going to write the, congratulations or any song. And you kind of just, it's all about like.
Yo, dog, I don't know if that's a live one.
Like I had like 8 Bud Lights, right? And then I took just a tiny
Filter by Live, dog.
Here it's like
Filter by Live.
And then it just happened.
Dog, that's only one of them.
It is an accident. It is just like a spur of the moment type deal to where you're like, let me sing this melody over this beat.
Filter by Live. Dog, Filter by Live. All right. All right. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Just one moment. Look at all. I have a bunch of them though.
He runs a Spartan race. He's a really smart guy. Very interesting guy. He does a lot of stuff for kids. He's got all these kid programs these kids do.
Yo, dog.
Tasks and like you do it over a summer.
I have accounts.
We were talking about it, and we were talking
Hold
about
on.
being healthy.
I don't know if this is live.
Sure.
Just wait.
There's a lot to that.
One moment. There's a delay.
There's also a lot to like the person who binges and creates something incredible. Like we were talking about Stephen King's books. Like some of the ones he doesn't even remember.
Right.
But the
There we
best
go.
ones, he was on coke and drinking a fucking case of
There you
blood.
are.
Like you just.
Hey, I hope you're doing well. Here, you can see yourself.
And he doesn't even remember writing. I think it's Cujo. He doesn't even remember.
Watch yourself on your the thing.
Like wrote Carrie.
Biggest fucking thing in global history.
That is one of the best fucking horror.
I've been streaming live 3 fucking years, 24/7. People are just finding out about it.
At the end of the day, it's like to each his own. You know what I mean? I mean,
Biggest fucking deal ever. Watch yourself in a moment.
Now, some people can definitely do it straight, and I've definitely had ideas without any influence of anything before.
Right.
But I feel like sometimes things come to you when you're like a little high at least.
Have a good day,
or
dude.
A little drunk, and you're like, I don't know if I would.
Sorry about my apologies about my bots.
Like they just come out of nowhere.
That's the whole thing too. Like drinking rosé or drinking, Bud Light, and then a little bit of just
It is crazy.
something else.
Yeah.
Whether it be, smoking a little bit of a J, because I'm an anxious person. You told me before you're not an anxious person. But,
Take care,
I used
dog.
to smoke a lot, but now not so much. Maybe I'll smoke, watch a funny movie, and then shit. But it's that stroke of genius, and you're like, if I was,
Thanks, dog.
nothing in my blood right now, but just blood.
Thank you.
No.
Oh, what a nice person.
No anything.
Who was that?
Would I have thought of that? And that's
That was
that's
Rhino
a different deal.
888.
It's
W Rhino 888. Wait.
I think of wakeboarding. Sure. Because when you're wakeboarding and you're on that wave, I don't wakeboard, but when I watch people do it,
I don't wakeboard either.
It looks awesome, right? When they're on that and they're catching those waves, but then when they wipe out, man, they go down hard. And
Sure.
that's like me. So you're not gonna stay on the board forever. If you get really fucked up, that board's gonna flip over and you're gonna be
Whenever you rip that big ass.
What the hell is this published shit?
Double
Dog.
spin. That's a stroke of genius, and that's what I think that there's a certain magic that goes into making a record, or if you're a painter, a painting, or if you're a dancer, a fucking cool dance move.
I think they're all related in some way.
Yeah, there's something there that just kicks off, and you can't control it, and you can't say when it's gonna happen, but it just happens.
Whatever that is that makes humans so interested in creating things that other people can enjoy, But that's what it is. It's like there's a weird frequency. Humans creating things they know other people are going to enjoy. And if you can just get lost in the beauty of just creating the thing and get out of your own way, then these ideas will come to you. But if you get in your own way, you have less bandwidth for the ideas. When they come to you, it feels like these they're even yours. Like it's like you're interacting with something.
So they're just
these ideas. Just
they have
like,
nothing.
If you have an idea for if I have an idea for a new bit or something like that, sometimes they just come from nowhere.
Yeah.
Like where did that come from?
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
What is where are premises from? What's an idea from? It's like creativity comes from the weirdest part of your brain that no one knows how to. I mean, you could have breathing exercises, all sorts of things to stimulate. Right. The reality is you can't even measure it.
No,
you don't know when it's up, when it's down. You just know what you're doing. If you're making some cool shit.
Yeah. Well, and it's that's so bizarre. Like, think about, like you said, it's just really humans creating something that other humans fuck with.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Makes you feel good.
That's the most. There's something there.
Silver High Scum
When
is
you
a
see,
slut.
like, when you're in concert, and you see 15,000 people walking out to your song.
Maybe you don't look happy
That's
sober.
gotta be a crazy thing.
W Lil Scam Live.
It is what it is. You're on the podcast.
I appreciate
Fuck
it.
being happy.
Everybody wants it. There's a feeling there, and it's just like, oh, I realize finally I'm not actually just one person.
Mm. Yeah,
Shining Sam Pepper and Peyton
like,
now collabing to get
mithril as it sounds. I'm with everybody. As in one moment in time, everybody is there doing the same thing with the same energy, the same good intention.
Yes,
it's fucking magical. You know, it's weird.
Yeah, that's what you're doing, right? You're tapping into some magic.
I'm trying.
But that's what it is. If you think about what kind of alchemy
Please be
involved
TTS.
in the right sounds to make people feel different. Sure. It's with a great song, man. You give it a person a drug. You know, there's a dopamine.
Nothing in the world would have made me happier.
Great song. Like you, when you're doing that, man, you're hitting that audience. 15,000 people.
Love you.
And they're all vibing on this thing that you created. Like, that's kind of magic.
It's fucking magic, and that's the coolest thing. I mean,
if you didn't know it existed, you would never believe someone could do it. Like, what are you talking about? If it was just
Love you, dog.
Imagine a world with no music,
Right.
just animals.
Right.
They never figured out how to make melodies and bars and songs that you write down.
Right.
Lone Wolf,
Just
love you.
Right.
Someone told you, hey man, I'm gonna make some sounds, and people are gonna lose
And
their
people-
shit. They're gonna be
15,000 people are gonna gather.
screaming,
I
dancing.
always think about this too, and this is a weird thought. You know how like there's famous people throughout history.
Yes.
Yeah.
How the fuck do they know what they look like? Like think about like in like Wild West times
Right.
when they see a dude in the bar and he's like, "Oh, you're Crazy Bill. I've
What's up,
seen
Rabbi?
you."
What up, Mr. Chow?
How does that work?
How did they even know it was that guy?
How did they even know? And then even
yeah.
somebody could say, "Oh, I'm Crazy Bill."
Oh yeah.
But then how do you even believe him?
Well, there was imposter people all up until the internet. You know, there's like you can't be a fake Post Malone today,
Right.
but you could in 1970. You could play it off. Like no one.
But
could get
then you
information
have
to
to
the
think
real
about
one.
these stories that people tell and think if it's the imposter or if it's the real dude.
Right. There's probably a lot of fuckery when it comes to like Wild West stories.
Or
Right.
think about even 1600s, like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, this dude it was crazy with a battle axe or something. I saw him cut like 9 dudes in half with one swing.
Right.
But it's the wrong dude.
Right.
It's not even fucking William the whatever he is.
Braveheart.
I don't.
That one?
No, just a cool. What's a
Mel
cool
Gibson
word?
So,
What's a cool name for a dude who swings battle axes? Other than
The
yeah,
behemoth.
not anymore, Rabbi.
The slicer.
Not anymore.
It was Charlie
What up,
the Slicer.
Sniper?
Oh, it's hilarious.
You gotta think.
Not anymore, buddy.
There's no way to tell.
But just imagine history before pictures. What are you talking about? Draw me a picture. This is what the boats would look like when they would pull. How the fuck do you know?
Yeah, they fired
Like it was
me.
an abstract idea.
Yeah.
You were the only way you could see something was someone had to draw it for you.
Right. Well, that's what I love to think. Like, It used to be like Instagram filters, essentially. Like, oh, I'm a rich dude. I want this artist to paint me, but make me
I've treated customers not
give me a bigger dick in my statue.
Incidents to me and my stream. And he was gonna let me know about it before I went on the gym.
Exactly. We have no idea if anybody did it. Like,
my stream is an issue.
Imagine if there was like this one guy who goes to the neighborhood and all the ladies like, you gotta go to him.
Yeah, I don't treat customers good.
And like that's how they would get their picture done. This dude would paint some nonsense
But,
version of them.
you know, everybody's baffled by that because everybody watches the Dave Chappelle streams and they've seen it. So
I wasn't there.
Mirrors were probably terrible back then. They
When
probably
were
didn't get a
mirrors
clear
invented?
look. They're looking at shit through fire, right? That's the only way they light any room up. It's fire. They have little lamps
who's
everywhere.
pissed? Who's
They're
pissed?
bastards. They have
Me?
no idea what they look like.
Doesn't work.
I can fucking care less.
So imagine this is how ballsy people were in like the 1400s. There were people that would get in a boat and travel
Let 'em be
across the fucking
pissed.
ocean. It would
Let
take
'em be
weeks and weeks
pissed.
and weeks based on a drawing and some shit someone wrote down.
Yeah, it's fucking
I don't
insane.
care.
Insane.
You don't even know where the fuck you are.
Insane.
Also, there's some salty dogs and some rapscallions.
Fuck that customer. That customer is nothing but ignorant to me, dude.
I was reading about pirates.
Landlubber.
The coast of South Carolina. Was it Blackbeard? Is he the big one?
You want to be?
It just
You want
makes
to
you
be
think,
the
like,
asshole?
Jesus Christ, like these are real people that would get
You want to
like
be
real
the
famous
asshole that
dudes
treats
who
your
get in
customer
boats
like a fucking
show up
slave
and just fuck people up
over
and
the
steal their
fucking
shit.
dude
So famous for
who
doing that.
promoted your fucking
So crazy. And it's
business.
so funny you bring up Blackbeard because I saw somebody had like some kind of sash or like
Like a Miss America?
like a bandolier.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
exactly. And
Yeah,
it
I
looked
mean-
like you had a bunch of like black powder pistols. Like you got one shot.
And it's
and
not
you're
gonna
out.
go. It's not gonna go
Like-
well online.
Yeah, it's so funny.
That wasn't that long ago, man. That's the early 1800s when
It's
they came
all
up
right
with a
though.
revolver.
You know what? Even
The
if,
Colt
and
came
I'll
up
tell
with a
you what.
revolver, and they
In
didn't
all
even really put it
honesty,
used until the Texas Rangers.
fuck it.
The Texas Rangers figured out.
Even if he
how
would
to,
call me back
there's a guy
and
named
say,
Jack
"Hey,
Hayes, I
we
think he's the
decided to
original
change our
Texas
mind on
Ranger.
it. I don't want to
Basically,
be
he's a
back.
badass dude who figured
I
out
don't want
how
to
to
be
fight
back.
the Indians.
I don't
and
want to be
They're
there."
basically like the Navy SEAls of the Texas.
It
frontier
shows.
guys.
It shows Alan's real colors, and it shows
This guy
his
figured out
real
how to use
colors.
a revolver. That wasn't that long ago. That's like 1840.
Yeah.
And it's
You let me know when,
you know what they say?
Rabbi.
They say God made man, Samuel Colt.
Let me know when so I can hug my little girl and tell her I don't gotta work
That's
another
what
day in
Colt
my
invented the
life.
revolver. They're the ones who invented I think it was a 5-shot revolver. It was the first time they figured out how to fight the Comanches. They would ride on a horse. They'd stay on the horse. They didn't get off to shoot, and they could shoot 5 times in a row. And they had a bunch of those cartridges, so the cartridges are already loaded. So they take it off, put a new
Yeah, I'm
cartridge
good
in,
on that.
fully loaded, then lock it in place.
Sure, it was the whole.
Yeah.
It was the whole
In all
wheel.
honesty.
Yeah, the whole wheel. So you can only carry a few of those with you. Crazy
Yeah,
shit, man.
it's so
I'm good on it.
bizarre how much shit has
It's like I said,
evolved
chat.
to kill each other.
It's all about
Since 1840,
character.
it's fucking
And the one
insane.
thing that I
And
have
even
learned
think
in
about
life,
even before, when
dude, I just learned this about another streamer the other day.
You would just
Okay?
stand in a line.
Red flags.
And you would shoot,
There are
and then a
certain
dude behind
indicators
you would
about
shoot,
people that
everybody
you
would
can
shoot,
pick up on,
right at
and you
each other.
shouldn't overlook.
It's the craziest fucking shit.
They fought like that for a long time, man. They fought with honor and dignity. Like they would show up, blow trumpets.
I'm gonna just get a bunch of fucking fucking shiny just because everybody else gets shiny. And I want everybody else to think that I'm like everybody else. Like, I'm not into that, nigga. I don't give a fuck. I'll literally fucking just not get that shit. Plus, if you really think about it too,
Gems and gold.
if you really think about it too, what rich ass nigga like just Jeff Bezos doesn't have that, nigga. Like
Niggas
Elon
using
Musk.
the diamonds fuck why they gotta worth that much.
Elon Musk doesn't have that.
Look at billionaires, none of them have jewelry,
That's
none of
exactly
them
what I'm
have.
saying, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. You'll notice that a lot of the shit that niggas do when they first get money is literally just because they first got money.
It's not that long ago. That's what's crazy. It's like the best you could do is shoot someone with a musket or a cannon.
Right.
Just a couple hundred years ago.
Right.
That's manageable.
It's
nuclear weapons aren't
now,
manageable.
now it's like one nuclear bomb ruin your whole day.
Yeah. That's not manageable.
at all. It's awful. Tyler and Ziggy are looking down at us right now. Those are my
that's
aliens
why
friends
they're
in
here.
there. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
I think they're like, these dummies are going to do something stupid. If aliens are real, I'm not 100% convinced, but I'm probably like 90% convinced. But if they are real, I leave in the room for bullshit. It's like, Jamie, get a picture of your shirt. Show everybody the shirt you're wearing why we're talking about that. It's a UFO. It says, can they see it? Believe that. That's a dope shirt. Exactly.
That's a saucer, if I've ever seen one.
I think if they're here, they're not going to let us. That's what I think.
Well, that's what
I think they're going to swoop in and go, hey.
Well, this fuck. I'm 25, right? I can't speak on anything, but just looking from past experience, and there's like drawings, like even in the Mona Lisa, there's a weird thing or whatever in the background and shit. But there's a spike.
Mm-hmm.
It's a spike in because it's getting pretty weird here.
The spike, they think, it's hard to tell because sometimes when people talk about UFOs, a bunch of other people hallucinate or lie. Like there's a lot of that.
Right.
So every time there's a real legit UFO, you get a bunch of nut cases. We just want to tell crazy shit about being taken.
And I see more. I mean,
you've seen
I never.
UFO?
Yeah.
What'd you think? What it looked like?
I was probably 16. I was in upstate New York, and it would just stay there. So let me precursor this. My aunt and uncle were very strict, and we had to go to bed at a very strict deadline, probably 10 p.m. And I was looking out the window with my cousin, and it's just a light that just stays there and then just fucking goes off. I mean, you can't explain it.
Well, if you're 17 at the time?
16.
How,
probably.
How strong is the camera when you're looking at it and trying to remember it?
Medium.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's something there.
For sure, something took off and did something that didn't make sense to you.
For sure. And then in Utah, I mean, there's shit happens all the time. I mean, even here in LA, I can't tell you how many times, because I used to live in Tarzana. So there was like a balcony here, and it looked kind of like, it sounds corny, but like a classic like force field. Whenever you think of a force field, and it just kind of goes like this, and it's kind of like a dome in a circular shape, and it just goes like this and goes back in. In Tarzana, looking down at the fucking city, and I'm like, how did no one else see this?
They might have,
but I was there with like fucking 4 other people, and they saw it too.
The thing about unique events is if a unique event happens and it never happens again, it's hard to remember.
Wait,
so
inside of the
what you
toilet.
saw, it's hard, but if aliens are visiting us, like how often are they doing it? Like unique events would probably be what it would be. I feel like occasionally, once every 6 months, someone sees them somewhere. But they're here all the time. They probably just know how to evade detection. I mean, if something can travel here from another planet, it's going to be able to know when they're being watched and when they're not being watched. So it's not going to be hard.
That's why you got to wonder if it's like intentional.
I think there's enough talk about it now that we're probably going to find out what it is in our lifetime. I never would think that. I think the government withheld information for whatever reason. It's a threat to the national security, to have a bunch of people worried that aliens are flying around us all the time. There's nothing we can do about it. Maybe they had a conversation and they thought maybe it'd be better to keep people in the quiet or keep them in the dark so that they don't freak out, because there's nothing we can do about it anyway. If we just tell them that there's aliens that are visiting us all the time, that's not going to be good. They're not going to pay attention to taxes, the stock market.
They care about uranium and shit like that.
They're around us all the time. Yeah. People are going to freak out. So I think like little drops, like this, the recent one they said, what did
the Pentagon just say? Literally like 2 days ago.
They've recovered crafts that are not from this world. not made on Earth.
Not made on Earth.
Yeah, not made on Earth. They're basically saying we don't know what the fuck it is. But we didn't make it. That's man. And I think that's going to lead to more and more information coming out about it. Where we're going to try to get a sense of understanding. How long do they know? You know, how much of like all that Roswell, New Mexico shit is true? Like, tell us what was going on.
It backtracked. You got to wonder if, like, oh, we've been hiding this the whole time, or this is the first time for real that.
But yeah, I mean,
this is what I like to think.
exceptionally
I like to
difficult
think
to
the
get
people that are in charge at the Pentagon are patriots, and they
Never say
realize
never.
it's probably better, especially when.
Well, I just hate the idea
deal
that
with
you
the United
say
States
you're never going to
this
fucking
kind of
get this,
turmoil
and
that
then
they're
they
in right
do,
now,
and you're like,
it's
okay,
crazy.
well, fuck that.
Between
So I think it's fair to say
turmoil,
it's
turmoil with the
exceptionally
police and
unlikely.
turmoil
The
with
direction he's going with this
people
channel is
protesting
the
in
opposite.
cities and blocking traffic. There's so much crazy turmoil. They'd be like, no one's even know. Say it
Why?
now.
Also,
Say,
why does he
yeah,
want
we
to
got
get
UFOs. Like everything is so crazy.
there's no
The
real
news
benefit
cycle
to
of
getting
any
part of
crazy story like this is only a few days, and then people forget.
I mean, it's more or less the same these days.
Or
Isn't it?
it's just people already know, and it's just normalization. Or and you think about
Listen.
it's just
Weird roller
normalizing
coaster
you
thing.
to the idea that I can't even like the Canadian. I don't quote me on this, but a Canadian someone in office was like, "There's like 7 species of aliens in the U.S. government."
It would be crazy if it was true.
That's
Tommy Lee Jones and Will
Do
Smith.
y'all
were
remember
right
that?
all along.
Yeah, check that out. Please fact check that for
Is
me.
he a loony person though?
I have no idea.
See, people can get elected and still be crazy. That's a
For
problem.
certain.
That's a problem. You know, just because like when you hear about someone having like a really high profile job and they say something crazy, it doesn't mean they're not crazy just because they're the prime minister of some
Right.
country out of their mind.
What do we got? Coming close to that. How close?
Yo, Decker.
Where is
Canada's former defense minister claims that aliens are real. Apparently, there is a humanoid-esque race of aliens called the Tall Whites living among us.
What publication is this? Is this Vice?
It's on Vice, there's a few other places.
Well,
There's a few. So it's like a real. It's like a real deal.
Definitely said it.
Come on.
That's crazy shit.
Yeah, that is crazy shit.
That was describing still their dual stream on the other side. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Do you believe
That was what was discussed in some of the videos. I completely forgot the. Oh shit! Rabbi's back, but with a different name. It's not Rabbi Rothschild right now. Get him out of here.
But I
Okay,
can't,
Clarity,
I can't explain it.
They might be. They might be.
I love you, Barbarella, you dumb slut.
Here's the thing about ghosts. There's so many stories.
Right.
There's so many.
Crochet it,
Now,
chill. I'm gonna
is it
fuck
just
your
like
shit up.
senses are on heightened alert when they see things that aren't really there? That could be it. Because when it's dark out and you're tired and you're moving through the hallway, first of all, you might be half asleep anyway. But you hear things, you get scared, your senses get really heightened, and maybe you might see something that's not even really there. It's just your own brain and your paranoia fucking with you.
Someone is spamming my fucking chat.
Oh, you dumb bitch.
But it's not always.
This is annoying.
Fuck
Says
you.
World King is pussy. Your rabbi.
Hell yeah, you're never gonna forget it. Don't you forget it, woman.
No, but your house is just as haunted in the day as it is at night.
Well, why not the beach? Listen, the beach at night is scary. The beach during the day is not scary at all. If you're a girl and you walk around on the beach at night, that's a fucking dangerous place to be. There's a lot of psychos out there and serial killers and creeps and rapists. You just walk around the beach by yourself at night.
Right.
But in the day, it's awesome.
Yes,
I'm not a beach guy.
I should just showed up because I knew it was
There might be some more creepy guys in the mountains.
That's another one.
But they're more sparse. They're more
Everything's scary in the woods.
But I'm saying, your house is just as, this place, this building is just as haunted in the daytime as it is at nighttime.
I don't think this one's haunted. I've been here at night.
See?
Here's an argument for something being haunted. The Comedy Store in Hollywood. Because it used to be Ciro's nightclub. It used to be owned by Bugsy Siegel. And apparently, the word is they killed a bunch of fucking people there.
Right.
And almost everyone that I know that works there, everyone who's managed it, works there a long time, they have some weird shit happen to them. Weird shit. Like they see someone in the kitchen and they go to say something to them, they turn around, and then they turn back and the person's gone. Weird shit.
You're gathering only two.
Old friends you haven't seen forever wandering through the hallway, and they go up the stairs and you can't find them. Now, granted, there's a lot of people with a lot of drugs that come.
Right. Rabbi Rothschild's back. Fuck you, Rabbi Rothschild.
Fuck you!
I don't think it's impossible to. I think it's possible that things leave a memory. Right? Like you hate someone so much, like you leave a memory on the space. Like,
that's a stone tape theory.
Yeah. The what? Stone tape?
Yeah.
Stone tape?
Yeah.
What is
that? The energy of a life is like left on material shit, like the bricks on the wall.
Yeah.
Or the curtain here.
Right.
You know. And that's like, I don't know if that's theory. Don't quote me on that. Can you look up the stone tape theory for me?
Stone tape.
But because I'm friends with Zach Bagans from Ghost Adventures, right?
Wow.
And it's like,
did he ever take you to a haunted house?
We did a whole episode. You should check it out. It's terrifying. It's terrifying, man. And in his museum, so apparently there's a thing called the Dybbuk box, which is one of the most haunted items in the world, apparently. And he wanted to, so we took the glass case off of the Dybbuk box, which is in his museum in Vegas. And he thought it was a sick-ass idea to put the ashes of a lady who died while she was possessed on top. Whoa. And then my plane almost crashed. I was in a car accident. My house got robbed, and I had bite marks on my arm. And
that's what it's about. Yo,
what's all like I've never seen someone in fear so hard as whenever he touched it. It's I don't know if it's someone who's dead or if it's a demon or if it's fucking something dimensional, but it's something there that goes bump in the neck, I suppose. Stone tape theory, what is that? Here it is. Stone tape theory is frequently used as a science-surrounding quasi-explanation to explain hauntings. Okay.
Amateur
Well, that's
paranormal investigators
that's
use
I'm
the
2 for 2. Am I 2 for 2?
Images, sound, and apparitions that do not interact directly with people. Instead, they play out like a movie or recording. This is the most common term, residual haunting. See, this is what I was saying. Like
2 for 2, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations, nailed it. When you think about like an alien sighting, like if you saw an alien and then you never saw one again for the rest of your life,
right.
it would fuck with your memory, even if the alien was real. If a saucer emerged in front of you and then took off, it's the same thing with a ghost.
Yo.
Like if you saw a
West
ghost, if you walked into the basement to go get a screw for something, and you turned and you saw an apparition of a woman who's like staring you down. Did you ever see that Guillermo del Toro movie about the lady who's a ghost who adopts kids?
No.
Dude, it's a dark movie. What is it called? Mother? What is it called? It's fucking creepy.
Is it?
It's creepy.
Do you like horror movies?
I love them.
Me too.
I love
I'm
them.
a dirty little bitch. I love horror movies.
Mama, yes, that's it.
Oh, that's not with 2 Swedish kids, right?
I don't.
Does she have two
sons?
Did you
see this?
No.
She has 2 kids.
No, I haven't seen that.
She's well, I don't want to give it away. I don't want to give the story away, but it's crazy. She finds these kids in the woods and raises them. She's a ghost, and it's a fucking terrifying movie.
She's a ghost. Wait,
yes. And so
is that a
people
spoiler?
adopt the kids. They find the kids. I can't tell you anymore.
Spoiler alert.
I can't tell you anymore. No, you know she's a ghost from the very beginning of the movie.
Okay, good. Yeah, this is terrifying.
Dude, It's fucking horrifying. It's a terrifying movie.
Well, you get the best of both worlds, right? You get a creepy like mom style, and then you get creepy kids, which are like the double terrifying. What's the movie
I
I'm
can't say
thinking
anymore
of?
without spoiler alert in it.
There's a. I think it may be called. It might be called. So it's two kids. It might
Bro.
be Swedish or
So now that I'm okay, does that mean I can
like
play some
Norwegian or something.
Yes.
Is it the vampire movie?
Hell yeah, go.
No,
there's a vampire movie, a foreign vampire movie. Is it Let the Right One In? I think it is. Or is that the American version of it?
Let the Right One In is a scary movie.
That's a scary movie, right?
Yeah.
That's a vampire movie about vampire kids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, the thing about it though is if you saw one and it was if they're just real every now and then. You saw one and it was right in front of you. You're in the woods.
Right.
You're going to walk
What
the
did it
dog.
do?
And you see some old man with no legs floating in front of you.
That's the one.
Good night, Mom.
Yeah.
Good night, Mom. What's this one about? Same kind of deal. Oh,
Spoiler
Jesus Christ.
alert.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Did you see something good?
Yeah.
I missed it.
Some scary lady in the corner.
Check that motherfucker.
This is my
out.
home.
I'm scared.
But you see him in the
Dog.
woods.
Oh, if you had TTS on.
Please.
Holy shit.
Yeah, if you saw some
Cobras.
apparition in the
I
woods.
feel like
and you never
cobras
saw
are
it
like
again for the rest of your life. It doesn't mean it wasn't real.
Right.
It just means it's really
Cobras.
rare that happens. Like that's the
That
thing
shit
about a unique
ever
event. Like imagine if you're an ant your whole
sucks.
fucking life.
Right.
All you've ever known is this anthill. Everybody's chilling, working every day, chopping up leaves, going out and getting popcorn or whatever shit it finds. And then one day, some person comes along, like Post Malone, just stomps the fuck out of that anthill.
Sure.
To that moment, all that thing has ever known was that anthill.
Bone
Never
clones.
even knew that it was
Just
possible
use myself as
for
a
something
little
because it's just been
jizz
alive
rogue.
for a couple of weeks.
Like, how do
and a couple
I
weeks,
want to
no
pay
one's
you
ever
to teach
stomped
me
on the
about
internet.
that.
But then
And
it happens.
What are you
it
talking
makes me
about?
so proud because now my kids can look at me and never think that my mom struggled.
And what
And
are
in
you
fact, just a
talking
couple weeks ago, I found out my
You're a person.
oldest daughter has me in her phone as
Yeah, man,
Mama,
when the
the
White House
millionaire, and I
launch
was like,
tomorrow,
oh my
take over the
God,
world.
I'm
There's
so
nothing
happy.
you can do about it.
Yikes.
Like that could be our new norm.
Yikes.
Love it. Yes, I am a millionaire. With my adult content, I make anywhere from $30,000 to $100,000 per month.
You have to work
Sad. I can't. The only good thing about AI is that it's going to destroy
We're
women
smarter
like
than
these.
ants. Yes, we are, but we're in comparison probably dumber than aliens are. Like we're
Oh,
dumber in
most-
comparison to aliens than ants are to people.
Well, that's why. Like all
That's a
these
guess.
celestial sightings. Yeah, I mean, this is all
This guy hates me.
spitballing here.
I'm so
That
bad
could
at
be
it.
possible,
bro.
right?
You know, how would you shut the fuck up?
You manifest what you talk about, bro. So I'm
Documented
talking about
throughout
what I am.
history.
You.
You, hey, I just made a fire. This is dope. Right? Fire is cool. But what the fuck is that? That has to be God. Like, man has always looked up for answers. And so that's why it's a scary thing. Because do they want to hurt us or do they did we come from them?
I don't think it's impossible.
Wow.
You got it from the west side.
Genetic manipulation. I don't know.
They got a lot in real quick. Holy shit.
'Cause it's the best.
Christ.
We just look so different than every other monkey. All the other monkeys are covered in hair. This is this weird semi-hairless monkey. And then who knows how to use electronics? Who knows how to send video?
Okay.
You know the Anunnaki? Yes. Yes.
My Blue is here. I gotta go.
Like technically, I feel light shooters, and this actually, to the touch, gets much cooler than the Air 3. When it comes to at-home IPL, the biggest benefit is that it's permanent hair removal. So you don't have to wait in between treatments. You could literally do it every day if you want. And I decided, yes, for myself, I do prefer the feeling of smooth legs and not having hair that I feel the need to maintain or to excessively clean.
That he was saying in, like, I believe it was like the 1970s.
What
when he
the
was
fuck?
deciphering these,
What is this shit, man?
One of the things that he said is,
This shit.
this is the craziest one of all. Humans were genetically engineered
What do you do?
from lower
Why you
primates,
stand?
and they were used
Why you
to
stand this shit,
to
man?
harvest gold. And that the Anunnaki needed gold.
That's
Gold
not real
is
life.
very plentiful here and very hard to find.
He's on the best.
And they engineered humans to mine
Rabbi Rothschild.
Now, posted with the home smoking dope. So in my hand, and I was pulled up. Fuck Chicago, baby, won't be showed up. It's my shit, nigga. Tell the DJ, hold up. Posted with the home smoking dope. So in my hand, and I was pulled up.
Okay,
I
if you
was
don't
reading
stop,
about like
I am going to
yeah,
ban
that's
you.
what it's like. One
You
movie,
understand?
she had a diamond, and then
But what do you, let me finish what I'm saying because this is where it gets weird. They said that they needed it to hang in their atmosphere to protect them from the sun because they were losing their atmosphere.
Yeah,
Well, we're
you're
losing our
nice.
atmosphere.
Nice.
And one of the things that scientists have suggested is hanging reflective particles above the Earth, like putting them in orbit, all over reflective
This bitch
dust
is
in
hot.
orbit, so that it would move out.
Needs a nose job.
So what they suggested, what he's saying
No, her nose is
in
pretty, though.
1978 is what they suggested in like 2018.
Right.
So when they're talking about how to fix some of the global warming issues, they were literally saying some of the stuff that was in this book that he was reading. He's deciphering these ancient Sumerian texts from 6,000 years ago.
no shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was
I
about
don't know
to
if his
ask,
interpretations
where
are
did
right,
he
though.
get it from?
Split them.
He is just a guy who's a linguist who studies ancient languages and reinterprets them, but it's very
I was
highly.
about to comment and
That's
just
the
shit
problem.
on
You
you.
are not. You or I. We're not.
That poor lady has lost grounds her dog.
Damn, girl.
Right. But there's a website called
Am I great?
SitchinIsWrong.com. If you go there, it refutes all of his. I don't know who's writing
My-
it down, but it's interesting to see the
My
article.
grandmother's
But
sister would be
again,
my great aunt,
whatever
right?
the
Yeah.
fuck was going
So
on,
my great
6,000 years ago, whatever was going on, they were writing about some wacky shit.
Right,
man.
right.
You know, they were.
And is that the
Yeah.
shrooms or is that?
So do
Is it
I.
contact?
Yeah, this is a hot one, guys.
It's not impossible. We could have easily been contacted by some other life form that's similar to us, but that's a million years advanced.
Yo,
We've
what
been
the
contacted
fuck?
all throughout history.
Right.
Yeah.
I've been popping Molly, man.
Whatever the fuck it was, all you have is a drawing and a story. Imagine that.
How famous people? Who the fuck knows? But now, if you look at the last 200 years, it has accelerated like a motherfucker. And there's so much, like 200 years ago, people would look at the Bronco or anything like that and be like, what the fuck?
Yeah. What is that?
It happened so quick.
It's happening so quick right now. I mean, that SpaceX thing, they've already figured out how to get something to fly into the sky and then bring it back and land it.
It's insane.
Yeah. We are in a weird fucking time. And if the aliens come right now, it's probably the best time to come. We're going to be the most relaxed about it. No one's been able to work for 6 months.
I
Right?
feel like everybody's,
People are scared to shake hands.
what are you going to do?
Everyone's terrified.
Are you going to say hi? Or are you
To
going
the aliens?
Are you going to grab your bow?
Oh, I'm going to say hi for sure. I'm not stupid. They could come here for not kicking
Instant
anybody's ass.
disintegration.
Yeah, I'm not even interested in kicking someone's ass from another dimension. I just want to say hi. Tell me what's up.
Tell me what's actually
I want to have an alien on the podcast. Can you imagine?
I could call
Imagine
Tyler
having some
up.
3 foot tall, 40-pound dude with a giant bulbous head and like antenna-like fingers, and he's explaining how they traverse space
No
and time
shit.
instantaneously.
No.
Can you imagine? They're making sounds, and you interpret those sounds no matter what language you're in all over the world. You instantaneously interpret
Well, it'd
what
be
they're
through your
saying.
brain. You wouldn't be able to hear them.
Yeah, they would do it through a podcast.
They
They'd be able
would
to
do it
engineer
through-
the sounds they make.
They
And
would
we'd have to
do it
realize,
through.
what is this sound, and
through
why do I
Shure
understand what he's saying?
SM78s.
They would hit you with some sound that's so complex you would understand exactly what they're saying,
Yeah.
even though you don't know the language. And everybody would be like, "What in the fuck is going on?" Oh my God, there's an alien on the JRE. And that's what it would be. Me talking to some alien.
They better give you some more goddamn money.
That's where problems when the aliens come. That shit is going to be wiped
Well,
out.
that's when we need gold.
Yeah, we're going to be gold miners again, folks. We're going to look for some sturdy person with a wide back. That's what's going to be valuable.
Needs a nose job.
But I mean, good enough to mine gold? I don't know.
Just didn't know it.
You imagine if that's life in the future? They come down and go, you got two choices. Eat one, we eat you. Two, you mine gold for us.
Are they eating
Stay alive.
humans?
Why not? Why wouldn't they eat us? They'd be like, listen, you guys are just protein. You're assholes.
They probably eat clouds.
Yeah.
Or like energy. They probably just eat energy.
Yeah, maybe they just exist in some sort of
Dude, they're probably
redundant
not even
system.
fucking material.
Probably.
They're probably just fucking ethereal.
Well, maybe they figured out a way to make life. So maybe they figured out a way how to make life where you can transfer your consciousness in some eternal mechanical thing. This is what there's this oh my god, I can't remember his name. Ray Kurzweil, sorry. He's a guy that's upset. He's a scientist. He's an inventor. He's got like 100 patents. Genius guy. Maybe not 100, but a lot. And he is obsessed with downloading his consciousness into a computer. He's obsessed with the idea of technology reaching a point where you could replicate a human being in a way where you will never die. Your consciousness will actually transmit to some sort of a computer or an artificial body or another body that's they've genetically engineered. And he believes this is, like he's saying, you have to look at the exponential rate of technology. Right now, that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
But if you go 10 years from now, 10 years is the 10 years time is going to be like 100 years of progress.
Like you said, exponential is snowballing.
Yep. 10 years after that, 1,000 years of
Right.
progress. Like 20 years from now, I don't know if those are the right numbers, but 20 years from now or somewhere in that range, we could be looking at artificial life. We could be 30 years from now, we could be looking at fake people.
They're already cloning goats.
Yeah, they've done sheep. Yeah, Dolly the sheep. Yeah, I bet they're cloning people. 100%.
Must be.
100%. 100%. You don't think Russia is cloning people right now? You don't think China's cloning people right now? Why wouldn't they?
I think we're cloning people.
Well, if you think of the people that treat human beings with the least amount of respect, if those, like, you think the way they treat their citizens, those people are likely to clone people. They're not going to give a fuck. They're going to want to
give a fuck.
Quick to the jump. Yeah.
We don't give a fuck. I don't
It's
think
nice.
anybody.
You are. That I'm not safe. I'm
It's
disgusting.
a matter of. It does
There's
honestly feel
definitely
like
a stigma with women being sexual as
everybody
opposed to men. I
just a
think
gold
people
miner.
accept men as being
In a
sexual
way,
beings,
because we're
whereas
mining
women
technology.
are seen
Everybody,
as
I mean, even you sitting on your phone, you're contributing.
100%. Yeah.
And then they're learning.
And you want a new phone. You want a new phone next year. So you work hard to buy that new phone.
Right.
And you want a Tesla, so it's got that big old electronic screen.
It's a cog
Yes.
in the whole machine. I wouldn't. Can I have one of your beard hairs? I'm working on some at home.
I could give you some. I'll
It's
tweeze them later. I can't pluck them. They're not big enough to pluck.
I'm working on my cloning device.
Oh,
It doesn't work necessarily.
It might work, dude. If it works, let me know. There's a little me running around. I tell them a lot of shit I got wrong.
Kicking everybody.
They're like, dude, you gotta calm down. Calm down, son. But like, I think genetic engineering, they've already definitely done that. They've figured out how to, I think it was China that did some sort of CRISPR experiment on people's DNA that figured out how to make them immune from AIDS, but also simultaneously made them smarter. So made them immune to HIV. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
What's a CRISPR?
CRISPR is some gene editing tool. I don't know what it's an acronym, right? I don't know what it stands for, but it's a new gene editing tool that they've discovered over the last few years. They understand genes better because of bacteria. I'm sure I'm fucking this up, but they figured out how to make a tool that allows you to edit genes. It is clustered, regularly interspaced, short palindromic repeats. That's CRISPR. That's what it stands for. It's a family of DNA sequences found in the genomes of prokaryote organisms such as bacteria and archaea. These sequences are derived from DNA fragments of bacteriophage.
This is a terrible paragraph.
It's great. How do you say that? Bacteriophages. Phages that had previously infected the prokaryote. Oh boy.
So I know exactly what you're talking about. Let me try it.
The gene editing tool, whatever the fuck that.
That sounds good to me.
A chocolate chip cookie and a lemon spin drift.
They can edit.
Those are lemon spin drift.
And
Is
they're
that
in the
like
process.
With a computer.
It's like a
I'll show you
sparkling
how
lemon water.
how they do it there. It's like
Sparkling?
I don't
That's
understand
disgusting.
the
You're
process.
so hot right
but
now.
I know
If you're in the
that they
kitchen
have-
making this for me,
I don't know what it's saying.
Is this in a
Like,
computer?
Like read that. What does that say? The Cas9 protein forms a complex with the guide RNA in a cell. The complex attaches to a matching genomic DNA sequence adjacent to a spacer yellow segment. What am I saying? Okay.
No, that's
I'm
a
saying-
yellow segment.
But
You
you know what I'm
see it.
saying? I do. But you know what I'm saying? Like I'm reading this and I don't know what the fuck I'm saying while
And
I'm
that's what-
saying it. It's too complicated for a moron like me. I
It's
don't know
too
what that is.
complicated. I want to know what the tool is. Is it like a wrench or is it like a fucking computer? I don't know what the fuck it is.
It's probably a computer. Oh, it's a fork.
Yeah, that's the dude right
That's just the
there.
guy. It's just a robot hand.
It's a dude with tweezers and a fucking hot dog.
It leaves a lot of room for error. I wonder like what other countries are doing, what kind of crazy shit they're trying. If they're trying to create new humans, superhumans. They're gonna do it. Someone's gonna do it. Either it's gonna be us or it's gonna be them. Someone is gonna create superhumans. I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just looking at the laws of improvement. I don't think that's a real thing. But if it was, the law of improvement would state that if something's
It's a new
possible,
theory.
something's possible, someone's going to make it happen. When we detonated 2 nuclear bombs, we could have just one was everybody got the point, right?
Yeah.
Why they do it twice?
Right. It's a display, I suppose.
Right. Well, someone could do that with super people.
Yeah.
Like that could happen. It could happen quick.
He should be a UFC fighter.
Well, they might be the new aliens. When you get to
UFC fighters or superhumans?
super people,
Oh, okay.
super people might be a new species. If someone could really get a hold of a CRISPR and create like a Thor, create like a legitimate superhuman person, and you could just develop a whole race of those, it would just be like instant game over. People aren't people anymore.
How long does that take?
I don't know how long it would take.
Do they have to grow from baby to
I'm
human?
high, man. These are I don't think so. That's the thing. And
Or
you know
they
what?
just come out like
I think they just
orcs
change.
in Lord of the Rings. They come out like orcs in Lord of the Rings where they just cut the pus and then the fucking
they come piling out of them.
And he's just like, I'm gonna kill fucking.
Is that how the orcs were born?
Yeah, you never seen Saruman
forget.
in the pit of Helm's Deep?
Those are great
Was it-
fucking movies, man.
Incredible.
Those orcs were the scariest shit ever.
Also, if
When
you
they were
watch
running
three,
back.
if you watch three, it's 12 hours. You could take a half a day watching Lord of the Rings. It's the best.
Yeah, those Lord of the Rings movies, man. Come on. Those orcs and those goblins, they were the scariest fucking
The
thing
goblins were scary.
Ugh.
You ever heard of Necrogoblicon?
No.
It's like a metal band, but the lead singer is a goblin. Can you pull up a picture of the lead singer of Necrogoblicon? Dude, that's them. Dude, it's fucking incredible.
That's amazing.
He reminds me of the goblin that tortures
Bro,
Frodo.
look at his face. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's amazing.
This is just
Hang on a second. Imagine.
I like his friends.
Hold on a second. Back up a little bit. Imagine if that's really a goblin. You imagine if a goblin became a rock star and everybody thought it was cute, but it really was a fucking goblin.
You need to watch the video.
Bro, the makeup's amazing. He never takes it off. And this
It's a real fucking goblin.
A fucking real goblin.
Well, that's the whole deal. Like his biggest song is like he has a normal job and he has a crush on this girl,
Oh my god.
but she's in love with this like douchebag from The Office.
Oh my god, he's blowing powder on people? What is happening here?
I've never seen this video.
Dude, just imagine if that was real.
It
Imagine
is
if an
real.
alien comes down. Like, with
Are
CGI.
aliens goblins?
They could be. Well, why do we think they're going to look cute? Why can't they be ugly-looking aliens, octopus-looking monsters? They could be anything, right?
Yeah, that's what Halo. You ever play Halo?
I have.
You think about Arbiter.
What is Arbiter?
He's
One of the characters?
yeah, he's like
I
the
played
alien,
Halo like
the
2
alien
times,
guys.
never.
So they have fingers like this, and that's why all their guns are like this, right?
Okay.
But who's to say that aliens don't control their guns with like their booty hole or something weird? Why does it have to be with their hands? Aliens can control their guns with whatever appendage they have.
Good point.
Aliens are weird.
Well, I think the real thing would come
weird
from
to me.
How are they manipulating matter to make things, right?
Or do they even need to?
Do they need to? Right? Can they do things with their mind that we can't imagine? Right?
Yeah.
Is it possible to if it's possible to make noise, you can hear noise. What is that? Just some invisible shit flying through the air. I'm saying it to you. You understand what I'm saying? Just flies through the air and hits you. Why do we think that that's the only thing that's possible? There could be some really weird abilities that things have to manipulate matter that maybe evolve over hundreds of thousands of years.
A booty hole gun.
A booty hole gun.
Yeah. Who knows?
Who knows?
I'm gonna hit you with my fucking booty hole gun and destroy a fucking block.
Maybe it's like super normal for aliens to like pee on each other, like dogs do. You know, maybe aliens just walk up and just piss on each other all the time. Who knows?
Who fucking knows?
Who knows?
But you know, all we can do is just sit and drink beer until. That's it.
I'm amazed that if they really did have UFOs this whole time, that they kept it such a good
Hold on one moment.
Pretty incredible. Like, I don't want to encourage that kind of behavior, so I gotta say I'm impressed. Right? If the government really kept their fucking mouth shut for that long, like, the new government is not going to do that. These are like those old school Vietnam vets with fucking craggy skin and tough guy voices.
Right.
Those are the ones that are still left. Millennials that take those positions, we're going to have a real hard time keeping secrets.
Right.
It's not going to be the same.
It's not.
No.
I mean,
they're not going to keep any secrets.
How do you feel about the Battle of Los Angeles?
The Battle of Los Angeles? What do you mean?
Wherever there was pictures in the paper and shit, and it's just spotlights, and we were shooting at this thing.
Oh, right. Was that like
over
what
LA?
year was that?
Old.
Yeah, real old, like the 50s or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who the fuck knows what that was, man?
What the fuck is that? And then we shot at it, and it wouldn't go down, and because they see that.
Who knows?
It's either two things. It's either they know and they're hiding it, or it's something earthly, terrestrial.
Yeah.
And people just interpret it as, look at
There
that.
it is. Searchlights and anti-aircraft guns.
They were
aircraft
shooting
guns.
at this fucker.
Comb sky during the war. What year is that, June? 1942. So what year did Oppenheimer first detonate the bomb? I know the Manhattan Project was already in operation by 42, but had they detonated the first bomb yet?
That's
the actual first test. I bet it was around that time, a couple of years later, maybe. I bet in that time period when human beings start in a race to try to split the atom, that's what I bet the aliens like. Hey, we got a live one. We got a live one over here.
These motherfuckers figured it out.
Yeah, the 1940s, they were all doing that shit, right? 3 years later, yeah. So they were probably working on it back then, and the aliens are probably well aware that there was a race going on. They probably visited. That's what I would do if I had a planet. Like, imagine if you're a researcher and you have a whole planet, and on this planet they've lived for millions and millions of years, but the most advanced thing is like a monkey person, like an Australopithecus or something. And they go, listen, we know where this is going. It's going to take a long time. They might not even make it. They might get wiped out by a volcano. Let's just fucking sprinkle a little bit of us and them, get that CRISPR working, manipulate the DNA of these things.
With the wrench or the little tongs with the hot dog.
The hot dog tongs. Splice it in and make some new people.
What happened to the dinosaurs, Joe?
Asteroid. Yeah, it hit the Yucatan. They know when, they know where. There's something called, I think it's called iridium. It's really rare on Earth and really common in space. And there's a thick layer of it around 65 million years ago. It's just a giant crater in the Yucatan. That's what killed all the dinosaurs. Most likely. There's some other theories about how long they lasted, which ones died off, which one. Like alligators.
What about alligators?
Those motherfuckers are still here. Alligators are here right now, right? Bro, one ate a kid at Disneyland a couple of years back.
No shit.
It was the year before I was there.
Ate him whole?
Disney World, not Disneyland. Disney World's the Florida one. Ate a kid, yeah.
Whole.
A 2-year-old kid. Snatched him up.
Jesus
Horrible,
Christ.
horrible. Playing near the water in this fucking dinosaur. And imagine you take your kid to Disney World. Well, it's going to be safe for sure. We're at Disney World.
Yeah.
They've done a great job making sure there's not monsters living in the pond.
Yeah.
Nope. No, there's monsters in that pond. Fucking alligator came out and ate their kid. Look at this motherfucker.
That's the motherfucker? That's the guy?
This
Oh.
is a different one.
I was like, they have video of this?
Bro, these people are standing just a few feet away from a goddamn dinosaur with a brain the size of a quarter. That thing doesn't give a fuck about you or your babies or your kids. Or you're just lucky. You're lucky that dinosaur doesn't just
The
bum
tail's
rush
the
you.
size of a human.
Yeah, they're so big, and that's not even a huge one. There's a video one in Florida walking across a golf course. It's 15 feet long, and you see it. These guys are in awe. They're like, "What the fuck?" They're out there playing golf, and a legitimate dinosaur walks by. 15-foot long alligator. It's so big. It's so big, dude.
Yeah.
Look at its leg. Look at it. Look at that thing. Look at that thing.
Is this the...
Yes.
Holy Christ.
Yeah. Holy Christ. Look how big that is.
On the golf course.
Bro, look how big that is. Look at the size of that thing.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man.
Your ball struck my foot.
Holy fuck, that thing's so big.
I'll see you in the parking lot. What's the Billy Madison quote? Or Happy Gilmore, that's what it is.
Oh, the alligator ate his hand. Carl Weathers.
That's fucking crazy.
How crazy is that? You're out there living in Florida, you live with
That's
monsters.
a dinosaur.
That's a real legit dinosaur.
You think about it too, it's so interesting to think about. Like, even in Florida, but in Australia, the spiders, the house spiders, like I see a spider, he's like this big. I'm like, okay, fine. In Australia, the average spider is like this fucking big.
Yeah,
what are you gonna do?
Terrifying creatures over there. There's brown snakes and shit. My Australian friend Adam Greentree's always trying to get me to go out there and go camping with him. Like, get the fuck out of here.
No.
He goes hunting in Australia. Look at that thing! Look at that thing! No!
What the fuck?
No!
So much protein.
If you're hungry. Is that a huntsman? Yeah. Jesus Christ, look at that. That's so big. Australia's just buck wild, man.
It's so bizarre to think like and you've seen there's big ass grasshoppers that are like this big.
Locust, man.
Terrifying.
You know, I didn't find out until a few years ago.
Yeah, look at that fucker.
What is that?
Dude, he's eating a full carrot like an infant, like a toddler. He's eating a carrot like a fucking toddler. That's insane.
It's like he's screaming through a traffic cone.
Also, if I saw a centipede, I would die.
Oh my God, look at the size of that. Look at that butterfly thing. Moths are like the ugly butterflies.
True.
It's really the same thing.
How come? Why
one
is
of
that?
them's pretty, and
Why
one of
is
them will
that?
fucking swat every chance we get.
What?
Because we value beauty. Look at that. Look at that creepy
If I saw that, I would run away.
Bro, you ever seen a centipede eat a mouse?
No.
Do you want to?
Probably.
See, find the centipede eats a mouse. I didn't know they did this, man. When
That's
you see that
insane.
thing, I never would have thought that thing was a monster. I thought it was just a bug. Probably eats little bugs. No, eats a mouse.
You just saw a grasshopper eat a carrot like a fucking 4-year-old. It's crazy.
That's a 4-pound grasshopper. Look at this. Look at this centipede attacking this mouse.
No shit.
Bro, they're predatory. Like Alien, like a movie. That's like the movie Alien.
Holy
Look at it.
shit.
It's biting into the back of
this
the
is
spine
sad.
of the
This is
mouse
sad.
and killing it. Dude, it's more than sad. That's an alien.
This is sad.
Look at it. It's
I can't
burrowing
look at his
itself
eye.
into the body of
Oh
the
my
mouse.
God, take that off of the camera.
Bro, imagine.
Holy shit.
That's why you need to learn jujitsu.
For centipedes.
Mice need to learn jujitsu. You need to
Yeah.
figure out how to
Well, that's your next venture.
move that
A
thing
mice
off you.
jujitsu class.
Don't let them get your back.
But
Don't
that's
let
not
them
good.
Get your back.
My cat's killed 2 mice in my house.
Your cats are murderers. Every cat's a murderer. There's no doubt about that.
But if the mice knew jujitsu, maybe my cat would have died.
Cat is so big.
Cat is big.
They don't have a chance. But the centipede's not that much bigger than the mouse, or it's smaller than the mouse, really.
Cat is big. Mice is small.
What we got to worry about is bugs. Because bugs are small, but that's what nature did to them. They made them like invulnerable, but small, so we could squash them. But if they were big, we'd be so fucked. Those murder hornets, remember they were trying to scare us with those?
Yeah,
that was right during the COVID. Like, you know, you saw Tiger King and then murder hornets.
But
Like,
then
no.
the honeybee figured out how to vibrate all around it and kill it with heat.
Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
It's crazy. How did they figure that out? And how do they know how to work together to overheat the
Well, Utah is the hive state.
Murder wasp.
Utah is the hive state, so bees are smart as shit.
Yeah. They're weirdly smart.
Weirdly smart. There's something connected to bees and aliens.
Well,
for
how
sure.
come they all know how to make that fucking hive? There's no classes.
They just come out knowing, like, let's fucking go.
Come on, man. Imagine all over the world, this one being knows exactly the kind of shape to make. And makes it with, like, what's it using? What creates that wax? It's like it's using what they get. It's using what they get from plants, right? Is it pollen that makes the stuff that they use for wax? Is that what they get, or is it an excretion from their own excretion? So they eat and then they make this excretion, and then they literally build a house with their own spit.
And then we eat it.
Yeah, it's delicious. Honeycomb, it's very good. Never had it?
I'm not a big honey guy.
No. Are you into sweeten though?
No.
You're an aspartame or a real sugar guy.
I like the Coke with real sugar.
Real sugar Coke's the best.
That's true.
And there's an added benefit of knowing it's killing your body. The Diet Coke, you can pretend you're healthy. I'm having a Diet Coke. This is basically like
Pepsi
water.
Max.
That is not water, bitch. It doesn't. There's nothing about that that's water.
This is water for me. You know. What do you say? Why don't you crack that one open? Let's really get into it. Let's get down to the real nitty gritty.
We got pretty into it, man. We're with aliens making people.
We're talking about eating bee poop.
Yes. You know, that's the crazy thing is we need bees to make other plants. Like, when you find out about pollination, you're like, what? Like, that's how it's done? It's done through the bee. The bee gets it on their body, and then they go to another plant, and it pollinates it. That's bananas. What a stupid system.
And
that's what we need.
There is a matriarchy.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
There's one boss.
Yup, queen, bitch.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's just like humans, essentially.
Yeah. Well, in a way. Well, it's not, though. It's like this is the thing about bees. They're small, so we love them. But if they were big, they would be our biggest enemy ever. It would be the most terrifying thing on the planet is a horse-sized bee. And then imagine, like, enormous, huge colonies of horse-sized bees that come out of the mountains like demons, just come in and
sound like a fucking
snatch
helicopter.
people up. Yeah, do what those Japanese hornets do, where they cut those honeybees' heads off. Imagine there's something out there doing that.
There's bees cutting other bees' heads off.
Oh yeah, that's what these murder hornets do. They climb on top of the back of the honeybee and they bite their head off.
Yeah, but then the honeybees strengthen number.
That's the strength.
I got my
But
friend.
guess what? They don't always win. It doesn't always work out. Sometimes there's
And
a
then
lot of murder
sometimes
hornets.
motherfuckers get their heads cut off.
Dude, there's a terrifying one that if it was a horror movie, like if you were a honeybee, it would be the worst, like Conan the Barbarian movie ever.
Yeah,
the most brutal. They swarm in, and these murder hornets grab a hold of these honeybees and just chop their heads off. And they're trying to get in, I think, to get to the. I think they want. Do they want the eggs?
This looks
Like,
like
what
a
are they
back
trying to get
music
to?
video.
Bro, what's that?
I think they're just assholes.
They're just assholes. But look how they do it. They cut their fucking heads off, man. It's horrific. They're so much bigger. And they just run up on these honeybees and cut their heads off.
How do they cut them off?
With those clippers.
Incisors?
Yeah, see those front clippers?
Those lateral
Look,
incisors?
they just grab them and chop them up, man. It's horrific. They just tear them apart with their face. So there's these weird. Look, those are all dead honeybees. And these weird wars that go on with these murder hornets and honeybees.
How do you film this? Do you know what's going to happen? Like, did they set this?
They set it up, bro. They
bees?
did. They totally set those fucking.
Dude,
bees
it looks like a fucking Tony Hawk skate video. This looks like a very 90s video.
But Jamie, that's a really good question. Like, do you think this is like a murder for hire scene?
They need it's
Like
a snuff film
it's
for
a snuff
bees.
film, yeah. It's a snuff.
Let the bees or let the hornets go, and then
They need a fisheye. They need
Come
a
on, man.
fisheye lens.
Look at what's going on here. You got these hornets and you have murdered bodies. This is a horror movie for bees. Like, look around back there. Those are all bee bodies.
Good
They just
transition there.
Cut these. I mean, if that's what we're watching, like maybe they did set this up. Maybe they brought in murder hornets to an active honeybee colony.
Shit.
I know. Bodies, man.
How did
Headless bodies.
The comb.
The comb. Yeah, I know. How'd they figure that out?
It's perfect.
It's always like that too. It's not like one guy like, bro, I'm gonna have a fucking double XL
Yeah, let
cone.
me.
Like,
My
no one-
cone's gonna have 8 inches.
Yeah, no one has cones like like some wheels on cars. They're just so big. There's no cone like that. They're all the same. They all know how to do it all over the world too. It's a weird animal. We're just lucky that little thing is that size. If that fucker was big, German Shepherd sized bees.
Let's go back. Let's go back to the monolithic period. There were probably bees fucking a foot long.
Let's find out. What was the biggest bee in history? You say a foot long. I say you're probably right.
I say a foot long.
I agree with you.
I bet you
That
in
makes
dinosaur
sense.
times
Yeah,
those
I
fuckers
agree
were
about
huge.
that bit. That makes sense. Maybe even bigger. I'm gonna go 1.5 foot. Fuck it. I'll go 1.5 foot. What do you think, Jamie?
first result was not correct. It gave me something that was actually alive recent that was extinct. So that's not.
Oh, but let's take a guess now while we're
I'd say
waiting.
11 inches.
I say 1.5 foot. What do you say?
Sounds so big.
I know.
They were
But everything was
big
big back
fuckers.
then, man.
It's
They were,
a shoe flying around.
yeah, it's a fucking a shack shoe.
That's my boot. That's my fucking boot.
Yeah, 17 inches is pretty big.
I mean,
18 inches.
5-6 inches. That's pretty big.
Yeah. Inch and a half.
I
is-
say 11.
Is totally possible though. There was giant fucking bugs back then. 18 inches ain't shit. I would imagine there was
A big shack
Why would
sneaker.
This keeps giving me this thing called Wallace's giant bee, which was 2.5 inches.
Oh my God.
Wingspan 2.5 inches.
That ain't shit.
I know.
What do you think? Let's Google
Maybe
this.
we're
way off. What do you think?
Yeah, I
is-
bet that dog was like fucking 30 feet long.
That's how big it is, though. It's still pretty big. I mean, we have that. Where's
Oh, that
that,
thing that's right there. That's a tarantula hawk that's on in front of the skull. See that little glass bottle?
Oh, can I?
Yeah, that's from Maynard. You know Maynard from Tool, Maynard Keenan.
He has these.
That's his from his farm.
This is him.
That's his. That's him. He's haunting this room through that bug. But that's from his farm. He runs. He has vineyards, and he sees these fuckers up there.
Yeah, if we think about history as exponential, then these fuckers had to be 11 inches exactly.
Science, bitch. Science. Well, okay, let's ask this. What do you think the biggest bug ever is? What's the biggest bug ever?
In history, make
In
sure
history.
it's like not
Biggest bug in history.
like millions of years. I say 2 feet.
Okay. All right. I want to say bigger.
Really?
Yeah. I want to think there's like some fucking cephalopods that are technically bugs.
Ugh.
Is that what they're called? Theropods? Some of those
Cephalopods.
cephalopods.
Is that
Some
what
of those
it is?
maybe. And them crazy.
Oh
ancient
yeah, those fuckers
things.
that are like
Yeah.
the Pokemon. What's
Yeah.
the kabutops?
Yeah, there was some creepy old bugs back in the day.
For sure.
Yeah. I want to say it might be 3 feet.
You
So,
could probably
yeah, so it gets different. So I guess like a lobster and crabs are technically
insects or
Right.
whatever.
Divers, that's what the divers call them. They call them bugs.
There are bigger ones of those than this largest dragonfly it showed me. It was like 1.8 meters. I feel like there's got to be a crab or
What's the
lobster
conversion?
bigger than that.
3
one?
feet and then 0.8.
Yeah, it's just,
0.8 is like
it's
6
just compared
foot.
to a 6 foot person. It's not that big.
It's pretty big.
It's good. Yeah, no,
All right. If that's
For
trying to
dragonflies,
climb
very big,
in your
but-
asshole, if that was trying to climb in your asshole, you'd be very unhappy. That's big. But yeah, compared to a person. So then they say that's the largest insect
ever.
Extinct insect.
275 million years ago.
Oh, not that impressive. So
I'm impressed. That's just
if you
whack.
change the parameters of what an insect
Yeah.
is, then we could.
Not even
that's
insect.
Like a
Type in
large
bug.
Just do
bug.
That's like a large hot dog. That's what it's like.
I have largest bug ever in history. And it's just giant.
Largest
Oh,
bug
there it
ever in history.
We're lucky they're little, man. We're lucky they're little. I just found out a few years ago that when locusts come and they swarm into like an area and ruin cornfields and shit like that, those are grasshoppers. Some weird change happens to grasshoppers and they become locusts, and it doesn't happen all the time. There's like
They're possessed.
Well, maybe we're trying to like write it down as some sort of technical hormonal change inside the animal, but maybe that is. Every now and then they get possessed by demons. And we're just trying to figure it out. What makes harmless little green grasshoppers turn it into brown crop-chomping clouds of swarming locusts? Serotonin.
No shit.
Yep. According to a study published this week in Science, it took just 2 to 3 hours for timid grasshoppers in a lab to morph into gregarious locusts after they were injected with serotonin.
Wow.
So this chemical changes what they are. And they get bigger, I think, right? Don't they get bigger? They look big.
Well, you saw a grasshopper eat a carrot. So they get up there.
That was a ridiculous grasshopper. Like, if you were on your bike and your face hit that grasshopper, like, you might get knocked off the bike, right?
This
It's like
fucker's
a
got to
bird.
be like a baseball.
Bro, that's a bird. Hit a bird. Like, if you hit a bird with your face while you're driving your bike, like, you're probably going to fall down.
You probably...
You might be able to take it if you get the wiggle little bike. Keep your wits about you. You get hit in the face with a bird.
I mean, planes go down.
Right, they do. Birds get sucked into the fucking engine.
It's one bird.
I think it's one of them. You need a few birds. Yeah.
Couple birds.
I think you need a lot of beaks.
The beaks
Most of the
is
stuff
what
I think grinds up quick.
Beaks are keto.
Yeah, the meat grinds up quick. I think it's the beaks. The beaks are the issue.
It blows my mind too. Rolls-Royce makes turbines.
Yeah, for jet engines.
That's the crazy shit.
They make dope stuff, man. That's a weird company, right?
That's pretty
You want to
baller.
let everybody know you're not fucking around.
I have a Rolls-Royce Derby on
you?
my airplane. I don't.
Yeah,
No,
but
I was just playing a character.
Would you drive a Rolls Royce?
Would I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Do you
got
have one of those? You have one?
beautiful.
What does it feel like when you drive around that thing?
Like a boat. It's like you're on a pontoon.
But you're also on like, if you wanted to go to the king of the custom car, the king of the expensive luxury car, it's Rolls Royce. That's the king. Yeah, there's something about it. You're driving around, you got that grill. Come on, son.
You got stars on the roof. Ladies love it.
Stars on the roof. That's right. Stars on the roof.
You gotta do that in the Bronco.
That would be
no.
You can't do that to a Bronco. 72 Bronco, you're not allowed to do that. That's gross. you can't put that blue light inside the wheel well. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Listen, man.
I got blue light in my wheel well.
You can have that if you like. You're a different person. A lot of people should not put blue light in the wheel well of their classic Bronco. But yours is from the OJ days.
Yeah.
Right? That's okay. You can do whatever you want to those.
I'm happy to see that here. Because there's a certain charm about Broncos that I think a lot of people understand.
They make you smile. I see a nice Bronco, it makes me smile.
There's something about it. Even the new ones. I love it.
Look at that.
That's my Explorer. That's a 92 Ford Explorer, ladies and gentlemen.
You got a 92 Ford Explorer with those kind of crazy gull-wing doors.
Yeah. The back ones don't work. They're hard to. It's hard to get in, but it looks cool.
I think the person who did those wing doors the best is Tesla. That Tesla X.
Yeah, the gull wings
where
are
it goes
gangster.
up, it goes straight up in the air, and then it comes straight down. I mean, those things are sick.
And I like Christmas mode.
What's Christmas mode? I've seen the dance mode. Like,
Yeah,
the
that's the
dance
same.
party.
What? Maybe you just do dance mode during December and then it's Christmas mode.
Tiffany
Other
Haddish.
dances.
Back in the days we were allowed to go to the Comedy Store. Tiffany Haddish was in the parking lot. She had her car on dance mode. She had playing music, and the car was dancing. And she was dancing in front of it, and a bunch of us were dancing too. It was hilarious. It was like a car dancing.
What were your moves like?
My dance moves?
Yeah.
They were very subtle. Very like barely
toe
moving.
tap. Yeah, look at that
There it
shit.
is.
Yeah, that's the Christmas.
That's
It also
crazy.
plays Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
This is what happens when you get super smart dudes and you give them too much free time. They're like, what else you guys want to do? And they're like, Elon, what we want to do is we want to make it dance. Like, okay, that's
for
cool.
Christmas.
Super cool.
We want to make it dance for Christmas, Halloween, every holiday.
Yeah. That's a different animal, too. Like, the Tesla animal's a different animal. When you're in one of those, it doesn't even feel like a car. It feels like you're on some next level thing. You're in some, this is what the future of cars is.
Right.
It's here right now.
Would you drive a entirely autonomous car?
I think you're going to have to eventually.
I don't think so.
I think they're going to get so good at making those things not crash that will completely eliminate auto accidents.
But then there's something that could. Have you seen Upgrade?
Yes, I did. Fun movie.
And then great movie.
Yeah.
Car gets hacked.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Right.
I think always, and I can't speak for the next generation, but I think I will always, until I die, drive my motor vehicle. I think that
we're old school.
Yeah,
If you like it or not,
we're
old
classic.
school.
Yeah.
Because think of you're younger than me, but there will be people younger than you. And 10, 20 years from now, they'll be different, dealing with a totally different reality. Like there's a lot of kids today that are just used to Uber, right? That's what they do. They just use Lyft or they use Uber and they barely drive anywhere. Avoids drunk driving, doesn't cost that much. They just travel around with other people driving them.
Right.
They're used to someone else driving. So if all of a sudden it comes along that you can get a car that can drive you around and with 100% certainty not crash into other cars,
Right.
like that they all communicate with each other,
Right.
they're going to say, hey, people, we think
got
about
this.
how many people die from car accidents every year.
Right.
Now think about what we would do to bring those people back. All you have to do is not drive your car, and that's how it happens. It doesn't happen because anybody's evil. It doesn't happen.
Right.
It's just like this is what people do. They get more and more control over their environment and more control over safety, more and more control over what you can and can't do because
Right.
you don't want to violate safety protocols. If everybody else is using the autonomous car and you're in your crazy Bronco and you smash into someone, that's your fault. You fucked up. If you didn't have that
But that's how I
goddamn
like it.
Bronco, Post Malone.
It's just like an airplane flight.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm gonna die on an airplane, I would rather know that I'm gonna die rather than be completely out of control.
I wonder what
of
that
the
would be
situation.
if you were asleep.
Probably
They never
fine.
woke you up. You took two of those Ambients and you just fucking crashed. I'm just gonna lay here.
Got a couple champagne.
And there's all wham, 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 oxygen masks are falling down from the ceiling.
You're out of the
cold,
game.
son.
Stop. I hate flying.
Okay, I'm sorry. But then you just wake up
But think
in
about
another
it.
dimension.
If you knew how to fly a plane,
Yeah.
everything would be different.
Sure.
If you knew how to fly an airplane,
Yeah.
the anxiety of flying would be gone.
I don't think that's true.
Because
Still in
you
the sky.
understand that turbulence is controllable and you can figure it out.
Yeah, but I think when shit goes wrong, it goes really wrong. That's always going to be there.
Right.
There's always going to be that fear.
But then as a passenger,
Yeah.
it's kind of like being with a crazy driver. You're like, oh, he's making me nervous.
Yeah, a little bit. Could be.
But then, I mean, turbulence is uncontrollable. But you feel more comfortable having known if this crazy driver goes crazy, you can grab the wheel and know how to drive.
Fuck. Imagine that scenario. Drinking champagne, hang with your buddies on a plane, thinking everything's groovy. All of a sudden, the pilot has a stroke.
And then, fuck, oh shit, Posty knows how to fly a plane. He's gonna save the day.
What if they both get sick with some crazy disease? You only stopped in Hawaii for one night, but something that the fucking pilots ate. They're sick with a contagious disease, and they're in the front.
So they're zombies.
Dude.
The pilots are zombies.
Pilots are zombies.
Yeah, we just made a fucking dope-ass movie right now.
Doesn't it, Chuck Palahniuk, doesn't he have a movie or a book? There's a short story where a person turns into a werewolf on a plane. Somebody sent it to me along.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, I think it's a little girl. A little girl becomes a werewolf on a plane.
It's called Survive. Wait.
It's a kid becomes a werewolf on a plane.
Google that.
I did type that in.
What is that? He had a collection of horror stories, didn't he?
Okay, that's called Haunted.
Haunted? That's Chuck Palahniuk, right? Am I saying his name right? Thank you. See? Yeah, that's it. And one of them is about am I remembering this?
It seems super obscure.
It popped up when I was looking through here.
This is the same guy who wrote Fight Club. Really interesting guy. Had him on the podcast before. Very interesting guy. Super smart. But what a fucking imagination. So
that's a great movie, though.
Of creepy thoughts.
Right?
Yeah,
pilots get the zombie disease before taking off, and then the pilots become zombies on the flight.
Here it is. A 13-year-old Chua Indian girl transformed as if a werewolf aboard the plane and caused the crash. She relates her theory to missing link, who tells her the girl in question was his sister. Okay, I think I just gave away some spoilers.
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
No.
What do you do with Kevin Spacey? What happens with that guy now?
I have no idea.
He's the guy. He's Kaiser, isn't he? Wasn't he the guy in that movie?
That was Brad Pitt. I was doing Brad Pitt.
But he's the killer.
Guy in that movie, yeah. So.
I was doing Brad Pitt.
I know. But I was saying, he's saying it to Kevin Spacey. Then he kills Kevin Spacey, right?
I'm 25.
I hear you, bro. That's one of the best answers anybody's ever given to anything. One of the most self-aware answers anybody's ever given to anything.
How about this first?
Great fucking movie, man. 7. Jesus Christ, that was a vivid movie.
Large torso.
Kevin Spacey? Okay.
There it is.
It's not the small torso.
You're jealous. You're a little bit jealous. You know your torso's bigger.
Seems like he's got a good lung capacity. Take a big deep breath.
What's in the box?
It's a creepy ass fucking movie, man. I love a good creepy movie.
Me too.
But for
True
me,
Detective was kind of like 7 for me. The first season.
Yes. I like them supernatural. I like creepy movies supernatural or with monsters because I know they're bullshit that way. Like ones that are like too close to humans, to actual human beings.
I like that. I like kind of like the slasher type vibe to where it's like, oh, there's a dude in a mask that wants to fuck everybody up. I like because I know if it was my house, I'd just pop the fucker and then burn it.
I don't think that works with Jason.
It works with Jason.
But he always comes back. He made like 100 movies.
Well, what was the last movie?
The last movie was Jamie Lee Curtis. She's still fucking with this dude. That's a different one?
Yeah.
Michael
Jason
Myers.
is different.
Yeah, and then
That's
Michael Myers. Yeah, Halloween.
That's right.
And my dad used
Why
to.
did the two of them?
My dad used to scare the fuck out of me, and he knew Michael Myers scared the shit out of me. And for Halloween, he put the mask on and scared the living shit out of me.
That's a terrible thing to do to a kid.
Well, that's why I'm so fucked up. To
Michael Myers is Halloween, and Jason is which one had more movies?
Jason
Halloween was only a
Voorhees.
few, right?
Jason Voorhees, for
Right,
sure.
he had the most.
There was like fucking 8 of those motherfuckers. 9.
Dead Space or something like that.
Don't
Yeah, that's where it got to. That's where it got to. He linked up. Do you remember Leprechaun?
Yes, I do.
Leprechaun killed Jason.
Oh my God, that happened.
It got to a point where Freddy Krueger was fighting Jason. And the only motherfucker that could kill Jason was fucking Freddy Krueger.
Oh, that's so stupid. Oh my God, it's so stupid. Look at
Yeah, man.
Leprechaun.
Yo, there is a Leprechaun versus Jason?
There really is.
Someone might have edited this. Not really. Or
No,
something.
I remember this. This was an actual movie.
I don't think so.
Are you sure?
I remember Leprechaun in space.
Well, why don't you Google whether or
Freddy
not
versus
it's a
Jason.
movie?
Well, I did, and I clicked on the first time it
I
popped
think
up. But
Leprechaun versus Jason was a movie.
I think people are edited some shit.
Well, why don't you Google it?
Yeah, buddy.
Jesus Christ.
I did, and all that comes up is YouTube clips. So I don't
That's
think it's
it?
a real movie.
What about
Yeah,
that?
look, a fan played. I made for
A
fun.
fan-made trailer.
But
Ah,
Jason and
son of
Freddy
a
really
bitch.
did.
See, it's
Yo, people ask for, is Jason stronger than Freddy?
but
Which Jason is the scariest?
Jason and Leprechaun. How does someone not make that movie? That
There's
movie
got.
is,
Yo, can we
it's a
look
done
up?
deal.
Can we look up Leprechaun Jason fan fiction?
bro. Before COVID, you
There
could
has
walk.
to be some fanfic of Leprechaun and Jason.
100% there has to be. But before COVID, you could probably walk into any of those horror movie making producer's office and pitch that idea, and they'd be like, "Oh shit, why didn't we think of that? Leprechaun versus Jason it's
In
a no-brainer."
space.
In space, in Yellowstone.
And Michael Myers is the director.
How many movies were there with Jason? It has to be like 20, right? It's like more. Okay, let's ask this: more Jasons or more Mission Impossibles?
More Jason.
Yeah.
For sure.
A lot of Mission Impossibles.
It's like 5, right?
I don't know. I was trying to find the newest one the other day. I was trying to watch something crazy and mindless.
There's a lot of Born Identities.
12. There's 12 Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
Oh my God, their prophecy will be concluded on the 13th.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine.
They're waiting for that.
10 years.
No, they're waiting for
Conclusion.
Leprechaun versus.
11 years. I think.
This is the trailer for the fucking movie, Jamie. This is a trailer. You saying that, us looking it
Oh,
up,
fuck.
everybody laughing. Dun,
Oh,
dun, dun.
fuck! It's Jason Voorhees.
And the Leprechaun together at last. Imagine getting killed by a Leprechaun. You'd be like, I can't believe this shit. Like if you're a girl, you go home. If you're a groupie and you go home with the goblin or the
Necrogoblicon.
yeah.
Can't
Imagine
even say
you find
that.
he's a real goblin.
Can't even say the word Necrogoblicon. Goblin's hard to say.
It would be a great Stephen King book right there. A goblin who
Is he
pretended
still
to be a
writing?
guy in makeup. Oh yeah, he still writes. Look at that Leprechaun. Terrifying.
Terrifying.
There's a great Stephen King movie about a vampire that flies around at night in his own plane. Great in terms of let me just stress. It's classic. It's like very 80s like. It's not great. Like you see it, you're like, man, this is like they
Right.
made it yesterday. Not like like a classic Francis Ford Coppola movie or Stanley Kubrick movie. Not like that. But it's called Night Flyer, I think. It's a really good book. I read the book. It's like a short story, I think. And then the movie is this vampire just flying around, fucking people up, and he covers his plane during the day. He just lays out there, and they have to figure out what the fuck's going on. There's this vampire with his own plane flying around, fucking people up.
That's pretty cool. I watched Salem's Lot for the first time.
That's a good movie. It was a made-for-TV thing.
Salem's Lot?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
well, it's like fucking 9 hours long.
Yeah. It was like a made-for network television miniseries. type
Well, that was
thing.
it too. It was made.
The first
was
one,
a
right?
was a television
Yeah.
thing, right?
Yeah, I think so. That was the one with the guy from Rocky Horror Picture Show, right? Isn't it?
Alice Cooper.
No, who is Tim Curry? Tim Curry's the first It. He was the first It in the TV version of it, which was believe it or not, scary at the time. when
It's
it came
terrible.
out.
No, that movie sucks. I hate it. It scares the fuck out of me still.
But they're nothing compared to the new ones. That's the new.
Yeah, that's. I think this
Oh,
guy's.
is it?
I think this guy's
Damn.
scarier than the new guy.
That's pretty scary.
We all float down here, cowboy.
Look at that face, man. Jesus Christ. So that's the 1990 Pennywise. Yeah, there's something about that that might actually be creepier.
Yeah, it's just like fucking lifeless.
Well, there's
It's
something
like-
about it's a real. It's the thing about that is like if you looked into a sewer and you saw a man, like that's a real thing. That's not like CGI.
No, that's like yeah.
The
There's no
thing about
effects. There's
the
no
other-
effects.
Yeah, the thing about the new one is it scares the fuck out of you, but when it opens its mouth and clamps down, bites a kid's
Right.
arm off,
Right, you're like, that's
this-
not
It's
real.
not really happening. Yeah.
Do you know Michael Myers' mask was Will Shatner?
What? Really? Was it Will Shatner mask?
Yeah.
No shit.
It was.
Ah.
Yeah, there's a lot of information on it, but Michael Myers' mask was like a Will Shatner.
Oh my god.
It was supposed to be Captain Kirk apparently, but
Oh my god. They just took the eyebrows off.
it's fucking terrifying.
Oh my god, it is. That is who he is. How weird.
Isn't that weird?
Fucking real weird.
But that's how it fucking goes. It's like the uncanny valley.
There's something about someone wearing a mask too, like that kind of mask. Like you,
Yeah.
you can't, you don't see any humanity.
Yeah,
You
it's
see-
just. I'm gonna fucking destroy you.
Yes. From the darkness. That's what we're all scared of, right? We're all scared of some super powerful demonic shit that's outside of our control. Jason's coming, demons are coming. What if demons existed, but really rarely, just like UFOs? Like these people that are taking selfies at the Grand Canyon, and they're like posing, like, look, and then all of a sudden, ah! Just some demons just waiting for them.
In the Grand Canyon?
Yeah, everywhere.
This
Just
is
waiting,
everywhere.
just waiting for you to do something.
There's just a
stupid.
couple.
So-
There's like 15.
There it is, Night Flyer. Yeah, look at it. That's the vampire. That guy's the reporter. He's going to expose the vampire. when I say it's really good, I don't mean it's really good. I mean it's really good because it's kind of schlocky and crazy, and you're watching this fucking.
I like.
No,
yeah,
it can't.
I like
the
this.
vampire has so much power. He has to do what the vampire says.
This is.
The book is cooler, for sure. The book is really cool. There's another book that's really good that Stephen King did about aliens called The Tommy Knockers. That's a great book. That's about a UFO that was like buried in the ground near a town, and its energy started fucking everybody up. Like it was messing with people and messing because there was this thing that was right there. That was a great book that they made a movie out of it, but the movie didn't really kind of capture what the book was about. It's too hard.
It makes sense. Radiation, I guess.
Yeah, radiation.
I'm not a
from
doctor or
outer
anything,
space craft. Fucking.
but How do
those
you
people.
react? How do you react to that? You seen Brightburn?
Brightburn? What's that?
So it's like Superman if he was bad.
Superman if he was bad.
If he was evil.
Okay.
I thought it was great.
It's a movie?
Yeah. It's a movie.
Whoa! When did this come out? Really? God
You should
damn
watch.
it.
You should
I'm
watch this
so out of
fucker.
the loop.
You should watch this fucker. It's
Really?
pretty good. Yeah.
Dude, that sounds incredible.
It's literally like parallel Superman, but if he was like bullied and treated like shit, and he was angry.
Whoa.
Just imagine that.
Oh my God! Imagine that.
If you had that power, but you were angry instead of wanting to help people.
Right.
Like who says superheroes want to help people?
Yeah, imagine if you're like super fucking annoying, but you're also super powerful. You're from another planet, but you smell weird, and the girls here don't like you.
Yeah.
Fuck. You're
And
from
you're
another
fucking
planet.
12, and you're like,
God damn it! And you just get angry, and you become.
and you fucking
Let them know.
squish your mom.
Listen,
With the
bitches.
school bus.
I'm more powerful than all you fucking ants.
I always think about that too. If there was a real superhero, would he lay low or would he be like, I am God?
He would
I
be
am
beating girls off his dick 24 hours a day, and he wouldn't have a chance to save the world because they would be just lined up.
There's a show called The Boys, right?
They don't want that DNA. Oh yeah, it's like a superhero show.
Yeah, but it's like superheroes are like celebrities, but it would be on such a more grand scale, bro. But if you were the only one too, you would be like the king of the planet.
Well, that was always my problem with the Watchmen. Not my problem, but like an interesting part of the Watchmen story was Dr. Manhattan,
right?
Who was basically a god,
right?
He could do anything,
right?
It seemed to be no limit to his powers. I mean, he lived in space.
And his wiener was huge,
giant blue hog, and that was back when you could show hogs. You could show them in a movie, right? Remember
I find
big
a lot
blue
more
dick?
hogs in movies nowadays.
Well, now they're desperate. It's like all they have is
We need
streaming.
the fucking
They
hogs.
have to show the hog. It was for a while you could be cavalier about hiding your hogs. You didn't have to go to showing the hog in order to get ratings. But now, goddamn it, with Netflix, they can do anything. We got to show some hogs.
We got hogs on Netflix.
But in that movie, it was like, remember when they had Dr. Manhattan, like you got out of the shower or something like that, and you're like, Jesus. Like you see his big old dick, and you had to. So if you went to just to see a superhero movie, and you're out there with your girl, you're having some popcorn, drinking some Diet Coke, enjoying this movie, all of a sudden you see a big old blue dick that you did not expect.
But what about when he goes
giant blue hog,
full size, like huge, like in New York, walking around?
Yeah, with his giant blue dick, just swinging.
What does God's dick look like?
Like that. It's perfect. Not too big, not too small. It's like the perfect tits aren't like triple E fake boobs, right? There's a perfect time. Perfect dick's ridiculous. Like, what is the number? Like a dude with a giant carpet roll dick. That's no good. Like now you've got a handicap. There's a comfortable time. Like whatever the size. You gotta stop right there and don't be greedy.
I'm happy here. Normal.
Good for you. Normal's a good place to be, man.
I don't want the Dr. Manhattan dick.
Yeah, you don't want any of that shit. But that dude is a real god. That's what's crazy is that could be people, and that could be people in 100 years with gene editing and technology
and
CRISPR, and then the ability to incorporate technology inside of human beings. When they figure out how to put processors inside of human beings and make you smarter, they figure out a way to connect your brain, connect it through the air with the internet. You're always connected.
That's
always
the next
on.
move.
It's gonna happen.
That's the next move. Is your wallet's in your body.
There was a video, and I don't know if it was fake. Jamie, there was a video where there was a corporation that they convinced their employees to get a microchip in their arm. Is that fake? That was real.
No shit.
And they used it to like buy things at lunch, and they could use it to open doors. Dude, they stuck this thing in their fucking arm. So they have like this RFID chip in their arms. Like if you want to work there, you have to get it in your arm.
It sounds like the Belko experiment.
Just imagine that, man. You want to work at UPS? Great. We need to stick a fucking electronic
but that's what
inside your body.
I mean, 97% of money is digital.
Right. Like how much of it is actual gold?
3%.
Look at that thing. They planted that in that dude's fucking hand.
No.
Now what if he
shit.
does jujitsu? Then what? Huh? That thing's gonna break. You're gonna have to cut it out. It's gonna get infected. God damn it.
No shit.
Bro, there's a fucking company, and these people are lining up to get this shit injected into their body. Look at that guy. He's like, I should have stayed in college. That's what he's thinking right now. He's thinking, I should own this company. These guys are all assholes. I can't believe everyone's willing to get this thing inserted in their fucking body. Can't believe
I couldn't ever.
Crazy.
I couldn't ever.
What is the company's name?
Three Square Market. I think I read about it once, but like it's they might have been doing like proof of concept to show this could work for other companies. Which
is that what they do? Do they do these things?
So like you could almost like I think like those Amazon Go stores, you just walk in, grab what you want, and leave. Your chip knows how much money you have, and it just scans the scanner or whatever on the way out.
That's so. What if you don't? What if you don't have money?
No, that follows you home.
What if you don't have money?
One of those iRobots.
Or what if you build up that debt? It's like $10,000 in chip debt, and then they gotta fucking take your fucking hand
iRobot knocks on your door. Bang, bang, bang.
Man,
We are here to collect money from you, Post Malone.
it's the Suede Denim Secret Police.
Westworld. You ever watch that show?
Yeah,
They have
first season.
artificial people you're allowed to shoot.
Artificial pee-pee?
People.
Oh, okay.
Robot people you're allowed to shoot. Artificial people.
Artificial people,
Did I
you're
stumble- I
allowed
might
to
have stumbled
shoot.
through that. I might have fucked that up.
Well, I
I
can't
meant
say
people.
Necrogoblicon.
Who can? Who can? That would be a great Stephen King book, right? A goblin that tricks people into thinking it's a man in a mask.
How about a goblin with a microchip that runs out of money? And then he has to go on the run from his fucking...
His debt collectors.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a cool
blowing his
movie.
phone up.
Yeah, that's a cool... You get a little bit
Yeah.
of Lord of the Rings, you get a little bit of iRobot, you get all that shit.
He has to tell people, like, I keep my phone off most of the time because the debt collectors just blow my phone up. I only turn it on a couple minutes a day just to check my messages.
Maybe you think the chip just goes crazy, and it gives
The
you...
advantages of implants over cards is their permanence. They are unlikely to be lost and are non-transferable. Businesses do not need to worry about theft or access details to the same degree, because to do so would involve mutilation and be much more obvious. What? What the fuck is that?
They say mutilation in the
You
article.
mean someone
That's incredible.
stealing your chip so they could cut it off your body. From a business perspective, it also allows a more precise tracking of employees due to the in-body nature of an implant over a card.
Oh my God.
So listen to this, but this statement is so bizarre.
Mutilation in
Yeah.
the article. Is
Businesses
in the
do not
paragraph.
need to worry about theft or of access details to the same degree, because to do so would involve mutilation and be much more obvious. Imagine you don't have to worry about someone cutting that chip out of your fucking hip and using it to open all the building and stealing all the information,
Yeah.
because that would be obvious.
No, it'd be really obvious. Everyone would see it coming.
And it would involve mutilation.
I love mutilation in the paragraph. That's
Imagine-
my favorite.
You're sitting around at your house thinking, I can't believe I let these motherfuckers inject this thing in my hip. Just feeling it every morning. You touch this thing.
That's what I was getting at. If you're overdue on your balance, it would just irritate you. There would be something that would irritate you to the point of insanity.
Wake up and get another job to make me.
What? Who are
You're
you?
fucking neurological. And
Look,
just
who
like,
said that?
Yeah.
The chip.
It's your chip. It's Chip.
Yeah. It's the Overlord. We are communicating to you from your chip.
You don't want us to involve mutilation in this fucking...
Because that would be obvious.
It would be too obvious.
It would be too obvious. And that's like the most non-soothing.
Yeah, if they were trying to sell that fucker and it's not working.
That is the least soothing way to say no one's going to steal the chip.
Because
No, they would have to cut it out of you. It would involve mutilation. Holy fuck. Imagine. No one mutilates, don't worry. It's totally safe. No one's ever mutilated. It's not like
They don't even have a really good reason for you to do it.
course
It's
they
just to
don't.
like to use copy machines, open doors.
I use the copy machine. How about I just press fucking copy? How about I press start, boss? You can't
Not
put a
gonna
fucking
work.
chip in me, bitch. What if
No.
that chip rots? What happens if you play rugby and the chip breaks inside your arm?
Because you can take it out just as easy as a splinter.
That's a lie.
But then it says mutilation.
The chip is about this fucking big. That's the biggest splinter I've seen.
That's hilarious. Oh my god, they would just have to Bowie knife it out of you. Ugh. That's got to be a fucking. It probably is a Dark Mirror episode, right? Is there one of those where someone gets a chip?
I think every episode of Black Mirror, they have a chip.
Yeah, they figured it out. Black Mirror's figured out everything that's going to happen, everything that's going to go wrong.
You had the cloning thing earlier, the cloning episode that you had for the space station team. Like,
Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. That was the one where the guy was the tyrant, right? Yeah. Fuck, that was a creepy one. That was a creepy one.
I like the video game one, where he stays at that old mansion, and he just goes fucking nuts.
That's a good one. How long before they're gonna make an artificial Post Malone that looks just like you? Sits right next to you. Freaks you out.
Is he doing my shows?
No, he's got no talent.
He's a robot.
I think it's gonna be a long road before they figure out a way to make an artificial thing that's creative. I think that might be the only thing we have.
Well, they try to make computers make music all the time. It sucks.
It sucks. There's something that we do like we were talking about earlier. When you're doing something, I mean humans, that makes other people happy. That thing is hard to define. It's hard to figure out with numbers. Like you listen to Eye of the Tiger and you want to start running. It's
Right.
the Eye of the Tiger. Like what is that?
Let a computer fucking make that.
Can't
There's
make
no
it.
shot.
If you were a kid when Rocky 3 came out and that fucking song comes out, holy shit. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, man.
What are my chances of the artificial postie sitting here while I take a piss?
I knew it was coming. Go take a piss, bro. We have plenty of time. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
And this is
Super
sponsored by Necrogoblicon.
We'll be right back. Yeah, disc problems are no joke, man. That's if you have like bulging discs or herniated discs, you gotta take care of those. What you definitely can't do is fuck them up worse.
Sure.
Like if you have a chance, do something. They're real close to being able to fix that too. They're already replacing them. They're replacing them with these titanium discs that move around. They're not perfect, but it's better than having degenerative disc disease and having massive pain all the time.
And that's not something that I'm mad at. Is
what are you mad at?
A disc. I'm mad at chips in your hands that you have to mutilate to get out.
Yeah, that's good.
But a piece of metal instead of a bone isn't harmful.
No.
Because there's no technology in that. It's just a filler, right?
Right.
It's just something to replace something that's broken.
Right. Like if your hand gets bitten off by a shark, and they say, listen, you got two options.
Right.
You can have no hand, or we'll make you a hand that looks exactly like your old hand, Luke Skywalker style.
Right.
And you put that on, you can feel with it and everything, but it just won't be a real hand.
No, I mean, that's totally fine, too. If it's controlled by your brain. And see, that's the whole argument.
That could happen.
that could happen.
Well, man, that's some Terminator shit. How strong would your goddamn hand be if it was made out of metal? Wires and shit.
Do you think you couldn't fight
a robot? No. They'd fuck you up.
If you had a metal hand, you couldn't fight.
No, they wouldn't let you. No chance. You can't have a metal thing. That would be like the new argument.
Bone is hard as fuck.
Metal-handed people are people too, and they would want to enter into MMA and fuck people up with their iron arms. Oh my god, that's that dude's. Oh shit.
But he's got some. I just was looking at this crazy hook thing.
Oh, so he makes a bunch of different.
That's cool as hell.
Except for climbing.
I didn't say.
So he has different prosthetics that he does different things with. I met him. He's got a carbon fiber articulating hand and a carbon fiber leg. Got attacked by a shark.
Is the hand controllable?
Yeah, he can move it like this.
With his nerves.
I don't know how it's hooked up. Do you know how it's hooked up?
Nope.
I don't know if it's muscles.
I was like, oh, rope. No, that was normal.
Maybe he contracts it with his muscles. Man, I don't.
That's the whole thing. That's okay.
Yeah, I know we've done
But
this
if
before.
somebody gets, it's like the self-driving car, right?
Right.
If there's a way for somebody to control that, and it's not just your nerves or whatever controlling,
right?
Instead of it's hooked up to the cloud or something somewhere, like the fucking chip. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Look, I've never played an acoustic guitar,
right?
But I would imagine it's probably a pretty magical experience to play like a really good guitar. It's very visceral and satisfying. So that analog, visceral, satisfying feeling of doing something, that exists in the car world too. If you're driving like a 1969 Porsche 911, those air-cooled cars that weigh like 2,000 pounds, and it's got this crazy weird mechanical sound to it, bro. There's a connection you have to that you're not going to get once you start adding technology. All that shit's gone. That weird thing, that very analog thing that you get from like. It exists with it exists with looking at a painting. It exists with listening to someone sing. It exists with jokes. There's a thing, man, when you can just fucking nail a thing that makes you feel. Those cars make you feel better. That's the difference. Like an old car will make you feel better.
Right.
A new car's not going to do that. A new car is going to be cool as fucking awesome.
Right.
But it's not going to make you feel better. Like there's something about
it feels good.
You feel better. You're on a drug. It's a very mild, amazing drug. You're not gonna get that off a spaceship that's autonomous. It's autonomously driving.
Yeah, and that's the whole deal. It's like there is technology that's helpful. Technology does not go with the human body.
Yeah.
This is like organic.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And like the chip, it's gonna go wrong sometimes.
For sure, it has to. It's not like it's gonna be perfect. All the people with the chip are 100% happy.
Yeah.
None of them got infections.
No mutilation.
Everybody was happy. Nobody mutilated them.
There was no mutilation.
It was never so obvious.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you have to have a piece or a disc in your spine removed with a metal plate instead of a metal plate with a microchip in it, that's the total difference. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. But what if that microchip made you feel better? What if they put that microchip in you and all of a sudden, this is how I want you to look at it. What it is essentially new software management of your body. Your mind will stay the same, Post Malone.
Right.
But your body will now be in control of this perfect system that's going to figure out what it needs and what it doesn't need, work it all out. So you just live your life. You don't have to worry about your body anymore.
I've already seen too many movies about this.
Don't worry about it.
Not into it.
It's fine. Everything's going to be wonderful.
It's okay. It is cool to be cyborg.
If you're living a shitty life, you're like, I fucking hate delivering for Postmates. I hate fucking where I sleep. I hate what I do. I'm tired. I don't want to do it anymore. Then all of a sudden this little thing comes along and says, give control of your body to the state. You'll still be the same inside your mind, but our microchip will control all of your biology to the point where you no longer need to go to the doctor. You don't need health insurance because you're never going to get sick.
Right.
One by one, people give in.
Interesting.
Get infected.
Interesting.
Get infected by technology.
Interesting.
Do you think it's possible?
Most definitely.
But is it better? Here's the thing. Is it better if your grandma dies of cancer? Or is it better if you have some technology that keeps you from ever getting any disease ever, but it's embedded inside your body and it's controlled by a team of scientists?
But it comes to, I was watching something.
The robot can walk and swim, so it gets in your cells, makes its way through to your brain, and fucking explodes. Jihad. This is the craziest thing ever. What they're willing to do today with technology and like what they're experimenting on. What we're seeing in these videos is just a tiny amount of what's possible for them in the future. I mean, we could have insane technology of changing human bodies inside our lifetime.
You're in shape, right?
I try my best.
Me, not so much.
Do you ever want to be?
No.
Well, there you go then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy here.
As long as you're happy.
But like we were talking about earlier, it comes to, I guess, generation-wise.
Yes.
Because if you have to pantomime a cell phone, how do you do it?
You gotta do like this.
Like this.
Yeah, flip phone.
But I saw a video of...
Are they doing this now?
They're doing this.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Because of the iPhone.
Yeah.
But we do it like this.
Yeah.
So there maybe later comes a time, because like I said, I will never drive a fully autonomous car. But
I hear you.
I'm sure there's someone years down the line that will be like, oh, fuck yeah. Are you kidding me?
I think they're going to do it because it's safer. And I think that's why it's going to be really hard to get people to sign off on the idea of letting people drive their own cars. It's a thing that we got really used to, that we only got used to for a little while. I mean, there was no cars in 1700, and in the 2020s, everyone's got a fucking car. They're everywhere.
Right.
So in that time period, we went from all of human history, no cars, to the invention of a car, whatever the fuck that was. We figured that out once. I think like 1800s or something. The 1800s, they figured out the first car. That's not that long. And then we just decide, well, you have to have a car, basic human right. Don't really have to have a car. But cars are awesome. Like, an old car
do need to
is
have
awesome.
a car. How are you going to get to your job?
Public transportation. It's better. That's what.
But that's a car.
Well, not necessarily. It could be like a tube where people fly through it. It's all magnets on the other end to keep it from crashing into each other. They could figure out some weird shit that has nothing to do with cars.
It's too late.
It's not totally too late. I think if they could figure out a way to convince people that there will be no more auto accidents, that would be a good way to get people on board.
Right.
If they said no more auto accidents ever, people would probably be like, oh, well, how can you argue against that, you selfish fuck? You want to shift through your own gears and kill my nana? And that's what people are going to do. They're going to give into it because they don't want to be selfish. I mean, this is like the slow slide into accepting that we're a part of technology.
Right.
The slow slide is us hanging on to our biology as much as possible. I think that's a good thing. I think biology is awesome. But I see the writing on the wall. I see where it's going.
Yeah, I mean, it's going away.
Yeah. We're sliding into this new existence. But we're really insistent on keeping our old ways. It's real weird. You know, in terms of like, I like to hear the rumble of an engine. I'm one of those people. I love the rumble of an engine.
Right. But then, I don't want to backtrack too much, but I have been. But at the end of the day, I would rather be responsible for my decisions, I suppose.
Yes. Well, you're an artist. You know, you're just being an artist is a different kind of person. It's a person who's chosen a path of doing whatever the fuck they want to do, like expressing themselves professionally. Of course, you don't want someone driving. It feels good to drive. Yeah, there's experiences that you get in life. You want to feel them all. You know, some of them are dangerous. Some of them come with consequences if you make a mistake. That's how you get better. If you take away all consequences. My concern is that we're going to just like keep protecting ourselves more and 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 more to the point where we're just incapable of withstanding any adversity. That's what I'm worried about with people.
Well, and that's what I say. This is why I would rather drive my own car, is because like you wake up and you never know what's happening. Right. You never know what's going to happen during the day.
There's something good about that.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. But we're all people, and I would rather have that be biological than a computer.
Yeah.
Controlled. And that's where I'm coming from, I suppose.
I'm with you. I see both sides of it. I really do.
Right.
I'm not on a particular side of it.
Right.
Because I think what all of us are doing is like witnessing these changes happening in real time and trying to hold on to whatever ground we have that we think is important and sacred. You know, I think that's one of the things we're doing where, you know, people that ride motorcycles, they want to ride Harleys, loud engines, and it's romantic, it's exciting. All those things I think are cool. But I see the writing on the wall. Like, if 100 years from now, it's all going to be autonomous.
Yeah.
There's going to be very few licenses that we give away to people to let them drive their own cars.
Right.
It's probably all going to be controlled by some central system that keeps you at a certain pace. You know, it's going to be annoying. It's going to be annoying. It's going to be just drive to work. No more fun anymore. Before, It's like if you worked at a job and you had a 68 Camaro,
Right.
and you drove your 68 Camaro to work, while you're driving down the street listening to White Snake, here I go again on my own, and you're driving this fucking thing and you're shifting your own gears,
Right.
that guy's having a good ass time. And someone can come along, take that away and say, no, you have to get in the autonomous tube now because safety's important. So this poor fucking dude who looked forward to his drive to work. He had a 20-minute drive to work, but during that 20 minutes, he listened to all the music he wanted to listen to. He listened to whatever the fuck he wanted.
Right.
And then he pulled into that fucking parking spot, shut his car off.
Right.
Now he's got to go to work. But he knows that in 8 hours, he'll be free and fire that car up again.
Right.
Shift his
You
own
look forward
gears,
to it.
drive home, listen
Right.
to the best tunes, call your friends. Woo!
Right.
You take that away from him. You take that part away? A person who
What
really
about
understands the fun of cars?
what about an attack?
An attack? What kind of attack?
Like
the
you think
ability to
about
escape?
you pull out your debit card, right? And all of a sudden no one's debit card works.
Oh yeah, right? What's gonna stop that from happening? What do you do with no money?
Because there's only 3% that's real cash. That's real, like palpable.
So if everybody wanted all the paper for all the money they have in the bank, we would never be able to do it.
If everybody's debit card stopped working, it would fucking.
How much cash is there out there, right?
I have no idea.
But how much cash is there out there now in comparison to like the 80s when there was only cash?
It's
Is it
probably the same
amount of
amount.
cash
It's
out
probably
there?
the same amount.
But most people use credit cards now, right? Like way more.
Yeah, but think about if we had an enemy that wanted to say or even our own government that's just like all technology monetary wise is cut off.
Yeah, they just killed the system. They just stopped it all. No more banks, no more banking, no more ATMs.
What are you gonna do?
You don't have any money.
You
It's
don't
all-
have
it's all
nobody has
locked
any
up.
money, you can't buy food, you can't buy anything, so you have to steal and then
All your money
everything
is locked up. How much U.S.
About
currency is in
2
circulation
trillion.
as of July 8, 2020? 1.3 trillion.
Look how much is
out there. How much
like,
money is out
how
there?
do we differentiate what is like digital money,
right,
and what is actual money?
Good point. There's 1.3 trillion accounted for, but how much of it is an actual paper cash, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what is paper cash even worth?
Depends on where you're at, right? Some people don't even want it. Some restaurants are like, no, we don't take cash.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa.
You do the It's the thing they flip it around.
It says, according to the CIA, the total amount of fraud money is $80 trillion.
Whoa. And cash was
1.2
trillion.
So 1.9 trillion is actual cash, and all the rest of it is just bullshit.
Well, there's
It's bullshit. It's fucking ethereal.
Yeah.
It's fucking nowhere.
It doesn't exist. There's not a vault you can go in like a fucking Guy Ritchie movie.
Imagine we're at war with a country, and then they have the best hackers, or whatever. This is all hypothetical, but you go to swipe your card, and it doesn't work, and then everybody in America goes to swipe their card,
and it doesn't
work.
And then you find out the Goblin lead singer of that
It's
band was a
fucking
real goblin.
Necrogoblin right there.
It's a real goblin! And he's eating people the same way that centipede eats mice. Chits right in the back of their head and
That's a
climbs into
terrible
their
video.
fucking skull.
It's a terrible video.
I know, it's horrible.
Pretty brutal.
It is so brutal, and that's what's normal. That's normal out there. We figured out a way to wall it off. That's what it is. All day long, it's things eating things. It's fucking chaos.
Yeah. Things eat things.
The ocean is one giant murder soup. That's all it is. Just monster murder soup. A bunch of fucking things killing each other.
How you feel about whales?
I love them.
They're
I think they're
huge.
Cool. I've been around them.
I've
been
never
around
seen
them.
one in my whole life.
You should go to Hawaii. I think it's around. I want to say it's around November-ish. Find out when the whales go near. I've seen them near the Big Island on one of the cruises they take you out. I've seen them a couple times accidentally while fishing from Maui, but I've seen them on the Big Island when you go out on a boat ride. Humpback whale season in the Hawaiian Islands, yeah, between November and early May. But some months better than others. So it's cool, man. So you're in this boat, and then as you're out there, you just see one break the surface, and then they lean towards that area that you go to, and sometimes you see them swim under the boat. It's incredible. They're so big, man. They don't even seem real.
Biggest creatures on the planet.
Yeah.
Currently,
they're the biggest creatures. Blue whales are right. They're the biggest. Sperm whales, maybe.
Blue whale, biggest
ever. Wow.
They're so big, dude. I mean, you see
that's
different
a fucking
ones.
dinosaur.
How long have they been around? Like, they didn't get killed by the Yucatan blast, right? Aren't they something that's millions of years old? Maybe not that many. Maybe that's what it is. Like, we think about dolphins and how fucking intelligent they are. How long have they been around? Here we go. 173 tons. Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god.
29.9 meters, which is 100 feet long. It's basically 100 feet long. And weigh 173 tons.
Known to have ever existed.
Oh my god, an adult weighs 330,000 pounds.
And they live 90 fucking years. They live 90 years.
And they're smart. It's weird. We don't, they take care of the young. They're smart. There's a weird mammal. But then there's orcas, which are orcas are the cousins to dolphins. That's the ones we love, right? We love killer whales. But they murder dolphins. They murder whales. They're the murderers of the ocean. Right. They're the
killer
killers.
whales.
Yeah. But they call them killer whales. They're not a whale. They're a dolphin. They call
orcas
them
are dolphins.
Yeah, they call them killer whales because they kill whales.
So do they
They're so rude.
Sex for fun?
I don't know if they do. That's a good question.
Because dolphins do.
Dolphins do. That's a really good question. Let's find out.
Yeah.
Do orcas have recreational sex?
Casual.
Or sex
do
for fun?
Do orcas have casual sex?
Sex for fun, you probably get a better article. You get someone who's got a sense of humor. Google do orcas fuck for fun. You get the best article.
It gets weirder. I gotta get a better search here. It's not giving me results.
I wonder how much they know about the, I don't think they know about them the same way they know about dolphins.
Is there, because there's not a lot of them.
There's not as many as there used to be, that's for sure. There's a real worry about the ones that are in the Pacific Northwest.
I'm gonna go for
There's a pod.
Sometimes my short game is impeccable. I can't get you but 2 and some change off of the tape, but I'm still coming in for parking.
Anymore, so those things are starving. So they're trying to reintroduce the idea of getting them seals, sea lions, things like that. Because other killer whales eat them all the time. So you have this native pod of killer whales that's really struggling. And then you have these pods that travel in the neighborhood. They just fuck everything up. They eat all seals, they eat whatever they want. They eat animals, they eat fish, they eat whatever they want. So they only have to go out. There's one pod for whatever reason.
Thanks to golf. And I was
thinking about releasing salmon into the water. They've got a bunch of weird ideas of how to save them. How many? Jamie's Google.
Yeah, it says there's a lot of animals that have sex, not
for
just
fun.
for reproduction. Yeah,
for sure, chimps do.
But it says orcas also masturbate, which I found.
Hey,
a lot of other animals do too.
How?
I don't know. It's just that they do stuff with reproduction.
On a rock.
This is fuck a crab. They call it masturbation. It's crab rape.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. Imagine a killer whale's hornies rubbing up against you. You just finish. Please.
A killer whale?
Just go ahead.
They get high with pufferfish, right? Dolphins do. They pass them around.
Yeah, dolphins do. There's stories of killer whales rescuing people when they fall off boats, which is really crazy. They've actually said killer whales have actually helped them. Weird, because they kill people in captivity, but only because they're tortured. They're living in a fucking swimming pool, a giant, majestic ocean animal trapped in a prison for no reason, didn't do anything wrong. Eventually, they just start killing the trainers. Just get pissed off. Man.
Holy shit. You guys are putting me on. You say they get
high. They use toxic
That's
pufferfish.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah. They take a little tube and they pass it around. The dolphin's expert deliberate handling of the terrorized pufferfish implies that this is not their first time at the hallucinogenic rodeo.
What if a human smoked?
It's a volcano bag. It is.
What if a
That's
human
exactly
smoked
what it's
pufferfish?
like. Oh, you'd probably be dead in a second.
What's it like?
I don't know, but we don't have a face like that. I would imagine a lot of shit a dolphin can do that you can't.
Swim.
It's got more poisonous. Wow. 1,200 times more poisonous than cyanide. Enough toxin in one pufferfish to kill 30 adult humans.
And there's no known antidote.
Jesus Christ. Meanwhile,
only resulting in mutilation.
Dolphins are like, I'm just here to get high. I got this. You pussies don't know what you're doing.
How does that work? I never knew that.
You know what's weird is that people want to eat them. Like they're like a prized sushi meat because it's like it's exciting. You're eating something that the chef fucks this up. You're
dolphins
dead.
Or pufferfish? Pufferfish.
Dolphin sushi. Is there? There has to be something.
I like warm fish.
Warm fish, like cooked.
Yeah.
Baked. Yeah. I hear you. You're not a sushi guy. Yeah. Fugu. That's it right there.
No shit.
Yeah. So that is it's a delicacy. For whatever reason, people like the idea of eating something that might fucking kill them. And it has to be expert.
Top 10 most dangerous foods.
Served in paper-thin slices by expert chefs. The fugu combines luxury with high-stakes gamble. The intestines, ovaries, and liver of fugu or blowfish contains a poison called
Necrogoblicon.
Tetrodotoxin. Sorry. Tetrodotoxin. Okay. Tetrodotoxin, which is 1,200 times deadlier than cyanide. This toxin is so potent that a lethal dose is smaller than the head of a pin. A lethal dose smaller than the head of a pin. And a single fish is enough poison to people at high risk. Chefs must undergo 2 to 3 years of training to obtain a fugu preparing license. And such expertise raises the price of fugu dishes up to $200.
Wow, that's kind of cheap.
It's really cheap. You might die. Here, they consume 10,000 tons of fugu fish every year. Oh my God, they're so ballsy. That's a warrior culture right there. Fucking fugu fish.
Yeah, should we try it?
No.
Not try it.
Bro, I don't want to do it.
Like one comes through other foods were first.
Right.
First we get listed.
I thought you more dangerous than fugu fish.
People choke on them.
Oh my God.
That's how we're sent a refrigerated investigation. Those younger than 10 are called awesome.
Okay, well, I understand the little kids. I understand little kids, the parents don't know how to do it. I'm like, there's a certain age where you're on your own. Certain age. Like, hey, man. Do you know how to give yourself a Heimlich? I don't.
I don't know if it works, but that's what you gotta do. What is it? On the chair, and like you throw your body on it.
You don't just like. Like in an
Wait for what?
In an upwards motion, you get behind someone before the air out.
Is that water?
So what the fuck do you do? You have to get them bending forward. You do it right because the food's like popped up and fall right back in the hole. Right?
It says no Heimlich should be a thing.
Yeah, put yourself right up in an upward motion.
Wow.
Yeah, the chair's good.
Oh, okay. So this guy slammed his hand. Oh, it's like slam it. Okay. So Brian Reasource, what's
But what kind of chair? There's so many different kinds of chairs.
Well, hey, the joke is
I heard that people break ribs doing that all the time. Makes sense. And then CPR, people break ribs doing that too. Makes sense. Push it on the ribs, trying to get someone to
a dumpster with her 1-day-old newborn. stuffed in a trash bag. Shortly after she pulls up,
What if the chair is like a throne, like a cool, like vampire throne, and it's like sharp?
West side.
she then drives off, not realizing
Then you're gonna impale yourself.
was captured
Yeah,
on the
don't-
CCTV.
Then you, that's when you
Don't do the Heimlich when you're near a vampire throne.
As nightfall comes,
This fucking life lessons here.
capturing a miracle. According to 3 dumpster divers,
You ever see that Gary Oldman
dumpsters
Dracula
looking for
movie?
goods. They suddenly
That's
turn and look at each other when they think they
with
can
Winona
hear a cat in
Ryder
a trash bag.
and Keanu Reeves.
Little did they know they would be
See
opening
that?
it up to find a new
Before we got too
baby
far, I
alive
was
crying
picture
because
of Henry Heimlich, the guy who invented it, popped up.
No.
It was instantly takes charge, 1974 is when it was promoted. Like, what does fucking people do for it? Dying. You know, I had been doing it for like 50 years.
Stabbed themselves with a fucking vampire.
Alexis Avila. She has since been sentenced to 18 years in prison with 2 years suspended.
Wow.
The
But Fancy's not losing his hair the way that Carlos is.
Oh, my friend Peyton. So there it is. Heimlich maneuver to dissolve. Heimlich recommended standing behind the person, wrapping arms around, was it 9? Was it around 9? Clasping hands? Was it? And clasping hands onto. I never know what that sign is called. I know what it is. I know it's and.
Yeah.
I know it's ampersand once you said it.
Smell it.
But if you said to me,
And sign
what is that
works.
thing called? Before you just said that, I'd be like, I don't know what the fuck that thing's called. Yeah, I don't know how you would do it yourself. You would lean forward, I guess. You just slam it in.
And how do you figure that out?
Don't
Do
wanna
you just
die.
like choke yourself with like just eat steak and then
purposely
all the
choke
time? Yeah. And then like, well, fuck, it's gotta work.
I think someone probably did it one time, and then the other went, definitely went. That's what we did. Write that down.
But Heimlich, I didn't. You said 1972,
74.
74.
Jesus Christ.
I figured that would have been around for years,
Yeah, right.
hundreds of years.
You would just thought demons were taking you when you're choking on food.
That's true. They put him in the fucking witch jail.
belly.
The witch jail.
Demons.
Possessed grasshoppers.
Little Billy is a good boy. And the demons came. They took him while I was eating hot dogs.
17%.
He was fine.
Hot dogs is the most dangerous food.
That's crazy. More than fugu. That's how much better Japanese people are at being humans than the Americans. We die from hot dogs. They don't even die from this fucking super toxic thing where one drop the head of a pin could kill a whole human being. They don't even die.
That doesn't measure out to me, though, by the way. There's enough poison
Right.
in a pufferfish to kill 30 humans.
Right.
But one pin drop is a lethal dose.
Yeah, they have a very small amount of poison, I guess.
Policy before this was slapping somebody on the back.
Oh,
And it
God.
took until like 1970 when this guy was like researching this and found out that it actually pushed the food further back down. So the Red Cross had to have like a do not allow anyone to slap you on your back if you're choking and try to.
Facciamo una pizza.
Oh my God.
And then, like he said, he read an article, Dr. Heimlich, about people dying. It's the 6th most leading cause of death. So he's like,
Holy
figure
shit.
it out.
What a wizard he is. Makes sense with hot dogs, though, because you get to bite off those chunks. You know? Like, it's so easy to bite off. And if you're a glutton, or if you just make a mistake, you just bite off too big a
Right.
piece, and you think you're all right, and you're like, ah! What's the fucking solution there, though?
I'm a maneuver. Vampire throne, obviously.
Bro. When you look at how many people died from choking ever.
That's why he was looking it up. It was like in 1 year, 6,000 people died. So you never hear about it unless it was someone famous. It was like Kennedy's sister died of choking on meat.
Oh, really?
Wow. I think I've only been in one dire choking situation.
What happened?
I was at dinner with my family at our house, and I took a bite of steak, and it just clogged me up. Fuck. My uncle gave me the Heimlich maneuver. Shout out to, what's his name?
Heimlich. Henry Heimlich. Shout out to old
Henry Heimlich. Yeah. What
Thanks,
Have you ever been in a dire choking situation?
No, not really. I've definitely been choking at points. Like I've had something, but I either threw it up or something. Never where I was thought this was it. I'm gonna die.
I had. It's terrifying.
Can only imagine.
Have you been? You've been there.
Scary shit.
It's just imagine enjoying a delicious piece of steak, and then you're like, well, fuck, took a turn.
Yeah.
And now I'm dying.
And you could die if people around you don't know what the fuck to do. You could die.
Henry Heimlich saved us all.
Yeah. You can't be timid with that Heimlich maneuver either.
You gotta really get after
Yeah,
it.
you gotta get after it because you might not have that much time. How many of those you get?
Heimlichs?
How many times can you force it? You know, I mean, you could break someone's fucking ribs too. You have to think about that.
Yeah.
If you're doing like to an old lady and
Right.
she's choking on something, you might kill her doing that.
Yeah.
Imagine your Nana, she spits out the meat, but you killed her by giving her the Heimlich. Fuck.
That's an insane situation.
Fuck.
That
Jesus
has
Christ.
to happen.
Has to have happened. Yeah.
How long can a human hold their breath?
Minutes. Those free divers, they can do like 7 minutes, I think.
That's a lie.
No. They can do it.
7 minutes?
Yeah, people have done more than that, but they've done it with like weird oxygen assist things.
Chris Angel?
Not Chris Angel, but David Blaine. He did some crazy number of minutes, but he did something to himself first, right? It wasn't just. What do you know what he did, Jamie?
I was trying to, when we were doing the podcast the other day, I was trying to look into it. I believe he just oxygenated his body
somehow or another.
I believe, by just breathing it in and not moving at all. He did like 17 minutes or something.
Yeah, something bonkers like that.
No shit.
17 minutes was like almost a TV show.
Yeah, that's an episode of Modern Family.
It's like 22 minutes from Modern Family. Yeah, because of
Did you make this your costume yourself? I did. How long did it take you to make this costume?
Fucking time to hold your breath.
Do you
So
do
how do
any
you
other
over
cosplay?
oxygen?
I do, yeah. I've done a couple other 5x6 parties one, mostly horror bands and stuff like that. Is this your favorite costume? Probably, yeah. I burned myself with the hot glue gun the most making this one, so it probably is my favorite. Thank you for your time.
Is a whole thing. You need to get in there, hit it, but he did it again.
There's just something about a dude like him that's willing to do shit that you would be like, wait, why are you even doing this? How can you do it, and why are you doing this? Like, remember when he was encased in ice? Yeah, he was encased in ice for like a long ass time.
That's a good angle.
How long was he encased in ice for? I want to say more than 24 hours.
I think it was a long time because there was one thing he did in New York City where people would come up and see him.
He was in a like
This
a
was 72
water
hours
tank.
of ice.
What? What's in the box? Grab me one of those motherfuckers, too. Thanks, Dad. Thank you, sir. What's in the box? No.
How did he do it? 70 plus hours in frozen ice.
Yeah.
So this them taking him out? Is this the end? They're rescuing him? Oh, shut the fuck up. He lived in that for 72 hours.
Lenny Kravitz.
Lenny Kravitz is like, how is he doing this? I need to be there. That's how badass it is when you can just stand still for 72 hours. Lenny Kravitz comes to visit you.
Lenny Kravitz is like, yo, this guy's fucking crazy. I love
Lenny
it.
Kravitz lives on a farm in Brazil. And he finds out that you're doing some crazy shit in ice. He shows up. I need to see this. I need to be there live.
Stood on top of a pole for a really long time.
Of course he
You
did.
know, I've seen something like this before. I don't know if it was David Blaine, but monks do it, and they have a way to like slow down their metabolism, so
I'm
they
sure.
can be up there for weeks and not eat and not drink anything.
What does it say about 34 hours?
He stood up there for 34 hours before jumping down.
Oh, shut the fuck up. He stood on that pole like that for 34 hours?
80 feet.
Oh my god. I don't like this.
You seen him eat glass?
Ah.
It's pretty.
That's so weird. That's such a weird thing to do.
Eat glass or stand up.
All those things. Eat glass, stand up there.
He's up there on that pole covered in ice eating glass for 3 years.
That's a different kind of person, right? The art in that is that we know it's really hard to do and there's no way to fake it.
Right. No, it's like, it's not like illusion.
No.
It's like mental fucking fortitude.
Yeah. So he does illusions too, right?
Right.
He's a real magician.
Right.
Magician. But also can do that. Like that's just a mind. That's a different kind of mind.
Yeah.
Stand there 34 hours on a pole.
He'd probably be a good fighter.
Probably be amazing.
He would never tap out.
You seen this one where he puts a live frog in his belly and like spits it back out alive?
Did they X-ray him?
Is that an X-ray?
That's
a
picture.
It's clickbait.
I don't think you can really take that picture.
Is that the sun? Oh my god. Imagine if they did it. We gotta X-ray the frogs first. Okay. I'll let him out in a couple minutes. First to do the X-ray. See, nothing but frogs, no organs.
It's just frogs.
That's such a bad X-ray. It just doesn't even look remotely real. Like, wait.
So your X-rays came back.
How come the frogs are so clear, but you don't see anything else? Oh, it's so stupid. So stupid.
You ever shot the boring company flamethrower?
Yeah, we ran out of juice. Doesn't have any juice anymore. We gotta refill the, what is it? Propane? Yeah, we gotta refill the propane.
Oh man, they got fucking rhino at the fucking gas station. Hook that fucker up to a fucking tank.
I know, right? Yeah, we just gotta hook it up. But the thing is, like, it's the perfect amount of propane because it's not very big. You know, you see the tank's very small. So Elon probably blew half of it out just showing it to me. He's crazy.
Are you
right out there in the hallway, just blowing this fire?
Fuck yeah.
This flamethrower in the middle of the hallway. I'm like, bro, hide. That's how I met him.
He comes in
with a flamethrower. Legitimately.
He's the sweetest guy.
Very, very nice guy.
Sweetest guy.
Yeah. Hurts me to the core that him and Johnny Depp want to duke it out.
What's the beef?
They're both nice guys.
There
was a woman involved. You know how it is.
Oh.
The Amber Heard, Johnny's ex-wife, was involved with Elon apparently at one point in time. So they don't like each other. They would love each other if they knew each other.
I'm out of the game.
Yeah, me too.
I live in Utah.
I'm telling you.
There he goes, pulls it up. Conor McGregor.
Coach offers to train Elon Musk.
And where did Conor McGregor come into this?
Well, which one of his coaches is that? The Kavanaugh? Because he has a bunch of coaches. Striking coach. It is Kavanaugh. Of course he would. Kavanaugh's cool. I don't think they're gonna fight them.
Is that a real thing?
No. It was a joke that Elon apparently said at one point in time, maybe I should have a cage fight with him, like LOL, you know, like that kind of a thing.
Yeah, and then it
because he was upset at him or something. You know, something cool. What are you gonna do?
I don't know. Everybody's fighting.
Not everybody, but when those kind of fights happen, you're like, I see what happened here. This is not complicated math, you know? Two good guys.
I'm so out of the
down
loop.
in between.
It's crazy.
Everybody's mad. Good. Good to be out of the loop. I think it's really wise that you live out there. I really do.
I agree.
Because you're so wild. Like for a dude like you, it's good to be in a place where you see nature. It's probably, in a way, it's balancing. And it's like there's something about the Utah mountains too. Like that's a real mountain range.
Yeah.
You see that shit all the time when you drive around Utah. It's very humbling.
It's incredible. It's just like you're a fucking dot
Also,
on the fucking entire globe.
Also, it's like natural art. You see mountains, they're natural art. Like if you drive through the mountains, it's like you're seeing an art gallery, like a nature. It's beautiful to look at.
And it's free.
Yeah. It does something to you. Like it excites you in a weird way. Like you can see a waterfall coming off the side of a mountain and everything's lush and green. You see it go into a flowing river. Man, that does a thing to your body. It does a thing to your brain. It lights everything up.
And that's the best, especially for making music.
That makes sense.
Especially for making music, because it's just like, without sounding corny, it's like you you feel like you're a part of something bigger, but you're so insignificant, and then you can just say, I accept everything around me.
Yeah.
And I'm relaxed and I'm at peace. You know, knowing that you're just, the world spinning around you and everything happens for a reason. And you can just sit there 100% peace, at ease, and say, I don't have to worry. You know, like I said earlier, LA, always something going on.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. So,
yeah,
and it definitely affected my creative process, for sure.
What do you mean, like going out?
Yeah. There's always someone hitting you up, and, you know, I don't want to speak on behalf of everyone in LA or from LA, but there's a lot of people who kind of want to drain you. And
you know what it is, man? It's not that they want to drain you. What it is they're greedy. They're concentrating on themselves. And when they're concentrating on, you know, they're trying to make it. They're trying to get something to happen.
Right.
And they're ambitious. And they're self-centered in that way. And I don't mean that as a pejorative, as
Right.
a negative thing. Just they're self-centered. So they always want from you.
Right.
And so they're draining. Like, when you're successful, and you're a guy who's got a lot going on, they think there's a rub. I gotta get the Post Malone to get that rubbed.
Right.
I gotta be able to somehow or another get what he's got. Hey man, hit me up. Hey, I'm here. Hey, let's do that thing.
Right.
Hey.
Right.
Hey, let's go out. Hey, I want you to meet my friend.
Right.
Hey. You're like, bro, I gotta make music.
Yeah, I'm good at one thing, and that's using auto-tune to sing. So.
You gotta make that music.
I want you to hear some of the new shit. I think
I would love to.
I would
love to. So
what do you listen to?
Dude, I listen to a lot of shit. I listen to most, like, it varies. I go on streaks of listening to, like, I'll get in a Gangstar streak. I'll listen to a lot of classic, like Run DMC for a while, and then I'll go into like some old Zeppelin. I'll get stuck on Zeppelin for months, and then I'll transfer over to some old Johnny Cash, and I'll get into that for a while, and then I'll get into Moody mode. I'll need some Sheryl Crow in my life.
Yeah,
I'll listen to like You're My Favorite Mistake. I'll get into that kind of music, man, and I get into all kinds of shit. I go into these waves, but most of the time, if you had to come in here on a whim and say what kind of music's playing, it's classic rock. Almost always. It's always
Rat.
Zeppelin. No. Nothing wrong with that. I like
nothing wrong with that at all.
I like there's something about the 60s and the 70s. There's something about the fact that these guys were breaking out of this mold that society had carved for them when they were children, and here they are as adults in the 1960s, and they are just buck wild.
How heavy is Sabbath?
Very heavy.
For like, just imagine like vinyl Sabbath, like, and just like, here's this record I just picked up from the store. Let's spin that fucker and hope my parents don't hear it. I'm 25, by the way. I can't. You probably listened to Sabbath on vinyl.
I wasn't. I definitely have, but I wasn't the biggest Sabbath fan. I liked a lot of shit that was embarrassing. Like, I was really into Kiss when it was embarrassing.
Kiss is great.
I love Kiss, but when I was a kid, it was a problem. Like, other kids that found out you liked Kiss, like, what?
Really?
Oh yeah.
Why?
Oh my God! For whatever reason, Kiss got a weird. There's a weird thing that happened with Kiss. This is what's interesting. They didn't get any radio play. A lot of people don't know this, but when I was a kid, Kiss got no radio play. No radio play. I don't know if it was because of politics or people just decided they suck because they wear masks or makeup rather.
Right.
I don't know what it was, but for whatever reason, it was really hard to hear a Kiss song on the radio. And every now and then, you would hear "I Want to Rock and Roll All Night." And you'd be like, "What? It's on the radio? This is crazy!" Want to rock and roll. Like, you'd be in your car driving, that would come on. You'd be so excited because you were a Kiss fan, and the Kiss didn't get any love. And then as we got older, I think people started missing it. And then Kiss made like reunion tours, and they came back and put the makeup on again, and people got excited. And then people that were, for whatever reason, not Kiss fans in the past became Kiss fans in the present.
Right.
But when I was in the 80s, it was like a problem. If you love Kiss, people would mock you.
In the 80s, bro. Because that's like fucking Metallica. Like,
yeah, those Guns N' Roses too. You know, that was, I believe Nirvana came out with Nevermind.
What was that, 89? 91?
Was it 91?
90?
That was around those years, you know, and that just changed everything. Like Eddie Bravo, my friend Eddie, he's always saying like that's what killed hair bands. Nirvana killed hair bands.
Yeah,
it just came. It was so deep. You're like, Jesus Christ, like you couldn't listen.
It was fucking
heavy. Rape me.
Heavy.
Singing a song called "Rape Me."
Heavy.
Holy shit.
It's like, what do you even do?
That song is so intense. It's like if you could take a person's emotions and their soul and figure out how to transfer it into musical notes and sounds. That's what it sounded like.
That's it. I mean, that's what it fucking is. It's like, fuck everything, and here's what I'm gonna say. Like, here it is.
Wish we could play this. God damn, this is a bad motherfucker.
Dave Grohl crushes it.
All of them
crushes it. That was cool during the Nirvana thing. Did you watch my Nirvana thing?
No, I didn't. What'd you do with Nirvana?
We did a whole fundraiser.
When was this?
This was 2 months ago. But
I'm out of the loop since COVID. There's a lot of shit I missed on. I missed Evil Superman.
You miss Evil. You miss Bullied Superman.
I did. I missed it all.
Yeah, so we did. We did a whole set, and it was cool to see Dave give his approval, and Travis Barker played drums.
That's amazing.
It was cool to see Chris.
Travis is the first guy to come in here with face tattoos, but you knocked it out of the park.
Well, fuck, man. Is that a good thing? Travis is one of the
so
sweetest
cool.
motherfuckers
I love him.
in the world.
He's so cool.
Yeah.
He's like a genuinely cool guy.
Yeah.
Really interesting, like intense. Like as good a drummer as he is, you cannot be that good unless you got some fire inside of you.
Yeah.
You know, that dude's got fire inside of him, but he's super cool.
Yeah.
Good. But like to be that good and so fucking into it, man.
He's fucking got it. That's the same spirit. It's just like, it's a spirit. It's just like, fuck you. I'm gonna play music.
Yeah.
And this is how it's gonna be.
And he's a guy who likes old cars too. He's I bet for the same reasons. He's an artist.
Yeah.
Does he have like a dope blazer? Like a really cool custom blazer thing? Yeah.
Probably. He's got a lot of shit. One day I'll be that cool. Working.
It's hard.
It's
hard to get that cool.
It's tough.
It's hard. Travis Barker's at a high level of cool. Because he's like a genuine human. There it is. Look at that thing. God damn, that's sweet. Holy fuck. Look at that. That is clean. Who made that thing?
It's hot.
Travis Barker's K5 Blazer custom SUV. Topless.
Show the titties.
Who made that? We should probably.
Oh, the light bar on top is gangster.
It's a sick car.
Yeah, that's dope.
It's got taste. It's got taste. Does it say the Eagle builder?
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Cunts. K-U-N-T-Z. K-U-N. T-Z. Dog.
Car shops are supposed to be. Yeah, that's one of the weirdest things about this pandemic. What's essential and what's not essential.
It is. Who gets to decide?
Is there a vote?
Look at this athleticism, folks.
It's a strange amount of time.
This is incredible. Incredible yoga.
Bars were open. But then when like comedy clubs open, like that's an entertainment venue. But then so is the Staples Center. Like they're very different things.
Yeah.
You know, one of them can have 30 people in it. Right. It's like, who gets to decide your restaurant can open because it's outside? There's no way in hell you could figure out how to keep people apart inside. You just did. You did it for a while.
Right.
Like, who's making the rules?
Yeah, that's the whole. Whenever I touched down, my friend was like, "Yeah, all the restaurants just put some chairs and tables on the outside."
Yeah, that's what most of them did.
And
they're very smart. They adapted. Yeah. A lot of them that could do that did that, but most of them went under. I think it's more than 50%.
What if you're addicted to partying? Then a nightclub is an essential.
Good point. What do people who are addicted to partying do? What have they been doing besides partying?
Who's this?
Unregulated parties at home, and that gives people coronavirus, don't they? You always see that story. Here's the story you never see. A bunch of guys got together, all of them got tested, no one had coronavirus, they partied, they had a great time, nobody got hurt. You don't see that story. You know who's doing that story right now? Dave Chappelle. What Dave Chappelle's doing is testing everybody, flying everybody out to Ohio, putting on these great shows. He has music, he has comedy, he has a good fucking time, and does it outdoors. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
How so? Like,
it's got a wedding. It's a wedding chapel.
Wow.
So he's doing it on this stage that people get married on. So it's like a stage, like with the fucking poles and the steps to get up.
See, that's the whole shit. That's for Dave. He wants to do a show.
He figured it out.
He wants to do a show. He needs to do a show. That's an essential.
That's an essential thing
for him.
It's essential for people too because it's another thing that makes people feel good. It makes them feel good. Like they're doing an investigation of the chain smokers. Like the state's involved in this investigation because they did essentially a car show where they were on stage and there was like 600 cars in the audience and they did their show to people in parked cars. Like, what the fuck is wrong with that? Why is that bad? No? Oh, Jesus!
No, they were all standing around.
Oh, so it's supposed to be in cars, and people just said, "Fuck it, let's get out of the cars and stand."
But
play that. Let me see what that is. Oh, Jesus Christ! This is a DJ.
They're like 2-second videos.
It depends.
Wow.
Now it depends on intent, I think.
Bro, that's a concert.
It depends on intent.
Well.
Are there cars there? Was it a drive-in concert?
The best-selling author is now apologizing, saying she's truly sorry. But how do you undo such a life-altering mistake? Here's Les Trent.
Tears of joy as man wrongly accused of rape is exonerated after spending 16 years in prison. Anthony Broadwater, now 61 years old, broke down in tears when he heard the judge
throw out the conviction. Are they probing what happened in Soho or just
his accuser was Alice Sebold,
I just want to know. Not for a friend.
700 persons Airbnb.
Oh my God.
Years before she became famous. Sebold says it happened here in this 76-acre park overlooking Syracuse
Well, I got those
University when she was a
fuckers
freshman.
say,
Months went by
here,
and
this
there was
might
no
go.
arrest.
I'm not even
One
in
day,
town.
Alice Sebold was
Yeah,
walking
that's
down
crazy,
this
right?
street, and she said she came face to face with the man who attacked her. It was Anthony Broadwater. He was found guilty after Sebold took the stand and identified him as
It's
a
so
rapist.
I'm still curious about that.
Doubts about his guilt were raised.
Was it a drive-in concert?
Supposedly they sold cars. They sold cars. 600
So
cars.
that's not on them. If the people got out of the car.
Right.
Dude, this woman in jail.
Was it? Are you supposed to enforce that? If they, like, say, here's the thing.
Or
if they only had it set up
if she
as a
knew,
concert
if she
without
didn't know.
any enforcement whatsoever on how close people stood to each other,
Right.
whose responsibility is it if people get out and just start talking?
Right.
I guess this is what the promoter either said. I don't know if they actually talked to them, but this is what they were supposed to have done or did do during
So she picked in a different guy.
entry.
No, he said noted that concert goers went through a temperature check upon entry was not good enough. Really, offered hand sanitizer. Hey, jerk off with this. One's parked and had restrooms that were disinfected every 10 minutes. Oh, awesome. Well, 9 minutes is giving people cooties, and then on the 10th, some dude comes in and hoses it down. Told BuzzFeed there were dividers separating individual parties in the pit area, and that guests were also instructed they would not be allowed to leave their design. Must be designated, but it's designed for any reason other than to use the restroom. But obviously, that's not really.
But wait, what if it's a drive-in show? Why is there a pit?
Right, and also that the dividers between people, that's horseshit. Fucking the air doesn't give a shit if there's like a little piece of cardboard here between you and the people next to you. That your spit goes through the air and it gets to them. If you got it, they got it.
I know, and I don't think it has to do with the boys in the group. I think it has to do with someone else.
What do you think it has to do with?
Because I know the boys in the group.
Well, it seems like people,
sweet guys.
I don't think it's their idea.
That's exactly what I think. I think the total, like, it was a shit show that just got out of fucking hand.
Also, here's the other thing: if you get a bunch of people in their cars drinking, and they're all able to open the door and just socialize, they're going to do it.
Yeah.
And plus, before that, they're tailgating.
Right.
So people are tailgating before the show, so they're cooking burgers, having a good time, having drinks with each other. And then the show starts, they're going to get out of their car and mingle with each other. They made new friends.
You just pull up really close. Just touch mirrors.
I mean, there is a car at least.
Oh, that's a car. Dude, what's the problem?
This article
the other video
there said that it was safe. They swear it was safe.
It was safe.
The other video looked insane.
Well, listen, it seems safe if you get away with it and nothing happens. If you get away with it and nothing happens, like, oh my God, it was so safe. Trust me, it was so safe. You know, you get a COVID test and they find you don't have it after you go to that concert. You go, listen, it was so safe. It was the safest. It was not safe. No one even can see it. You don't know if someone has it. I told you my friend Jack Carr got it. Did a fucking book signing. He caught it for a day.
A day?
Yeah, he kicked it quick.
He kicked it in a day?
Yeah, he said it felt like shit for one day. Some people, that's weird, man.
No shit.
My friend Michael Yo, that's what happened to his mom. Michael Yo was in the hospital for a long time, man, for like weeks. And his mom got sick for a day. One day.
Right.
And she kicked it. It's a fucking weird virus, dude. It's weird.
Even coming in here, getting pricked. And
did you get nervous?
Yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, you're nervous before anything, right?
Yeah, for sure. That was nervous. Like, shit, I want to have it. Fucking have it.
Alright. But I don't.
Yay. It's nice to know.
I made it.
Nice to know. Scary fucking disease.
I don't know, man. It's so weird. It's such a bizarre time.
Here's what's scary. It's scary in what it's done, no matter what. Even if you're not scared of getting it.
Yeah.
Even if you think, oh, if I get it, it's just going to make me sick for 2 days, I'll kick its ass. Even if that's true, it's scary for what it's done to the economy. It's scary for what it's done to civilization.
Honestly, it's terrifying. And I saw a sign. You can get a fine for not wearing a mask.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's up to 600 fucking bucks.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy. They're arresting people for keeping gyms open. I've seen that. The same people that didn't arrest the looters, I think. Is it the exact same people? Yes. Arresting people for opening gyms. Like, give people that, like, there's going to come a certain amount of time. I don't know what that time is. But here we are in August. It's basically August.
Right.
And everything's still closed. Like, how long are we going to do this for? We're going to stay closed for a year? We're going to stay closed for 2 years? What's going to be left?
Nothing.
So it's a complicated question because you don't want people to die. You don't want people to have diseases, get sick. So
but then you have to, everybody has to live their life. Everybody has to survive and fucking be able to pay their fucking bills and eat.
Exactly. So when's that call get made? That's what's complicated about it. And that's what no one from either side. This is like one of the most truly human problems we've ever faced because no one really knows what the right thing to do is. There'll be a lot of armchair quarterbacking after it's over where people who, people die. People look back on it and say they should have done this or they should have done that. Well, that's great. And maybe some people had a better idea of how to handle it. It's just guessing. Right now, it's just guessing.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird, dude.
It's weird to me that there is it's like me in school having to fucking tuck in my shirt or else you get detention or whatever. It's weird to be forced to wear something.
Right, so that's what you feel about the mask. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But you know that it does work, right? That's what's weird about it. That if you wear a good mask, it actually does prevent a lot of transmission. Apparently, that's all Japan. Why did I say it that way? Japan. That's all Japan. I was in the middle of saying Japan. I stumbled through it some weird way.
Necro gobbledygook.
Words are hard. Sorry. Japan, they didn't shut their economy down. They just wore masks.
Well, I mean, that's, yeah.
They didn't suffer that many deaths either. It's really weird. I wonder, I would like to see like a documentary on how Japan managed COVID-19 because they did an insane job. They did as good a job as anybody.
Yeah.
I think there's only 1,000 deaths in all of Japan. Kyle Kalinske was telling me about this. He sent me some article. If you can't find it, I'll send you the article. But it's pretty crazy. It's all in how they never shut the economy down. They just all wore masks.
Yeah.
Everybody followed the rules.
Yeah.
And they contained it.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, it all comes down to respect for other people.
Sure.
Right.
That's what a mask is for, right?
Right. It's not. Yeah. It's not a government thing. It's not like you shouldn't be forced to wear a mask, but you should
wear a mask.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, you should wear a mask because you're a good person.
Right, and that's because I respect you as a fellow human.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with being $600.
That's what it costs?
But some places it's $600. I saw, what is it in Beverly Hills right now?
What's the fine for looting?
I saw
Do they have a fine?
$300.
No fine for looting?
$300 for not wearing a mask in Beverly Hills.
You definitely should wear a mask just so people feel better for now. I mean, we got to get through this together.
No,
right?
yeah,
but I don't
comes,
know about fining people for it. And the other thing was snitching. They were paying people to snitch on people who weren't social distancing. That was the mayor of Los Angeles. They were like, ordinarily snitches get stitches, but now snitches get rewards. They were literally giving people money or advertising. I don't know if they ever gave any money out. Advertising, they would give away rewards. People who turn in people who are not social distancing. It's like they
why not just say something to the guy? Hey, why not just say, hey, put your mask on, bub?
No, that's too complicated. You're asking too much.
But then you have to, how long is the rebate? Is it like you have to mail in, like,
that's a good question.
I
know, right? What if they still haven't got paid yet? They feel like a fucking terrible person. Like, bro, I turned you in. I need the money to pay my rent. Meanwhile, months later, the money still hasn't come.
LA is rough, and I know I slept in a closet. $300 because maybe someone sees you eating and you don't have a mask on, and then you were stuck with a fucking ticket.
Yeah,
that it blows my mind.
It's weird.
It's all about fucking the responsibility of. And your character, really.
If you snitch and they don't pay you, what do you do? Who's gonna want to hear you whine? If you snitch like, hey, I turned in with this family next door. They were having a picnic and I never got my reward.
I don't even know how that works. How about lost dogs? Do they ever pay the cash amount that they say?
They want them. They never find them. Lost dogs in LA.
Jesus Christ, that's dark.
They're coyote food. Most
Jesus
of the time in LA.
Christ, that's
true.
Dark.
When I drive through my neighborhood and I see like a poodle on a sign, I just make the sign of the cross. That's it, baby.
You don't even try. You don't even see it, and you're like,
poodle's gone.
Gotta keep my eyes peeled.
You don't understand how many coyotes there are in my neighborhood. I've lost 19 chickens. I lost 19 chickens in my neighborhood.
I'll hear coyotes. Coyotes. Fucking rough.
Dude, we lost them one at a time, these motherfuckers. And then the last, I guess we have like 11 of them left after the fire. After the big fires out here, we had they burned down the chicken coop, but they were still alive. And there was like, I think 11 of them left. put him in a smaller chicken coop while we had the other one reconstructed. And one day the coyotes got to it, just destroyed it, tore open the chicken coop and all the chickens.
Through the wire?
Yeah, they pulled the wire off. They pulled the wood off of it. They're predators, man.
Yeah.
They're real smart. They're devious little cunts.
Utah, they don't pay you out here.
For dead ones?
You get $50 a year.
Yeah. That's worth it. The thing is, you can't kill them. They just keep, when you kill them, it has the opposite effect. What happens with coyotes is they do that roll call, they yell out,
right.
Well, when one stops responding, like when one's missing,
everybody's checking it out.
No, the females start growing more eggs.
No shit.
Yeah, so they have more babies. So when female coyotes are in, what is it, clan, pack? The female coyotes are in a pack and the coyote goes missing. All of the females generate more children. So if they would normally have like 3 kids, now they have 6.
So it's like unlimited money.
Well, as long as you have to kill them all. You have to kill them all. Because as long as you persecute them, what they do is they make more babies and they spread out. And they're really smart. They're in every fucking city in this country right now.
Yeah.
They're weird. They're
We
weird
got a
little
big
tricksters.
cat at my house.
How big?
Big.
Really?
Yeah.
How big?
Big.
Mountain lion.
Yeah.
150? How big is it?
Bigger.
Bigger.
Yeah.
Those Utah cats are big because there's so many deer
It's a
up there.
big fucker. And he always comes and hangs out.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that cat.
Fuck him.
Big
Don't you want to
motherfucker.
shoot him right in the fucking dick?
I'm not no,
All hanging around your house.
if I see the ears go back,
Bro,
that's when I'll shoot it.
they eat dogs.
Yeah, that's what
It's mostly what they do.
Yeah.
They find dogs and shit, things that are easy to eat. They're so creepy.
Well, that's the same. I still do. He stays with my parents right now, but I had a micro French bulldog.
Ooh.
And
Smack.
for coyotes, especially out here, whenever I lived out here, he would go out back and he heard them all night. It's scary stuff, man.
They're a weird wild animal. It's a small wolf that lives with people. They're just slippery enough. It's small enough. We're not worried about it.
Right.
Just small enough.
Right.
Like if there was wolves on the street everywhere, we'd be fucking terrified. It would be like Little Red Riding Hood and shit. Because we would know they're going to kill your kids. Wolves will kill your kids.
Right.
Coyotes are just small enough that we're like, I don't think it's going to kill the kids. I think we'll be okay.
Right.
We let these fucking dirty twats live
You
in
get
the
like
neighborhood,
fucking 3 of them.
killing the cats,
It's fucking insane.
killing dogs.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Never mind. I'm not gonna say that because
They're creepy.
the commission will come at me. I'm not saying anything. If I see those ears go back, that's it.
Well, that's self-defense, though.
Yeah,
They did a study of cats in Northern California, like outside of San Francisco. They captured or killed some of these mountain lions, and they did a stomach content thing. The troubled cats, it would cause problems, eat people's cats and dogs and shit.
Yeah.
They found out that 50% of their diet was house pets. So most of these mountain lions out there just eating dogs.
Yeah,
It's half their diet, man. Missing dogs. You think about all the people out here. Just if you had an aerial view of people, and how these people have dogs. There's thousands and thousands of dogs, and these cats just stealing them out of backyards.
Yeah.
Just jumping in, stealing them out of backyards.
You never know.
It happens, and people don't know, and they don't know what to do. They call their friends. They put up that poster. We're just trying to get Fluffy back. Photos.
Cash
Yes,
reward.
we miss him. We find him. We have
just
money.
go-
We have money. I just go, they ate him. We're surrounded by these creepy predators. Mountain lions no one ever sees, right? They're killing multiple deer a week.
There's not a lot of cougars out here.
There's plenty.
Not the fun kind.
There's a lot of those kind. But there's also mountain lions. They have them in Griffiths Park. There's one that there's a photo of the one that I have out there.
I remember it.
See the one that I have out there? It's a famous photo of the one. It's a huge cat that's walking in front of the Hollywood sign. It has a big collar on it, like because they GPS track them. But this fucking thing is in Griffiths Park. It's right outside. Look at that. That motherfucker, that giant cat. Look at his arm.
Picture.
It's an amazing picture. That cat is in the Hollywood Hills.
His name's Chandler.
That's Mikey. He's huge.
He's massive.
It's so big. I wonder what it weighs. Isn't that one dead? Didn't that one die? That one's still alive? Fuck.
What's his real name?
P22. That's his name. That's what they call him. They
That's
name them numbers instead of giving them names because they don't want to feel bad when they die. Urban carnivores. Look at him. That old warrior. Just out there eating skunks and shit.
Oh, damn. That's a big fucker.
That's a big fucker.
Where was it? It was out here too. Like, wasn't
Look
there?
at that. That's in the fucking hills. Imagine if you're hanging out with your chick.
Yeah.
You're sitting on top of the hill. Like, let's just get a
Let's go to make out point.
Just get out of the car, have a glass of wine. You see that thing coming up the hill right at you. Like, fuck!
Man.
What do? What do? You break the fucking wine bottle on the ground like you're in an old movie.
Yeah, you
like,
get
come on!
Fucking Revenant.
Come on, motherfucker! Yeah, like The Gray, remember? Did you ever see that one? That was a Liam Neeson movie. The wolves were coming after him and he broke bottles and stuck them inside his knuckles.
I did see that movie. It's snowy everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Leo fighting a
the
fucking
Revenant.
bear.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, that was based on a real guy. That movie was based on a real man.
He must have been a
Yeah.
motherfucker.
There he is.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson.
I remember that.
Ready to
I
fight
love
wolves.
how he has that like cow neck sweater.
Yeah. It looks warm and comfy.
Most certainly. I'm just fucking killing a pack of wolves in my fucking cow neck.
Yeah, with broken airplane booze bottles shoved
And
between each
AirPods.
knuckle. Didn't he have in each knuckle? Yeah, that's what he had. He made like a makeshift brass knuckles. He's got a knife. He's ready to go to the death with these wolves. That'll take 3 seconds. Congratulations on your shitty decision making.
Gaff tape, AirPods.
Climb a tree, bro.
And,
Climb a tree and wait. Okay? Fucking David Blaine can stand still for 38 hours. You can't get up in a tree until these wolves get bored.
That's true.
Wolves can't climb trees, motherfucker. Climb a tree.
Do they get bored?
We'll find out. We'll
I
find out. We'll
suppose.
find out.
How long do you wait for them
Well,
fuckers
it's
to get
one
bored?
of two decisions. Either you find out how long they get bored and you go where they can't go, or you fight them to the death and that takes 3 seconds. You have 2 choices.
You gotta fight the biggest one.
Look, bro, they're gonna tear your hamstrings apart.
No, you gotta
The first
fight the
thing they're
biggest
gonna
one,
do-
because once you fight the biggest one, they're gonna think you're the leader of the pack, man.
First thing they're gonna do is they're gonna send some little bitch ass wolves because it's all it needs to kill you, and they're gonna eat you asshole first.
I would love
They're gonna
to. I
climb a
would
hole in
love
your
to see a
leg.
little bitch ass wolf try to beat my ass. I would love that. No shot in hell. Any bitch ass wolf is kicking my ass. I want to fight your king. Take me to your leader.
But getting killed by wolves is probably one of the worst ways to go because it takes a while.
What
How
about
long
like
before they kill
acid?
you?
Of acid.
That'd be bad too. That'd be bad. There's something terrible about knowing that something's killing you to eat you though. You know, like wolves killing you to eat you. Like you're looking at them like they're ripping apart your chest. Something extra terrifying about
You
that.
could give them a fucking kick. You could just kick the wolves into
Nonsense.
fucking oblivion.
Nonsense. Wolves, think about what wolves can do. They're 150 pounds. They can run 35 miles an hour, and they can do it for all day. They go all day. They're made out of wire. If you grabbed a hold of a wolf, they don't even feel like an animal.
Get them in the clinch. Get them in the clinch.
Oh, yeah. Good move.
What are they
Side
gonna
step.
do if they can't bite you? They'll claw you. Yeah, that's pretty rough.
I'm gonna do some Tai Chi on them. Sidestep.
Imagine if mice took jujitsu.
They could keep that fucking centipede from eating them brain first. What a weird world nature is, man. It's terrifying.
Yeah, for
It's
sure.
just one thing eating another thing, getting eaten by a third thing, and then what's more terrifying about that centipede eating the mouse? The fact that a centipede does that and eats a mouse brain first, or the fact that people set it up and filmed it, knowing how it was going to go down,
Right.
and wanting to show people what happens when a centipede meets a mouse. So they left this mouse in this total unnatural environment. If that
Right.
mouse was out in the wild, Centipede probably rarely gets a hold of a mouse like that, right?
Mouse is faster.
Fast as fuck.
And he knows jujitsu.
Like that centipede, like go back to that video with the centipede and the mouse.
No,
Was the mouse,
don't go back to
did the mouse
video.
have a chance of getting away in a real world environment?
They were in an aquarium.
Right. But it's not a real world environment. But in a real world environment, if the mouse had a chance to scramble, do you think he could have got away? Because that's the thing. It's like, is that a fair fight? Like if a big guy is trying to chase down a small, fast guy in a large area, it's not going to happen. It's not going to catch him.
No.
But if you leave him in a tiny little room, then they can grab him.
Yeah.
That's kind of what happened there. That's an unnatural environment.
Yeah, it's not. It was for
National
sport.
Geographic got a different version of this. This is a grasshopper house.
Dang.
Still more of a fight.
Oh, those are
Holy
vicious little
moly.
mice.
What
Look at them. They're
in
going to
the
war.
fuck, girl?
Oh my God, the mouse is attacking them and biting it and then jumping away.
Again, this
shit.
is lit very well,
Oh,
and it might be set up,
You're right.
but I don't know how you get cameras so good
Oh,
to capture all this.
I think the creepiest part of the whole deal is his legs.
Dude, I'm glad you think like you do, Jamie, because you're right. This is probably more murder porn.
But
Oh, we
Mouse
got
wins
it.
this one.
Mouse
Yo,
wins.
that's my
Oh, bite
fucking
your fucking
dog.
head off, bitch. Bite your fucking head off. Look at him. Oh, that he is to eat him. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's what they do. They go. That's what the flavor is. Asshole first. Look at him.
You don't eat
That's
ass.
a different kind of mouse though than those little bitch ass lab mice that they threw in that aquarium. Those little lab mice.
Can we watch a snake and a mongoose fight?
Mongoose beat the snake too. They're fast.
Yeah, mongoose is the best bike.
Here we go.
As a kid.
What is this? Pocket
Centipede
mice
whacks
like the
a
snack on
mouse.
centipedes late at night. Oh, this is a different mouse. Oh
But this-
shit!
But not this night.
Oh, we clipped him. But not on this night. Oh, so this night the centipede wins? Oh my god, he eye poked him. Look at that. He hurls himself at the mouse.
Gangsta.
Oh my god, the mouse ran off.
Athleticism. This is
This is bullshit.
unprecedented.
Oh,
You gotta think.
that's cool looking. That's cool looking.
What is that? Kung Fu mantis? Holy shit, that's a real thing? Okay, now imagine that size of a horse running down Central Park, taking out people. We're so lucky. We're so lucky they're itty bitty tiny things.
Athleticism, folks.
Right?
No.
No, yeah, for sure, dude.
Oh, that's my boy.
That bullets would be just bouncing off that thing. Da, 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 like,
Yeah, you think about that, like existential exoskeleton.
Yeah.
If the size, you can crush it and you hear the crunch. But at a larger scale, it's probably bulletproof.
Yeah, you ain't crunching shit. You got a big one, the size of a horse. Look at that thing.
That's beautiful.
What is that, man? What is it called?
Other kind of mantis I've seen. There's like a lot of species of
Bro.
Wait,
That
are
is-
they mantises?
I don't know.
That is one of the craziest looking insects I've ever seen. That's beautiful.
Wait, are they gonna fight?
It looks like they're going to war.
Or are they friends?
Back up a little bit so I can see the Kung Fu man go through his Kung Fu. Because he actually does do Kung Fu. When you saw the moves that the mantis makes, when he sees the other, wow, look at that mantis.
They're
It's
both
terrifying.
beautiful.
They are. God, it's amazing. But the fact that that little one, we got snatched up, son. Welcome to the jungle.
How fast?
We got fun and games.
Yeah, that's it. That's
a
game
wrap,
over.
bitch. Size does
And he's
matter.
like, I'm gonna eat you. That's great.
You know what this is? This is like real kung fu.
Imagine.
Like you think you have like power over the larger opponent, but only so much. Well, is he? That's a different mantis.
It must be at the mantis zoo. Capture it, like.
It's a jumping spider. That's what it's called.
There is a picture of a spider here somewhere.
Look at that mantis. How many fucking mantises are there? Mantis.
Imagine being a bear and being in a river.
Okay.
Grabbing a fish and eating it alive.
Yeah. Probably feels amazing. Probably tastes so good. You're hungry. You never know where your next meal's going to come from.
Doesn't.
just bite into a salmon.
Just imagine being a big mantis and picking up a little mantis and eating him alive.
Right in front of his friends. Look at that guy.
Right in front of his friends.
Fuck you and your whole neighborhood. I'm eating your friends. I mean, he's enormous. That's like it's almost like, it's like a giraffe eating a person, right?
Is it?
As big as he is?
Can we pull up the grasshopper eating a carrot?
Look at that one. Look at that one. What is that called? That is so crazy. A ghost mantis. There's
Is
no
he on
way.
a green bean?
He's on a leaf.
Oh, I thought he was on a big green bean.
What a trick.
What's your favorite vegetable?
That's a good question.
Is it green beans?
No.
Oh,
I
that's
like
mine.
garlic snap peas. Those are really good.
Are they snap peas?
Yeah,
with
snap
garlic
peas.
on it?
They make them with garlic.
But
You
what's
go
your
to,
favorite raw vegetable?
Probably like bell peppers because they're not really a vegetable. It's like a fruit.
It's a fruit.
Is it like a bell pepper a fruit or vegetable? Straight up vegetables? I guess I like green leafy things, but I don't know if I like them or if I know they're good for you.
You try raw green beans?
They're pretty good.
They're the best.
Okay, if you got a plate of delicious ripe watermelon next to some bullshit ass green beans, which one are you gonna reach for?
Well, it depends on if I'm feeling fruity or if I'm feeling like
vegetably. Yeah, I rarely would eat a salad if it was hot out and it was right next to like cold oranges, right? Perfect oranges. Those those oranges when you pull the peel back and just goes away. Like it wants you to eat it.
Yeah.
You don't have to struggle. You don't have
it's
to
like
take
a
your finger
silk.
down
It's
there.
like a silk garb.
Yes.
On a beautiful lady.
Yes, it just drops. And then you peel those little slices and put them in your mouth. It's just this explosion of moisture and flavor. Fuck your green beans, bro.
Hey, eat the whole fucking pack of green beans and you can send the fucking big wolf. I don't want to fight the little bitch ass wolf.
I get it when people are starving to death, but the fact that you would ever choose Brussels sprouts over a delicious apple is ridiculous.
It's different though.
But
It's
if you want
different.
good mouth flavor,
They're different.
apple's the way to go.
Different textures, different flavors.
For sure. I'm not arguing because I believe it. It just seems like something to talk about.
Are ghosts real?
I wonder, man. So you're friends with Zach Baggins. He believes in them 100%, right?
It's real.
Okay. But how much of that show that they do where they're like, go, let's go in the basement. Look, night vision. What was that? Cut the commercial. Like, how much of that, how many times have they ever caught an actual ghost on their TV show?
A lot.
I think ghosts are probably real, but the ghosts that show up on TV are probably hacks.
It's real. I was there.
Shitty ghosts.
Watch my episode.
I believe it. That Mama movie that I was talking about, like if that was real, if you see Mama at the end of the movie, you get to see like a real good image of Mama. Mama's like floating over this person. That was a real thing, and you didn't have your camera out, and it just went away, and then you had to tell people. Would you even tell them?
Yeah.
What would you tell them? Like if you went
You wouldn't
camping,
even know what to fucking tell them. You'd
what would
just
you
be
say?
like,
You'd probably tell a few of your friends, but you wouldn't go on Facebook. You wouldn't put it on
No.
Facebook. You wouldn't put it on Instagram. You might tell your friends. It's like if you saw a UFO. If I saw a UFO, legitimate UFO, I saw something I couldn't explain, I'd have to tell people here. I'd have to.
you've never seen a UFO.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Nothing that really stands out. I thought I saw something when I was younger, but it's not a strong enough memory. Could have been a jet fighter, When a fighter jet flies by, they do exercises all the time. Like there was one time they launched a missile off the California coast. I forget what was it? Edwards Air Force Base. I forget who launched it, but it was crazy. I was driving down Melrose and I saw it fly across the sky. Everybody thought it was a UFO. People were pulling over. They're like, what is that? What is that? People have their cameras out. They're looking out the window. You see this streak flying across the sky.
You remember SpaceX launch?
I didn't see it in the flesh. I only saw it after the launch.
Flipping shit.
That's pretty crazy.
It looked bizarre.
Did you see it outside?
Yeah.
Where did it launch from?
I have no idea. Somewhere here.
Did it launch from here, Jamie? Yeah, I just saw it online after it had done it.
And
Vandenberg? Okay.
And we looked up, and it was just like, yeah, and we were like, what the fuck is that?
What time? When was this?
This was. I lived in Tarzana. Same place I saw that. Same place I saw that. Like
2017. Oh yeah, that's right. No, you know what? I did see this. I did see this too.
Same place I saw that. Like big ass fucking.
Maybe I did. I don't remember if I saw this or if I pretended I saw this.
We'd have to pull it up on the podcast.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's it. I think maybe I knew it was happening.
What makes something look like that?
I think it's the thrusters, giving off fire, right? There's fire coming out of the back end of it, and it's going incredibly fast. So it's streaking through the sky. It's causing a disruption in all of the moisture in the atmosphere. So, you've got something that's going insanely fast with an immense amount of power.
Just burning water.
Just burning water vapor, and then the condensation in the air. Like, that's what, when people get confused about chemtrails.
Come on, Rabbi. Send a name, bitch.
Those trails behind it, all that is the heat of the engine interacting with the water vapor in the air. Condensation creates fake clouds. People are making clouds. No, they are making clouds.
Not Rabbi.
Yes.
It's just a byproduct of jet engines.
Does the Kremlin do that?
Definitely people do that.
Control weather.
There's definitely people who not only do they control weather, in Abu Dhabi, they make it rain once a week. They have 52 weeks of rain a year.
She said my fucking name. Not Rabbi guy. Yeah, girl.
But it's science.
No.
Cloud seeding is 100% verified science. They've had it forever. And they've used it to manipulate weather in a bunch of different circumstances. They've used it to cause rain in places.
I'm wearing her down.
Science. It's like a silver.
Wearing everybody down.
Silver.
Everyone's my friend.
What is the shit?
She was a baby. She had a
Silver surfer.
Changed my tampon.
Girl, what happened to your tampon?
I don't spray things
Oh my God.
into the sky, and it forces the clouds to coalesce. But they know how to do it in Abu
Official
Dhabi.
kick moves.
Those dudes do it once a
Dude, only 17 people are watching this.
Wouldn't it be great if it rained here once a week? Wouldn't it be great?
Is that bad? Is it bad for Earth?
I don't play Fortnite, but you know.
Guaranteed only 17 people are watching this.
Imagine one of them, but like.
Bitch,
Don't you dare say next.
do you know who Rabbi Rothschild is?
Its size is like a kind of alien ship. It's super fucking huge that I have to look up like this, and it looks like a mystery box that is gonna open up like, and then the new creature is gonna come.
What
up
are you saying, you stupid cunt?
The only thing I remember about that thing that goes deeper, and then there's like a fence and an animal and something like that.
Bitch, no one cares. Too edgy for me. Too edgy for me. Yo, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Hey. Bitch. Shut the fuck up.
I shouldn't have let you go that far, but you just kept going. Like, even aliens came out of your box. I mean, your box was just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I couldn't let you stop. That's funny. I know that one though. I didn't remember that there's a box. I know that it's like, okay, you close your eyes. You're in the middle of the forest. Okay, everyone do this, okay? Because this is how I remember it.
Your boobies are hanging out.
I learned. Okay, so you close your eyes. Okay, everyone close your eyes.
Bitch, read my shit.
Heroin in general or drug use in general?
Drug use in
Close your
general.
eyes. Okay, so you're in a forest, okay? You're on a path.
Bitch, shut
You're a path. You're kind of lost.
the
You don't know
fuck
where you're
up.
going, but you're following this path, okay? You approach a house.
A lot of heroin up there. And Joey,
Approach a house.
a lot of experience.
Does the house
Dog.
have a fence around
This
it?
bitch sucks.
What does the house look like?
Stupid cunt.
I think it's a sadness.
Right now, so like, I'm watching that. And I bought that out here. So now we know next time to either buy the hot.
Mike Smalls. Damn, this girl fine, dog. This girl fine.
So when you see your ex cheater, you lose on her. A multitude of women. Like, I don't even know anymore. I don't think I was safe in my business.
The fireball in the sky is making me violent.
The fireball in the sky makes you violent. That's
corny as fuck. You fucking hate with a whole screen.
It is crazy. But even in Utah, even during the winter time, it's super overcast and snowing and shit.
You need moderators on deck.
You still get that same kind of vibe. But maybe that's because you experience it.
Oh shit, he ain't gonna bail on me.
Yeah, close. It's like London too. It's like the fog, like it's heavy and it's dense. You know,
there's something about that kind of shit that's fun for a while.
Right. That's a while. Every day. Every day.
Buying condoms. Friends that I know from the Pacific Northwest, something about them is a weirdness to them. Even the healthy kids, they don't. They seem weird. I mean, maybe it's obviously just something about them. Just he's like, it feels good. That's why you like to go on vacation. Like, you don't have to live where it's dreary.
Right.
And I think, look, if you look at the biggest political upheavals, the biggest protests, Seattle and Portland is great. Seattle and Portland are way wilder. Seattle is just blocked to the town. Set up their own government, put up their own borders, use their own security.
10 more views, I'll take my shit off apparently. 10 more views, come on, chat.
Like that. That's not happening anywhere where it's sunny out. I think it's more likely to take place there.
It's fucking celestial, I suppose. Like human behaviors kind of fucking out of our control. All lies within the environment.
It's not totally accurate, but it's really just fuck up LA too. LA went here. LA seems to have come on down. At least a little bit. Ramped up more. But goddamn, it's beautiful up there in the summer.
I'm a nut for pine trees.
Just like looking at them.
They're incredible. They smell good. You wake up in the morning. Even that's right. I don't know, like if
6 more views, 600 views. That's what things get at.
Pacific Northwest is waking up there is special. It does feel different. It's like there's like a certain smell in the air.
Yeah. It's nature. You know what I'm saying? Real nature. It's unmolested. Everything is smell. They live there 1,000 years.
In Utah, they're small.
No, I lived in Maryland, then I moved to Missouri, then I moved back to Maryland, now I'm in Austin.
Where I'm at, it's not so bad. But you can see it. Sunrise, you can see it all.
Clearly, I was right. That's right. I got the war.
It's when the lockdown hit, people were driving, the air quality was never good. Like Los Angeles, the air quality was amazing. It's like people like go outside, breathe the air. This is crazy.
That makes a difference.
It's probably
and
that's also a good argument for electric cars. And it's also a good argument for autonomous less fires and accidents.
All right, so the food's on here.
Where are you from?
I was born in New Jersey.
Come on. But we're supposed to go to Baltimore, bro. Okay, everyone's mad at them now.
I don't like sports.
I'm gonna take a shot. I think the food might be here.
I don't know anything about it.
600
I'm a professional sports commentator who doesn't know the rules of sports.
I don't give a fuck.
I appreciate the athletes. I appreciate what they do. Like,
Okay, y'all was really making it seem like this shit
my
was fucked up. Like, I'm so.
Oh, she said never mind. Oh,
Yo, okay, but the Ravens, it's like.
Dallas Cowboys.
It's not because it's not exciting. I've watched Super Bowls before. They're fucking good. There's only so much time in a day. Sorry, my schedule.
I might have, yeah.
Full
So
of
I have
shit.
to use the lineup, y'all.
I can't get into. I can't start following.
I'm gonna pay for his lineup right now.
Try to figure out all the games. Or Major League Baseball. Oh, well, the National League.
I don't know.
American League. Like what?
I don't know how baseball works. They play so many damn games.
They play so many games. Who's the playoffs? Why?
It's like,
What's happening here? It gives people a lot of fucking entertainment, man. If you're bored, you know, like for a lot of folks that are stuck in a shitty job, just like we're talking about driving that 68 Charger or 68 Camaro to work. A lot of dudes stuck in a job that doesn't give them any thrills. You know, they have to go.
So look, 700 views. Everyone's name 700. I'm gonna get this.
Very invested. In the fact that they want their team to win or watch a football game or a baseball game.
right.
Maybe I can start back a little bit.
Come on, Patriots.
Let me correct this up.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Dallas.
Yeah. Dallas kind of. He's a Cowboys fan, I can tell.
James from Columbus, Ohio.
It is on my head, like, yo, I was really on it. Yeah, I mean, I really took my time. Like, I was like, trying to impress him.
That's just how it is with everything.
Okay, how about this?
So, Chad, why did you make the views go up so high? Like, that's not right.
How about this? How about this? If you don't want to do that,
Fixed brains or
you're not going to see it. So listen, how about I give you a couple options to replace that? You either show your hand, because you don't bring it up.
Speed, they run at each other, and they're colliding. It's just fucking physical strength. If you saw,
I watch Zeke run. I watch Zeke run, and I see this. Zeke just takes a fucking hit.
I only play fucking Call of Duty.
Top.
I appreciate that follow. I'm playing Call of Duty right now.
Are you
Please tell everyone you
okay?
know.
And then
Bro!
he gets right up and does it again.
What's up?
It's
What's up with
so
you?
much respect.
What's
to
up with you?
To fighters, to fucking football players, basketball players, everybody.
absolutely, they all deserve a lot of respect, but this is just a danger with football. I think it's not in as many other. It's just my looking at it. Like, there's a real danger to fighting. There's no doubt. But in fighting, there's a person in front of you, and they're trying to do stuff to you. You should know how to avoid it. If you don't, that's just how the game works. But in football, there's like dudes running at each other. I mean,
25 to 30, right?
Yeah, 20 miles an hour.
they're going so fast, they're so strong, they're running at you. You're running, they're running. Boom!
What about rugby? What about rugby?
There's something pure about that, right? Because they use the pads. I don't think people would attack.
Oh, I did not try that. That was really good.
That's an argument for football. That's a weird argument, right? It's like make them play.
We're just
with
having
no
our
one else
brain,
and see
anyways.
how they play. Like, yikes.
I played Animal Crossing for a little bit. It's okay.
I think that like the football
For fun.
infection
It was
started
cute.
from different injuries, like brain injuries were obviously
And
never
Stardew
violent
Valley.
injuries.
I never played GTA, but I really enjoyed Saints Row. If GTA is anything like Saints Row, yeah.
Oh,
Spine injury.
Hi, Rabbi. Thank you for the apologies. I don't like those things. Make them stop.
So what do you risk? You risk that or the brain damage.
That, I don't know, because there's people who
I'm gonna
are
be
so
a
passionate.
trailblazer for gaming culture.
No,
Me.
like, no one said it shouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah.
But people should know what it is. You know, when you're playing it.
What was the movie that Will Smith did?
Yeah.
Concussion.
That was based on an actual doctor.
Yeah.
Figured out what was going on.
Everyone hates them. I hate them. Make them stop.
When you're watching crazy shit
What
happen,
is that?
you want, like, I need to be there and see one live. 'Cause that's probably when you really get an understanding.
We'll
about
go to
football.
AT&T. That's what. So God can watch.
I don't wear heels a lot. I don't wear shoes.
So God
You
can
live in
watch.
your house to wear shoes. Imagine walking around your house in high heels for the funsies. For funsies, Chad.
maybe I don't know how much the tickets are going to be, how rare they'll be.
Do you guys think girls do that? Because I don't think they do.
God, that's so weird.
I'm in
You know what's
socks.
bizarre too?
Or I'm
Watching the last UFC, no one in the fucking audience trained, right? And you get to hear those
Yay.
fuckers getting like
Sounds
fucking
good.
just
Very
cracked on the
simple
head.
to it. Yeah.
It's like
there's something very exciting about it, man. Something I almost like about it more. Watching it that way.
No bots.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of like you're more there.
Well, it's just there's no denying that big crowd, an awesome crowd, like a Conor McGregor crowd is crazy. It's a spectacle. We've seen all those people screaming and cheering. I remember we had Sinead O'Connor sing. Holy shit!
Wait, you don't clean your house in the heels? 1956 sitcom live to me. They were in heels.
Everybody's
Dude,
going
I didn't even notice they
It's
were
just
in
the energy in the
heels.
room
That's
is undeniable.
crazy.
And it's amazing. But there's also something amazing about two dudes in front of each other where there's no crowd.
No one around.
And you hear everything. You hear all the impacts. You hear them breathing.
You hear the
talking
fucking
shit to each other.
the coaches, the corners, and everybody.
You hear everything. It's so different. It almost makes you think that this is like kind of the best way to do it.
Trailblazing. Blazing.
But there's something
Dude,
about
I think I accidentally scratched myself.
there's a purity to no audience. This is what I'm saying. This from a real selfish place, right? Because I get to be there.
I like how where he goes from
And I'm-
70 people,
Yeah, I
like
mean, if they could open it up
4,000,
and it would be safe and everybody could sell
7,000. I mean,
tickets,
that's just incredible.
don't get me wrong. But there's something about when you're there and there's no audience. I feel very lucky. I feel very, very lucky to be there.
I'll get some vodka shots and then pour them in the ice and squeeze on a lemon.
There's also
that's actually a good idea. Somebody said get a vodka shot and put
It's just the fight. When it's just a fight, you see it break. It's so clean. You see it all break down there.
And how much does that affect the woman? I'm asking you.
Some people probably play better. You remember when I was every single night? Sparring session. Sometimes the physical people screaming.
Please put the fucking banana in my ass. What up, Betting Boss? What up, Fast Life? What up, Wonder? What up, Jeffra? June Rider, Rabbi.
I'm sorry, I think sorry is going to be one of the biggest streamers in Black,
Twilight, Roulette.
Give me my fucking banana.
Wait, so we're just doing
Clark.
Don't worry.
My BPD smells like Serena.
and drive it into the ocean.
It's survival. Treats martial arts as art form and discipline and a way to express themselves. Show the people positive and voices here is like so such a nice
Yeah,
Wow, most people were so loud. Thank you so much.
Just making sure they didn't hit it on us. That's extremely nice. Baby, it smells terrible. You were the one who was losing your shit.
It all came together for him during the big fighting.
Rabbi is glad you got your name turned out of here.
He's a wizard. So when he came up to UFC,
Baby smells bad.
It's arguable that Prime and Solo with the best fighters ever. It's a real argument. When he knocked out Vitor Belfort,
You're the one with the camera. I'm not
some of
gonna
the shit he did, some of the knockouts he had, like he had, he knew what he was going to be. He had knuckle
It was an Al's dream. Al's dream. What more do you want, bro?
Stay on that level.
Al girlfriend. Oh, Al girlfriend. Oh, I thought you said Al's dream.
Anderson was so good. I put him up against anybody that ever did.
Maurice, Rabbi Rothschild, Maurice, Sabian streamers of kings.
What
I even do to you, bro? This ain't fuck Maurice here.
So what is that?
Guys, chill, bro. Al's stream, bro. Shut up, bro.
I would like to see John. That would be an amazing fight.
Guys, stop, bro. Guys, you seriously, it's amazing.
Right. No, but like prime time, like
It would have been interesting. Jonathan.
I met John. We did super quick guy. And
Awesome couple, best couple on
he's from
cake.
Rochester. He's from where my grandparents live.
He's like one of those guys that could go easily back.
Alright, they're saying that Mickey Mac stinks. Alright, Meg, W is good.
You watch that
W is good.
there's a weird strain that some of these really elite rappers. Some of these guys are elite rappers of Joel Romero. There's like something about grabbing people their whole life. They throw it around like Brock Lesnar. Grabbing people's
Wonderful girlfriend, wonderful alright. Wonderful
ridiculous. So powerful. That motherfucker is everything. Traps.
She literally
He's like 43% traps.
smells disgusting.
He's such a big human being. That shit.
W-R-E. What about later? I love you all day.
That's the loudest.
Smells disgusting.
Terrifying. Fucking Brock Lesnar. Yeah.
We're taking over, baby.
Come on, son. That is one of the
She literally set the shit up. Smells disgusting. Yo, I love you, man. Nice Steve-O, bro. Love you, bro. Ori sucks not. Bro, you literally have numbers in your name, bro. Ori sucks not calling. Your name is Casino Kazar, dude. Shut up. Casino Kazar, 37. Everyone loves you. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, streaming. John, I got Superman. You guys like Superman? My baby hole smells disgusting. Everyone just waiting to go. It's like, when is this starting, honey? I paid $14 Whenever you're driving your car in the destination.
It showed all the shit he did. He won a national championship, NCAA Division I.
Guys, stop with the bots, dude. They're saying fuck Ori now.
He went on to play for
Okay, dude, you guys are switching up, bro. This type of bitch,
Yeah, also was in training camp. So it was not
what are they saying? You hear that?
something like that.
Ori is a king legend. Rabbi is a king legend. Emily is amazing.
Time to find the volcano for the fucking dragons.
He's fucking
I mean,
I'm thinking about doing 12. The water buffalo was on the list.
I like your style.
Emily's starting to get tipsy, and this has been so good. But Emily's
Respect.
she lets me do what I want. Literally, she'll let me jump off the harbor, and she gets to do it everywhere. Absolutely never. You know how scared I
We have an army of Brock Lesnar's.
Yeah, the
To do what he did when he was a WWE champion,
that's what she kind of looked like.
Miss wrestling team, and he goes from that into the UFC and wins the New York heavyweight title and beats a legend in Rome.
I can't believe that shit guy. I hate it, man. So they're gonna hate that with ours.
You know what? Or like you could have had your
Ori is amazing. Emily's amazing. Rabbi is amazing. The stream is the best.
The camera, but I think I got AIDS.
that you just take a bite off.
I would try. I would do it. I try. Somebody had a camera in the
Absolutely.
I was there over it.
This is all I'd like to feel Ori can have
Brock Lesnar.
Not about tissue right now.
You ever seen that fight? Brock Lesnar?
With yeah.
That was the battle of the special.
That'd be a stream. Dude, look at the chat now. I thought, bro, I love you guys. I appreciate this song. I feel like a brand new person by Mac Marco. Brand new, my Mac. We could just start, and then we could just like, I'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. I'll just leave it. Like, figure it out.
Ori is amazing.
I have limited money, guys. Oh, it's David Pella. It's David Pella.
Amazing. Rabbi is amazing. W Street. You just contracted 3 times diabetes.
It's at 51.
Ori is the most negative.
Guys, I have this mic. I haven't taken this out of this. Let's do it. Guys, I have this mic. Yeah, I don't even use it. I have this mic right here, so we're going to use this.
Who knows how good you could have gotten?
We're going to use the mic too. All I've been using is my phone.
That happens a lot.
I mean, this is
Party one time that came here.
I got these mics at Best Buy yesterday. This cost me $200, guys. The wireless mics.
They come back from that.
This is whatever she Oh, so they order food and they think it's cheaper.
Not only that, none of us have
I'm getting my refund. It's like ordering a hotel and not showing up.
Exactly. And then you say, well, now, what type of facility do you live in when they have everything? They have their own setup, their own everything. I don't know.
That's wild. It's all right. I lost $70 today. Eddie's gonna give me it back. Right? W Eddie.
I love that.
Corey is one of the greatest people in the history of We came here, it was like $3. No, when we came here, it was like 10 curl too. 220s and 10 curls. Yeah, look at the tip jar. Film the tip jar. Yeah, you know, it is. You can see it?
Yeah.
Right there?
Yeah. Tour bus is still sitting there.
Rabbi thinks all right, it's really nice street. I got some other street coming up because it costs gas. So you got to pay for the gas plus. All right, I mean, maybe you could ask her. Chat, you guys want to go on a boat? You guys want to go on a boat? Should we go on a boat right now? Go on a boat. Go on a certain boat.
All right. Glad, buddy.
Type the letter, or type OLC. If you guys want to go on a boat tour. Type OLC if you guys want to go on a boat. We'll go on a boat. You guys want to? Yeah. Chat wants to. But they want content. What up, Dewey? What up, Dewey? Yeah, that's good. We love you. Emily, she doesn't understand that I didn't just like overnight do this, bro. I've cultivated this community for years. So I'm gonna crash out the content. I'm gonna crash out the content. No one's gonna stop.
I can't believe you That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. I was always like at the store, like, cows here last night. I'm like, fuck. It was always
books at once. They have a limit on how many books you could have. Before they had never even heard of limits before. This was the first ever limit of the amount of books that I could have for my local market.
Only if you're mediocre. Big is a vast place.
It's vast and it's also small because there's so few of us. And worldwide, we were talking about this the other day. There's maybe 500 of us on the planet. You know, you got to be real generous and say 500 because it's really probably about 250.
Right.
Like legit comics, guys you want to hang out with, guys who are fun. Guys who
your number's going down.
Your number's going down.
Your number's going down.
Guys you'd recommend, leave your house, get a babysitter. Number's going down. It's not a lot of people. Right. Think about the billions and billions of people on the planet. There's a smidgen of us.
Well, as children, we all take to talking with ease. And so the fact that later on in your life, you wanted to, what I just say, I talk for a living, is an amazing honor.
It's amazing.
Even if you look 1,000 years back.
Yeah, especially today. To be able to talk for a living? Oh my God. And that's the problem also with what we do, is that everybody can talk. So they see you talking, they're like, I can do what he's doing.
Right.
He's just up there talking.
And the better you do it, the easier it looks, which is part of the trap.
Yeah, it's part of the trap.
It looks like he doesn't think about what he says, he just says stuff. But you couldn't be as accurate.
No. And then there's hanging around with comics and getting to know about shit like their electric Rolls Royces.
Right. Right. If Satan hits me, just know I'm hitting back immediately. You're gonna know about it. Yeah.
That thing's insane. Just the way the doors open up, the way the doors close when you touch the brakes. Silent.
But the price point that has
they was not my friend. Like they literally would had this guy. So like when I was in a relationship, he was like, I'm your homeboy.
Like you're trying to find
and then
that thing.
after I got out of the relationship, he was like, I was just doing that because he was in a relationship. I was being respectful.
So these people like somebody. I mean, it's possible. It's very unlikely.
Well, because it's important to be grounded in the word.
You got a text?
So I can see.
You don't leave a text?
I've had 4.
I'm not opposed to it. It's just the idea of it to me is like, don't do that. For me, I'm always like, that's
Right. Well, see, you see what I mean? Yeah, because we live vicariously through these things, and it's been that way for all of humankind. I'm saying it would feel like that for the Roman. Like that's how he felt. Like that's how most of us feel about that life. Like transportation and people.
Are you like ready to zodiacs and like crystals?
Yeah, that's really the only option.
Astrology a little bit, but I don't like based off of people.
I mean, it's vehicles. It's the mechanical vehicles. Right. There's like something about mechanical vehicles that just speak to me. I love them. I love looking at them. I love sitting in them. I love driving them. It's just like, it's one of the things that people say, like, money can't buy you happiness. That's definitely true. If you're fucked up, you're not going to get happier if you get rich. But if you're already reasonably happy, you can afford a nice muscle car, god damn, you'll feel happier. You will feel happier.
But every time. So what I'm saying is when I got the 67 Chevy Camaro, I needed no other cars. I was complete. When I got the Grand National, you couldn't tell me anything. There was nothing on the highway that was of my ilk. But I've felt that way 12, 13 times. That's what makes it real love.
Yeah, they give you real joy every time you drive them.
And you feel like that character in that.
Gangsta?
Yeah.
Yeah, you drive a 1970 Chevelle, you feel like John Wick.
Yeah, it's a sacred place. There's music there. There's recklessness, but there's safety. It's like it gets to the essence of a beat.
Look at this athleticism that we're singing out of this, folks. Folks. Norm.
I really do.